August 1664. August 1st, up, my mind very light from my last night's accounts, and so up and with Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Pentesty. James's, were among other things having prepared with some industry every man apart this morning and no sooner, for fear they should either consider of it or discourse of it one to another, Mr. Coventry did move the Duke and obtain it that one of the clerks of the Clerk of the Acts should have an addition of L30 a year, as Mr. Turner hath, which I am glad of, that I may give T. Hayter L20 and keep L10 towards a boy's keeping. Thence Mr. Coventry and I to the Attorney's chamber at the Temple, but not being there we parted, and I home, and there with great joy told T. Hayter what I had done, with which the poor wretch was very glad, though his modesty would not suffer him to say much. So to the coffee house, and there all the house full of the Victory General Sochi 572, who is a Frenchman, a soldier of fortune, commanding part of the German army, hath had against the Turk, killing 4,000 men, and taking most extraordinary spoil. Thence taking up Harman and his wife, carried them to Anthony Joyce's, where we had my venison in a pasty well done, but, Lord! To see how much they made of it, as if they had never eat any before, and very merry we were, but will most troublesomely so, and I find he and his wife have a most wretched life one with another, but we took no notice. But were very merry as I could be in such company. But Mrs. Harman is a very pretty humoured wretch, whom I could love with all my heart, being so good and innocent company. Thence to Westminster to Mr. Blagrave's, and there, after singing a thing or two over, I spoke to him about a woman for my wife, and he offered me his kinswoman, which I was glad of, but she is not at present well, but however I hope to have her. Thence to my Lord Chancellor's, and thence with Mr. Coventry, who appointed to meet me there, and with him to the Attorney General, and there with Sir P.H. Warwick consulted of a new commission to be had through the Broad Seal to enable us to make this contract for 10-year victualling. So home, and there talked long with Will about the young woman of his family which he spoke of for to live with my wife, but though she hath very many good qualities, yet being a neighbour's child and young and not very staid, I dare not venture of having her, because of her being able to spread any report of our family upon any discontent among the heart of our neighbours. So that my dependence is upon Mr. Blagrave, and so home to supper and to bed. Last night, at 12 o'clock, I was waked with knocking at Sir W. Penn's door. And what was it but people's running up and down to bring him word that his brother 573 who hath been a good while, it seems, sick, is dead. Second, at the office all the morning. At noon dined, and then to the Change, and there walked 2 hours or more with Sir W. Warren, who after much discourse in general of Sir W. Batten's dealings, he fell to talk how every body must live by their places, and that he was willing, if I desired it, that I should go shares with him in anything that he deals in. He told me again and again, too, that he confesses himself my debtor too for my service and friendship to him in his present great contract of masts, and that between this and Christmas he shall be in stock and will pay it me. This I like well, but do not desire to become a merchant, and, therefore, put it off, but desired time to think of it. Thence to the King's Playhouse, and there saw Bartholomew Fair, which do still please me. And is, as it is acted, the best comedy in the world, I believe. I chanced to sit by Tom Killigrew, who tells me that he is setting up a nursery, that is going to build a house in Moorfields, wherein he will have common plays acted. But 4 operas it shall have in the year, to act 6 weeks at a time, where we shall have the best scenes and machines, the best musique, and everything as magnificent as is in Christendom. And to that end hath sent for voices and painters and other persons from Italy. Thence homeward called upon my Lord Marlborough, and so home and to my office, and then to Sir W. Penn, and with him and our fellow officers and servants of the house and none else to church to lay his brother in the ground, wherein nothing handsome at all, but that he lays him under the communion table in the chancel, about 9 at night. So home and to bed. Third, up betimes and set some joiners on work to new lay my floor in our wardrobe, which I intend to make a room for musique. Thence abroad to Westminster, among other things to Mr. Blagraves, and there had his consent for his kinswoman to come to be with my wife for her woman, at which I am well pleased and hope she may do well. Thence to Whitehall to meet with Sir G. Carteret about hiring some ground to make our mast dock at Deptford, but being council morning failed, but met with Mr. Coventry, and he and I discoursed of the likeliness of a Dutch war, which I think is very likely now, for the Dutch do prepare a fleet to oppose us at Guinea, and he do think we shall, though neither of us have a mind to it, fall into it of a sudden, and yet the plague do increase among them, and is got into their fleet, and Optim's own ship, which makes it strange they should be so high. Thence to the Change, and thence home to dinner, and down by water to Woolwich to the rope yard, and there visited Mrs. Falconer, who tells me odd stories of how Sir W. Penn was rewarded by her husband with a gold watch, but seems not certain of what Sir W. Batten told me, of his daughter having a life given her in L80 per annum, for his helping him to his place, and yet cost him L150 to Mr. Coventry besides. He did much advise it seems Mr. Falconer not to marry again, expressing that he would have him make his daughter his heir, or words to that purpose, and that makes him, she thinks, so cold in giving her any satisfaction, and that W. Bottom hath publicly said, since he came down thither to be clerk of the rope yard, that it hath this week cost him L100, and would be glad that it would cost him but half as much more for the place, and that he was better before than now. And that if he had been to have bought it, he would not have given so much for it. Now I am sure that Mr. Coventry hath again and again said that he would take nothing, but would give all his part in it freely to him, that so the widow might have something. What the meaning of this is I know not, but that Sir W. Penn do get something by it. Thence to the dockyard, and there saw the new ship in great forwardness. So home and to supper, and then to the office, where late, Mr. Bland and I talking about Tangier business, and so home to bed. 4th. Up betimes and to the office, fitting myself against a great dispute about the East India Company, which spent afterwards with us all the morning. At noon dined with Sir W. Penn, a piece of beef only, and I counterfeited a friendship and mirth which I cannot have with him, yet out with him by his coach, and he did carry me to a play and pay for me at the King's House, which is The Rival Lattice. A very innocent and most pretty witty play. I was much pleased with it, and it being given me, I look upon it as no breach to my oath. Here we hear that Clun, one of their best actors, was, the last night, going out of town, after he had acted the alchemist, wherein was one of his best parts that he acts, to his country house, set upon and murdered. One of the rogues taken, an Irish fellow. It seems most cruelly butchered and bound. The house will have a great miss of him. Thence visited my Lady Sandwich, who tells me my Lord Fitzharding is to be made a marquis. Thence home to my office late, and so to supper and to bed. 5th. Up very betimes and set my plaister to work about whiting and colouring my music room, which having with great pleasure seen done, about 10 o'clock I dressed myself, and so mounted upon a very pretty mare, sent me by Sir W. Warren, according to his promise yesterday. And so through the city, not a little proud, God knows, to be seen upon so pretty a beast, and to my cousin W. Joyce's, who presently mounted too, and he and I out of town toward Highgate. In the way, at Kentish Town, showing me the place and manner of Clun's being killed and laid in a ditch, and yet was not killed by any wounds, having only one in his arm, but bled to death through his struggling. He told me, also, the manner of it, of his going home so late, from drinking with his whore, and manner of having it found out. Thence forward to Barnet, and there drank, and so by night to Stevenage, it raining a little, but not much, and there to my great trouble, find that my wife was not come, nor any Stamford coach gone down this week, so that she cannot come. So vexed and weary, and not thoroughly out of pain neither in my old parts, I after supper to bed, and after a little sleep, W. Joyce comes in his shirt into my chamber, with a note and a messenger from my wife, that she was come by York coach to Bigglesworth, and would be with us tomorrow morning. So, mightily pleased at her discreet action in this business, I with peace to sleep again till next morning. So up, and 6th. Here lay Dean Honeywood last night. I met and talked with him this morning, and a simple priest he is, though a good, well-meaning man. W. Joyce and I to a game at bowls on the green there till 8 o'clock, and then comes my wife in the coach, and a coach full of women, only one man riding by, gone down last night to meet a sister of his coming to town. So very joyful drank there, not lighting, and we mounted and away with them to Welling, and there light, and dined very well and merry and glad to see my poor wife. Here very merry as being weary I could be, and after dinner, out again, and to London. In our way all the way the mightiest merry, at a couple of young gentlemen, come down to meet the same gentlewoman, that ever I was in my life, and so W. Joyce too, to see how one of them was horsed upon a hard-trotting sorrel horse, and both of them soundly weary and galled. But it is not to be set down how merry we were all the way. We light in Holborn, and by another coach my wife and maid home, and I by horseback, and found all things well and most mighty neat and clean. So, after welcoming my wife a little, to the office, and so home to supper, and then weary and not very well to bed. 7th, Lord's Day. Lay long caressing my wife and talking, she telling me sad stories of the ill, improvident, disquiet, and sluttish manner that my father and mother and Paul live in the country, which troubles me mightily, and I must seek to remedy it. So up and ready, and my wife also, and then down and I showed my wife, to her great admiration and joy, Mr. Gauden's present of plate, the 2 flagons, which indeed are so noble that I hardly can think that they are yet mine. So blessing God for it, we down to dinner mighty pleasant, and so up after dinner for a while, and I then to Whitehall, walked thither, having at home met with a letter of Captain Cook's, with which he had sent a boy for me to see, whom he did intend to recommend to me. I therefore went and there met and spoke with him. He gives me great hopes of the boy, which pleases me, and at chapel I there met Mr. Blagrave, who gives a report of the boy, and he showed me him, and I spoke to him, and the boy seems a good willing boy to come to me, and I hope will do well. I am to speak to Mr. Townsend to hasten his clothes for him, and then he is to come. So I walked homeward and met with Mr. Spong, and he with me as far as the Old Exchange talking of many ingenious things, musique, and at last of glasses, and I find him still the same ingenious man that ever he was. And do among other fine things tell me that by his microscope of his own making he do discover that the wings of a moth is made just as the feathers of the wing of a bird, and that most plainly and certainly. While we were talking came by several poor creatures carried by constables, for being at a conventicle. They go like lambs, without any resistance. I would to God they would either conform, or be more wise, and not be catched. Thence parted with him, mightily pleased with his company, and away homeward, calling at Dan Rawlinson, and supped there with my uncle White, and then home and eat again for form's sake with her, and then to prayers and to bed. 8th. Up and abroad with Sir W. Batten, by coach to St. James's, where by the way he did tell me how Sir J. Minns would many times arrogate to himself the doing of that all the board have equal share in, and more that to himself which he hath had nothing to do in, and particularly the late paper given in by him to the Duke. The translation of a Dutch print concerning the quarrel between us and them, which he did give as his own when it was Sir Richard Ford's holy. Also he told me how Sir W. Penn, it falling in our discourse touching Mrs. Falconer, was at first very great for Mr. Coventry to bring him in guests, and that at high rates for places, and very open was he to me therein. After business done with the Duke, I home to the coffee house, and so home to dinner, and after dinner to hang up my fine pictures in my dining room, which makes it very pretty, and so my wife and I abroad to the King's Playhouse. She giving me her time of the last month, she having not seen any then. So my vow is not broke at all, it costing me no more money than it would have done upon her, had she gone both her times that were due to her. Here we saw Flora's Figaries. I never saw it before, and by the most ingenious performance of the young jade Flora, it seemed as pretty a pleasant play as ever I saw in my life. So home to supper, and then to my office late, Mr. Andrews and I to talk about our victualling commission, and then he being gone I to set down my 4 days past journals and expenses, and so home to bed. 9th. Up, and to my office, and there we sat all the morning, at noon home, and there by appointment Mr. Blagrave came and dined with me, and brought a friend of his of the chapel with him. Very merry at dinner, and then up to my chamber and there we sung a psalm or two of Lawes's, then he and I a little talk by ourselves of his kinswoman that is to come to live with my wife, who is to come about 10 days hence. And I hope will do well. They gone I to my office, and there my head being a little troubled with the little wine I drank, though mixed with beer, but it may be a little more than I used to do, and yet I cannot say so. I went home and spent the afternoon with my wife talking, and then in the evening a little to my office, and so home to supper and to bed. This day comes the news that the Emperor hath beat the Turk, 574 killed the Grand Vizier and several great basses, with an army of 80,000 men killed and routed. With some considerable loss of his own side, having lost 3 generals, and the French forces all cut off almost. Which is thought as good a service to the Emperor as beating the Turk almost, for had they conquered they would have been as troublesome to him. 575. 10th. Up, and, being ready, abroad to do several small businesses, among others to find out one to engrave my tables upon my new sliding rule with silver plates, it being so small that brown that made it cannot get one to do it. So I find out Cocker, the famous writing master, and get him to do it, and I set an hour by him to see him design it all. And strange it is to see him with his natural eyes to cut so small at his first designing it, and read it all over, without any missing, when for my life I could not, with my best skill, read one word or letter of it, but it is use. But he says that the best light for his life to do a very small thing by, contrary to Chaucer's words to the sun, that he should lend his light to them that small seals grave, it should be by an artificial light of a candle, set to advantage. As he could do it. I find the fellow, by his discourse, very ingenious, and among other things, a great admirer and well read in all our English poets, and undertakes to judge of them all, and that not impertinently. Well pleased with his company and better with his judgment upon my rule, I left him and home, whither Mr. Dean by agreement came to me and dined with me, and by chance Gunner Batters's wife. After dinner Dean and I had great discourse again about my Lord Chancellor's timber, out of which I wish I may get well. Thence I to Cocker's again, and sat by him with good discourse again for an hour or two, and then left him, and by agreement with Captain Silas Taylor, my old acquaintance at the Exchequer, to the post officer to hear some instrument music of Mr. Birchenshaw's before my Lord Brunkard and Sir Robert Murray. I must confess, whether it be that I hear it but seldom, or that really voice is better, but so it is that I found no pleasure at all in it, and methought 2 voices were worth 20 of it. So home to my office a while, and then to supper and to bed. 11th, up, and through pain, to my great grief forced to wear my gown to keep my legs warm. At the office all the morning, and there a high dispute against Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen about the breadth of canvas again, they being for the making of it narrower, I and Mr. Coventry and Sir J. Minns for the keeping it broader. So home to dinner, and by comes Mr. Creed, lately come from the Downs, and dined with me. I show him a good countenance, but love him not for his base ingratitude to me. However, abroad, carried my wife to buy things at the New Exchange, and so to my Lady Sandwich's, and there merry, talking with her a great while, and so home, whither comes Cocker with my rule, which he hath engraved to admiration. For goodness and smallness of work, it cost me 14s. The doing, and mightily pleased I am with it. By and by, he gone, comes Mr. Moore and stayed talking with me a great while about my lord's businesses, which I fear will be in a bad condition for his family if my lord should miscarry at sea. He gone, I late to my office, and cannot forbear admiring and consulting my new rule, and so home to supper and to bed. This day, for a wager before the king, my lords of Castlehaven and Arran, a son of my lord of Ormonds, they 2 alone did run down and kill a stout buck in St. James's Park. 12th, up, and all the morning busy at the office with Sir W. Warren about a great contract for New England masts, where I was very hard with him, even to the making him angry, but I thought it fit to do it as well as just for my own, and, the king's behalf. At noon to the change a little, and so to dinner and then out by coach, setting my wife and maid down, going to Stevens the silversmith to change some old silver lace and to go buy new silk lace for a petticoat. I to Whitehall and did much business at a Tangier committee. Where, among other things, speaking about propriety of the houses there, and how we ought to let the Portugueses I have right done them, as many of them as continue, or did sell the houses while they were in possession. And something further in their favour, the Duke in an anger I never observed in him before, did cry, says he, all the world rides us, and I think we shall never ride anybody. Thence home, and, though late, yet Pedro being there, he sang a song and parted. I did give him fives, but find it burdensome and so will break up the meeting. At night is brought home our poor Fancy, which to my great grief continues lame still, so that I wish she had not been brought ever home again, for it troubles me to see her. 13th. Up, and before I went to the office comes my tailor with a coat I have made to wear within doors, purposely to come no lower than my knees, for by my wearing a gown within doors comes all my tenderness about my legs. There comes also Mr. Reeve, with a microscope and scotoscope .576. For the first I did give him L5 tens, a great price, but a most curious bauble it is, and he says, as good, nay, the best he knows in England, and he makes the best in the world. The other he gives me, and is of value, and a curious curiosity it is to look objects in a dark room with. Mightily pleased with this I to the office, where all the morning. There offered by Sir W. Pen his coach to go to Epsom and carry my wife, I stepped out and bade my wife make her ready, but being not very well and other things advising me to the contrary, I did forbear going, and so Mr. Creed dining with me I got him to give my wife and me a play this afternoon, lending him money to do it, which is a fallacy that I have found now once, to avoid my vow with, but never to be more practised I swear, and to the new play. At the Duke's house, of Henry V. A most noble play, writ by my Lord Orrery, wherein Betterton, Harris, and Ianthe's parts are most incomparably wrote and done, and the whole play the most full of height and raptures of wit and sense, that ever I heard. Having but one incongruity, or what did not please me in it, that is, that King Harry promises to plead for tutor to their mistress, Princess Catherine of France, more than when it comes to it he seems to do. And tutor refused by her with some kind of indignity, not with a difficulty and honour that it ought to have been done into him. Thence home and to my office, wrote by the post, and then to read a little in Dr. Power's Book of Discovery by the microscope to enable me a little how to use and what to expect from my glass. So to supper and to bed. 14th, Lord's Day. After long lying discoursing with my wife, I up, and comes Mr. Holliard to see me, who concurs with me that my pain is nothing but cold in my legs breathing wind, and got only by my using to wear a gown, and that I am not at all troubled with any ulcer. But my thickness of water comes from my overheat in my back. He gone, comes Mr. Herbert, Mr. Honeywood's man, and dined with me, a very honest, plain, well-meaning man, I think him to be, and by his discourse and manner of life, the true emblem of an old ordinary serving man. After dinner up to my chamber and made an end of Dr. Power's Book of the Microscope, very fine and to my content, and then my wife and I with great pleasure, but with great difficulty before we could come to find the manner of seeing anything by my microscope. At last did with good content, though not so much as I expect when I come to understand it better. By and by comes W. Joyce, in his silka suit, and cloak lined with velvet, stayed talking with me, and I very merry at it. He supped with me. But a cunning, crafty fellow he is, and dangerous to displease, for his tongue spares nobody. After supper I up to read a little, and then to bed. 15th, up, and with Sir J. Minns by coach to St. James's, and there did our business with the Duke, who tells us more and more signs of a Dutch war, and how we must presently set out a fleet for Guinea, for the Dutch are doing so, and there I believe the war will begin. Thence home with him again, in our way he talking of his cures abroad, while he was with the king as a doctor, and above all men the pox. And among others, Sir J. Denham he told me he had cured, after it was come to an ulcer all over his face, to a miracle. To the coffee house and so to the change a little, and then home to dinner with Creed, whom I met at the coffee house, and after dinner by coach set him down at the Temple, and I and my wife to Mr. Blagrave's. They being none of them at home. I to the hall, leaving her there, and thence to the Trumpet, whither came Mrs. Lane, and there begins a sad story how her husband, as I feared, proves not worth a farthing, and that she is with child and undone, if I do not get him a place. I had my pleasure here of her, and she, like an impudent jade, depends upon my kindness to her husband, but I will have no more to do with her, let her brew as she has baked, seeing she would not take my counsel about Hawley. After drinking we parted, and I to Blagrave's, and there discoursed with Mrs. Blagrave about her kinswoman, who it seems is sickly even to franticness sometimes, and among other things chiefly from love and melancholy upon the death of her servant. 577 insomuch that she telling us almost simply and innocently I fear she will not be able to come to us with any pleasure, which I am sorry for I think she would have pleased us very well. In comes he, and so to sing a song in his niece with us, but she sings very meanly. So through the hall and thence by coach home, calling by the way at Charing Cross, and there saw the great Dutchman that is come over, under whose arm I went with my hat on, and could not reach higher than his eyebrows with the tip of my fingers. Reaching as high as I could. He is a comely and well-made man, and his wife a very little, but pretty comely Dutch woman. It is true, he wears pretty high-heeled shoes, but not very high, and do generally wear a turbant, which makes him show yet taller than really he is, though he is very tall, as I have said before. Home to my office, and then to supper, and then to my office again late, and so home to bed, my wife and I troubled that we do not speed better in this business of her woman. 16th. Wakened about 2 o'clock this morning with the noise of thunder, which lasted for an hour, with such continued lightnings, not flashes, but flames, that all the sky and air was light. And that for a great while, not a minute's space between new flames all the time, such a thing as I never did see, nor could have believed had ever been in nature. And being put into a great sweat with it, could not sleep till all was over. And that accompanied with such a storm of rain as I never heard in my life. I expected to find my house in the morning overflowed with the rain breaking in, and that much hurt must needs have been done in the city with this lightning. But I find not one drop of rain in my house, nor any news of hurt done. But it seems it has been here and all up and down the country hereabouts the like tempest, Sir W. Batten saying much of the greatness thereof at Epsom. Up and all the morning at the office. At noon busy at the change about one business or other, and thence home to dinner, and so to my office all the afternoon very busy, and so to supper anon, and then to my office again a while, collecting observations out of Dr. Power's book of microscopes, and so home to bed, very stormy weather tonight for wind. This day we had news that my Lady Pen is landed and coming hither, so that I hope the family will be in better order and more neat than it hath been. 17th. Up, and going to Sir W. Batten to speak to him about business, he did give me 3 bottles of his Epsom water, which I drank and it wrought well with me, and did give me many good stools, and I found myself mightily cooled with them and refreshed. Thence I to Mr. Honeywood and my father's old house, but he was gone out, and there I stayed talking with his man Herbert, who tells me how Langford and his wife are very foul-mouthed people, and will speak very ill of my father. Calling him old rogue in reference to the hard pennyworths he sold him of his goods when the rogue need not have bought any of them. So that I am resolved he shall get no more money by me, but it vexes me to think that my father should be said to go away in debt himself, but that I will cause to be remedied whatever comes of it. Thence to my Lord Crewe, and there with him a little while. Before dinner talked of the Dutch war, and find that he do much doubt that we shall fall into it without the money or consent of Parliament, that is expected or the reason of it that is fit to have for every war. Dined with him, and after dinner talked with Sir Thomas Crewe, who told me how Mr. Edward Montague is for ever blown up, and now quite out with his father again. To whom he pretended that his going down was, not that he was cast out of the court, but that he had leave to be absent a month, but now he finds the truth. Thence to my Lady Sandwich, where by agreement my wife dined, and after talking with her I carried my wife to Mr. Pierce's and left her there, and so to Captain Cook's, but he was not at home, but I there spoke with my boy Tom Edwards, and directed him to go to Mr. Townsend, with whom I was in the morning, to have measure taken of his clothes to be made him there out of the wardrobe, which will be so done, and then I think he will come to me. Thence to Whitehall, and after long staying there was no committee of the fishery as was expected. Here I walked long with Mr. Pierce, who tells me the king do still sup every night with my Lady Castlemaine, who he believes has lately slunk a great belly away, for from very big she is come to be down again. Thence to Mrs. Pierce's, and with her and my wife to see Mrs. Clark, where with him and her very merry discoursing of the late play of Henry V, which they conclude the best that ever was made, but confess with me that tutors being dismissed in the manner he is a great blemish to the play. I am mightily pleased with the doctor, for he is the only man I know that I could learn to pronounce by, which he do the best that ever I heard any man. Thence home and to the office late, and so to supper and to bed. My Lady Penn came hither first tonight to Sir W. Penn's lodgings. 18th, lay too long in bed, till 8 o'clock, then up and Mr. Reeve came and brought an anchor and a very fair lodestone. He would have had me bought it, and a good stone it is, but when he saw that I would not buy it he said he would leave it for me to sell for him. By and by he comes to tell me that he had present occasion for L6 to make up a sum, and that he would pay me in a day or two, but I had the unusual wit to deny him, and so by and by we parted, and I to the office, where busy all the morning sitting. Dined alone at home, my wife going today to dine with Mrs. Pierce, and thence with her and Mrs. Clerk to see a new play, The Court Secret. I busy all the afternoon, toward evening to Westminster, and there in the hall a while, and then to my barber, willing to have any opportunity to speak to Jane, but wanted it. So to Mrs. Pierce's, who was come home, and she and Mrs. Clerk busy at cards, so my wife being gone home, I home, calling by the way at the wardrobe and met Mr. Townsend, Mr. Moore and others at the tavern thereby, and thither I to them and spoke with Mr. Townsend about my boy's clothes, which he says shall be soon done, and then I hope I shall be settled when I have one in the house that is musical. So home and to supper, and then a little to my office, and then home to bed. My wife says the play she saw is the worst that ever she saw in her life. 19th, up and to the office, where Mr. Coventry and Sir W. Penn and I sat all the morning hiring of ships to go to Guinea, where we believe the war with Holland will first break out. At noon dined at home, and after dinner my wife and I to Sir W. Penn's, to see his lady, the first time, who is a well-looked, fat, short, old Dutchwoman, but one that hath been heretofore pretty handsome, and is now very discreet, and, I believe, hath more wit than her husband. Here we stayed talking a good while, and very well pleased I was with the old woman at first visit. So away home, and I to my office, my wife to go see my Aunt White, newly come to town. Creed came to me, and he and I out, among other things, to look out a man to make a case, for to keep my stone, that I was cut of, in, and he to buy Daniel's history, which he did, but I missed of my end. So parted upon Ludgate Hill, and I home and to the office, where busy till supper, and home to supper to a good dish of fritters, which I bespoke, and were done much to my mind. Then to the office a while again, and so home to bed. The news of the Emperor's victory over the Turks is by some doubted, but by most confessed to be very small, though great, of what was talked, which was 80,000 men to be killed and taken of the Turks' side. 20th. Up and to the office a while, but this day the Parliament meeting only to be adjourned to November, which was done, accordingly, we did not meet, and so I forth to bespeak a case to be made to keep my stone in, which will cost me 25s. Thence I walked to Cheapside, there to see the effect of a fire there this morning, since 4 o'clock, which I find in the house of Mr. Bois, that married Dr. Fuller's niece, who are both out of town, leaving only a maid and man in town. It begun in their house, and hath burned much and many houses backward, though none forward, and that in the great uniform pile of buildings in the middle of Cheapside. I am very sorry for them, for the doctor's sake. Thence to the Change, and so home to dinner. And thence to Sir W. Batten's, whither Sir Richard Ford came, the sheriff, who hath been at this fire all the while. And he tells me, upon my question, that he and the mayor were there, as it is their duties to be, not only to keep the peace, but they have power of commanding the pulling down of any house or houses, to defend the whole city. By and by comes in the common crier of the city to speak with him, and when he was gone, says he, You may see by this man the constitution of the magistracy of this city. That this fellow's place, I dare give him, if he will be true to me, L1000 for his profits every year, and expect to get L500 more to myself thereby. When, says he, I and myself am forced to spend many times as much. By and by came Mr. Coventry, and so we met at the office, to hire ships for Guinea, and that done broke up. I to Sir W. Batten's, there to discourse with Mrs. Falconer, who hath been with Sir W. Penn this evening, after Mr. Coventry had promised her half what W. Bottom had given him for his place, but Sir W. Penn, though he knows that, and that Mr. Bottom hath said that his place hath cost him L100 and would L100 more, yet is he so high against the poor woman that he will not hear to give her a farthing, but it seems do listen after a lease where he expects Mr. Falconer hath put in his daughter's life, and he is afraid that that is not done, and did tell Mrs. Falconer that he would see it and know what is done therein in spite of her, when, poor wretch, she neither do nor can hinder him the knowing it. Mr. Coventry knows of this business of the lease, and I believe do think of it as well as I. But the poor woman is gone home without any hope, but only Mr. Coventry's own nobleness. So I to my office and wrote many letters, and so to supper and to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Waked about 4 o'clock with my wife, having a looseness, and people's coming in the yard to the pump to draw water several times, so that fear of this day's fire made me fearful, and called Bess and sent her down to see. And it was Griffin's maid for water to wash her house. So to sleep again, and then lay talking till 9 o'clock. So up and drunk 3 bottles of Epsom water, which wrought well with me. I all the morning and most of the afternoon after dinner putting papers to rights in my chamber, and the like in the evening till night at my office, and renewing and writing fair over my vows. So home to supper, prayers, and to bed. Mr. Coventry told us the Duke was gone ill of a fit of an ague to bed, so we sent this morning to see how he do. 578. 22nd, up and abroad, doing very many errands to my great content which lay as burdens upon my mind and memory. Home to dinner, and so to Whitehall, setting down my wife at her father's, and I to the Tangier Committee, where several businesses I did to my mind, and with hopes thereby to get something. So to Westminster Hall, where by appointment I had made I met with Dr. Tom Pepys, but avoided all discourse of difference with him, though much against my will, and he like a doting coxcomb as he is, said he could not but demand his money, and that he would have his right, and that let all anger be forgot. And such sorry stuff, nothing to my mind, but only I obtained this satisfaction, that he told me about Sturbridge last was 12 months or 2 years he was at Brampton. And there my father did tell him that what he had done for my brother in giving him his goods and setting him up as he had done was upon condition that he should give my brother John L. 20 per ann. Which he charged upon my father, he tells me in answer, as a great deal of hard measure that he should expect that with him that had a brother so able as I am to do that for him. This is all that he says he can say as to my father's acknowledging that he had given Tom his goods. He says his brother Roger will take his oath that my father hath given him thanks for his counsel for his giving of Tom his goods and setting him up in the manner that he hath done. But the former part of this he did not speak fully so bad nor as certain what he could say. So we walked together to my cousin Joyce's, where my wife stayed for me, and then I home and her by coach, and so to my office, then to supper and to bed. 23rd. Lay long talking with my wife, and angry a while about her desiring to have a French maid all of a sudden, which I took to arise from yesterday's being with her mother. But that went over and friends again, and so she be well qualitied, I care not much whether she be French or no, so a Protestant. Thence to the office, and at noon to the Change, where very busy getting ships for Guinea and for Tangier. So home to dinner, and then abroad all the afternoon doing several errands, to comply with my oath of ending many businesses before Bartholomew's Day, which is 2 days hence. Among others I went into New Bridewell, in my way to Mr. Cole, and there I saw the new model, and it is very handsome. Several at work, among others, one pretty whore brought in last night, which works very lazily. I did give them 6d. to drink, and so away. To Gray's Inn, but missed Mr. Cole, and so homeward called at Harmon's, and there bespoke some chairs for a room, and so home, and busy late, and then to supper and to bed. The Dutch East India fleet are now come home safe, which we are sorry for. Our fleets on both sides are hastening out to Guinea. 24th, up by 6 o'clock, and to my office with Tom Hayter dispatching business in haste. At 9 o'clock to Whitehall about Mr. Mays's business at the council, which stands in an ill condition still. Thence to Gray's Inn, but missed of Mr. Cole the lawyer, and so walked home, calling among the joiners in Wood Street to buy a table and bade in many places, but did not buy it till I come home to see the place where it is to stand, to judge how big it must be. So after Change home and a good dinner, and then to Whitehall to a committee of the fishery, where my Lord Craven and Mr. Grey mightily against Mr. Creed's being joined in the warrant for secretary with Mr. Duke. However, I did get it put off till the Duke of York was there, and so broke up doing nothing. So walked home, first to the wardrobe, and there saw one suit of clothes made for my boy and linen set out, and I think to have him the latter end of this week, and so home, Mr. Creed walking the greatest part of the way with me advising what to do in his case about his being secretary to us in conjunction with Duke, which I did give him the best I could, and so home and to my office, where very much business. And then home to supper and to bed. 25th, up and to the office after I had spoke to my tailor, Langford, who came to me about some work, desiring to know whether he knew of any debts that my father did owe of his own in the city. He tells me, no, not any. I did on purpose try him because of what words he and his wife have said of him, as Herbert told me the other day, and further did desire him, that if he knew of any or could hear of any that he should bid them come to me, and I would pay them. For I would not that because he do not pay my brother's debts that therefore he should be thought to deny the payment of his own. All the morning at the office busy. At noon to the Change, among other things busy to get a little by the hire of a ship for Tangier. So home to dinner, and after dinner comes Mr. Cook to see me. It is true he was kind to me at sea in carrying messages to and fro to my wife from sea, but I did do him kindnesses too. And therefore I matter not much to compliment or make any regard of his thinking me to slight him as I do for his folly about my brother Tom's mistress. After dinner and some talk with him, I to my office. There busy, till by and by Jack Noble came to me to tell me that he had Cave in prison, and that he would give me and my father good security that neither we nor any of our family should be troubled with the child. For he could prove that he was fully satisfied for him, and that if the worst came to the worst, the parish must keep it, that Cave did bring the child to his house, but they got it carried back again, and that thereupon he put him in prison. When he saw that I would not pay him the money, nor made anything of being secured against the child, he then said that then he must go to law, not himself, but come in as a witness for Cave against us. I could have told him that he could bear witness that Cave is satisfied, or else there is no money due to himself, but I let alone any such discourse, only getting as much out of him as I could. I perceive he is a rogue, and hath inquired into everything and consulted with Dr. Pepys, and that he thinks as Dr. Pepys told him that my father if he could would not pay a farthing of the debts, and yet I made him confess that in all his lifetime he never knew my father to be asked for money twice, nay, not once, all the time he lived with him. And that for his own debts he believed he would do so still, but he meant only for those of Tom. He said now that Randall and his wife and the midwife could prove from my brother's own mouth that the child was his, and that Tom had told them the circumstances of time, upon November 5th at night, that he got it on her. I offered him if he would secure my father against being forced to pay the money again I would pay him, which at first he would do, give his own security, and when I asked more than his own he told me yes he would, and those able men, subsidy men. But when we came by and by to discourse of it again he would not then do it, but said he would take his course, and join with Cave and release him, and so we parted. However, this vexed me so as I could not be quiet, but took coach to go speak with Mr. Cole, but met him not within, so back, buying a table by the way, and at my office late, and then home to supper and to bed, my mind disordered about this roguish business, in everything else, I thank God, well at ease. 26th. Up by 5 o'clock, which I have not been many a day, and down by water to Deptford, and there took in Mr. Pumpfield the ropemaker, and down with him to Woolwich to view Clothier's cordage, which I found bad and stopped the receipt of it. Thence to the rope yard, and there among other things discoursed with Mrs. Falconer, who tells me that she has found the writing, and Sir W. Penn's daughter is not put into the lease for her life as he expected, and I am glad of it. Thence to the dockyard, and there saw the new ship in very great forwardness, and so by water to Deptford a little, and so home and shifting myself, to the Change, and there did business, and thence down by water to Whitehall, by the way. At the Three Cranes, putting into an alehouse and eat a bit of bread and cheese. There I could not get into the park, and so was fain to stay in the gallery over the gate to look to the passage into the park, into which the king hath forbid of late anybody's coming, to watch his coming that had appointed me to come. Which he did by and by with his lady and went to Gardiner's Lane, and there instead of meeting with one that was handsome and could play well, as they told me, she is the ugliest beast and plays so basely as I never heard anybody. So that I should loathe her being in my house. However, she took us by and showed us indeed some pictures at one Huysman's, a picture drawer, a Dutchman, which is said to exceed Lilly, and indeed there is both of the queens and maids of honor, particularly Mrs. Stuart's in a buff doublet like a soldier, as good pictures, I think, as ever I saw. The queen is drawn in one like a shepherdess, in the other like Saint Catherine, most like and most admirably. I was mightily pleased with this sight indeed, and so back again to their lodgings, where I left them, but before I went this mare that carried me, whose name I know not but that they call him Sir John, a pitiful fellow, whose face I have long known but upon what score I know not, but he could have the confidence to ask me to lay down money for him to renew the lease of his house, which I did give ear to there because I was there receiving a civility from him. But shall not part with my money. There I left them, and I by water home, where at my office busy late, then home to supper, and so to bed. This day my wife tells me Mr. Penn, 579 Sir William's son, is come back from France, and come to visit her. A most modish person, grown, she says, a fine gentleman. 27th, up and to the office, where all the morning. At noon to the Change, and there almost made my bargain about a ship for Tangier, which will bring me in a little profit with Captain Taylor. Off the Change with Mr. Cutler and Sir W. Ryder to Cutler's house, and there had a very good dinner, and 2 or 3 pretty young ladies of their relations there. Thence to my casemaker for my stone case, and had it to my mind, and cost me 24s. Which is a great deal of money, but it is well done and pleases me. So doing some other small errands I home, and there find my boy, Tom Edwards, come, sent me by Captain Cook, having been bred in the King's Chapel these 4 years. I propose to make a clerk of him, and if he deserves well, to do well by him. Spent much of the afternoon to set his chamber in order, and then to the office leaving him at home, and late at night after all business was done I called Will and told him my reason of taking a boy, and that it is of necessity. Not out of any unkindness to him, nor should be to his injury, and then talked about his landlord's daughter to come to my wife, and I think it will be. So home and find my boy a very old boy, that talks innocently and impertinently, but at present it is a sport to us, and in a little time he will leave it. So sent him to bed, he saying that he used to go to bed at 8 o'clock, and then all of us to bed, myself pretty well pleased with my choice of a boy. All the news this day is, that the Dutch are, with 22 sail of ships of war, cruising up and down about Ostend, at which we are alarmed. My Lord Sandwich is come back into the Downs with only 8 sail, which is or may be a prey to the Dutch, if they knew our weakness and inability to set out any more speedily. 28th, Lord's Day. Up the first time I have had great while. Home to dined, and with my boy alone to church anybody to attend me to church a dinner, and there met Creed, who, and we marry together, as his learning is such in judgment that I cannot but be pleased with it. After dinner I took him to church, into our gallery, with me, but slept the best part of the sermon, which was a most silly one. So he and I to walk to the change a while, talking from one pleasant discourse to another, and so home, and thither came my uncle White and aunt, and supped with us mighty merry. And Creed lay with us all night, and so to bed, very merry to think how Mr. Holliard, who came in this evening to see me, makes nothing, but proving as a most clear thing that Rome is Antichrist. 29th. Up betimes, intending to do business at my office, by 5 o'clock, but going out met at my door Mr. Hughes come to speak with me about office business, and told me that as he came this morning from Deptford he left the King's Yard a fire. So I presently took a boat and down, and there found, by God's providence, the fire out, but if there had been any wind it must have burned all our stores, which is a most dreadful consideration. But leaving all things well I home, and out abroad doing many errands, Mr. Creed also out, and my wife to her mother's, and Creed and I met at my Lady Sandwich's and there dined, but my lady is become as handsome, I think, as ever she was. And so good and discreet a woman I know not in the world. After dinner I to Westminster to Jervis's a while, and so doing many errands by the way, and necessary ones, I home, and thither came the woman with her mother which I will recommends to my wife. I like her well, and I think will please us. My wife and they agreed, and she is to come the next week. At which I am very well contented, for then I hope we shall be settled, but I must remember that, never since I was housekeeper, I ever lived so quietly, without any noise or one angry word almost, as I have done since my present maids Bess, Jane, and Susan came and were together. Now I have taken a boy and am taking a woman, I pray God we may not be worse, but I will observe it. After being at my office a while, home to supper and to bed. 30th, up and to the office, where sat long, and at noon to dinner at home. After dinner comes Mr. Penn to visit me, and stayed an hour talking with me. I perceive something of learning he hath got, but a great deal, if not too much, of the vanity of the French garby in affected manner of speech and gait. I fear all real profit he hath made of his travel will signify little. So, he gone, I to my office and there very busy till late at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 31st, up by 5 o'clock and to my office, where T. Hayter and Will met me, and so we dispatched a great deal of my business as to the ordering my papers and books which were behindhand. All the morning very busy at my office. At noon home to dinner, and there my wife hath got me some pretty good oysters, which is very soon and the soonest, I think, I ever eat any. After dinner I up to hear my boy play upon a lute, which I have this day borrowed of Mr. Hunt. And indeed the boy would, with little practice, play very well upon the lute, which pleases me well. So by coach to the Tangier Committee, and there have another small business by which I may get a little small matter of money. Stayed but little there, and so home and to my office, where late casting up my monthly accounts, and, blessed be God, find myself worth L1020, which is still the most I ever was worth. So home and to bed. Prince Rupert I hear this day is to go to command this fleet going to Guinea against the Dutch. I doubt few will be pleased with his going, being accounted an unhappy man. My mind at good rest, only my father's troubles with Dr. Pepys and my brother Tom's creditors in general do trouble me. I have got a new boy that understands music well, as coming to me from the King's Chapel, and I hope will prove a good boy, and my wife and I are upon having a woman, which for her content I am contented to venture upon the charge of again. And she is one that our will finds out for us, and understands a little music, and I think will please us well, only her friends live too near us. Pretty well in health, since I left off wearing of a gown within doors all day, and then go out with my legs into the cold, which brought me daily pain. September 1664. September 1st. A sad rainy night, up and to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon to the Change, and thence brought Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, and Creed, and dined very merry and handsomely. But my wife not being well of those she not with us, and we cut up the great cake Moorcock lately sent us, which is very good. They gone I to my office, and they're very busy till late at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 2nd. Up very betimes and walked, my boy with me, to Mr. Cole's, and after long waiting below, he being under the barber's hands, I spoke with him, and he did give me much hopes of getting my debt that my brother owed me, and also that things would go well with my father. But going to his attorneys, that he directed me to, they tell me both that though I could bring my father to a confession of a judgment, yet he knowing that there are specialties out against him, he is bound to plead his knowledge of them to me before he pays me, or else he must do it in his own wrong. I took a great deal of pains this morning in a thorough understanding hereof, and hope that I know the truth of our case, though it be but bad, yet better than to run spending money and all to no purpose. However, I will inquire a little more. Walked home, doing very many errands by the way to my great content, and at the Change met and spoke with several persons about serving us with pieces of 8 at Tangier. So home to dinner above stairs, my wife not being well of those in bed. I dined by her bedside, but I got her to rise and abroad with me by coach to Bartholomew Fair, and our boy with us, and there shewed them and myself the dancing on the ropes, and several other the best shows. But pretty it is to see how our boy carries himself so innocently clownish as would make one laugh. Here till late and dark, then up and down, to buy combs for my wife to give her maids, and then by coach home, and there at the office set down my day's work, and then home to bed. 3rd. I have had a bad night's rest tonight, not sleeping well, as my wife observed, and once or twice she did wake me, and I thought myself to be mightily bit with fleas, and in the morning she chid her maids for not looking the fleas 8 days. But, when I rose, I found that it is only the change of the weather from hot to cold, which, as I was 2 winters ago, do stop my pores, and so my blood tingles and itches all day all over my body. And so continued today all the day long just as I was then, and if it continues to be so cold I fear I must come to the same pass, but sweating cured me then, and I hope, and am told, will this also. At the office sat all the morning, dined at home, and after dinner to Whitehall, to the fishing committee, but not above 4 of us met, which could do nothing, and a sad thing it is to see so great a work so ill followed. For at this pace it can come to any thing at first sight. Mr. Hill came to tell me that he had got a gentlewoman for my wife, one Mrs. Farabosco, that sings most admirably. I seemed glad of it, but I hear she is too gallant for me, and I am not sorry that I miss her. Thence to the office, setting some papers right, and so home to supper and to bed, after prayers. 5th, up and to St. James's, and there did our business with the Duke, where all our discourse of war in the highest measure. Prince Rupert was with us, who is fitting himself to go to sea in the Henrietta. And afterwards in Whitehall I met him and Mr. Grey, and he spoke to me, and in other discourse, says he, God damn me, I can answer but for one ship, and in that I will do my part, for it is not in that as in an army, where a man can command everything. By and by to a committee for the fishery, the Duke of York there, where, after Duke was made secretary, we fell to name a committee, whereof I was willing to be one, because I would have my hand in the business. To understand it and be known in doing something in it. And so, after cutting out work for the committee, we rose, and I to my wife to unthanks, and with her from shop to shop, laying out near L10 this morning in clothes for her. And so I to the Change, where a while, and so home and to dinner, and thither came W. Bowyer and dined with us. But strange to see how he could not endure onions in sauce to lamb, but was overcome with the sight of it, and so was forced to make his dinner of an egg or 2. He tells us how Mrs. Lane is undone, by her marrying so bad, and desires to speak with me, which I know is wholly to get me to do something for her to get her husband a place, which he is in no wise fit for. After dinner down to Woolwich with a Gailey, and then to Deptford, and so home, all the way reading Sir J. Suck, L. Ing's Aglora, which, methinks, is but a mean play, nothing of design in it. Coming home it is strange to see how I was troubled to find my wife, but in a necessary compliment, expecting Mr. Penn to see her, who had been there and was by her people denied, which, he having been 3 times, she thought not fit he should be any more. But yet even this did raise my jealousy presently and much vex me. However, he did not come, which pleased me, and I to supper, and to the office till 9 o'clock or thereabouts, and so home to bed. My Aunt James had been here today with Kate Joyce twice to see us. The second time my wife was at home, and they it seems are going down to Brampton, which I am sorry for the charge that my father will be put to. But it must be borne with, and my mother has a mind to see them, but I do condemn myself mightily for my pride and contempt of my aunt and kindred that are not so high as myself, that I have not seen her all this while, nor invited her all this while. 6th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, then to my office and there waited, thinking to have had Bagwell's wife come to me about business, that I might have talked with her, but she came not. So I to Whitehall by coach with Mr. Andrews, and there I got his contract for the victualling of Tangier signed and sealed by us there, so that all the business is well over, and I hope to have made a good business of it and to receive L100 by it the next week. For which God be praised. Thence to W. Joyce's and Anthony's, to invite them to dinner to meet my Aunt James at my house, and the rather because they are all to go down to my father the next week, and so I would be a little kind to them before they go. So home, having called upon Doll, our pretty change-woman, for a pair of gloves trimmed with yellow ribbon, to match the petticoat my wife bought yesterday, which cost me 20s, but she is so pretty, that, God forgive me, I could not think it too much, which is a strange slavery that I stand in to beauty, that I value nothing near it. So going home, and my coach stopping in Newgate Market over against a poulterer's shop, I took occasion to buy a rabbit, but it proved a deadly old one when I came to eat it, as I did do after an hour being at my office. And after supper again there till past 11 at night. So home, and to bed. This day Mr. Coventry did tell us how the Duke did receive the Dutch ambassador the other day. By telling him that, whereas they think us in jest, he believes that the Prince, Rupert, which goes in this fleet to Guinea will soon tell them that we are in earnest, and that he himself will do the like here. In the head of the fleet here at home, and that for the Meschants, which he told the Duke there were in England, which did hope to do themselves good by the King's being at war, says he. The English have ever united all this private difference to attend forain, and that Cromwell, notwithstanding the Meschants in his time, which were the Cavaliers, did never find them interrupt him in his forain businesses. And that he did not doubt but to live to see the Dutch as fearful of provoking the English, under the government of a king, as he remembers them to have been under that of a Cocan. I writ all this story to my Lord Sandwich tonight into the Downs, it being very good and true, word for word from Mr. Coventry today. 7th. Lay long today, pleasantly discoursing with my wife about the dinner we are to have for the Joyces, a day or 2 hence. Then up and with Mr. Marget's to Limehouse to see his ground and ropeyard there, which is very fine, and I believe we shall employ it for the navy, for the King's grounds are not sufficient to supply our defence if a war comes. Thence back to the Change, where great talk of the forwardness of the Dutch, which puts us all to a stand, and particularly myself for my Lord Sandwich, to think him to lie where he is for a sacrifice, if they should begin with us. So home and Creed with me, and to dinner, and after dinner I out to my office, taking in Bagwell's wife, who I knew waited for me, but company came to me so soon that I could have no discourse with her, as I intended, of pleasure. So anon abroad with Creed walked to Bartholomew Fair, this being the last day, and there saw the best dancing on the ropes that I think I ever saw in my life, and so all say, and so by coach home. Where I find my wife hath had her head dressed by her woman, Mercer, which is to come to her tomorrow, but my wife being to go to a christening tomorrow, she came to do her head up tonight. So a while to my office, and then to supper and to bed. 8th, up and to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon dined at home, and I by water down to Woolwich by a galley, and back again in the evening. All haste made in setting out this gwinny fleet, but yet not such as will ever do the king's business if we come to a war. My wife this afternoon being very well dressed by her new woman, Mary Mercer, a decayed merchant's daughter that our will helps us to, did go to the christening of Mrs. Mills, the parson's wife's child, where she never was before. After I was come home Mr. Povey came to me and took me out to supper to Mr. Bland's, who is making now all haste to be gone for Tangier. Here pretty merry, and good discourse, fain to admire the knowledge and experience of Mrs. Bland, who I think as good a merchant as her husband. I went home and there find Mercer, whose person I like well, and I think will do well, at least I hope so. So to my office a while and then to bed. 9th. Up, and to put things in order against dinner. I out and bought several things, among others, a dozen of silver salts. Home, and to the office, where some of us met a little, and then home, and at noon comes my company, namely, Anthony and Will Joyce and their wives, my Aunt James newly come out of Wales, and my cousin Sarah Giles. Her husband did not come, and by her I did understand afterwards, that it was because he was not yet able to pay me the 40s. She had borrowed a year ago of me .580. I was as merry as I could, giving them a good dinner, but W. Joyce did so talk, that he made everybody else dumb, but only laugh at him. I forgot there was Mr. Harmon and his wife, my aunt, a very good harmless woman. All their talka is of her and my two she-cousin Joyces and Will's little boy Will, who was also here today, down to Brampton to my father's next week, which will be trouble and charge to them, but however my father and mother desire to see them. And so let them. They eyed mightily my great cupboard of plate, I this day putting my 2 flagons upon my table, and indeed it is a fine sight, and better than ever I did hope to see of my own. Mercer dined with us at table, this being her first dinner in my house. After dinner left them and to Whitehall, where a small Tangier committee, and so back again home, and there my wife and Mercer and Tom and I sat till 11 at night, singing and fiddling. And a great joy it is to see me master of so much pleasure in my house, that it is and will be still, I hope, a constant pleasure to me to be at home. The girl plays pretty well upon the harpsicon, but only ordinary tunes, but hath a good hand, sings a little, but hath a good voice and ear. My boy, a brave boy, sings finely, and is the most pleasant boy at present, while his ignorant boy's tricks last, that ever I saw. So to supper, and with great pleasure to bed. 10th. Up and to the office, where we sate all the morning, and I much troubled to think what the end of our great sluggishness will be, for we do nothing in this office like people able to carry on a war. We must be put out, or other people put in. Dined at home, and then my wife and I and Mercer to the Duke's house, and there saw The Rivals, which is no excellent play, but good acting in it. Especially Gosnell comes and sings and dances finely, but, for all that, fell out of the key, so that the musique could not play to her afterwards, and so did Harris also go out of the tune to agree with her. Thence home and late writing letters, and this night I received, by Will, L. 105, the first fruits of my endeavours in the late contract for victualling of Tangier, for which God be praised. For I can with a safe conscience say that I have therein saved the King L. 5,000 per annum, and yet got myself a hope of L. 300 per annum without the least wrong to the King. So to supper and to bed. 11th, Lord's Day. Up and to church in the best manner I have gone a good while, that is to say, with my wife, and her woman, Mercer, along with us, and Tom, my boy, waiting on us. A dull sermon. Home, dined, left my wife to go to church alone, and I walked in haste being late to the Abbey at Westminster, according to promise to meet Jane Welsh, and there wearily walked, expecting her till 6 o'clock from 3, but no Jane came. Which vexed me, only part of it I spent with Mr. Blagrave walking in the Abbey, he telling me the whole government and discipline of Whitehall Chapel, and the caution now used against admitting any debauched persons, which I was glad to hear, though he tells me there are persons bad enough. Thence going home went by Jarvis's, and there stood Jane at the door, and so I took her in and drank with her, her master and mistress being out of doors. She told me how she could not come to me this afternoon, but promised another time. So I walked home contented with my speaking with her, and walked to my uncle White's, where they were all at supper, and among others comes fair Mrs. Margaret White, who indeed is very pretty. So after supper home to prayers and to bed. This afternoon, it seems, Sir J. Minns fell sick at church, and going down the gallery stairs fell down dead, but came to himself again and is pretty well. 12th. Up, and to my cousin Anthony Joyce's, and there took leave of my Aunt James, and both cousins, their wives, who are this day going down to my father's by coach. I did give my aunt 20s, to carry as a token to my mother, and 10s. To Paul. Thence by coach to St. James's, and there did our business as usual with the Duke, and saw him with great pleasure play with his little girl 581 like an ordinary private father of a child. Thence walked to Jervis's, where I took Jane in the shop alone, and there heard of her master and mistress were going out. So I went away and came again half an hour after. In the meantime went to the Abbey, and there went in to see the tombs with great pleasure. Back again to Jane, and there upstairs and drank with her, and stayed 2 hours with her kissing her, but nothing more. Anon took boat and by water to the neat houses over against Foxhall to have seen Greatorex dive, which Jervis and his wife were gone to see, and there I found them, and did it the rather for a pretence for my having been so long at their house. But being disappointed of some necessaries to do it I stayed not, but back to Jane, but she would not go out with me. So I to Mr. Creed's lodgings, and with him walked up and down in the New Exchange, talking mightily of the convenience and necessity of a man's wearing good clothes, and so after eating a mess of cream I took leave of him. He walking with me as far as Fleet Conduit, he offering me upon my request to put out some money for me into Backwell's hands at 6 per cent. interest, which he seldom gives, which I will consider of, being doubtful of trusting any of these great dealers because of their mortality, but then the convenience of having one's money, at an hour's call is very great. Thence to my uncle White's, and there supped with my wife, having given them a brave barrel of oysters of Povy's giving me. So home and to bed. 13th. Up and, to the office, where sat busy all morning, dined at home and after dinner to Fishmonger's Hall, where we met the first time upon the Fishery Committee, and many good things discoursed of concerning making of farthings, which was proposed as a way of raising money for this business, and then that of lotteries 582 but with great confusion. But I hope we shall fall into greater order. So home again and to my office, where after doing business home and to a little musique, after supper, and so to bed. 14th. Up, and wanting some things that should be laid ready for my dressing myself I was angry, and one thing after another made my wife give best warning to be gone, which the jade, whether out of fear or ill nature or simplicity I know not. But she took it and asked leave to go forth to look a place, and did, which vexed me to the heart, she being as good a natured wench as ever we shall have, but only forgetful. At the office all the morning and at noon to the Change, and there went off with Sir W. Warren and took occasion to desire him to lend me L100, which he said he would let the have with all his heart presently, as he had promised me a little while ago to give me for my pains in his two great contracts for masts L100. And that this should be it. To which end I did move it to him, and by this means I hope to be possessed of the L100 presently within 2 or 3 days. So home to dinner, and then to the office, and down to Blackwell by water to view a place found out for laying of masts, and I think it will be most proper. So home and there find Mr. Penn come to visit my wife, and stayed with them till sent for to Mr. Bland's, whither by appointment I was to go to supper, and against my will left them together, but, God knows, without any reason of fear in my conscience of any evil between them, but such is my natural folly. Being thither come they would needs have my wife, and so Mr. Bland and his wife, the first time she was ever at my house or my wife at hers, very civilly went forth and brought her and W. Penn, and their Mr. Povey and we supped nobly and very merry, it being to take leave of Mr. Bland, who is upon going soon to Tangier. So late home and to bed. 15th. At the office all the morning, then to the Change, and so home to dinner, where Llewellyn dined with us, and after dinner many people came in and kept me all the afternoon, among other the master and wardens of Chirurgeons' Hall, who stayed arguing their cause with me. I did give them the best answer I could, and after their being 2 hours with me parted, and I to my office to do business, which is much on my hands, and so late home to supper and to bed. 16th. Up betimes and to my office, where all the morning very busy putting papers to rights. And among other things Mr. Gauden coming to me, I had a good opportunity to speak to him about his present, which hitherto hath been a burden, to me, that I could not do it. Because I was doubtful that he meant it as a temptation to me to stand by him in the business of Tangier victualling. But he clears me it was not, and that he values me and my proceedings therein very highly, being but what became me, and that what he did was for my old kindnesses to him in dispatching of his business, which I was glad to hear. And with my heart in good rest and great joy parted, and to my business again. At noon to the Change, where by appointment I met Sir W. Warren, and afterwards to the Sun Tavern, where he brought to me, being all alone, L100 in a bag, which I offered him to give him my receipt for, but he told me, no, it was my own, which he had a little while since promised me and was glad that, as I had told him 2 days since, it would now do me courtesy. And so most kindly he did give it me, and I as joyfully, even out of myself, carried it home in a coach, he himself expressly taking care that nobody might see this business done. Though I was willing enough to have carried a servant with me to have received it, but he advised me to do it myself. So home with it and to dinner. After dinner I forth with my boy to buy several things, stools and andirons and candlesticks, and household stuff, and walked to the mathematical instrument maker in Moorfields and bought a large pair of compasses, and there met Mr. Pargeter, and he would needs have me drink a cup of horseradish ale, which he and a friend of his troubled with the stone have been drinking of, which we did and then walked into the fields as far almost as Sir G. Whitmore's, all the way talking of Russia, which, he says, is a sad place. And, though Moscow is a very great city, yet it is from the distance between house, and few people compared with this, and poor, sorry houses, the emperor himself living in a wooden house. His exercise only flying a hawk at pigeons and carrying pigeons 10 or 12 miles off and then laying wagers which pigeon shall come soonest home to her house. All the winter within doors, some few playing at chess, but most drinking their time away. Women live very slavishly there, and it seems in the emperor's court no room hath above 2 or 3 windows, and those the greatest not a yard wide or high, for warmth in winter time. And that the general cure for all diseases there is their sweating houses, or people that are poor they get into their ovens, being heated, and there lie. Little learning among things of any sort. Not a man that speaks Latin, unless the Secretary of State by chance. Mr. Pargeter and I walked to the Change together and there parted, and so I to buy more things and then home, and after a little at my office, home to supper and to bed. This day old Hardwick came and redeemed a watch he had left with me in pawn for 47 years ago, and I let him gave it. Great talk that the Dutch will certainly be out this week, and will sail directly to Guinea, being convoyed out of the Channel with 42 sail of ships. 17th, up and to the office, where Mr. Coventry very angry to see things go so coldly as they do, and I must needs say it makes me fearful every day of having some change of the office, and the truth is, I am of late a little guilty of being remiss myself of what I used to be. But I hope I shall come to my old pass again, my family being now settled again. Dined at home, and to the office, where late busy in setting all my businesses in order, and I did a very great and a very contenting afternoon's work. This day my Aunt White sent my wife a new scarf, with a compliment for the many favors she had received of her, which is the several things we have sent her. I am glad enough of it, for I see my uncle is so given up to the Whites that I hope for little more of them. So home to supper and to bed. 18th, Lord's Day. Up and to church all of us. At noon comes Anthony and W. Joyce, their wives being in the country with my father, and dined with me very merry as I can be in such company. After dinner walked to Westminster, tiring them by the way, and so left them, Anthony in Cheapside and the other in the Strand, and there spent all the afternoon in the cloisters as I had agreed with Jane Welsh, but she came not, which vexed me. Staying till 5 o'clock, and then walked homeward, and by coach to the Old Exchange, and thence to my Aunt White's, and invited her and my uncle to supper, and so home, and by they came, and we eat a brave barrel of oysters Mr. Povey sent me this morning, and very merry at supper, and so to prayers and to bed. Last night it seems my Aunt White did send my wife a new scarf, laced, as a token for her many givings to her. It is true now and then we give them some toys, as oranges, but my aim is to get myself something more from my uncle's favour than this. 19th. Up, my wife and I having a little anger about her woman already, she thinking that I take too much care of her at table to mind her, my wife, of cutting for her, but it's soon over, and so up and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pentesty James's, and there did our business with the Duke, and thence homeward straight, calling at the coffee house, and there had very good discourse with Sir Blunt and Dr. Whistler about Egypt and other things. So home to dinner, my wife having put on today her winter new suit of moire, which is handsome, and so after dinner I did give her L15 to lay out in linen and necessaries for the house and to buy a suit for Paul. And I myself to Whitehall to a Tangier committee, where Colonel Reams hath brought us so full and methodical an account of all matters there, that I never have nor hope to see the like of any public business while I live again. The committee up, I to Westminster to Jervis's, and spoke with Jane, who I find cold and not so desirous of a meeting as before, and it is no matter, I shall be the freer from the inconvenience that might follow thereof, besides offending God Almighty and neglecting my business. So by coach home and to my office, where late, and so to supper and to bed. I met with Dr. Pierce today, who, speaking of Dr. Fraser's being so earnest to have such a one Collins, go chirurgeon to the prince's person will have him go in his terms and with so much money put into his hands. He tells me, when I was wondering that Fraser should order things with the prince in that confident manner, that Fraser is so great with my Lady Castlemaine, and Stuart, and all the ladies at court, in helping to slip their caps when there is occasion, and with the great men in curing of their claps that he can do what he please with the king, in spite of any man, and upon the same score with the prince. They all having more or less occasion to make use of him. Sir G. Carteret tells me this afternoon that the Dutch are not yet ready to set out, and by that means do lose a good wind which would carry them out and keep us in, and moreover he says that they begin to boggle in the business, and he thinks may offer terms of peace for all this. And seems to argue that it will be well for the king too, and I pray God send it. Colonel Reams did, among other things, this day tell me how it is clear that, if my Lord Teviot had lived, he would have quite undone Tangier, or designed himself to be master of it. He did put the king upon most great, chargeable, and unnecessary works there, and took the course industriously to deter all other merchants but himself to deal there, and to make both king and all others pay what he pleased for all that was brought thither. 20th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, at noon to the Change, and there met by appointment with Captain Points, who hath some place, or title to a place, belonging to gaming. And so I discoursed with him about the business of our improving of the lotteries, to the king's benefit, and that of the fishery, and had some light from him in the business, and shall, he says, have more in writing from him. So home to dinner and then abroad to the fishing committee at Fishmongers' Hall, and there sat and did some business considerable, and so up and home, and there late at my office doing much business. And I find with great delight that I am come to my good temper of business again. God continue me in it. So home to supper, it being washing day, and to bed. 21st, up, and by coach to Mr. Povey's, and there got him to signa the payment of Captain Taylor's bills for the remainder of freight for the Eagle, wherein I shall be gainer about L30, thence with him to Westminster by coach to Houseman's, Huysman, the great picture drawer. And saw again very fine pictures, and have his promise, for Mr. Povey's sake, to take pains in what picture I shall set him about, and I think to have my wife's. But it is a strange thing to observe and fit for me to remember that I am at no time so unwilling to part with money as when I am concerned in the getting of it most, as I thank God of late I have got more in this month, viz. near 0250, than ever I did in half a year before in my life, I think. Thence to Whitehall with him, and so walked to the Old Exchange and back to Pepys to dinner, where great and good company. Among others Sir John Skeffington, whom I knew at Magdalen College, a fellow commoner, my fellow pupil, but one with whom I had no great acquaintance, he being then, God knows, much above me. Here I was afresh delighted with Mr. Pepys' house and pictures of perspective, being strange things to think how they do delude one's eye, that methinks it would make a man doubtful of swearing that ever he saw anything. Thence with him to St. James's, and so to Whitehall to a Tangier committee, and hope I have light of another opportunity of getting a little money if Sir W. Warren will use me kindly for deals to Tangier, and with the hopes went joyfully home, and there received Captain Taylor's money, received by will today, out of which, as I said above, I shall get above L30. So with great comfort to bed, after supper. By discourse this day I have great hopes from Mr. Coventry that the Dutch and we shall not fall out. 22nd, up and at the office all the morning. To the Change at noon, and among other things discoursed with Sir William Warren what I might do to get a little money by carrying of deals to Tangier, and told him the opportunity one have there of doing it, and he did give me some advice. Though not so good as he would have done at any other time of the year, but such as I hope to make good use of, and get a little money by. So to Sir G. Carteret to dinner, and he and I and Captain Cock all alone, and good discourse, and thence to a committee of Tangier at Whitehall, and so home, where I found my wife not well, and she tells me she thinks she is with child. But I neither believe nor desire it. But God's will be done. So to my office late, and home to supper and to bed, having got a strange cold in my head, by flinging off my hat at dinner, and sitting with the wind in my neck. 583. 23rd. My cold and pain in my head increasing, and the palate of my mouth falling, I was in great pain all night. My wife also was not well, so that a maid was fain to sit up by her all night. Lay long in the morning, at last up, and amongst others comes Mr. Fuller, that was the wit of Cambridge, and prevaricator 584 in my time, and stayed all the morning with me discoursing, and his business to get a man discharged, which I did do for him. Dined with Little Hart at noon, in the afternoon against my will to the office, where Sir G. Carteret and we met about an order of the council for the hiring him a house, giving him L1000 fine, and L70 per annum for it. Here Sir J. Minns took occasion, in the most childish and most unbeseeming manner, to reproach us all, but most himself, that he was not valued as comptroller among us, nor did anything but only set his hand to paper, which is but too true. And every body had a palace, and he no house to lie in, and wished he had but as much to build him a house with, as we have laid out in carved work. It was to no end to oppose, but all bore it, and after laughed at him for it. So home, and late reading The Siege of Rhodes to my wife, and then to bed, my head being in great pain and my palate still down. 24th. Up and to the office, where all the morning busy, then home to dinner, and so after dinner comes one Phillips, who is concerned in the lottery, and from him I collected much concerning that business. I carried him in my way to Whitehall and set him down at Somerset House. Among other things he told me that Monsieur Dupuis, that is so great a man at the Duke of York's, and this man's great opponent, is a knave and by quality but a tailor. To the Tangier Committee, and there I opposed Colonel Legg's estimate of supplies of provisions to be sent to Tangier till all were ashamed of it. And he fain after all his good husbandry and seeming ignorance and joy to have the king's money saved, yet afterwards he discovered all his design to be to keep the furnishing of these things to the officers of the ordnance, but Mr. Coventry seconded me, and between us we shall save the king some money in the year. In one business of deals in L520, I offer to save L172, and yet purpose getting money, to myself by it. So home and to my office, and business being done home to supper and so to bed, my head and throat being still out of order mightily. This Knight Prior of Brampton came and paid me L40, and I find this poor painful man is the only thriving and purchasing man in the town almost. We were told today of a Dutch ship of 300 or 400 tons, where all the men were dead of the plague, and the ship cast ashore at Gothenburg. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and my throat being yet very sore, and, my head out of order, we went not to church, but I spent all the morning reading of, The Mad Lovers, a very good play, and at noon comes Harman and his wife, whom I sent for to meet the Joyces. But they came not. It seems Will has got a fall off his horse and broke his face. However, we were as merry as I could in their company, and we had a good chine of beef, but I had no taste nor stomach through my cold, and therefore little pleased with my dinner. It raining, they sat talking with us all the afternoon. So anon they went away, and then I to read another play, The Custom of the Country, which is a very poor one, methinks. Then to supper, prayers, and bed. 26th. Up pretty well again, but my mouth very scabby, my cold being going away, so that I was forced to wear a great black patch, but that would not do much good, but it happens we did not go to the Duke today. And so I stayed at home busy all the morning. At noon, after dinner, to the Change, and thence home to my office again, where busy, well employed till 10 at night, and so home to supper and to bed, my mind a little troubled that I have not of late kept up myself so brisk in business. But mind my ease a little too much in my family upon the coming of Mercer and Tom. So that I have not kept company, nor appeared very active with Mr. Coventry, but now I resolve to settle to it again, not that I have idled all my time, but as to my ease something. So I have looked a little too much after Tangier and the fishery, and that in the sight of Mr. Coventry, but I have good reason to love myself for serving Tangier, for it is one of the best flowers in my garden. 27th, lay long, sleeping, it raining and blowing very hard. Then up and to the office, my mouth still being scabby in a patch on it. At the office all the morning. At noon dined at home, and so after dinner, Llewellyn dining with me and in my way talking about Deering, to the fishing committee, and had there very many fine things argued, and I hope some good will come of it. So home, where my wife having, after all her merry discourse of being with child, her months upon her is gone to bed. I to my office very late doing business, then home to supper and to bed. Tonight Mr. T. Trice and Piggott came to see me, and desire my going down to Brampton Court, where for Piggott's sake, for whom it is necessary, I should go, I would be glad to go, and will, contrary to my purpose, endeavour it, but having now almost L1000. If not above, in my house, I know not what to do with it, and that will trouble my mind to leave in the house, and I not at home. 28th, up and by water with Mr. Tucker down to Woolwich, first to do several businesses of the King's, then on board Captain Fisher's ship, which we hire to carry goods to Tangier. All the way going and coming I reading and discoursing over some papers of his which he, poor man, having some experience, but greater conceit of it than is fit, did at the King's first coming over make proposals of ordering in a new manner the whole revenue of the kingdom, but, God knows, a most weak thing. However, one paper I keep wherein he do state the main branches of the public revenue fit to consider and remember. So home, very cold, and fearful of having got some pain, but, thanks be to God, I was well after it. So to dinner, and after dinner by coach to Whitehall, thinking to have met at a committee of Tangier, but nobody being there but my Lord Rutherford, he would needs carry me and another Scotch lord to a play, and so we saw, coming late, part of The General, my Lord Orrery's, Broghill, second play. But, Lord, to see how no more either in words, sense, or design, it is to his Harry the Fifth is not imaginable, and so poorly acted, though in finer clothes, is strange. And here I must confess breach of a vow in appearance, but I not desiring it, but against my will, and my oath being to go neither at my own charge nor at another's, as I had done by becoming liable to give them another, as I am to Sir W. Penn and Mr. Creed, but here I neither know which of them paid for me, nor, if I did, am I obliged ever to return the like, or did it by desire or with any willingness. So that with a safe conscience I do think my oath is not broke, and judge God Almighty will not think it otherwise. Thence to W. Joyce's, and there found my aunt and cousin Mary come home from my father's with great pleasure and content, and thence to Kate's, and found her also mighty pleased with her journey and their good usage of them, and so home. Troubled in my conscience at my being at a play. But at home I found Mercer playing on her viol, which is a pretty instrument, and so I to the viol and singing till late, and so to bed. My mind at a great loss how to go down to Brampton this week, to satisfy Piggott. But what with the fears of my house, my money, my wife, and my office, I know not how in the world to think of it, Tom Hayter being out of town, and I having near L1000 in my house. 29th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, dined at home and creed with me, after dinner I to Sir G. Carteret, and with him to his new house he is taking in Broad Street, and there surveyed all the rooms and bounds, in order to the drawing up a lease thereof, and that done, Mr. Cutler, his landlord, took me up and down, and showed me all his ground and house, which is extraordinary great, he having bought all the Augustine friars, and many Al1000 he hath and will bury there. So home to my business, clearing my papers and preparing my accounts against tomorrow for a monthly and a great audit. So to supper and to bed. Fresh news come of our beating the Dutch at Guinea quite out of all their castles almost, which will make them quite mad here at home sure. And Sir G. Carteret did tell me, that the king do joy mightily at it. But asked him laughing, but, says he, how shall I do to answer this to the ambassador when he comes? Nay, they say that we have beat them out of the New Netherlands too. 585, so that we have been doing them mischief for a great while in several parts of the world, without public knowledge or reason. Their fleet for Guinea is now, they say, ready, and abroad, and will be going this week. Coming home tonight, I did go to examine my wife's house accounts, and finding things that seemed somewhat doubtful, I was angry, though she did make it pretty plain, but confessed that when she do miss a sum, she do add something to other things to make it, and, upon my being very angry, she do protest she will here lay up something for herself to buy her a necklace with, which mad me and do still trouble me. For I fear she will forget by degrees the way of living cheap and under a sense of want. 30th, up, and all day, both morning and afternoon, at my accounts, it being a great month, both for profit and layings out, the last being L89 for kitchen and clothes for myself and wife, and a few extraordinaries for the house. And my profits, besides salary, L239, so that I have this week, notwithstanding great layings out, and preparations for laying out, which I make as paid this month, my balance to come to L1203, for which the Lord's name be praised. Dined at home at noon, staying long looking for Kate Joyce and my Aunt James and Mary, but they came not. So my wife abroad to see them, and took Mary Joyce to a play. Then in the evening came and sat working by me at the office, and late home to supper and to bed, with my heart in good rest for this day's work. Though troubled to think that my last month's negligence besides the making me neglect business and spend money, and lessen myself both as to business and the world and myself, I am fain to preserve my vow by paying 20s. Dry 586 money into the poor's box, because I had not fulfilled all my memorandums and paid all my petty debts and received all my petty credits, of the last month, but I trust in God I shall do so no more. October 1664. October 1st, up and at the office both forenoon and afternoon very busy, and with great pleasure in being so. This morning Mrs. Lane, now Martin, like a foolish woman, came to the horseshoe hard by, and sent for me while I was, at the office. To come to speak with her by a note sealed up, I know to get me to do something for her husband, but I sent her an answer that I would see her at Westminster, and so I did not go, and she went away, poor soul. At night home to supper, weary, and my eyes sore with writing and reading, and to bed. We go now on with great vigor in preparing against the Dutch, who, they say, will now fall upon us without doubt upon this high news come of our beating them so, wholly in Guinea. 2nd, Lord's Day. My wife not being well to go to church, I walked with my boy through the city, putting in at several churches, among others at Bishopsgate, and there saw the picture usually put before the King's Book, put up in the church, but very ill painted. Though it were a pretty piece to set up in a church. I intended to have seen the Quakers, who, they say, do meet every Lord's Day at the mouth at Bishopsgate. But I could see none stirring, nor was it fit to ask for the place, so I walked over Moorfields, and thence to Clerkenwell Church, and there, as I wished, sat next pew to the fair butler, who indeed is a most perfect beauty still. And one I do very much admire myself for my choice of her for a beauty, she having the best lower part of her face that ever I saw all days of my life. After church I walked to my Lady Sandwich's, through my Lord Southampton's new buildings in the fields behind Gray's Inn, and, indeed, they are a very great and a noble work. So I dined with my lady, and the same innocent discourse that we used to have, only after dinner, being alone, she asked me my opinion about Creed, whether he would have a wife or no, and what he was worth, and proposed Mrs. Right for him, which, she says, she heard he was once inquiring after. She desired I would take a good time and manner of proposing it, and I said I would, though I believed he would love nothing but money, and much was not to be expected there, she said. So away back to Clerkenwell Church, thinking to have got sight of La Belle Boteler again, but failed, and so after church walked all over the fields home, and there my wife was angry with me for not coming home. And for gaddying abroad to look after beauties, she told me plainly, so I made all peace, and to supper. This evening came Mrs. Lane, now Martin, with her husband to desire my help about a place for him. It seems poor Mr. Daniel is dead of the victualling office, a place too good for this puppy to follow him in. But I did give him the best words I could, and so after drinking a glass of wine sent them going, but with great kindness. Go to supper, prayers, and to bed. 3rd, up with Sir J. Minns, by coach, to St. James's. And there all the news now of very hot preparations for the Dutch, and being with the Duke, he told us he was resolved to make a trip himself, and that Sir W. Penn should go in the same ship with him. Which honour, God forgive me. I could grudge him, for his knavery and dissimulation, though I do not envy much the having the same place myself. Talk also of great haste in the getting out another fleet, and building some ships. And now it is likely we have put one another by each other's dalliance past or retreat. Thence with our heads full of business we broke up, and I to my barber's, and there only saw Jane and stroked her under the chin, and away to the Exchange, and there long about several businesses, hoping to get money by them. And thence home to dinner and there found Hawley. But meeting Bagwell's wife at the office before I went home I took her into the office and there kissed her only. She rebuked me for doing it, saying that did I do so much to many bodies else it would be a stain to me. But I do not see but she takes it well enough, though in the main I believe she is very honest. So after some kind discourse we parted, and I home to dinner, and after dinner down to Deptford, where I found Mr. Coventry, and there we made an experiment of Hollands and our cordage, and ours outdid it a great deal, as my book of observations tells particularly. Here we were late, and so home together by water, and I to my office, where late, putting things in order. Mr. Bland came this night to me to take his leave of me, he going to Tangier, wherein I wish him good success. So home to supper and to bed, my mind troubled at the businesses I have to do, that I cannot mind them as I ought to do and get money. And more that I have neglected my frequenting and seeming more busy publicly than I have done of late in this hurry of business, but there is time left to recover it, and I trust in God I shall. 4th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and this morning Sir W. Penn went to Chatham to look, after the ships now going out thence, and particularly that wherein the Duke and himself go. He took Sir G. Askew with him, whom, I believe, he hath brought into play. At noon to the Change and thence home, where I found my Aunt James and the 2 she Joyces. They dined and were merry with us. Thence after dinner to a play, to see The General. Which is so dull and so ill acted, that I think it is the worst I ever saw or heard in all my days. I happened to sit near, to Sir Charles Sidley. who I find a very witty man, and he did at every line take notice of the dullness of the poet and badness of the action, that most pertinently, which I was mightily taken with. And among others whereby Altemeyer's command Clarimont, the general, is commanded to rescue his rival, whom she loved, Lucider, he, after a great deal of demur, broke out. Well, I'll save my rival and make her confess, that I deserve, while he do but possess. Why, what, pox, says Sir Charles Sidley, would he have him have more, or what is there more to be had of a woman than the possessing her? Then setting all them at home, I home with my wife and mercer, vexed at my losing my time and above 20s in money, and neglecting my business to see so bad a play. Tomorrow they told us should be acted, or the day after, a new play, called The Parson's Dream, acted all by women. So to my office, and there did business, and so home to supper and to bed. 5th. Up betimes and to my office, and thence by coach to New Bridewell to meet with Mr. Points to discourse with him, being master of the workhouse there, about making of bupers for us. But he was not within. However his clerk did lead me up and down through all the house, and there I did with great pleasure see the many pretty works, and the little children employed, every one to do something, which was a very fine sight, and worthy encouragement. I cast away a crown among them, and so to the Change and among the linen wholesale drapers to inquire about calicoes, to see what can be done with them for the supplying our want of bupers for flags. And I think I shall do something therein to good purpose for the king. So to the coffee house, and there fell in discourse with the secretary of the virtuosi of Gresham College, and had very fine discourse with him. He tells me of a new invented instrument to be tried before the college anon, and I intend to see it. So to Trinity House, and there I dined among the old dull fellows, and so home and to my office a while, and then comes Mr. Cocker to see me, and I discoursed with him about his writing and ability of sight, and how I shall do to get some glass or other to help my eyes by candlelight. And he tells me he will bring me the helps he hath within a day or two, and shew me what he do. Thence to the musique meeting at the post office, where I was once before. And thither anon come all the Gresham College, and a great deal of noble company, and the new instrument was brought called the arched viol, 587, where being tuned with lute strings, and played on with keys like an organ. A piece of parchment is always kept moving. And the strings, which by the keys are pressed down upon it, are graded in imitation of a bow, by the parchment, and so it is intended to resemble several viols played on with one bow, but so basely and harshly, that it will never do. But after 3 hours' stay it could not be fixed in tune, and so they were fain to go to some other musique of instruments, which I am grown quite out of love with, and so I, after some good discourse with Mr. Spong, Hill, Grant, and Dr. Whistler, and others by turns, I home to my office and there late, and so home, where I understand my wife has spoke to Jane and ended matters of difference between her, and she stays with us, which I am glad of. For her fault is nothing but sleepiness and forgetfulness, otherwise a good-natured, quiet, well-meaning, honest servant, and one that will do as she is bid, so one called upon her and will see her do it. This morning, by 3 o'clock, the Prince 588 and King, and Duke with him, went down the river, and the Prince under sail the next tide after, and so is gone from the Hope. God give him better success than he used to have. This day Mr. Bland went away hence towards his voyage to Tangier. This day also I had a letter from an unknown hand that tells me that Jack Angier, he believes, is dead at Lisbon, for he left him there ill. 6th. Up and to the office, where busy all the morning, among other things about this of the flags and my bringing in of calicoes to oppose Young and Whistler. At noon by promise Mr. Pierce and his wife and Madam Clerk and her niece came and dined with me to a rare chine of beef and spent the afternoon very pleasantly all the afternoon, and then to my office in the evening, they being gone, and late at business. And then home to supper and to bed, my mind coming to itself in following of my business. 7th, lay pretty while with some discontent abed, even to the having bad words with my wife, and blows too, about the ill serving up of our victuals yesterday, but all ended in love, and so I rose and to my office busy all the morning. At noon dined at home, and then to my office again, and then abroad to look after calicoes for flags, and hope to get a small matter by my pains therein and yet save the king a great deal of money, and so home to my office, and there came Mr. Cocker, and brought me a globe of glass, and a frame of oiled paper, as I desired, to show me the manner of his gaining light to grave by, and to lessen the glaringness of it at pleasure by an oiled paper. This I bought of him, giving him a crown for it, and so, well satisfied, he went away, and I to my business again, and so home to supper, prayers, and to bed. 8th. All the morning at the office, and after dinner abroad, and among other things contracted with one Mr. Bridges, at the White Bear on Cornhill, for 100 pieces of calico to make flags. And as I know I shall save the king money, so I hope to get a little for my pains and venture of my own money myself. Late in the evening doing business, and then comes Captain Taylor, and he and I till 12 o'clock at night arguing about the freight of his ship Eagle, hired formerly by me to Tangier, and at last we made an end, and I hope to get a little money. Some small matter by it. So home to bed, being weary and cold, but contented that I have made an end of that business. 9th, Lord's Day. Lay pretty long, but however up time enough with my wife to go to church. Then home to dinner, and Mr. Fuller, my Cambridge acquaintance, coming to me about what he was with me lately, to release a waterman, he told me he was to preach at Barking Church, and so I to hear him, and he preached well and neatly. Thence, it being time enough, to our own church, and there stayed wholly privately at the great door to gaze upon a pretty lady, and from church dogged her home, whither she went to a house near Tower Hill. And I think her to be one of the prettiest women I ever saw. So home, and at my office a while busy, then to my uncle White's, whither it seems my wife went after sermon and there supped, but my aunt and uncle in a very ill humour one with another, but I made shift with much ado to keep them from scolding. And so after supper home and to bed without prayers, it being cold, and tomorrow washing day. 10th, up and, it being rainy, in Sir W. Penn's coach to St. James's, and there did our usual business with the Duke, and more preparations every day appear against the Dutch, and, which I must confess do a little move my envy, Sir W. Penn do grow every day more and more regarded by the Duke, 589 because of his service heretofore in the Dutch war, which I am confident is by some strong obligations he hath laid upon Mr. Coventry, for Mr. Coventry must needs know that he is a man of very mean parts, but only a bred seaman. Going home in coach with Sir W. Batten he told me how Sir J. Minns by the means of Sir R. Ford was the last night brought to his house and did discover the reason of his so long discontent with him, and now they are friends again, which I am sorry for. But he told it me so plainly that I see there is no thorough understanding between them, nor love, and so I hope there will be no great combination in anything, nor do I see Sir J. Minns very fond as he used to be. But, Sir W. Batten do raffle still against Mr. Turner and his wife, telling me he is a false fellow, and his wife a false woman, and has rotten teeth and false, set in with wire, and as I know they are so I am glad he finds it so. To the coffee house, and thence to the Change, and there with Sir W. Warren to the coffee house behind the Change, and sat alone with him till 4 o'clock talking of his businesses first and then of business in general. And discourse how I might get money and how to carry myself to advantage to contract no envy and yet make the world see my pains. Which was with great content to me, and a good friend and help I am like to find him, for which God be thanked. So home to dinner at 4 o'clock, and then to the office, and there late, and so home to supper and to bed, having sat up till past 12 at night to look over the account of the collections for the fishery. And the loose and base manner that monies so collected are disposed of in, would make a man never part with a penny in that manner, and, above all, the inconvenience of having a great man, though never so seeming pious as my Lord Pembroke is. He is too great to be called to an account, and is abused by his servants, and yet obliged to defend them for his own sake. This day, by the blessing of God, my wife and I have been married 9 years, but my head being full of business, I did not think of it to keep it in any extraordinary manner. But bless God for our long lives and loves and health together, which the same God long continue, I wish, from my very heart. 11th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. My wife this morning went, being invited, to my Lady Sandwich, and I alone at home at dinner, till by and by Llewellyn comes and dines with me. He tells me what a bawdy loose play this, Parson's Wedding, is, that is acted by nothing but women at the King's house, and I am glad of it. Thence to the fishery in Thames Street, and there several good discourses about the letting of the lotteries, and, among others, one Sir Thomas Clifford, whom yet I knew not, do speak very well and neatly. Thence I to my cousin will Joyce to get him to go to Brampton with me this week, but I think he will not, and I am not a whit sorry for it, for his company both chargeable and troublesome. So home and to my office, and then to supper and then to my office again till late, and so home, with my head and heart full of business, and so to bed. My wife tells me the sad news of my Lady Castlemaine's being now become so decayed, that one would not know her, at least far from a beauty, which I am sorry for. This day with great joy Captain Titus told us the particulars of the French's expedition against Guigery upon the Barbary coast, in the Straits, with 6,000 chosen men. They have taken the fort of Guigery, wherein were 5 men and 3 guns, which makes the whole story of the King of France's policy and power to be laughed at. 12th. This morning all the morning at my office ordering things against my journey tomorrow. At noon to the coffee house, where very good discourse. For news, all say de Ruyter is gone to Guinea before us. Sir J. Lawson is come to Portsmouth. And our fleet is hastening all speed, I mean this new fleet. Prince Rupert with his is got into the Downs. At home dined with me W. Joyce and a friend of his. W. Joyce will go with me to Brampton. After dinner I out to Mr. Bridges, the linen draper, and even with him, for 100 pieces of calico, and did give him L208/18, which I now trust the King for, but hope both to save the King money and to get a little by it to boot. Thence by water up and down all the timber yards to look out some dram timber, but can find none for our turn at the price I would have. And so I home, and there at my office late doing business against my journey to clear my hands of everything for 2 days. So home and to supper and bed. 13th. After being at the office all the morning, I home and dined, and taking leave of my wife with my mind not a little troubled how she would look after herself or house in my absence, especially, too, leaving a considerable sum of money in the office. I by coach to the Red Lion in Aldersgate Street, and there, by agreement, met W. Joyce and Tom Trice, and mounted, I upon a very fine mare that Sir W. Warren helps me to, and so very merrily rode till it was very dark, I leading the way through the dark to Welling, and there, not being very weary, to supper and to bed. But very bad accommodation at the Swan. In this day's journey I met with Mr. White, Cromwell's chaplain that was, and had a great deal of discourse with him. Among others, he tells me that Richard is, and hath long been, in France, and is now going into Italy. He owns publicly that he do correspond, and return him all his money. That Richard hath been in some straits at the beginning, but relieved by his friends. That he goes by another name, but do not disguise himself, nor deny himself to any man that challenges him. He tells me, for certain, that offers had been made to the old man, of marriage between the king and his daughter, to have obliged him, but he would not. 590. He thinks, with me, that it never was in his power to bring in the king with the consent of any of his officers about him, and that he scorned to bring him in as Monk did, to secure himself and deliver everybody else. When I told him of what I found writ in a French book of one Monsieur Sorbière, that gives an account of his observations here in England. Among other things he says, that it is reported that Cromwell did, in his lifetime, transpose many of the bodies of the kings of England from one grave to another. And that by that means it is not known certainly whether the head that is now set up upon a post be that of Cromwell, or of one of the kings. Mr. White tells me that he believes he never had so poor a low thought in him to trouble himself about it. He says the hand of God is much to be seen. That all his children are in good condition enough as to estate, and that their relations that betrayed their family are all now either hanged or very miserable. 14th. Up by break of day, and got to Brampton by 3 o'clock, where my father and mother overjoyed to see me, my mother, ready to weep every time she looked upon me. After dinner my father and I to the court, and there did all our business to my mind, as I have set down in a paper particularly expressing our proceedings at this court. So home, where W. Joyce full of talk and pleased with his journey, and after supper I to bed and left my father, mother, and him laughing. 15th. My father and I up and walked alone to Hinchingbroke. And among the other late chargeable works that my lord hath done there, we saw his waterworks and the oral which is very fine, and so is the house all over, but I am sorry to think of the money at this time spent therein. Back to my father's, Mr. Shepley being out of town, and there breakfasted, after making an end with Barton about his businesses, and then my mother called me into the garden, and there but all to no purpose desiring me to be friends with John, but I told her I cannot. Nor indeed easily shall, which afflicted the poor woman, but I cannot help it. Then taking leave, W. Joyce and I set out, calling T. Trice at Bugden, and thence got by night to Stevenage, and there mighty merry, though I in bed more weary than the other 2 days, which, I think, proceeded from our galloping so much, my other weariness being almost all over. But I find that a coney skin in my breeches preserves me perfectly from galling, and that eating after I come to my inn, without drinking, do keep me from being stomach sick, which drink do presently make me. We lay all in several beds in the same room, and W. Joyce full of his impertinent tricks and talk, which then made us merry, as any other fool would have done. So to sleep. 16th, Lord's Day. It raining, we set out, and about 9 o'clock got to Hatfield in church time, and I light and saw my simple Lord Salisbury sit there in his gallery. Stayed not in the church, but thence mounted again into Barnet by the end of sermon, and there dined at the Red Lion very weary again, but all my weariness yesterday night and today in my thighs only. The rest of my weariness in my shoulders and arms being quite gone. Thence home, parting company at my cousin Anth. Joyce's, by 4 o'clock, weary, but very well, to bed at home, where I find all well. Anon my wife came to bed, but for my ease rose again and lay with her woman. 17th. Rose very well and not weary, and with Sir W. Batten to St. James's, there did our business. I saw Sir J. Lawson since his return from sea first this morning, and hear that my Lord Sandwich is come from Portsmouth to town. Thence I to him, and finding him at my Lord Crew's, I went with him home to his house and much kind discourse. Thence my Lord to court, and I with Creed to the Change, and thence with Sir W. Warren to a cook's shop and dined, discoursing and advising him about his great contract he is to make tomorrow, and do every day receive great satisfaction in his company, and a prospect of a just advantage by his friendship. Thence to my office doing some business, but it being very cold, for fear of getting cold, went early home to bed, my wife not being come home from my Lady Jemima, with whom she hath been at a play and at court today. 18th. Up and to the office, where among other things we made a very great contract with Sir W. Warren for 3,000 load of timber. At noon dined at home. In the afternoon to the fishery, where, very confused and very ridiculous, my Lord Craven's proceedings, especially his finding fault with Sir J. Collaton and Colonel Griffin's report in the accounts of the lottery men. Thence I with Mr. Grey in his coach to Whitehall, but the King and Duke being abroad, we returned to Somerset House. In discourse I find him a very worthy and studious gentleman in the business of trade, and among other things he observed well to me, how it is not the greatest wits, but the steady man, that is a good merchant, he instanced in Ford and Cock. The last of whom he values above all men as his oracle, as Mr. Coventry do Mr. Jolliffe. He says that it is concluded among merchants, that where a trade hath once been and do decay, it never recovers again, and therefore that the manufacture of cloth of England will never come to esteem again. That, among other faults, Sir Richard Ford cannot keep a secret, and that it is so much the part of a merchant to be guilty of that fault that the Duke of York is resolved to commit no more secrets to the merchants of the Royal Company. That Sir Ellis Layton is, for a speech of 40 words, the wittiest man that ever he knew in his life, but longer he is nothing, his judgment being nothing at all, but his wit most absolute. At Somerset House he carried me in, and there I saw the Queen's new rooms, which are most stately and nobly furnished, and there I saw her, and the Duke of York and Duchess were there. The Duke espied me, and came to me, and talked with me a very great while about our contract this day with Sir W. Warren, and among other things did with some contempt ask whether we did accept poniards, which Sir W. Batten did yesterday, in spite, as the Duke I believe by my Lord Berkeley do well enough know, among other things in writing propose. Thence home by coach, it raining hard, and to my office, where late, then home to supper and to bed. This night the Dutch ambassador desired and had an audience of the king. What the issue of it was I know not. Both sides I believe desire peace, but neither will begin, and so I believe a war will follow. The prince is with his fleet at Portsmouth, and the Dutch are making all preparations for war. 19th, up and to my office all the morning. At noon dined at home. Then abroad by coach to buy for the office Hearn upon the statute of charitable uses, in order to the doing something better in the chest than we have done, for I am ashamed to see Sir W. Batten possess himself so long of so much money as he hath done. Coming home, weighed, my 2 silver flagons at Stevens's. They weigh 212 ounces 27 dwt, which is about L50, at 5s. per ounce, and then they judge the fashion to be worth above 5s. per ounce. More, nay, some say 10s. an ounce the fashion. But I do not believe, but yet am sorry to see that the fashion is worth so much, and the silver come to no more. So home and to my office, where very busy late. My wife at Mercer's mother's, I believe, W. You are with them, which I do not like, that he should ask my leave to go about business, and then to go and spend his time in sport, and leave me here busy. To supper and to bed, my wife coming in by and by, which though I know there was no hurt in it, I do not like. 20th, up and to the office, where all the morning. At noon my uncle Thomas came, dined with me, and received some money of me. Then I to my office, where I took in with me Bagwell's wife, and there I caressed her, and find her every day more and more coming with good words and promises of getting her husband a place, which I will do. So we parted, and I to my Lord Sandwich at his lodgings, and after a little stay away with Mr. Cholmley to Fleet Street. In the way he telling me that Tangier is like to be in a bad condition with this same Fitzgerald, he being a man of no honour, nor presence, nor little honesty, and endeavours, to raise the Irish and suppress the English interest there. And offend every body, and do nothing that I hear of well, which I am sorry for. Thence home, by the way taking 2 silver tumblers home, which I have bought, and so home, and they're late busy at my office, and then home to supper and to bed. 21st. Up and by coach to Mr. Cole's, and there conferred with him about some law business, and so to Sir W. Turner's, and there bought my cloth, coloured, for a suit and cloak, to line with plush the cloak, which will cost me money, but I find that I must go handsomely, whatever it costs me, and the charge will be made up in the fruit it brings. Thence to the coffee house and change, and so home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon, whither comes W. How to see me, being come from, and going presently back to sea with my lord. Among other things he tells me Mr. Creed is much out of favour with my lord from his freedom of talka and bold carriage, and other things with which my lord is not pleased, but most I doubt his not lending my lord money, and Mr. Moore's reporting what his answer was I doubt in the worst manner. But, however, a very unworthy rogue he is, and, therefore, let him go for one good for nothing, though wise to the height above most men I converse with. In the evening, W. How being gone, comes Mr. Martin, to trouble me again to get him a lieutenant's place for which he is as fit as a fool can be. But I put him off like an arse, as he is, and so setting my papers and books in order, I home to supper and to bed. 22nd, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon comes my uncle Thomas and his daughter Mary about getting me to pay them the L30 due now, but payable in law to her husband. I did give them the best answer I could, and so parted, they not desiring to stay to dinner. After dinner I down to Deptford, and there did business, and so back to my office, where very late busy, and so home to supper and to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up and to church. At noon comes unexpected Mr. Fuller, the minister, and dines with me, and also I had invited Mr. Cooper with one I judge come from sea, and he and I spent the whole afternoon together, he teaching me some things in understanding of plates. At night to the office, doing business, and then home to supper. Then a psalm, to prayers, and to bed. 24th, up and in Sir J. Min's coach, alone with Mrs. Turner as far as Paternoster Row, where I set her down, to St. James's, and there did our business, and I had the good Lukey to speak what pleased the Duke about our great contract in hand with Sir W. Warren against Sir W. Batten, wherein the Duke is very earnest for our contracting. Thence home to the office till noon, and then dined into the Change and off with Sir W. Warren for a while, consulting about managing his contract. Thence to a committee at Whitehall of Tangier, where I had the good Lukey to speak something to very good purpose about the mole at Tangier, which was well received even by Sir J. Lawson and Mr. Cholmley, the undertakers, against whose interest I spoke, that I believe I shall be valued for it. Thence into the galleries to talk with my Lord Sandwich. Among other things, about the prince's riding up to tell us of the danger he and his fleet lie in at Portsmouth, of receiving affronts from the Dutch. Which, my lord said, he would never have done, had he lain there with one ship alone, nor is there any great reason for it, because of the sands. However, the fleet will be ordered to go and lay themselves up at the Cowes. Much beneath the prowess of the prince, I think, and the honor of the nation, at the first to be found to secure themselves. My lord is well pleased to think, that, if the Duke and the Prince go, all the blame of any miscarriage will not light on him. And that if anything goes well, he hopes he shall have the share of the glory, for the Prince is by no means well esteemed of by any body. Thence home, and though not very well yet up late about the fishery business, wherein I hope to give an account how I find the collections to have been managed, which I did finish to my great content, and so home to supper and to bed. This day the great O'Neill died, I believe, to the content of all the Protestant pretenders in Ireland. 25th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and finished Sir W. Warren's great contract for timber, with great content to me, because just in the terms I wrote last night to Sir W. Warren and against the terms proposed by Sir W. Batten. At noon home to dinner, and there found Creed and Hawley. After dinner comes in Mrs. Ingram, the first time to make a visit to my wife. After a little stay I left them and to the committee of the fishery, and there did make my report of the late public collections for the fishery, much to the satisfaction of the committee, and I think much to my reputation. For good notice was taken of it and much it was commended. So home, in my way taking care of a piece of plate for Mr. Christopher Pett, against the launching of his new great ship tomorrow at Woolwich, which I singly did move to his Royal Highness, and did obtain it for him, to the value of 20 pieces. And he, under his hand, do acknowledge to me that he did never receive so great a kindness from any man in the world as from me herein. So to my office, and then to supper, and then to my office again, where busy late, being very full now a days of business to my great content, I thank God, and so home to bed, my house being full of a design, to go tomorrow. My wife and all her servants, to see the new ship launched. 26th, up, my people rising mighty betimes, to fit themselves to go by water, and my boy, he could not sleep, but wakes about 4 o'clock, and in bed lay playing on his lute till daylight, and, it seems, did the like last night till 12 o'clock. About 8 o'clock, my wife, she and her woman, and Bess and Jane, and W. Hewer and the boy, to the water side, and there took boat, and by I out of doors, to look after the flagon, to get it ready to carry to Woolwich. That being not ready, I stepped aside and found out Nell's son, he that Whistler buys his bupers of, and did thereby 5 pieces at their price, and am in hopes thereby to bring them down or by ourselves all we spend of Nelson at the first hand. This job was greatly to my content, and by the flagon being finished at the burnisher's, I home, and there fitted myself, and took a hackney coach I hired, it being a very cold and foule day, to Woolwich. All the way reading in a good book touching the fishery, and that being done, in the book upon the statute of charitable uses, mightily to my satisfaction. At Woolwich, I there up to the King and Duke, and they liked the plate well. Here I stayed above with them while the ship was launched, which was done with great success, and the King did very much like the ship, saying, she had the best bow that ever he saw. But, Lord! The sorry talka and discourse among the great courtiers round about him, without any reverence in the world, but with so much disorder. By and by the Queen comes and her maids of honour, one whereof, Mrs. Boynton, and the Duchess of Buckingham, had been very sickly coming by water in the barge, the water being very rough. But what silly sport they made with them in very common terms, methought, was very poor, and below what people think these great people say and do. The launching being done, the King and company went down to take barge, and I sent for Mr. Pett, and put the flagon into the Duke's hand, and he, in the presence of the King, did give it, Mr. Pett taking it upon his knee. This Mr. Pett is wholly beholding to me for, and he do know and I believe will acknowledge it. Thence I to Mr. Ackworth, and there eat and drank with Commissioner Pett and his wife, and thence to Sheldon's, where Sir W. Batten and his lady were. By and by I took coach after I had inquired for my wife or her boat, but found none. Going out of the gate, an ordinary woman prayed me to give her room to London, which I did, but spoke not to her all the way, but read, as long as I could see, my book again. Dark when we came to London, and a stop of coaches in Southwark. I stayed above half an hour and then light, and finding Sir W. Batten's coach, heard they were gone into the beer at the bridge foot, and thither I to them. Presently the stop is removed, and then going out to find my coach, I could not find it, for it was gone with the rest. So I fared to go through the dark and dirt over the bridge, and my leg fell and a hole broke on the bridge, but, the constable standing there to keep people from it, I was catched up, otherwise I had broke my leg, for which mercy the Lord be praised. So at Fanchurch I found my coach staying for me, and so home, where the little girl hath looked to the house well, but no wife come home, which made me begin to fear, for her, the water being very rough, and cold and dark. But by and by she and her company come in all well, at which I was glad, though angry. Thence I to Sir W. Batten's, and there sat late with him, Sir R. Ford, and Sir John Robinson. The last of whom continues still the same fool he was, crying up what power he has in the city, in knowing their temper, and being able to do what he will with them. It seems the city did last night very freely lend the King L100,000 without any security but the King's word, which was very noble. But this loggerhead and Sir R. Ford would make us believe that they did it. Now Sir R. Ford is a cunning man, and makes a fool of the other, and the other believes whatever the other tells him. But, Lord! To think that such a man should be lieutenant of the Tower, and so great a man as he is a strange thing to me. With them late and then home and with my wife to bed, after supper. 27th, up and to the office, where all the morning busy. At noon, Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and myself, were treated at the Dolphin by Mr. Folly, the ironmonger, where a good plain dinner, but I expected musique, the missing of which spoiled my dinner, only very good merry discourse at dinner. Thence with Sir G. Carteret by coach to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, and thence back to London, and light in Cheapside and I to Nelson's, and there met with a rub at first, but took him out to drink. And there discoursed to my great content so far with him that I think I shall agree with him for Bupers to serve the navy with. So with great content home and to my office, where late, and having got a great cold in my head yesterday home to supper and to bed. 28th. Slept ill all night, having got a very great cold the other day at Woolwich in my head, which makes me full of snot. Up in the morning, and my tailor brings me home my fine, new, colored cloth suit, my cloak lined with plush, as good a suit as ever I wore in my life, and mighty neat, to my great content. To my office, and there all the morning. At noon to Nelson's, and there bought 20 pieces more of Bupers, and hoped to go on with him to a contract. Thence to the Change a little, and thence home with Llewellyn to dinner, where Mr. Dean met me by appointment, and after dinner he and I up to my chamber, and there hard at discourse, and advising him what to do in his business at Harwich. And then to discourse of our old business of ships and taking new rules of him to my great pleasure, and he being gone I to my office a little, and then to see Sir W. Batten, who is sick of a greater cold than I, and thither comes to me Mr. Holliard, and into the chamber to me, and, poor man, beyond all I ever saw of him, was a little drunk, and there sat talking and finding acquaintance with Sir W. Batten and my lady by relations on both sides, that there we stayed very long. At last broke up, and he home much overcome with drink, but well enough to get well home. So I home to supper and to bed. 29th. Up, and it being my Lord Mayor's show, my boy and 3 maids went out, but it being a very foule, rainy day, from morning till night, I was sorry my wife let them go out. All the morning at the office. At dinner at home. In the afternoon to the office again, and about 9 o'clock by appointment to the King's Head Tavern upon Fish Street Hill, whither Mr. Wolfe, and Parham by his means, met me to discourse about the fishery, and great light I had by Parham, who is a little conceited, but a very knowing man in his way, and in the general fishing trade of England. Here I stayed 3 hours, and eat a barrel of very fine oysters of Wolfe's giving me, and so, it raining hard, home and to my office, and then home to bed. All the talka is that de Ruyter is come overland home with 6 or 8 of his captains to command here at home, and their ships kept abroad in the straits, which sounds as if they had a mind to do something with us. 30th, Lord's Day. Up, and this morning put on my new, fine, colored cloth suit, with my cloak lined with plush, which is a dear and noble suit, costing me about L17. To church, and then home to dinner, and after dinner to a little musique with my boy, and so to church with my wife, and so home, and with her all the evening reading and at musique with my boy with great pleasure, and so to supper, prayers. And to bed. 31st, very busy all the morning, at noon Creed to mean dined with me, and then he and I to Whitehall, there to a committee of Tangier, where it is worth remembering when Mr. Coventry proposed the retrenching some of the charge of the horse, the first word asked by the Duke of Albemarle was, "Let us see who commands them," there being 3 troops. One of them he calls to mind was by Sir Toby Bridges. "Oh," says he, "there is a very good man. If you must reform 591 2 of them, be sure let him command the troop that is left." Thence home, and there came presently to me Mr. Young and Whistler, who find that I have quite overcome them in their business of flags, and now they come to entreat my favor, but I will be even with them. So late to my office and there till past 1 in the morning making up my month's accounts, and find that my expense this month in clothes has kept me from laying up anything. But I am no worse, but a little better than I was, which is L1205, a great sum, the Lord be praised for it. So home to bed, with my mind full of content therein, and vexed for my being so angry in bad words to my wife tonight, she not giving me a good account of her layings out to my mind tonight. This day I hear young Mr. Stanley, a brave young gentleman, that went out with young German, with Prince Rupert, is already dead of the smallpox, at Portsmouth. All preparations against the Dutch. And the Duke of York fitting himself with all speed, to go to the fleet which is hastening for him, being now resolved to go in the Charles. November 1664. November 1st, up and to the office, where busy all the morning, at noon, my wife being invited to my Lady Sandwich's, all alone dined at home upon a good goose with Mr. Waith, discussing of business. Thence I to the committee of the fishery, and there we sat with several good discourses and some bad and simple ones, and with great disorder, and yet by the men of business of the town. But my report in the business of the collections is mightily commended and will get me some reputation, and indeed is the only thing looks like a thing well done since we sat. Then with Mr. Parham to the tavern, but I drank no wine, only he did give me another barrel of oysters, and he brought one Major Green, an able fishmonger, and good discourse to my information. So home and late at business at my office. Then to supper and to bed. Second, up betimes, and down with Mr. Castle to Redriff, and their walk to Deptford to view a parcel of Brave Knees 592 of his, which indeed are very good, and so back again home, I seeming very friendly to him, though I know him to be a rogue, and one that hates me with his heart. Home and to dinner, and so to my office all the afternoon, wherein some pain in my back, which troubled me, but I think it comes only with stooping, and from no other matter. At night to Nelson's, and up and down about business, and so home to my office, then home to supper and to bed. Third, up and to the office, where strange to see how Sir W. Penn is flocked to by people of all sorts against his going to sea. At the office did much business, among other an end of that has troubled me long, the business of the bupers and flags. At noon to the Change, and thence by appointment was met with Bagwell's wife, and she followed me into Moorfields, and there into a drinking house, and all alone eat and drank together. I did there caress her, but though I did make some offer did not receive any compliance from her in what was bad, but very modestly she denied me, which I was glad to see and shall value her the better for it. And I hope never tempt her to any evil more. Thence back to the town, and we parted and I home, and then at the office late, where Sir W. Penn came to take his leave of me, being tomorrow, which is very sudden to us, to go on board to lie on board, but I think will come ashore again before the ship, the Charles 593 can go away. So home to supper and to bed. This night Sir W. Batten did, among other things, tell me strange news, which troubles me, that my Lord Sandwich will be sent governor to Tangier, which, in some respects, indeed, I should be glad of, for the good of the place and the safety of his person. But I think his honor will suffer, and, it may be, his interest fail by his distance. Fourth, waked very betimes and lay long awake, my mind being so full of business. Then up and to St. James's, where I find Mr. Coventry full of business, packing up for his going to sea with the Duke. Walked with him, talking, to Whitehall, where to the Duke's lodgings, who is gone thither to lodge lately. I appeared to the Duke, and thence Mr. Coventry and I an hour in the long gallery, talking about the management of our office. He tells me the weight of dispatch will lie chiefly on me, and told me freely his mind touching Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, the latter of whom, he most aptly said, was like a lapwing, that all he did was to keep a flutter, to keep others from the nest that they would find. He told me an old story of the former about the lighthouses, how just before he had certified to the Duke against the use of them, and what a burden they are to trade, and presently after, at his being at Harwich, comes to desire that he might have the setting one up there, and gets the usefulness of it certified also by the Trinity House. After long discoursing and considering all our stores and other things, as how the King hath resolved upon Captain Taylor 594 and Colonel Middleton, the first to be commissioner for Harwich and the latter for Portsmouth, I away to the Change. And there did very much business, so home to dinner, and Mr. Duke, our secretary for the fishery, dined with me. After dinner to discourse of our business, much to my content, and then he away, and I by water among the smiths on the other side, and to the alehouse with one and was near buying 4 or 5 anchors, and learned something worth my knowing of them. And so home and to my office, where late, with my head very full of business, and so away home to supper and to bed. Fifth, up and to the office, where all the morning, at noon to the Change, and thence home to dinner, and so with my wife to the Duke's house to a play, Macbeth, a pretty good play, but admirably acted. Thence home. The coach being forced to go round by London Wall home, because of the bonfires, the day being mightily observed in the city. To my office late at business, and then home to supper, and to bed. Sixth, Lord's Day. Up and with my wife to church. dined at home. And I all the afternoon close at my office drawing up some proposals to present to the committee for the fishery tomorrow, having a great good intention to be serviceable in the business if I can. At night, to supper with my Uncle White, we're very merry, and so home. To prayers and to bed. 7th, up and with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, where mighty thrusting about the Duke now upon his going. We were with him long. He advised us to follow our business close, and to be directed in his absence by the Committee of the Council for the Navy. By and by a meeting of the fishery, where the Duke was, but in such haste, and things looked so superficially over, that I had not a fit opportunity to propose my paper that I wrote yesterday, but I had chewed it to Mr. Gray and Wren before, who did like it most highly, as they said, and I think they would not dissemble in that manner in a business of this nature. But I see the greatest businesses are done so superficially that I wonder anything succeeds at all among us, that is public. Then somewhat vexed to see myself frustrated in the good I hoped to have done and a little reputation to have gained, and thence to my barber's, but Jane not being in the way I to my lady sandwiches, and there met my wife and dined. But I find that I dine as well myself, that is, as neatly, and my meat as good and well dressed, as my good lady do, in the absence of my lord. Thence by water I to my barber's again, and did meet in the street my Jane, but could not talk with her, but only a word or two, and so by coach called my wife, and home, where at my office late, and then, it being washing day, to supper and to bed. 8th, up and to the office, where by and by Mr. Coventry come, and after doing a little business, took his leave of us, being to go to sea with the Duke tomorrow. At noon, I and Sir J. Minns and Lord Berkeley, who with Sir J. Duncombe, and Mr. Chichley, are made masters of the ordnance, to the office of the ordnance, to discourse about wadding for guns. Thence to dinner, all of us to the lieutenants of the Tower. Where a good dinner, but disturbed in the middle of it by the King's coming into the Tower, and so we broke up, and to him, and went up and down the storehouses and magazines. Which are, with the addition of the new great storehouse, a noble sight. He gone, I to my office, where Bagwell's wife stayed for me, and together with her a good while, to meet again shortly. So all the afternoon at my office till late, and then to bed, joyed in my love and ability to follow my business. This day, Mr. Lever sent my wife a pair of silver candlesticks, very pretty ones. The first man that ever presented me, to whom I have not only done little service, but apparently did him the greatest disservice in his business of accounts, as purser general, of any man at the board. 9th, called up, as I had appointed, by H. Russell, between 2 and 3 o'clock, and I and my boy Tom by water with a galley down to the Hope, it being a fine starry night. Got thither by 8 o'clock, and there, as expected, found the Charles, her mainmast setting. Commissioner Pett aboard. I up and down to see the ship I was so well acquainted with, and a great work it is, the setting so great a mast. Thence the Commissioner and I on board Sir G. Askew, in the Henry, who lacks men mightily, which makes me think that there is more believed to be in a man that hath heretofore been employed than truly there is. For one would never have thought, a month ago, that he would have wanted 1,000 men at his heels. Nor do I think he hath much of a seaman in him, for he told me, says he, heretofore, we used to find our ships clear and ready, everything to our hands in the Downs. Now I come, and must look to see things done like a slave, things that I never minded, nor cannot look after. And by his discourse I find that he hath not minded anything in her at all. Thence not staying, the wind blowing hard, I made use of the Jemmy yacht and returned to the Tower in her, my boy being a very droll boy and good company. Home and eat something, and then shifted myself, and to Whitehall, and there the King being in his cabinet council, I desiring to speak with Sir G. Carteret, I was called in, and demanded by the King himself many questions, to which I did give him full answers. There were at this council my Lord Chancellor, Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Treasurer, the 2 secretaries, and Sir G. Carteret. Not a little contented at this chance of being made known to these persons, and called often by my name by the King, I to Mr. Pierce's to take leave of him, but he not within, but saw hern made very little stay, but straight home to my office, where I did business, and then to supper and to bed. The Duke of York is this day gone away to Portsmouth. 10th. Up, and not finding my things ready, I was so angry with Bess as to bid my wife for good and all to bid her provide herself a place, for though she be very good-natured, she hath no care nor memory of her business at all. So to the office, where vexed at the malice of Sir W. Batten and folly of Sir J. Minns against Sir W. Warren, but I prevented, and shall do, though to my own disquiet and trouble. At noon dined with Sir W. Batten and the auditors of the Exchequer at the Dolphin by Mr. Waitha's desire, and after dinner fell to business relating to Sir G. Carteret account, and so home to the office, where Sir W. Batten begins, too fast, to shew his knavish tricks in giving what price he pleases for commodities. So abroad, intending to have spoke with my Lord Chancellor about the old business of his wood at Clarendon, but could not, and so home again, and late at my office, and then home to supper and bed. My little girl Susan is fallen sick of the measles, we fear, or, at least, of a scarlet fever. 11th, up, and with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten to the Council Chamber at Whitehall, to the Committee of the Lords for the Navy, where we were made to wait an hour or two before called in. In that time looking upon some books of heraldry of Sir Edward Walker's making, which are very fine, there I observed the Duke of Monmouth's arms are neatly done, and his title, the most noble and high-born Prince, James Scott, Duke of Monmouth. And nor could Sir J. Minns, nor any body there, tell whence he should take the name of Scott. And then I found my Lord Sandwich, his title under his arms is, the most noble and mighty Lord, Edward, Earl of Sandwich, and Sir Edward Walker afterwards coming in discourse did say that there was none of the families of princes in Christendom that do derive themselves so high as Julius Caesar, nor so far by 1,000 years, that can directly prove their rise. Only some in Germany do derive themselves from the patrician families of Rome, but that uncertainly. And, among other things, did much inveigh against the writing of romances, that 500 years hence being wrote of matters in general, true as the romance of Cleopatra, the world will not know which is the true and which the false. Here was a gentleman attending here that told us he saw the other day, and did bring the draft of it to Sir Francis Pridgeon, of a monster born of an hostler's wife at Salisbury, 2 women children perfectly made, joined at the lower part of their bellies, and every part perfect as 2 bodies, and only 1 pair of legs coming forth on one side from the middle where they were joined. It was alive 24 hours, and cried and did as all hopeful children do, but, being showed too much to people, was killed. By and by we were called in, where a great many lords, Annesley in the chair. But, Lord, to see what work they will make us, and what trouble we shall have to inform men in a business they are to begin to know, when the greatest of our hurry is a thing to be lamented, and I fear the consequence will be bad to us. Thence I by coach to the Change, and thence home to dinner, my head aching mightily with much business. Our little girl better than she was yesterday. After dinner out again by coach to my Lord Chancellor's, but could not speak with him, then up and down to seek Sir P.H. Warwick, Sir G. Carteret, and my Lord Berkeley, but failed in all, and so home and there late at business. Among other things Mr. Turner making his complaint to me how my clerks do all the work and get all the profit, and he hath no comfort, nor cannot subsist. I did make him apprehend how he is beholding to me more than to any body for my suffering him to act as purveyor of petty provisions, and told him so largely my little value of any body's favour, that I believe he will make no complaints again a good while. So home to supper and to bed, after prayers, and having my boy and mercer give me each of them some, musique. 12th, up, being fright that Mr. Coventry was come to town and now at the office, so I run down without eating or drinking or washing to the office and it proved my Lord Berkeley. There all the morning, at noon to the Change, and so home to dinner, Mr. Waith with me, and then to the office, where mighty busy till very late, but I bless God I go through with it very well and hope I shall. 13th, Lord's Day. This morning to church, where mighty sport, to hear our clerks sing out of tune, though his master sits by him that begins and keeps the tune aloud for the parish. Dined at home very well, and spent all the afternoon with my wife within doors, and getting a speech out of Hamlet, to be or not to be, without book. In the evening to sing psalms, and in come Mr. Hill to see me, and then he and I and the boy finally to sing, and so anon broke up after much pleasure, he gone I to supper, and so prayers and to bed. 14th, up, and with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, to the Lords of the Admiralty, and there did our business betimes. Thence to Sir Philip Warwick about navy business, and my Lord Ashley. And afterwards to my Lord Chancellor, who is very well pleased with me, and my carrying of his business. And so to the Change, where mighty busy, and so home to dinner, where Mr. Creed and more, and after dinner I to my Lord Treasurer's, to Sir Philip Warwick there, and then to Whitehall, to the Duke of Albemarle, about Tangier, and then homeward to the coffee-house to hear news. And it seems the Dutch, as I afterwards found by Mr. Coventry's letters, have stopped a ship of masts of Sir W. Warren's, coming for us in a Swede's ship, which they will not release upon Sir G. Downing's claiming her, which appears as the first act of hostility, and is looked upon as so by Mr. Coventry. The Elias, coming from New England, Captain Hill, commander, is sunk, only the captain and a few men saved. She foundered in the sea. So home, where infinite busy till 12 at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 15th. That I might not be too fine for the business I intend this day, I did leave off my fine new cloth suit lined with plush and put on my poor black suit, and after office done, where much business, but little done, I to the Change. And thence Bagwell's wife with much ado followed me through Moorfields to a blind alehouse, and there I did caress her and eat and drink, and many hard looks and sooth the poor wretch did give me, and I think verily was troubled at what I did. But at last after many protestings by degrees I did arrive at what I would, with great pleasure, and then in the evening, it raining, walked into town to where she knew where she was. And then I took coach and to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, where, and everywhere else, I thank God, I find myself growing in repute. And so home, and late, very late, at business, nobody minding it but myself, and so home to bed, weary and full of thoughts. Businesses grow high between the Dutch and us on every side. 16th. My wife not being well, waked in the night, and strange to see how dead sleep our people sleep that she was fain to ring an hour before any body would wake. At last one rose and helped my wife, and so to sleep again. Up and to my business, and then to Whitehall, there to attend the Lords Commissioners, and so directly home and dined with Sir W. Batten and my lady, and after dinner had much discourse tending to profit with Sir W. Batten, how to get ourselves into the prize office 595 or some other fair way of obliging the king to consider us in our extraordinary pains. Then to the office, and there all the afternoon very busy, and so till past 12 at night, and so home to bed. This day my wife went to the burial of a little boy of W. Joyce's. 17th. Up and to my office, and there all the morning mighty busy, and taking upon me to tell the comptroller how ill his matters were done, and I think indeed if I continue thus all the business of the office will come upon me whether I will or no. At noon to the Change, and then home with Creed to dinner, and thence I to the office, where close at it all the afternoon till 12 at night, and then home to supper and to bed. This day I received from Mr. Foley, but for me to pay for it, if I like it, an iron chest, having now received back some money I had laid out for the king, and I hope to have a good sum of money by me, thereby, in a few days, I think above L800. But when I come home at night, I could not find the way to open it. But, which is a strange thing, my little girl Susan could carry it alone from one table clear from the ground and set upon another, when neither I nor anyone in my house but Jane the cookmaid could do it. 18th. Up and to the office, and thence to the committee of the fishery at Whitehall, where so poor simple doings about the business of the lottery, that I was ashamed to see it. That a thing so low and base should have anything to do with so noble an undertaking. But I had the advantage this day to hear Mr. Williamson discourse, who come to be a contractor with others for the lotteries, and indeed I find he is a very logical man and a good speaker. But it was so pleasant to see my Lord Craven, the chairman, before many persons of worth and grave. Use this comparison in saying that certainly these that would contract for all the lotteries would not suffer us to set up the Virginia lottery for plate before them, for, says he, if I occupy a wench first, you may occupy her again your heart out, you can never have her maidenhead after I have once had it, which he did more loosely, and yet as if he had fetched a most grave and worthy instance. They made mirth, but I and others were ashamed of it. Thence to the Change, and thence home to dinner, and thence to the office a good while, and thence to the council chamber at Whitehall to speak with Sir G. Carteret, and here by accident heard a great and famous cause between Sir G. Lane and one Mr. Phil Hoare, an Irish business about Sir G. Lane's endeavouring to reverse a decree of the late Commissioners of Ireland in a rebel's case for his land, which the King had given as forfeited to Sir G. Lane, for whom the solicitor did argue most angel-like, and one of the commissioners, Baron, did argue for the other and for himself and his brethren who had decreed it. But the solicitor do so pay the commissioners, how 4 all along did act for the Papists, and 3 only for the Protestants, by which they were overvoted. But at last one word, which was omitted in the solicitor's repeating of an Act of Parliament in the case, being insisted on by the other part, the solicitor was put to a great stop, and I could discern he could not tell what to say, but was quite out. Thence home well pleased with this accident, and so home to my office, where late, and then to supper and to bed. This day I had a letter from Mr. Coventry, that tells me that my Lord Brunkard is to be one of our commissioners, of which I am very glad, if any more must be. 19th. All the morning at the office, and without dinner down by galley up and down the river to visit the yards and ships now ordered forth with great delight, and so home to supper, and then to office late to write letters, then home to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, where Peg Pen very fine in her new coloured silk suit laced with silver lace. Dined at home, and Mr. Shepley, lately come to town, with me. A great deal of ordinary discourse with him. Among other things praying him to speak to Stanks to look after our business. With him and in private with Mr. Bottom talking of our ropeyard stores at Woolwich, which are mighty low, even to admiration. They gone, in the evening comes Mr. Andrews and sings with us, and he gone, I to Sir W. Batten's, where Sir J. Minns and he and I to talk about our letter to my Lord Treasurer, where his folly and simple confidence so great in a report so ridiculous that he hath drawn up to present to my Lord, nothing of it being true, that I was ashamed. And did roundly and in many words for an hour together talk boldly to him, which pleased Sir W. Batten and my lady, but I was in the right, and was the willinger to do so before them, that they might see that I am somebody, and shall serve him so in his way another time. So home vexed at this night's passage, for I had been very hot with him, so to supper and to bed, out of order with this night's vexation. 21st. Up, and with them to the Lords at Whitehall, where they do single me out to speak to and to hear, much to my content, and received their commands, particularly in several businesses. Thence by their order to the Attorney General's about a new warrant for Captain Taylor, which I shall carry for him to be Commissioner in spite of Sir W. Batten, and yet indeed it is not I, but the ability of the man, that makes the Duke and Mr. Coventry stand by their choice. I to the Change and there stayed long doing business, and this day for certain news is come that Teddyman hath brought in 18 or 20 Dutchmen, merchants, their Bordeaux fleet, and 2 men of Wherry to Portsmouth. 596. And I had letters this afternoon, that 3 are brought into the Downs and Dover, so that the war is begun, God give a good end to it. After dinner at home all the afternoon busy, and at night with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns looking over the business of stating the accounts of the Navy charged to my Lord Treasurer, where Sir J. Minns's paper served us in no stead almost, but was all false, and after I had done it with great pains, he being by, I am confident he understands not one word in it. At it till 10 at night almost. Thence by coach to Sir Philip Warwick's, by his desire to have conferred with him, but he being in bed, I to Whitehall to the secretaries, and there wrote to Mr. Coventry, and so home by coach again, a fine clear moonshine night, but very cold. Home to my office a while, it being past 12 at night, and so to supper and to bed. 22nd at the office all the morning. Sir G. Carteret, upon a motion of Sir W. Battens, did promise, if we would write a letter to him, to shew it to the King on our behalf touching our desire of being commissioners of the prize office. I wrote a letter to my mind and, after eating a bit at home, Mr. Shepley dining and taking his leave of me, abroad and to Sir G. Carteret with the letter and thence to my Lord Treasurer's, where with Sir Philip Warwick long studying all we could to make the last year swell as high as we could. And it is much to see how he do study for the King, to do it to get all the money from the Parliament all he can, and I shall be serviceable to him therein, to help him to heads upon which to enlarge the report of the expense. He did observe to me how obedient this Parliament was for a while, and the last sitting how they begun to differ, and to carp at the King's officers. And what they will do now, he says, is to make agreement for the money, for there is no guess to be made of it. He told me he was prepared to convince the Parliament that the subsidies are a most ridiculous tax, the four last not rising to L40,000, and unequal. He talks of a tax of assessment of L70,000 for 5 years. The people to be secured that it shall continue no longer than there is really a war, and the charges thereof to be paid. He told me, that 1 year of the late Dutch war cost L1,623,000. Thence to my Lord Chancellor's, and there stayed long with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, to speak with my Lord about our prize office business, but, being sick and full of visitants, we could not speak with him, and so away home. Where Sir Richard Ford did meet us with letters from Holland this day, that it is likely the Dutch fleet will not come out this year, they have not victuals to keep them out, and it is likely they will be frozen before they can get back. Captain Cock is made steward for sick and wounded seamen. So home to supper, where troubled to hear my poor boy Tom has a fit of the stone, or some other pain like it. I must consult Mr. Hulliard for him. So at 1 in the morning home to bed. 23rd, up and to my office, where close all the morning about my Lord Treasurer's accounts, and at noon home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon very busy till very late at night, and then to supper and to bed. This evening Mr. Hulliard came to me and told me that he hath searched my boy, and he finds he hath a stone in his bladder, which grieves me to the heart, he being a good-natured and well-disposed boy. And more that it should be my misfortune to have him come to my house. Sir G. Carteret was here this afternoon, and strange to see how we plot to make the charge of this war to appear greater than it is, because of getting money. 24th, up and to the office, where all the morning busy answering of people. About noon out with Commissioner Pett, and he and I to a coffee house, to drink chocolate, very good, and so by coach to Westminster, being the first day of the Parliament's meeting. After the House had received the King's speech, and what more he had to say, delivered in writing, the Chancellor being sick, it rose, and I with Sir Philip Warwick home and conferred our matters about the charge of the Navy. And have more to give him in the excessive charge of this year's expense. I dined with him, and Mr. Povey with us and Sir Edmund Pooley, a fine gentleman, and Mr. Chichley, and fine discourse we had and fine talka, being proud to see myself accepted in such company and thought better than I am. After dinner Sir Philip and I to talk again, and then away home to the office, where sat late, beginning our sittings now in the afternoon, because of the Parliament. And they being rose, I to my office, where late till almost 1 o'clock, and then home to bed. 25th, up and at my office all the morning, to prepare an account of the charge we have been put to extraordinary by the Dutch already. And I have brought it to appear L852,700, but God knows this is only a scare to the Parliament, to make them give the more money. Thence to the Parliament House, and there did give it to Sir Philip Warwick. The House being hot upon giving the King a supply of money, and I by coach to the Change and took up Mr. Jennings along with me, my old acquaintance, he telling me the mean manner that Sir Samuel Morland lives near him, in a house he hath bought and laid out money upon, in all to the value of 1200, but is believed to be a beggar. And so I ever thought he would be. From the Change with Mr. Deering and Llewellyn to the White Horse Tavern in Lombard Street, and there dined with them, he giving me a dish of meat to discourse in order to my serving Deering, which I am already obliged to do, and shall do it. And would be glad he were a man trusty that I might venture something along with him. Thence home, and by in the evening took my wife out by coach, leaving her at unthanks while I to Whitehall and to Westminster Hall, where I have not been to talk a great while, and there hear that Mrs. Lane and her husband live a sad life together, and he is gone to be a paymaster to a company to Portsmouth to serve at sea. She big with child. Thence I home, calling my wife, and at Sir W. Batten's hear that the House have given the King L2 500,000 to be paid for this war, only for the Navy, in 3 years' time, which is a joyful thing to all the King's party I see, but was much opposed by Mr. Vaughan and others, that it should be so much. So home and to supper and to bed. 26th, up and to the office, where busy all the morning. Home a while to dinner and then to the office, where very late busy till quite weary, but contented well with my dispatch of business, and so home to supper and to bed. 27th, Lord's Day. To church in the morning, then dined at home, and to my office, and there all the afternoon setting right my business of flags, and after all my pains find reason not to be sorry, because I think it will bring me considerable profit. In the evening come Mr. Andrews and Hill, and we sung, with my boy, Ravenscroft's 4-part psalms, most admirable musique. Then, Andrews not staying, we to supper, and after supper fell into the rarest discourse with Mr. Hill about Rome and Italy. But most pleasant that I ever had in my life. At it very late and then to bed. 28th, up, and with Sir J. Minns and W. Batten to Whitehall, but no committee of lords, which is like to do the King's business well. So to Westminster, and there to Jervis's and was a little while with Jane, and so to London by coach and to the coffee house, where certain news of our peace made by Captain Allen with Argier, which is good news. And that the Dutch have sent part of their fleet round by Scotland, and resolved to pay off the rest half pay, promising the rest in the spring, hereby keeping their men. But how true this, I know not. Home to dinner, then come Dr. Clerk to speak with me about sick and wounded men, wherein he is like to be concerned. After him Mr. Cutler, and much talk with him, and with him to Whitehall, to have waited on the lords by order, but no meeting, neither tonight, which will spoil all. I think I shall get something by my discourse with Cutler. So home, and after being at my office an hour with Mr. Povey talking about his business of Tangier, getting him some money allowed him for freight of ships, wherein I hope to get something too. He gone, home hungry and almost sick for want of eating, and so to supper and to bed. 29th, up, and with Sir W. Batten to the Committee of Lords at the Council Chamber, where Sir G. Carteret told us what he had said to the King, and how the King inclines to our request of making U.S. Commissioners of the Prize Office, but meeting him anon in the gallery. He tells me that my Lord Berkeley is angry we should not acquaint him with it, so I found out my lord and pacified him, but I know not whether he was so in earnest or no, for he looked very frowardly. Thence to the Parliament House, and with Sir W. Batten home and dined with him, my wife being gone to my Lady Sandwich's, and then to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and I at my office till past 12 at night, and so home to bed. This day I hear that the King should say that the Dutch do begin to comply with him. Sir John Robinson told Sir W. Batten that he heard the King say so. I pray God it may be so. 30th, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns to the Committee of the Lords, and there did our business, but, Lord, what a sorry dispatch these great persons give to business. Thence to the Change, and there hear the certainty and circumstances of the Dutch having called in their fleet and paid their men half pay, the other to be paid them upon their being ready upon beat of drum to come to serve them again. And in the meantime to have half pay. This is said. Thence home to dinner, and so to my office all the afternoon. In the evening my wife and Sir W. Warren with me to Whitehall, sending her with the coach to see her father and mother. He and I up to Sir G. Carteret, and first I alone and then both had discourse with him about things of the navy, and so I and he calling my wife at unthanks, home again, and long together talking how to order things in a new contract for Norway goods. As well to the king's as to his advantage. He gone, I to my monthly accounts, and, bless God, I find I have increased my last balance, though but little, but I hope ere long to get more. In the meantime praise God for what I have, which is L1209. So, with my heart glad to see my accounts fall so right in this time of mixing of moneys and confusion, I home to bed. December 1664. December 1st. Up betimes and to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, and so straight home and hard to my business at my office till noon, then to dinner, and so to my office, and by we sat all the afternoon. Then to my office again till past 1 in the morning, and so home to supper and to bed. 2nd, lay long in bed. Then up and to the office, where busy all the morning. At home dined. After dinner with my wife and Mercer to the Duke's house, and there saw The Rivals, which I had seen before. But the play not good, nor anything but the good actings of Betterton and his wife and Harris. Thence homeward, and the coach broke with us in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and so walked to Fleet Street, and there took coach and home, and to my office, whither by comes Captain Cock, and then Sir W. Batten, and we all to Sir J. Minns, and I did give them a barrel of oysters I had given to me, and so there sat and talked, where good discourse of the late troubles, they knowing things, all of them, very well. And Cock, from the king's own mouth, being then entrusted himself much, do know particularly that the king's credulity to Cromwell's promises, private to him. Against the advice of his friends and the certain discovery of the practices and discourses of Cromwell in council, by Major Huntington, 597 did take away his life and nothing else. Then to some loose atheistical discourse of Cock's, when he was almost drunk, and then about 11 o'clock broke up, and I to my office, to fit up an account for Povey, wherein I hope to get something. At it till almost 2 o'clock, then to supper and to bed. 3rd, up, and at the office all the morning, and at noon to Mr. Cutler's, and there dined with Sir W. Ryder and him, and thence Sir W. Ryder and I by coach to Whitehall to a committee of the fishery, there only to hear Sir Edward Ford's proposal about farthings, wherein, O God! To see almost every body interested for him, only my Lord Annesley, who is a grave, serious man. My Lord Berkeley was there, but is the most hot, fiery man in discourse, without any cause, that ever I saw, even to breach of civility to my Lord Anglesey, in his discourse opposing to my lords. At last, though without much satisfaction to me, it was voted that it should be requested of the king, and that Sir Edward Ford's proposal is the best yet made. Thence by coach home. The Duke of York being expected tonight with great joy from Portsmouth, after his having been abroad at sea 3 or 4 days with the fleet, and the Dutch are all drawn into their harbours. But it seems like a victory, and a matter of some reputation to us it is, and blemish to them, but in no degree like what it is esteemed at, the weather requiring them to do so. Home and at my office late, and then to supper and to bed. 4th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and then up and to my office, there to dispatch a business in order to the getting something out of the Tangier business, wherein I have an opportunity to get myself paid upon the score of freight. I hope a good sum. At noon home to dinner, and then in the afternoon to church. So home, and by comes Mr. Hill and Andrews, and sung together long and with great content. Then to supper and broke up. Pretty discourse, very pleasant and ingenious, and so to my office a little, and then home, after prayers, to bed. This day I hear the Duke of York is come to town, though expected last night, as I observed, but by what hindrance stopped I can't tell. 5th, up, and to Whitehall with Sir J. Minns. And there, among an infinite crowd of great persons, did kiss the Duke's hand, but had no time to discourse. Thence up and down the gallery, and got my Lord of Albemarle's hand to my bill for Povey, but afterwards was asked some scurvy questions by Povey about my demands, which troubled me, but will do no great hurt I think. Thence vexed home, and there by appointment comes my cousin Roger Pepys and Mrs. Turner, and dined with me, and very merry we were. They stayed all the afternoon till night, and then after I had discoursed an hour with Sir W. Warren plainly declaring my resolution to desert him if he goes on to join with Castle, who and his family I, for great provocation, love not, which he takes with some trouble, but will concur in everything with me, he says. Now I am loath, I confess, to lose him, he having been the best friend I have had ever in this office. So he being gone, we all, it being night, in Madam Turner's coach to her house, there to see, as she tells us, how fat Mrs. the is grown, and so I find her, but not as I expected, but mightily pleased I am to hear the mother commend her daughter Betty that she is like to be a great beauty, and she sets much by her. Thence I to Whitehall, and there saw Mr. Coventry come to town, and, with all my heart, am glad to see him, but could have no talk with him, he being but just come. Thence back and took up my wife, and home, where a while, and then home to supper and to bed. 5th, up, and in Sir W. Batten's coach to Whitehall, but the Duke being gone forth, I to Westminster Hall, and there spent much time till towards noon to and fro with people. So by and by Mrs. Lane comes and plucks me by the cloak to speak to me, and I was fain to go to her shop, and pretending to buy some bands made her go home, and by followed her, and there did what I would with her. And so after many discourses and her entreating me to do something for her husband, which I promised to do, and buying a little band of her, which I intend to keep to, I took leave. There coming a couple of footboys to her with a coach to fetch her abroad I know not to whom. She is great with child, and she says I must be godfather, but I do not intend it. Thence by coach to the Old Exchange, and there hear that the Dutch are fitting their ships out again, which puts us to new discourse, and to alter our thoughts of the Dutch, as to their want of courage or force. Thence by appointment to the White Horse Tavern in Lombard Street, and there dined with my Lord Rutherford, Povey, Mr. Gauden, Creed, and others, and very merry, and after dinner among other things Povey and I withdrew, and I plainly told him that I was concerned in profit, but very justly, in this business of the bill that I have been these 2 or 3 days about. And he consents to it, and it shall be paid. He tells me how he believes, and in part knows, Creed to be worth L10,000, nay, that now and then he, Povey, hath 3 or L4,000 in his hands, for which he gives the interest that the king gives, which is 10%. And that Creed do come and demand at every 3 months the interest to be paid him, which Povey looks upon as a cunning and mean trick of him, but for all that, he will do and is very rich. Thence to the office, where we sat and where Mr. Coventry came the first time after his return from sea, which I was glad of. So after office to my office, and then home to supper, and to my office again, and then late home to bed. 7th. Lay long, then up, and among others Bagwell's wife coming to speak with me put new thoughts of folly into me which I am troubled at. Thence after doing business at my office, I by coach to my Lady Sandwich's, and there dined with her, and found all well and merry. Thence to Whitehall, and we waited on the Duke, who looks better than he did, methinks, before his voyage. And, I think, a little more stern than he used to do. Thence to the Temple to my cousin Roger Pepys, thinking to have met the doctor to have discoursed our business, but he came not, so I home, and there by agreement came my Lord Rutherford, Povey, Gauden, Creed, Alderman Bacule. About 10-year business of accounts between Rutherford and Gauden. Here they were with me an hour or more, then after drinking away, and Povey and Creed stayed and eat with me, but I was sorry I had no better cheer for Povey. For the fool may be useful, and is a cunning fellow in his way, which is a strange one, and that I meet not in any other man, nor can describe in him. They late with me, and when gone my boy and I to musique, and then to bed. 8th. Up, and to my office, where all the morning busy. At noon dined at home, and then to the office, where we sat all the afternoon. In the evening comes my aunt and uncle White, Mrs. Norbury, and her daughter, and after them Mr. Norbury, were no great pleasure, my aunt being out of humour in her fine clothes, and it raining hard. Besides, I was a little too bold with her about her doting on Dr. Venner. Anon they went away, and I till past 12 at night at my office, and then home to bed. 9th, up betimes and walked to Mr. Povey's, and there, not without some few troublesome questions of his, I got a note, and went and received L117.5s. Of Alderman Viner upon my pretended freight of the William for Tangier, which overbears me on one side with joy and on the other to think of my condition if I shall be called into examination about it. And, though in strictness it is due, not be able to give a good account of it. Home with it, and there comes Captain Taylor to me, and he and I did set even the business of the ship Union lately gone for Tangier, wherein I hope to get L50 more, for all which the Lord be praised. At noon home to dinner, Mr. Hunt and his wife with us, and very pleasant. Then in the afternoon I carried them home by coach, and I to Westminster Hall, and thence to Gervas's, and there find I cannot prevail with Jane to go forth with me, but though I took a good occasion of going to the trumpet she declined coming. Which vexed me. Je avais grande envie envers elle, avec vrai amour et passion. Thence home and to my office till 1 in the morning, setting to rights in writing this day's 2 accounts of Povey and Taylor, and then quietly to bed. This day I had several letters from several places, of our bringing in great numbers of Dutch ships. 10th, lay long, at which I am ashamed, because of so many people observing it that know not how late I sit up, and for fear of Sir W. Batten speaking of it to others, he having stayed for me a good while. At the office all the morning, where comes my Lord Brunkard with his patent in his hand, and delivered it to Sir J. Minns and myself, we alone being there all the day, and at noon I in his coach with him to the Change, where he set me down. A modest civil person he seems to be, but wholly ignorant in the business of the navy as possible, but I hope to make a friend of him, being a worthy man. Thence after hearing the great news of so many Dutchmen being brought into Portsmouth and elsewhere, which it is expected will either put them upon present revenge or despair, I with Sir W. Ryder and Cutler to dinner all alone to the great James, where good discourse, and, I hope, occasion of getting something hereafter. After dinner to Whitehall to the fishery, where the Duke was with us. So home, and late at my office, writing many letters, then home to supper and to bed. Yesterday come home, and this night I visited Sir W. Penn, who dissembles great respect and love to me, but I understand him very well. Major Holmes is come from Guinea, and is now at Plymouth with great wealth, they say. 11th, Lord's Day. Up and to church alone in the morning. Dined at home, mighty pleasantly. In the afternoon I to the French church, were much pleased with the 3 sisters of the parson, very handsome, especially in their noses, and sing prettily. I heard a good sermon of the old man, touching duty to parents. Here was Sir Samuel Morland and his lady very fine, with 2 footmen in new liveries, the church taking much notice of them, and going into their coach after sermon with great gazing. So I home, and my cousin, Mary Pepys's husband, comes after me, and told me that out of the money he received some months since he did receive 18d. Too much, and did now come and give it me, which was very pretty. So home, and there found Mr. Andrews and his lady, a well-bred and a tolerable pretty woman, and by Mr. Hill and to singing, and then to supper, then to sing again, and so good night. To prayers and to-night, bed. It is a little strange how these psalms of Ravenscroft after 2 or 3 times singing prove but the same again, though good. No diversity appearing at all almost. 12th, up, and with Sir W. Batten by coach to Whitehall, where all of us with the Duke. Mr. Coventry privately did tell me the reason of his advice against our pretences to the prize office, in his letter from Portsmouth, because he knew that the King and the Duke had resolved to put in some Parliament men that have deserved well. And that would needs be obliged, by putting them in. Thence homeward, called at my booksellers and bespoke some books against the years out, and then to the Change, and so home to dinner, and then to the office, where my Lord Brunkard comes and reads over part of our instructions in the Navy, and I expounded it to him, so he has become my disciple. He gone, comes Cutler to tell us that the King of France hath forbid any canvas to be carried out of his kingdom, and I to examine went with him to the East India House to see a letter, but came too late. So home again, and there late till 12 at night at my office, and then home to supper and to bed. This day, to see how things are ordered in the world, I had a command from the Earl of Sandwich, at Portsmouth, not to be forward with Mr. Cholmondeley and Sir J. Lawson about the mole at Tangier, because that what I do therein will, because of his friendship to me known, redound against him, as if I had done it upon his score. So I wrote to my lord my mistake, and am contented to promise never to pursue it more, which goes against my mind with all my heart. 13th, lay long in bed, then up, and many people to speak with me. Then to my office, and dined at noon at home, then to the office again, where we sat all the afternoon, and then home at night to a little supper, and so after my office again at 12 at night home to bed. 14th. Up, and after a while at the office, I abroad in several places, among others to my booksellers, and there spoke for several books against New Year's Day, I resolving to lay out about L7 or L8, God having given me some profit extraordinary of late. And bespoke also some plate, spoons, and forks. I pray God keep me from too great expenses, though these will still be pretty good money. Then to the Change, and I home to dinner, where Creed and Mr. Caesar, my boy's lute master, who plays indeed mighty finely, and after dinner I abroad, parting from Creed, and away to and fro, laying out or preparing for laying out more money, but I hope and resolve not to exceed therein. And tonight spoke for some fruit for the country for my father against Christmas, and where should I do it, but at the pretty woman's, that used to stand at the door in Fanchurch Street, I having a mind to know her. So home, and late at my office, evening reckonings with Shergold, hoping to get money by the business, and so away home to supper and to bed, not being very well through my taking cold of late, and so troubled with some wind. 15th. Called up very betimes by Mr. Cholmondeley, and with him a good while about some of his Tangier accounts. And, discoursing of the condition of Tangier, he did give me the whole account of the differences between Fitzgerald and Norwood, which were very high on both sides, but most imperious and base on Fitzgerald's. And yet through my Lord Fitzharding's means, the Duke of York is led rather to blame Norwood and to speak that he should be called home, than be sensible of the other. He is a creature of Fitzharding's, as a fellow that may be done with what he will, and, himself certainly pretending to be general of the king's armies, when Monk dieth, desires to have as few great or wise men in employment as he can now. But such as he can put in and keep under, which he do this coxcomb Fitzgerald. It seems, of all mankind there is no man so led by another as the Duke is by Lord Muskerry in this Fitzharding, insomuch, as when the king would have him to be privy purse, the Duke wept, and said, But, sir, I must have your promise. If you will have my dear Charles from me, that if ever you have occasion for an army again, I may have him with me. Believing him to be the best commander of an army in the world. But Mr. Cholmondeley thinks, as all other men I meet with do, that he is a very ordinary fellow. It is strange how the Duke also do love naturally, and affect the Irish above the English. He, of the company he carried with him to sea, took above 2/3 Irish and French. He tells me the king do hate my Lord Chancellor, and that they, that is the king and my Lord Fitzharding, do laugh at him for a dull fellow. And in all this business of the Dutch war do nothing by his advice, hardly consulting him. Only he is a good minister in other respects, and the king cannot be without him, but, above all, being the Duke's father-in-law, he is kept in. Otherwise Fitzharding were able to fling down 2 of him. This, all the wise and grave lords see, and cannot help it, but yield to it. But he bemoans what the end of it may be, the king being ruled by these men, as he hath been all along since his coming. To the raising all the strongholds in Scotland, and giving liberty to the Irish in Ireland, whom Cromwell had settled all in one corner, who are now able, and it is feared every day a massacre again among them. He being gone I abroad to the carriers, to see some things sent away to my father against Christmas, and thence to Moorfields. And there up and down to several houses to drink to look for a place pour rencontrer la femme de je sais quoi against next Monday, but could meet none. So to the coffee house, where great talka of the comet seen in several places, and among our men at sea, and by my Lord Sandwich, to whom I intend to write about it tonight. Thence home to dinner, and then to the office, where all the afternoon, and in the evening home to supper, and then to the office late, and so to bed. This night I begun to burn wax candles in my closet at the office, to try the charge, and to see whether the smoke offends like that of tallow candles. 16th. Up, and by water to Deptford, thinking to have met la femme de Bagwell, but failed, and having done some business at the yard, I back again, it being a fine fresh morning to walk. Back again, Mr. Waith walking with me to Halfway House talking about Mr. Castle's fine knees lately delivered in which I am well informed that they are not as they should be to make them knees, and I hope shall make good use of it to the King's service. Thence home, and having dressed myself, to the Change, and thence home to dinner, and so abroad by coach with my wife, and bought a looking-glass by the old Exchange, which costs me L5 and a success. For the hooks. A very fair glass. So toward my cousin Scott's, but meeting my Lady Sandwich's coach, my wife turned back to follow them, thinking they might, as they did, go to visit her, and I, light and to Mrs. Harmon, and there stayed and talked in her shop with her, and much pleased I am with her. We talked about Anthony Joyce's giving over trade and that he intends to live in lodgings, which is a very mad, foolish thing. She tells me she hears and believes it is because he, being now begun to be called on offices, resolves not to take the new oath, he having formerly taken the covenant or engagement. But I think he do very simply and will endeavour for his wife's sake to advise him therein. Thence to my cousin Scott's, and there met my cousin Roger Pepys, and Mrs. Turner, and Joyce, and prated all the while, and so with the corps to church and heard a very fine sermon of the parson of the parish, and so homeward with them in their coach, but finding it too late to go home with me, I took another coach and so home. And after a while at my office, home to supper and to bed. 17th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon I to the Change, and there, among others, had my first meeting with Mr. Lestrange, who hath endeavoured several times to speak with me. It is to get, now and then, some news of me, which I shall, as I see cause, give him. He is a man of fine conversation, I think, but I am sure most courtly and full of compliments. Thence home to dinner, and then come the looking-glass man to set up the looking-glass I bought yesterday, in my dining-room, and very handsome it is. So abroad by coach to Whitehall, and there to the Committee of Tangier, and then the fishing. Mr. Povey did in discourse give me a rub about my late bill for money that I did get of him, which vexed me and stuck in my mind all this evening, though I know very well how to clear myself at the worst. So home and to my office, where late, and then home to bed. Mighty talka there is of this comet that is seen a nights, and the King and Queen did sit up last night to see it, and did, it seems. And tonight I thought to have done so too. But it is cloudy, and so no stars appear. But I will endeavour it. Mr. Gray did tell me tonight, for certain, that the Dutch, as high as they seem, do begin to buckle. And that one man in this kingdom did tell the king that he is offered L40,000 to make a peace, and others have been offered money also. It seems the taking of their Bordeaux fleet thus, arose from a printed gazette of the Dutch's boasting of fighting, and having beaten the English, in confidence whereof, it coming to Bordeaux, all the fleet comes out. And so falls into our hands. 18th, Lord's Day. To church, where, God forgive me, I spent most of my time in looking, on, my new Morena 598 at the other side of the church, an acquaintance of Peg Pen's. So home to dinner, and then to my chamber to read Ben Jonson's Catiline, a very excellent piece, and so to church again, and thence we met at the office to hire ships, being in great haste and having sent for several masters of ships to come to us. Then home, and there Mr. Andrews and Hill come and we sung finely, and by Mr. Fuller, the parson, and supped with me, he and a friend of his, but my music friends would not stay supper. At and after supper Mr. Fuller and I told many stories of apparitions and delusions thereby, and I out with my stories of Tom Mallard. He gone, I a little to my office, and then to prayers and to bed. 19th. Going to bed betimes last night we waked betimes, and from our people's being forced to take the key to go out to light a candle, I was very angry and begun to find fault with my wife for not commanding her servants as she ought. Thereupon she giving me some cross answer I did strike her over her left eye such a blow as the poor wretch did cry out and was in great pain, but yet her spirit was such as to endeavour to bite and scratch me. But I coining $5.99 with her made her leave crying, and sent for butter and parsley, and friends presently one with another, and I up, vexed at my heart to think what I had done, for she was forced to lay a poultice or something to her eye all day. And is black, and the people of the house observed it. But I was forced to rise, and up and with Sir J. Minns to Whitehall, and there we waited on the Duke. And among other things Mr. Coventry took occasion to vindicate himself before the Duke and us, being all there, about the choosing of Taylor for Harwich. Upon which the Duke did clear him, and did tell us that he did expect, that, after he had named a man, none of us shall then oppose or find fault with the man, but if we had anything to say, we ought to say it before he had chose him. Sir G. Carteret thought himself concerned, and endeavoured to clear himself, and by Sir W. Batten did speak, knowing himself guilty, and did confess, that being pressed by the council he did say what he did, that he was accounted a fanatique. But did not know that at that time he had been appointed by his Royal Highness. To which the Duke replied, that it was impossible but he must know that he had appointed him, and so it did appear that the Duke did mean all this while Sir W. Batten. So by and by we parted, and Mr. Coventry did privately tell me that he did this day take this occasion to mention the business to give the Duke an opportunity of speaking his mind to Sir W. Batten in this business, of which I was heartily glad. Thence home, and not finding Bagwell's wife as I expected, I to the Change and there walked up and down, and then home, and she being come I bid her go and stay at Moorgate for me, and after going up to my wife, whose eye is very bad. But she is in very good temper to me, and after dinner I to the place and walked round the fields again and again, but not finding her I to the Change, and there found her waiting for me and took her away, and to an alehouse. And there I made much of her, and then away thence and to another and endeavoured to caress her, but elle ne voulait pas, which did vex me, but I think it was chiefly not having a good easy place to do it upon. So we broke up and parted and I to the office, where we sat hiring of ships an hour or two, and then to my office. And thence, with Captain Taylor home to my house, to give him instructions and some notice of what to his great satisfaction had happened today. Which I do because I hope his coming into this office will a little cross Sir W. Batten and may do me good. He gone, I to supper with my wife, very pleasant, and then a little to my office and to bed. My mind, God forgive me, too much running upon what I can, faire avec la femme de Bagwell domain, having promised to go to Deptford and aller à sa maison avec son mari, when I come thither. 20th. Up and walked to Deptford, where after doing something at the yard I walked, without being observed, with Bagwell home to his house, and there was very kindly used, and the poor people did get a dinner for me in their fashion. Of which I also eat very well. After dinner I found occasion of sending him abroad, and then alone, avec lje tentes à faire ce que je voudrais y contre sa force je le faisais bien que passer à mon contentement. By and by he coming back again I took leave and walked home, and then there to dinner, where Dr. Fairbrother come to see me and Llewellyn. We dined, and I to the office, leaving them, where we sat all the afternoon, and I late at the office. To supper and to the office again very late, then home to bed. 21st, up, and after evening reckonings to this day with Mr. Bridges, the linen draper, for calicoes, I out to Doctors' Commons, where by agreement my cousin Roger and I did meet my cousin Dr. Tom Pepys, and there a great many and some high words on both sides, but I must confess I was troubled. First, to find my cousin Roger such a simple but well-meaning man as he is. Next to think that my father, out of folly and vain glory, should now and then, as by their words I gather, be speaking how he had set up his son Tom with his goods and house. And now these words are brought against him, I fear to the depriving him of all the profit the poor man intended to make of the lease of his house and sale of his own goods. I intend to make a quiet end if I can with the doctor, being a very foul-tongued fool and of great inconvenience to be at difference with such a one that will make the base noise about it that he will. Thence, very much vexed to find myself so much troubled about other men's matters, I to Mrs. Turner's, in Salisbury Court, and with her a little, and carried her, the porter staying for me, our eagle, which she desired the other day, and we were glad to be rid of her, she fouling our house of office mightily. They are much pleased with her. And thence I home and after dinner to the office, where Sir W. Ryder and Cutler come, and in dispute I very high with them against their demands, I hope to no hurt to myself, for I was very plain with them to the best of my reason. So they gone I home to supper, then to the office again and so home to bed. My Lord Sandwich this day writes me word that he hath seen, at Portsmouth, the comet, and says it is the most extraordinary thing that ever he saw. 22nd. Up and betimes to my office, and then out to several places, among others to Holborn to have spoke with one Mr. Underwood about some English hemp, he lies against Gray's Inn. Thereabouts I to a barber's shop to have my hair cut, and there met with a copy of verses, mightily commended by some gentleman there, of my Lord Mordaunt's, in excuse of his going to see this late expedition, with the Duke of York. But, Lord! They are but sorry things, only a lord made them. Thence to the Change, and there, among the merchants, I hear fully the news of our being beaten to dirt at Guinea, by de Ruyter with his fleet. The particulars, as much as by Sir G. Carteret afterwards I heard, I have said in a letter to my Lord Sandwich this day at Portsmouth. It being most wholly to the utter ruin of our royal company, and reproach and shame to the whole nation, as well as justification to them in their doing wrong to no man as to his private property. Only taking whatever is found to belong to the company, and nothing else. Dined at the Dolphin, Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and I, with Sir W. Borman and Sir Theophilus Biddulph and others, commissioners of the sewers, about our place below to lay masts in. But coming a little too soon, I out again, and took boat down to Redriff, and just in time within 2 minutes, and saw the new vessel of Sir William Pepys launched, the King and Duke being there. 600. It swims and looks finely, and I believe will do well. The name I think is Twilight, but I do not know certainly. Coming away back immediately to dinner, where a great deal of good discourse, and Sir G. Carteret discourse of this Guinea business, with great displeasure at the loss of our honour there, and do now confess that the trade brought all these troubles upon us between the Dutch and us. Thence to the office and there sat late, then I to my office and there till 12 at night, and so home to bed weary. 23rd. Up and to my office, then come by appointment cousin Tom Trice to me, and I paid him the L20 remaining due to him upon the bond of L100 given him by agreement November, 1663, to end the difference between us about my aunt's, his mother's, money. And here, being willing to know the worst, I told him, I hope now there is nothing remaining between you and I of future dispute. No, says he, nothing at all that I know of, but only a small matter of about 20 or 30s. That my father Pepys received for me of rent due to me in the country, which I will in a day or two bring you an account of, and so we parted. Dined at home upon a good turkey which Mr. Shepley sent us, then to the office all the afternoon, Mr. Cutler and others coming to me about business. I hear that the Dutch have prepared a fleet to go the back way to the Straits, where without doubt they will master our fleet. This put to that of Guinea makes me fear them mightily, and certainly they are a most wise people, and careful of their business. The King of France, they say, do declare himself obliged to defend them, and lays claim by his ambassador to the wines we have taken from the Dutch Bordeaux men, and more, it is doubted whether the Swede will be our friend or no. Pray God deliver us out of these troubles. This day Sir W. Batten sent and afterwards spoke to me, to have me and my wife come and dine with them on Monday next, which is a mighty condescension in them, and for some great reason I am sure. Or else it pleases God by my late care of business to make me more considerable even with them than I am sure they would willingly own me to be. God make me thankful and careful to preserve myself so, for I am sure they hate me and it is hope or fear that makes them flatter me. It being a bright night, which it has not been a great while, I purpose to endeavour to be called in the morning to see the comet, though I fear we shall not see it, because it rises in the east but 16 degrees, and then the houses will hinder us. 24th. Having sat up all night to past 2 o'clock this morning, our porter, being appointed, comes and tells us that the bellman tells him that the star is seen upon Tower Hill. So I, that had been all night setting in order all my old papers in my chamber, did leave off all, and my boy and I to Tower Hill, it being a most fine, bright moonshine night and a great frost, but no comet to be seen. So after running once round the hill, I and Tom, we home and then to bed. Rose about 9 o'clock and then to the office, where sitting all the morning. At noon to the Change, to the coffee house. And there heard Sir Richard Ford tell the whole story of our defeat at Guinea. Wherein our men are guilty of the most horrid cowardice and perfidiousness, as he says and tells it, that ever Englishmen were. Captain Reynolds, that was the only commander of any of the king's ships there, was shot at by De Ruyter, with a bloody flag flying. He, instead of opposing, which, indeed, had been to no purpose, but only to maintain honour, did poorly go on board himself, to ask what De Ruyter would have, and so yielded to whatever Ruyter would desire. The king and duke are highly vexed at it, it seems, and the business deserves it. Thence home to dinner, and then abroad to buy some things, and among others to my bookseller's, and there saw several books I spoke for, which are finely bound and good books to my great content. So home and to my office, where late. This evening I being informed did look and saw the comet, which is now, whether worn away or no I know not, but appears not with a tail, but only is larger and duller than any other star, and is come to rise betimes, and to make a great arch. And is gone quite to a new place in the heavens than it was before, but I hope in a clearer night something more will be seen. So home to bed. 25th, Lord's Day and Christmas Day. Up, my wife's I being ill still of the blow I did in a passion give her on Monday last, to church alone, where Mr. Mills, a good sermon. To dinner at home, where very pleasant with my wife and family. After dinner I to Sir W. Batten's, and there received so much good usage, as I have of late done, from him and my lady, obliging me and my wife, according to promise, to come and dine with them tomorrow with our neighbours, that I was in pain all the day. And night too after, to know how to order the business of my wife's not going, and by discourse receive fresh instances of Sir J. Minns's folly in complaining to Sir G. Carteret of Sir W. Batten and me for some family offences, such as my having of a stopcock to keep the water from them, which vexes me, but it would more but that Sir G. Carteret knows him very well. Thence to the French church, but coming too late I returned into Mr. Rawlinson's church, where I heard a good sermon of one that I remember was at Paul's with me, his name Maggot. And very great store of fine women there is in this church, more than I know anywhere else about us. So home and to my chamber, looking over and setting in order my papers and books, and so to supper, and then to prayers and to bed. 26th. Up, and with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there with the rest did our usual business before the Duke, and then with Sir W. Batten back and to his house, where I by sickness excused my wife's coming to them today. Thence I to the coffee house, where much good discourse, and all the opinion now is that the Dutch will avoid fighting with us at home, but do all the hurt they can to us abroad. Which it may be they may for a while, but that, I think, cannot support them long. Thence to Sir W. Batten's, where Mr. Coventry and all our families here, women and all, and Sir R. Ford and his, and a great feast and good discourse and merry, there all the afternoon and evening till late, only stepped in to see my wife, then to my office to enter my day's work, and so home to bed. Where my people and wife innocently at cards very merry, and I to bed, leaving them to their sport and blind men's buff. 27th. My people came to bed, after their sporting, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I up at 7, and to Deptford and Woolwich in a galley. The Duke calling to me out of the barge in which the King was with him going down the river, to know whither I was going. I told him to Woolwich, but was troubled afterward I should say no farther, being in a galley, lest he think me too profuse in my journeys. Did several businesses, and then back again by 2 o'clock to Sir J. Minns's to dinner by appointment, where all yesterday's company but Mr. Coventry, who could not come. Here merry, and after an hour's chat I down to the office, where busy late, and then home to supper and to bed. The comet appeared again tonight, but duskishly. I went to bed, leaving my wife and all her folks, and will also, too, come to make Christmas gambols tonight. 28th. I waked in the morning about 6 o'clock and my wife not come to bed. I lacked a pot, but there was none, and bitter cold, so was forced to rise and piss in the chimney, and to bed again. Slept a little longer, and then hear my people coming up, and so I rose, and my wife to bed at 8 o'clock in the morning, which vexed me a little, but I believe there was no hurt in it all, but only mere therefore took no notice. I abroad with Sir W. Batten to the council chamber, where all of us to discourse about the way of measuring ships and the freight fit to give for them by the ton, where it was strange methought to hear so poor discourses among the lords themselves. And most of all to see how a little empty matter delivered gravely by Sir W. Pen was taken mighty well, though nothing in the earth to the purpose. But clothes, I perceive more and more every day, is a great matter. Thence home with Sir W. Batten by coach, and I home to dinner, finding my wife still in bed. After dinner abroad, and among other things visited my Lady Sandwich, and was there, with her and the young ladies, playing at cards till night. Then home and to my office late, then home to bed, leaving my wife and people up to more sports, but without any great satisfaction to myself therein. 29th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. Then whereas I should have gone and dined with Sir W. Pen, and the rest of the officers at his house, I pretended to dine with my Lady Sandwich and so home, where I dined well, and began to wipe and clean my books in my chamber in order to the settling of my papers and things there thoroughly. And then to the office, where all the afternoon sitting, and in the evening home to supper, and then to my work again. 30th. Lay very long in bed with my wife, it being very cold, and my wife very full of a resolution to keep within doors, not so much as to go to church or see my Lady Sandwich before Easter next, which I am willing enough to, though I seem the contrary. This and other talka kept me abed till almost 10 o'clock. Then up and made an end of looking over all my papers and books and taking everything out of my chamber to have all made clean. At noon dined, and after dinner forth to several places to pay away money, to clear myself in all the world, and, among others, paid my bookseller L6 for books I had from him this day, and the silversmith L22/18. For spoons, forks, and sugar box, and being well pleased with seeing my business done to my mind as to my meeting with people and having my books ready for me, I home and to my office, and there did business late, and then home to supper, prayers, and to bed. 31st. At the office all the morning, and after dinner there again, dispatched first my letters, and then to my accounts, not of the month but of the whole year also, and was at it till past 12 at night, it being bitter cold. But yet I was well satisfied with my work, and, above all, to find myself, by the great blessing of God, worth L1349, by which, as I have spent very largely, so I have laid up above L500 this year above what I was worth this day 12-month. The Lord make me for ever thankful to his holy name for it. Thence home to eat a little and so to bed. Soon as ever the clock struck 1, I kissed my wife in the kitchen by the fireside, wishing her a merry new year, observing that I believe I was the first proper wisher of it this year, for I did it as soon as ever the clock struck 1. So ends the old year, I bless God, with great joy to me, not only from my having made so good a year of profit, as having spent L420 in laid up L540 and upwards. But I bless God I never have been in so good plight as to my health in so very cold weather as this is, nor indeed in any hot weather, these 10 years, as I am at this day, and have been these 4 or 5 months. But I am at a great loss to know whether it be my hare's foot, or taking every morning of a pill of turpentine, or my having left off the wearing of a gown. My family is, my wife, in good health, and happy with her. Her woman Mercer, a pretty, modest, quiet maid. Her chambermaid Bess, her cook maid Jane, the little girl Susan, and my boy, which I have had about half a year, Tom Edwards, which I took from the King's Chapel, and a pretty and loving quiet family I have as any man in England. My credit in the world and my office grows daily, and I am in good esteem with everybody, I think. My troubles of my uncle's estate pretty well over, but it comes to be but of little profit to us, my father being much supported by my purse. But great vexations remain upon my father and me from my brother Tom's death and ill condition, both to our disgrace and discontent, though no great reason for either. Public matters are all in a hurry about a Dutch war. Our preparations great. Our provocations against them great, and, after all our presumption, we are now afeard as much of them, as we lately contemned them. Everything else in the state quiet, blessed be God. My Lord Sandwich at sea with the fleet at Portsmouth. Sending some about to cruise for taking of ships, which we have done to a great number. This Christmas I judged it fit to look over all my papers and books. And to tear all that I found either boyish or not to be worth keeping, or fit to be seen, if it should please God to take me away suddenly. Among others, I found these 2 or 3 notes, which I thought fit to keep. January 1665. January 1st, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, having been busy late last night, then up and to my office, whereupon ordering my accounts and papers with respect to my understanding my last year's gains and expense, which I find very great, as I have already set down yesterday. Now this day I am dividing my expense, to see what my clothes and every particular hath stood me in, I mean all the branches of my expense. At noon a good venison pasty and a turkey to ourselves without any body so much as invited by us, a thing unusual for so small a family of my condition, but we did it and were very merry. After dinner to my office again, where very late alone upon my accounts, but have not brought them to order yet, and very intricate I find it, notwithstanding my care all the year to keep things in as good method as any man can do. Past 11 o'clock home to supper and to bed. Second, up, and it being a most fine, hard frost I walked a good way toward Whitehall, and then being overtaken with Sir W. Penn's coach, went into it, and with him thither, and there did our usual business with the Duke. Thence, being forced to pay a great deal of money away in boxes, that is, basins at Whitehall, I to my barber's, Gervas, and there had a little opportunity of speaking with my Jane alone, and did give her something. And of herself she did tell me a place where I might come to her on Sunday next, which I will not fail, but to see how modestly and harmlessly she brought it out was very pretty. Thence to the Swan, and there did sport a good while with Herbert's young kinswoman without hurt, though they being abroad, the old people. Then to the Hall, and there agreed with Mrs. Martin, and to her lodgings which she has now taken to lie in Bow Street, pitiful poor things, yet she thinks them pretty, and so they are for her condition I believe good enough. Here I did Cekje Voudrais avec her most freely, and it having cost 2s. In wine and cake upon her, I away sick of her impudence, and by coach to my Lord Brunker's, by appointment, in the Piazza, in Covent Garden. Where I occasioned much mirth with a ballet I brought with me, made from the seamen at sea to their ladies in town, saying Sir W. Penn, Sir G. Askew, and Sir J. Lawson made them. Here a most noble French dinner and banquet, the best I have seen this many a day and good discourse. Thence to my bookseller's and at his binder's saw Hooke's book of the microscope 601 which is so pretty that I presently bespoke it, and away home to the office, where we met to do something, and then though very late by coach to Sir P.H. Warwick's, but having company with him could not speak with him. So back again home, where thinking to be merry was vexed with my wife's having looked out a letter in Sir Philip Sidney about jealousy for me to read, which she industriously and maliciously caused me to do. And the truth is my conscience told me it was most proper for me, and therefore was touched at it, but took no notice of it, but read it out most frankly, but it stuck in my stomach. And moreover I was vexed to have a dog brought to my house to line our little bitch, which they make him do in all their sights, which, God forgive me, do stir my jealousy again, though of itself the thing is a very immodest sight. However, to cards with my wife a good while, and then to bed. Third, up, and by coach to Sir P.H. Warwick's, the street being full of footballs, it being a great frost, and found him and Mr. Coventry walking in St. James's Park. I did my errand to him about the felling of the king's timber in the forests, and then to my Lord of Oxford, Justice in Eyre, for his consent thereto, for want whereof my Lord Privy Seal stops the whole business. I found him in his lodgings, in but an ordinary furnished house and room where he was, but I find him to be a man of good discreet replies. Thence to the coffee house, where certain news that the Dutch have taken some of our colliers to the north. Some say 4, some say 7. Thence to the Change a while, and so home to dinner and to the office, where we sat late, and then I to write my letters, and then to Sir W. Batten's, who is going out of town to Harwich tomorrow to set up a lighthouse there, which he hath lately got a patent from the king to set up, that will turn much to his profit. Here very merry, and so to my office again, where very late, and then home to supper and to bed, but sat up with my wife at cards till past 2 in the morning. Fourth. Lay long, and then up and to my Lord of Oxford's, but his lordship was in bed at past 10 o'clock, and, Lord help us, so rude a dirty family I never saw in my life. He sent me out word my business was not done, but should against the afternoon. I thence to the coffee house, there but little company, and so home to the Change, where I hear of some more of our ships lost to the northward. So to Sir W. Batten's, but he was set out before I got thither. I sat long talking with my lady, and then home to dinner. Then come Mr. Moore to see me, and he and I to my Lord of Oxford's, but not finding him within Mr. Moore and I to Love in a Tub, which is very merry, but only so by gesture, not wit at all, which methinks is beneath the house. So walked home, it being a very hard frost, and I find myself as heretofore in cold weather to begin to burn within and pimples and pricks all over my body, my pores with cold being shut up. So home to supper and to cards and to bed. Fifth. Up, it being very cold and a great snow and frost tonight. To the office, and there all the morning. At noon dined at home, troubled at my wife's being simply angry with Jane, our cook maid, a good servant, though perhaps hath faults and is cunning, and given her warning to be gone. So to the office again, where we sat late, and then I to my office, and there very late doing business. Home to supper and to the office again, and then late home to bed. Sixth. Lay long in bed, but most of it angry and scolding with my wife about her warning Jane our cookmaid to be gone and upon that she desires to go abroad today to look a place. A very good maid she is and fully to my mind, being neat, only they say a little apt to scold, but I hear her not. To my office all the morning busy. Dined at home. To my office again, being pretty well reconciled to my wife, which I did desire to be, because she had designed much mere the today to end Christmas with among her servants. At night home, being 12th a night, and there chose my piece of cake, but went up to my vial, and then to bed, leaving my wife and people up at their sports, which they continue till morning, not coming to bed at all. 7th. Up and to the office all the morning. At noon dined alone, my wife and family most of them a bed. Then to see my Lady Batten and sit with her a while, Sir W. Batten being out of town, and then to my office doing very much business very late, and then home to supper and to bed. 8th, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and it being a very fine frosty day, I and my boy walked to Whitehall, and there to the chapel, where one Dr. Beaumont preached a good sermon, and afterwards a brave anthem upon the 150th Psalm, whereupon the word trumpet very good music was made. So walked to my ladies and there dined with her, my boy going home, where much pretty discourse, and after dinner walked to Westminster, and there to the house where Jane Welsh had appointed me, but it being sermon time they would not let me in. And said nobody was there to speak with me. I spent the whole afternoon walking into the church and abbey, and up and down, but could not find her, and so in the evening took a coach and home, and there sat discoursing with my wife, and by at supper. Drinking some cold drink I think it was, I was forced to go make water, and had very great pain after it, but was well by and continued so, it being only I think from the drink, or from my straining at stool to do more than my body would. So after prayers to bed. 9th, up and walked to Whitehall, it being still a brave frost, and I in perfect good health, blessed be God. In my way saw a woman that broke her thigh, in her heels slipping up upon the frosty street. To the Duke, and there did our usual work. Here I saw the Royal Society bring their new book, wherein is nobly writ their charter and laws, and comes to be signed by the Duke as a fellow. And all the fellows' hands are to be entered there, and lie as a monument, and the King hath put his with the word founder. Thence I to Westminster, to my barber's, and found occasion to see Jane, but in presence of her mistress, and so could not speak to her of her failing me yesterday, and then to the Swan to Herbert's girl, and lost time a little with her. And so took coach, and to my Lord Crewe's and dined with him, who receives me with the greatest respect that could be, telling me that he do much doubt of the success of this war with Holland, we going about it, he doubts. By the instigation of persons that do not enough apprehend the consequences of the danger of it, and therein I do think with him. Holmes was this day sent to the Tower, 602 but I perceive it is made matter of jest only, but if the Dutch should be our masters, it may come to be of earnest to him, to be given over to them for a sacrifice, as Sir W. Raleigh was. Thence to Whitehall to a Tangier committee, where I was accosted and most highly complimented by my Lord Bellis's 603 our new governor, beyond my expectation, or measure I could imagine he would have given any man. As if I were the only person of business that he intended to rely on, and desires my correspondence with him. This I was not only surprised at, but am well pleased with, and may make good use of it. Our patent is renewed, and he and my Lord Berkeley, and Sir Thomas Ingram put in as commissioners. Here some business happened which may bring me some profit. Thence took coach and calling my wife at her tailor's, she being come this afternoon to bring her mother some apples, neat's tongues, and wine, I home, and there at my office late with Sir W. Warren, and had a great deal of good discourse and counsel from him, which I hope I shall take, being all for my good and my deportment in my office, yet with all honesty. He gone I home to supper and to bed. 10th. Lay long, it being still very cold, and then to the office, where till dinner, and then home, and by to the office, where we sat and were very late, and I writing letters till 12 at night, and then after supper to bed. 11th. Up, and very angry with my boy for lying long abed and forgetting his lute. To my office all the morning. At noon to the Change, and so home to dinner. After dinner to Gresham College to my Lord Brunker and Commissioner Pett, taking Mr. Castle with me there to discourse over his draft of a ship he is to build for us. Where I first found reason to apprehend Commissioner Pett to be a man of an ability extraordinary in any thing, for I found he did turn and wind Castle like a chicken in his business, and that most pertinently and Mr.-like. And great pleasure it was to me to hear them discourse, I, of late having studied something thereof, and my Lord Brunker is a very able person also himself in this sort of business. As owning himself to be a master in the business of all lines and conical sections, thence home, where very late at my office doing business to my content. Though, God knows with what ado it was that when I was out I could get myself to come home to my business, or when I was there though late would stay there from going abroad again. To supper and to bed. This evening, by a letter from Plymouth, I hear that 2 of our ships, the Leopard and another, in the Straits, are lost by running aground. And that 3 more had like to have been so, but got off, whereof Captain Allen one, and that a Dutch fleet are gone thither, which if they should meet with our lame ships, God knows what would become of them. This I reckon most sad news. God make us sensible of it. This night, when I come home, I was much troubled to hear my poor canary bird, that I have kept these 3 or 4 years, is dead. 12th. Up, and to Whitehall about getting a privy seal for felling of the King's timber for the Navy, and to the Lord's house to speak with my Lord Privy Seal about it, and so to the Change, where to my last night's ill news I met more. Spoke with a Frenchman who was taken, but released, by a Dutch man of war of 36 guns, with 7 more of the like or greater ships, off the North Foreland, by Margate. Which is a strange attempt, that they should come to our teeth. But the wind being easterly, the wind that should bring our force from Portsmouth, will carry them away home. God preserve us against them, and pardon our making them in our discourse so contemptible an enemy. So home and to dinner, where Mr. Holliard with us dined. So to the office, and there late till 11 at night and more, and then home to supper and to bed. 13th. Up betimes and walked to my Lord Bellis's lodgings in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there he received and discoursed with me in the most respectful manner that could be, telling me what a character of my judgment, and care, and love to Tangier he had received of me, that he desired my advice and my constant correspondence, which he much valued, and in my courtship, in which, though I understand his design very well, and that it is only a piece of courtship, yet it is a comfort to me that I am become so considerable as to have him need to say that to me, which, if I did not do something in the world, would never have been. Here well satisfied I to Sir P.H. Warwick, and there did some business with him, thence to Jervis's and there spent a little idle time with him, his wife, Jane, and a sweetheart of hers. So to the Hall a while and thence to the Exchange, where yesterday's news confirmed, though in a little different manner, but a couple of ships in the Straits we have lost, and the Dutch have been in Margate Road. Thence home to dinner and so abroad and alone to the King's house, to a play, The Traitor, where, unfortunately, I met with Sir W. Penn, so that I must be forced to confess it to my wife, which troubles me. Thence walked home, being ill satisfied with the present actings of the house, and prefer the other house before this infinitely. To my Lady Batten's, where I find Peg Pen, the first time that ever I saw her to wear spots. Here very merry, Sir W. Batten being looked for tonight, but is not yet come from Harwich. So home to supper and to bed. 14th. Up and to Whitehall, where long waited in the Duke's chamber for a committee intended for Tangier, but none met, and so I home and to the office, where we met a little, and then to the Change, where our late ill news confirmed in loss of 2 ships in the Straits, but are now the Phoenix and Nonsuch. Home to dinner, thence with my wife to the King's house, there to see Volpone, a most excellent play, the best I think I ever saw, and well acted. So with Sir W. Penn home in his coach, and then to the office. So home, to supper, and bed, resolving by the grace of God from this day to fall hard to my business again, after some week or fortnight's neglect. 15th, Lord's Day. Up, and after a little at my office to prepare a fresh draft of my vows for the next year, I to church, where a most insipid young coxcomb preached. Then home to dinner, and after dinner to read in Rushworth's Collections, about the charge against the late Duke of Buckingham. In order to the fitting me to speak and understand the discourse anon before the King about the suffering the Turkey merchants to send out their fleet at this dangerous time, when we can neither spare them ships to go, nor men, nor King's ships to convoy them. At 4 o'clock with Sir W. Penn in his coach to my Lord Chancellor's, whereby and by Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Penn, Sir J. Lawson, Sir G. Askew, and myself were called in to the King, there being several of the Privy Council, and my Lord Chancellor lying at length upon a couch, of the gout I suppose, and there Sir W. Penn begun, and he had prepared heads in a paper, and spoke pretty well to purpose, but with so much leisure and gravity as was tiresome. Besides, the things he said were but very poor to a man in his trade after a great consideration, but it was to purpose. Indeed to dissuade the King from letting these Turkey ships to go out, saying, in short, the King having resolved to have 130 ships out by the spring, he must have above 20 of them merchantmen. Towards which, he in the whole river could find but 12 or 14, and of them the 5 ships taken up by these merchants were apart, and so could not be spared. That we should need 30,000 sailors, to man these 130 ships, and of them in service we have not above 16,000, so we shall need 14,000 more. That these ships will with their convoys carry above 2,000 men, and those the best men that could be got. It being the men used to the southward that are the best men for war, though those bred in the north among the colliers are good for labor. That it will not be safe for the merchants, nor honorable for the king, to expose these rich ships with his convoy of 6 ships to go, it not being enough to secure them against the Dutch, who, without doubt, will have a great fleet in the straits. This, Sir J. Lawson enlarged upon. Sir G. Askew he chiefly spoke that the war and trade could not be supported together, and, therefore, that trade must stand still to give way to them. This Mr. Coventry seconded, and showed how the medium of the men the king hath 1 year with another employed in his navy since his coming, hath not been above 3,000 men, or at most 4,000 men. And now having occasion of 30,000, the remaining 26,000 must be found out of the trade of the nation. He showed how the clothes, sending by these merchants to Turkey, are already bought and paid for to the workmen, and are as many as they would send these 12 months or more. So the poor do not suffer by their not going, but only the merchant, upon whose hands they lit dead, and so the inconvenience is the less. And yet for them he propounded, either the king should, if his treasure would suffer it, buy them, and showed the loss would not be so great to him, or, dispense with the act of navigation, and let them be carried out by strangers. And ending that he doubted not but when the merchants saw there was no remedy, they would and could find ways of sending them abroad to their profit. All ended with a conviction, unless future discourse with the merchants should alter it, that it was not fit for them to go out, though the ships be loaded. The king in discourse did ask me 2 or 3 questions about my news of Allen's loss in the straits, but I said nothing as to the business, nor am not much sorry for it, unless the king had spoke to me as he did to them. And then I could have said something to the purpose I think. So we withdrew, and the merchants were called in. Staying without, my Lord Fitzhardinge come thither, and fell to discourse of Prince Rupert, and made nothing to say that his disease was the pox and that he must be fluxed. Telling the horrible degree of the disease upon him with its breaking out on his head. But above all I observed how he observed from the prince, that courage is not what men take it to be, a contempt of death. For, says he, how chagrined the prince was the other day when he thought he should die, having no more mind to it than another man. But, says he, some men are more apt to think they shall escape than another man in fight, while another is doubtful he shall be hit. But when the first man is sure he shall die, as now the prince is, he is as much troubled and apprehensive of it as any man else. For, says he, since we told him that we believe he would overcome his disease, he is as merry, and swears and laughs and curses, and do all the things of a man, in health, as ever he did in his life. Which, methought, was a most extraordinary saying before a great many persons there of quality. So by and by with Sir W. Pen home again, and after supper to the office to finish my vows, and so to bed. 16th, up and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Pen to Whitehall, where we did our business with the Duke. Thence I to Westminster Hall and walked up and down. Among others Ned Pickering met me and tells me how active my lord is at sea, and that my Lord Hinchingbroke is now at Rome, and, by all report, a very noble and hopeful gentleman. Thence to Mr. Pepys, and there met Creed, and dined well after his old manner of plenty and curiosity. But I sat in pain to think whether he would begin with me again after dinner with his inquiry after my bill, but he did not, but fell into other discourse, at which I was glad. But was vexed this morning meeting of Creed at some by questions that he demanded of me about some such thing, which made me fear he meant that very matter, but I perceive he did not. Thence to visit my Lady Sandwich and so to a Tangier committee, where a great company of the new commissioners, lords, that in behalf of my Lord Bellises are very loud and busy and call for Povy's accounts. But it was a most sorrowful thing to see how he answered to questions so little to the purpose, but to his own wrong. All the while I sensible how I am concerned in my bill of L100 and somewhat more. So great a trouble is fear, though in a case that at the worst will bear inquiry. My Lord Berkeley was very violent against Povey. But my Lord Ashley, I observe, is a most clear man in matters of accounts, and most ingeniously did discourse and explain all matters. We broke up, leaving the thing to a committee of which I am one. Povey, Creed, and I stayed discoursing. I much troubled in mind seemingly for the business, but indeed only on my own behalf, though I have no great reason for it, but so painful a thing is fear. So after considering how to order business, Povey and I walked together as far as the New Exchange and so parted, and I by coach home. To the office a while, then to supper and to bed. This afternoon Secretary Bennet read to the Duke of York his letters, which say that Allen 604 has met with the Dutch Smyrna fleet at Calais 605 and sunk 1 and taken 3. How true or what these ships are time will show, but it is good news, and the news of our ships being lost is doubted at Dales and Malaga. God send it false. 17th, up and walked to Mr. Povey's by appointment, where I found him and Creed busy about fitting things for the committee, and thence we to my Lord Ashley's, where to see how simply, beyond all patience, Povey did again, by his many words and no understanding, confound himself and his business, to his disgrace, and rendering every body doubtful of his being either a fool or knave, is very wonderful. We broke up all dissatisfied, and referred the business to a meeting of Mr. Sherwin and others to settle, but here it was mighty strange methought to find myself sit herein committee with my hat on, while Mr. Sherwin stood bare as a clerk, with his hat off to his Lord Ashley and the rest, but I thank God I think myself never a whit the better man for all that. Thence with Creed to the Change and Coffee House, and so home, where a brave dinner, by having a brace of pheasants and very merry about Povey's folly. So anon to the office, and there sitting very late, and then after a little time at Sir W. Batten's, where I am mighty great and could if I thought it fit continue so, I to the office again, and there very late, and so home to the sorting of some of my books, and so to bed, the weather becoming pretty warm. And I think and hope the frost will break. 18th, up and by to my booksellers, and there did give thorough direction for the new binding of a great many of my old books, to make my whole study of the same binding, within very few. Thence to my Lady Sandwich's, who sent for me this morning. Dined with her, and it was to get a letter of hers conveyed by a safe hand to my Lord's own hand at Portsmouth, which I did undertake. Here my lady did begin to talk of what she had heard concerning Creed, of his being suspected to be a fanatique and a false fellow. I told her I thought he was as shrewd and cunning a man as any in England, and one that I would fear first should outwit me in anything. To which she readily concurred. Thence to Mr. Povey's by agreement, and there with Mr. Sherwin, Auditor Beale, and Creed and I hard at it very late about Mr. Povey's accounts, but such accounts I never did see, or hope again to see in my days. At night, late, they gone, I did get him to put out of this account our sums that are in posse only yet, which he approved of when told, but would never have stated if I had been gone. Thence at 9 at night home, and so to supper vexed and my head aching and to bed. 19th, up, and it being yesterday and today a great thaw it is not for a man to walk the streets, but took coach and to Mr. Povey's, and their meeting all of us again agreed upon an answer to the Lords by and by, and thence we did come to Exeter House, and there was a witness of most base language against Mr. Povey, from my Lord Peterborough, who is most furiously angry with him, because the other, as a fool, would need say that the L26000 was my Lord Peterborough's account, and that he had nothing to do with it. The Lords did find fault also with our answer, but I think really my Lord Ashley would fain have the outside of an exchequer 606 but when we come better to be examined. So home by coach, with my Lord Berkeley, who, by his discourse, I find do look upon Mr. Coventry as an enemy but yet professes great justice and pains. I at home after dinner to the office, and there sat all the afternoon and evening, and then home to supper and to bed. Memorandum. This day and yesterday, I think it is the change of the weather, I have a great deal of pain, but nothing like what I used to have. I can hardly keep myself loose, but on the contrary am forced to drive away my pain. Here I am so sleepy I cannot hold open my eyes, and therefore must be forced to break off this day's passages more shortly than I would and should have done. This day was buried, but I could not be there, my cousin Percival Angier. And yesterday I received the news that Dr. Tom Pepys is dead, at Impington, for which I am but little sorry, not only because he would have been troublesome to us, but a shame to his family and profession, he was such a coxcomb. 20th. Up and to Westminster, where having spoke with Sir P.H. Warwick, I to Jervas, and there I find them all in great disorder about Jane, her mistress telling me secretly that she was sworn not to reveal anything, but she was undone. At last for all her oath she told me that she had made herself sure to a fellow that comes to their house that can only fiddle for his living, and did keep him company. And had plainly told her that she was sure to him never to leave him for anybody else. Now they were this day contriving to get her presently to marry one Hayes that was there, and I did seem to persuade her to it. And at last got them to suffer me to advise privately, and by that means had her company and think I shall meet her next Sunday, but I do really doubt she will be undone in marrying this fellow. But I did give her my advice, and so let her do her pleasure, so I have now and then her company. Thence to the Swan at noon, and there sent for a bit of meat and dined, and had my baser of the fee of the house there, but nothing plus. So took coach and to my Lady Sandwich's, and so to my bookseller's, and there took home Hook's book of microscopy, a most excellent piece, and of which I am very proud. So home, and by again abroad with my wife about several businesses, and met at the New Exchange, and there to our trouble found our pretty doll is gone away to live they say with her father in the country, but I doubt something worse. So homeward, in my way buying a hare and taking it home, which arose upon my discourse today with Mr. Batten, in Westminster Hall, who showed me my mistake that my hare's foot hath not the joint to it. And assures me he never had his calique since he carried it about him. And it is a strange thing how fancy works, for I no sooner almost handled his foot but my belly began to be loose and to break wind. And whereas I was in some pain yesterday and t'other day and in fear of more today, I became very well, and so continue. At home to my office a while, and so to supper, read, and to cards, and to bed. 21st. At the office all the morning. Thence my Lord Brunkert carried me as far as Mr. Povy's, and there I light and dined, meeting Mr. Sherwin, Creed, and there upon his accounts. After dinner they parted and Mr. Povy carried me to Somerset House, and there showed me the Queen Mother's chamber and closet, most beautiful places for furniture and pictures. And so down the great stone stairs to the garden, and tried the brave echo upon the stairs, which continues a voice so long as the singing 3 notes, concords, one after another, they all 3 shall sound in consort together a good while most pleasantly. Thence to a 10-year committee at Whitehall, where I saw nothing ordered by judgment, but great heat and passion and faction now in behalf of my Lord Bellis's, and to the reproach of my Lord Tiviot, and dislike as it were of former proceedings. So away with Mr. Povy, he carrying me homeward to Mark Lane in his coach, a simple fellow I now find him, to his utter shame in his business of accounts, as none but a sorry fool would have discovered himself. And yet, in little, light, sorry things very cunning, yet, in the principal, the most ignorant man I ever met with in so great trust as he is. To my office till past 12, and then home to supper and to bed, being now mighty well, and truly I cannot but impute it to my fresh hare's foot. Before I went to bed I sat up till 2 o'clock in my chamber reading of Mr. Hook's Microscopic All Observations, the most ingenious book that ever I read in my life. 22nd, Lord's Day. Up, leaving my wife in bed, being sick of her months, and to church. Thence home, and in my wife's chamber dined very merry, discoursing, among other things, of a design I have come in my head this morning at church of making a match between Mrs. Betty Pickering and Mr. Hill, my friend the merchant, that loves music and comes to me Sundays, a most ingenious and sweet-natured and highly accomplished person. I know not how their fortunes may agree, but their disposition and merits are much of a sort, and persons, though different, yet equally, I think, acceptable. After dinner walked to Westminster, and after being at the Abbey and heard a good anthem well sung there, as I had appointed to the trumpet, there expecting when Jane Welsh should come. But anon comes a maid of the house to tell me that her mistress and master would not let her go forth, not knowing of my being here, but to keep her from her sweetheart. So being defeated, away by coach home, and there spent the evening prettily in discourse with my wife and Mercer, and so to supper, prayers, and to bed. 23rd, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn to Whitehall. But there finding the Duke gone to his lodgings at St. James's for all together, his duchess being ready to lie in, we to him, and there did our usual business. And here I met the great news confirmed by the Duke's own relation, by a letter from Captain Allen. First, of our own loss of 2 ships, the Phoenix and Nonsuch, in the Bay of Gibraltar, then of his, and his 7 ships with him, in the Bay of Calice, or thereabouts, fighting with the 34 Dutch Smyrna fleet. Sinking the King Salomon, a ship worth AL 150,000 or more, some say L 200,000, and another, and taking of 3 merchant ships. 2 of our ships were disabled, by the Dutch unfortunately falling against their will against them, the Advice, Captain W. Poole, and Antelope, Captain Clerk, the Dutch men of war did little service. Captain Allen did receive many shots at distance before he would fire 1 gun, which he did not do till he come within pistol shot of his enemy. The Spaniards on shore at Calice did stand laughing at the Dutch, to see them run away and flee to the shore, 34 or thereabouts, against 8 Englishmen at most. I do purpose to get the whole relation, if I live, of Captain Allen himself. In our loss of the 2 ships in the Bay of Gibraltar, it is observable how the world do comment upon the misfortune of Captain Moon of the Nonsuch, who did lose, in the same manner, the satisfaction, as a person that hath ill luck attending him, without considering that the whole fleet was ashore. Captain Allen led the way, and Captain Allen himself writes that all the masters of the fleet, old and young, were mistaken, and did carry their ships aground. But I think I heard the Duke say that Moon, being put into the Oxford, had in this conflict regained his credit, by sinking one and taking another. Captain Seal of the Milford hath done his part very well, in boarding the King Salomon, which held out half an hour after she was boarded, and his men kept her an hour after they did master her, and then she sunk, and drowned about 17 of her men. Thence to Gervas's, my mind, God forgive me, running too much after some folly, but not being within I away by coach to the Change, and thence home to dinner. And finding Mrs. Bagwell waiting at the office after dinner, away she and I to a cabaret where she and I have eat before, and there I had her company tout and had mon plaisir of hell. But strange to see how a woman, notwithstanding her greatest pretences of love, a son Mari, and religion, may be vain Q. Thence to the court of the Turkey Company at Sir Andrew Ricard's to treat about carrying some men of ours to Tangier, and had there a very civil reception, though a denial of the thing is not practicable with them, and I think so too. So to my office a little and to Gervas's again, thinking of voir rencontrer Jane, mais elle n'était pas dedans. So I back again into my office, where I did with great content fairize a vow to mind my business, and laisser aller les femmes for a month, and am with all my heart glad to find myself able to come to so good a resolution, that thereby I may follow my business, which in my honor thereby lies a bleeding. So home to supper and to bed. 24th, up and by coach to Westminster Hall and the Parliament House, and there spoke with Mr. Coventry and others about business, and so back to the Change, where no news more than that the Dutch have, by consent of all the provinces, voted no trade to be suffered for 18 months, but that they apply themselves wholly to the war. 607. And they say it is very true, but very strange, for we used to believe they cannot support themselves without trade. Thence home to dinner and then to the office, where all the afternoon, and at night till very late, and then home to supper and bed, having a great cold, got on Sunday last, by sitting too long with my head bare. For Mercer to comb my hair and wash my ears. 25th, up, and busy all the morning, dined at home upon a hare pie, very good meat, and so to my office again, and in the afternoon by coach to attend the council at Whitehall, but come too late, so back with Mr. Gifford, a merchant, and he and I to the coffee house, where I met Mr. Hill, and there he tells me that he is to be assistant to the Secretary of the Prize Office, Sir Ellis Leighton, which is to be held at Sir Richard Ford's, which, methinks, is but something low, but perhaps may bring him something considerable. But it makes me alter my opinion of his being so rich as to make a fortune for Mrs. Pickering. Thence home and visited Sir J. Minns, who continues ill, but is something better. There he told me what a mad freaking fellow Sir Ellis Leighton hath been, and is, and once at Antwerp was really mad. Thence to my office late, my cold troubling me, and having by squeezing myself in a coach hurt my testicles, but I hope will cease its pain without swelling. So home out of order, to supper and to bed. 26th. Lay, being in some pain, but not much, with my last night's bruise, but up and to my office, where busy all the morning, the like after dinner till very late, then home to supper and to bed. My wife mightily troubled with the toothache, and my cold not being gone yet, but my bruise yesterday goes away again, and it chiefly occasioned I think now from the sudden change of the weather from a frost to a great rain on a sudden. 27th. Called up by Mr. Creed to discourse about some Tangier business, and he gone I made me ready and found Jane Welsh, Mr. Jervis his maid, come to tell me that she was gone from her master, and is resolved to stick to this sweetheart of hers, one Harbing, a very sorry little fellow, and poor, which I did in a word or two endeavour to dissuade her from. But being unwilling to keep her long at my house, I sent her away and by followed her to the Exchange, and thence led her about down to the Three Cranes, and there took boat for the Falcon. And at a house looking into the fields there took up and sat an hour or two talking and discoursing. Thence having endeavoured to make her think of making herself happy by staying out her time with her master and other counsels, but she told me she could not do it, for it was her fortune to have this man. Though she did believe it would be to her ruin, which is a strange, stupid thing, to a fellow of no kind of worth in the world and a beggar to boot. Thence away to boat again and landed her at the Three Cranes again, and I to the bridge, and so home, and after shifting myself, being dirty, I to the Change, and thence to Mr. Povey's and there dined, and thence with him and Creed to my Lord Bellis's, and there debated a great while how to put things in order against his going, and so with my Lord in his coach to Whitehall, and with him to my Lord Duke of Albemarle. Finding him at cards. After a few dull words or two, I away to Whitehall again, and there delivered a letter to the Duke of York about our navy business, and thence walked up and down in the gallery, talking with Mr. Slingsby, who is a very ingenious person, about the mint and coinage of money. Among other things, he argues that there being L700,000 coined in the rump time, and by all the treasurers of that time, it being their opinion that the rump money was in all payments, one with another, about a 10th part of all their money. Then, says he, to my question, the nearest guess we can make is, that the money passing up and down in business is L700,000. To another question of mine he made me fully understand that the old law of prohibiting bullion to be exported, is, and ever was a folly and an injury, rather than good. Arguing thus, that if the exportations exceed importations, then the balance must be brought home in money, which, when our merchants know cannot be carried out again, they will forbear to bring home in money, but let it lie abroad for trade. Or keep in foreign banks, or if our importations exceed our exportations, then, to keep credit, the merchants will and must find ways of carrying out money by stealth, which is a most easy thing to do, and is everywhere done. And therefore the law against it signifies nothing in the world. Besides, that it is seen, that where money is free, there is great plenty, where it is restrained, as here, there is a great want, as in Spain. These and many other fine discourses I had from him. Thence by coach home, to see Sir J. Minns first, who is still sick, and I doubt worse than he seems to be. Mrs. Turner here took me into her closet, and there did give me a glass of most pure water, and shewed me her rock, which indeed is a very noble thing but a very bauble. So away to my office, where late, busy, and then home to supper and to bed. 28th. Up and to my office, where all the morning, and then home to dinner, and after dinner abroad, walked to Paul's churchyard, but my books not bound, which vexed me. So home to my office again, where very late about business, and so home to supper and to bed, my cold continuing in a great degree upon me still. This day I received a good sum of money due to me upon one score or another from Sir G. Carteret, among others, to clear all my matters about colours 608, wherein a month or two since I was so embarrassed, and I thank God I find myself to have got clear, by that commodity, L50 and something more. And earned it with dear pains and care and issuing of my own money, and saved the King near L100 in it. 29th, Lord's Day. Up and to my office, where all the morning, putting papers to rights which now grow upon my hands. At noon dined at home. All the afternoon at my business again. In the evening come Mr. Andrews and Hill, and we up to my chamber and their good musique, though my great cold made it the less pleasing to me. Then Mr. Hill, the other going away, and I to supper alone, my wife not appearing, our discourse upon the particular vain humours of Mr. Povey, which are very extraordinary indeed. After supper I to Sir W. Batten's, where I found him, Sir W. Penn, Sir J. Robinson, Sir R. Ford and Captain Cock and Mr. Penn, Jr. Here a great deal of sorry disordered talk about the Trinity House men, their being exempted from land service. But, Lord! To see how void of method and sense their discourse was, and in what heat, insomuch as Sir R. Ford, who we judged, some of us, to be a little foxed, fell into very high terms with Sir W. Batten, and then with Captain Cock. So that I see that no man is wise at all times. Thence home to prayers and to bed. 30th. This is solemnly kept as a fast all over the city, but I kept my house, putting my closet to rights again, having lately put it out of order in removing my books and things in order to being made clean. At this all day, and at night to my office, there to do some business, and being late at it, comes Mercer to me, to tell me that my wife was in bed, and desired me to come home. For they hear, and have, night after night, lately heard noises over their head upon the leads. Now it is strange to think how, knowing that I have a great sum of money in my house, this puts me into a most mighty affright, that for more than 2 hours, I could not almost tell what to do or say, but feared this and that. And remembered that this evening I saw a woman and 2 men stand suspiciously in the entry, in the dark. I calling to them, they made me only this answer: the woman said that the men came to see her, but who she was I could not tell. The truth is, my house is mighty dangerous, having so many ways to be come to. And at my windows, over the stairs, to see who goes up and down, but, if I escape tonight, I will remedy it. God preserve us this night safe. So at almost 2 o'clock, I home to my house, and, in great fear, to bed, thinking every running of a mouse really a TF, and so to sleep, very brokenly, all night long, and found all safe in the morning. 31st, up and with Sir W. Batten to Westminster, where to speak at the House with my Lord Bellas's, and am cruelly vexed to see myself put upon businesses so uncertainly about getting ships for Tangier being ordered, a servile thing, almost every day. So to the Change, back by coach with Sir W. Batten, and thence to the Crown, a tavern hard by, with Sir W. Ryder and Cutler, where we alone, a very good dinner. Thence home to the office, and there all the afternoon late. The office being up, my wife sent for me, and what was it but to tell me how Jane carries herself, and I must put her away presently. But I did hear both sides and find my wife much in fault, and the grounds of all the difference is my wife's fondness of Tom, to the being displeased with all the house beside to defend the boy, which vexes me, but I will cure it. Many high words between my wife and I, but the wench shall go, but I will take a course with the boy, for I fear I have spoiled him already. Thence to the office, to my accounts, and there at once to ease my mind I have made myself debtor to Mr. Povey for the L117 fives. Got with so much joy the last month, but seeing that it is not like to be kept without some trouble and question, I do even discharge my mind of it, and so if I come now to refund it, as I fear I shall now be ne'er a whit the poorer for it. Though yet it is some trouble to me to be poorer by such a sum than I thought myself a month since. But, however, a quiet mind and to be sure of my own is worth all. The Lord be praised for what I have, which is this month come down to L1257. I stayed up about my accounts till almost 2 in the morning. February 1665. February 1st, lay long in bed, which made me, going by coach to St. James's by appointment to have attended the Duke of York and my Lord Bellas's, lose the hopes of my getting something by the hire of a ship to carry men to Tangier. But, however, according to the order of the Duke this morning, I did go to the Change, and there after great pains did light of a business with Mr. Gifford and Hublin, for bringing me as much as I hoped for, which I have at large expressed in my stating the case of the King's Fisher, which is the ship that I have hired. And got the Duke of York's agreement this afternoon after much pains and not eating a bit of bread till about 4 o'clock. Going home I put into an ordinary by Temple Bar and there with my boy Tom eat a pullet, and thence home to the office, being still angry with my wife for yesterday's foolery. After a good while at the office, I with the boy to the Sun behind the Exchange, by agreement with Mr. Young the flagmaker, and there was met by Mr. Hill, Andrews, and Mr. Hubland, a pretty serious man. Here 2 very pretty savoury dishes and good discourse. After supper a song, or 3 or 4, I having to that purpose carried Lawes's book, and staying here till 12 o'clock got the watch to light me home, and in a continued discontent to bed. After being in bed, my people come and say there is a great stink of burning, but no smoke. We called up Sir J. Minns's and Sir W. Batten's people, and Griffin, and the people at the madhouse, but nothing could be found to give occasion to it. At this trouble we were till past 3 o'clock, and then the stink ceasing, I to sleep, and my people to bed, and lay very long in the morning. 2nd. Then up and to my office, where till noon and then to the Change, and at the coffee house with Gifford, Hubland, the master of the ship, and I read over and approved a charter party for carrying goods for Tangier, wherein I hope to get some money. Thence home, my head aching for want of rest and too much business. So to the office. At night comes Povey, and he and I to Mrs. Bland's to discourse about my serving her to help her to a good passage for Tangier. Here I heard her kinswoman sing 3 or 4 very fine songs and in good manner, and then home and to supper. My cook maid Jane and her mistress parted, and she went away this day. I vexed to myself, but was resolved to have no more trouble, and so after supper to my office and then to bed. 3rd. Up, and walked with my boy, whom, because of my wife's making him idle, I dare not leave at home, walked first to Salisbury Court, there to excuse my not being at home at dinner to Mrs. Turner, who I perceive is vexed, because I do not serve her in something against the great feasting for her husband's reading 609 in helping her to some good penn'orths, but I care not. She was dressing herself by the fire in her chamber, and there took occasion to show me her leg, which indeed is the finest I ever saw, and she not a little proud of it. Thence to my Lord Bellas's, thence to Mr. Povey's, and so up and down at that end of the town about several businesses, it being a brave frosty day and good walking. So back again on foot to the Change, in my way taking my books from binding from my booksellers. My bill for the rebinding of some old books to make them suit with my study, cost me, besides other new books in the same bill, L3, but it will be very handsome. At the Change did several businesses, and here I hear that news is come from Deal, that the same day my Lord Sandwich sailed thence with the fleet, that evening some Dutch men of war were seen on the back side of the Goodwin, and, by all conjecture, must be seen by my Lord's fleet. Which, if so, they must engage. Thence, being invited, to my uncle White's, where the Whites all dined, and, among the others, pretty Mrs. Margaret, who indeed is a very pretty lady, and though by my vow it costs me 12d. A kiss after the first, yet I did adventure upon a couple. So home, and among other letters found one from Jane, that is newly gone, telling me how her mistress won't pay her quarter's wages. And withal tells me how her mistress will have the boy sit 3 or 4 hours together in the dark telling of stories, but speaks of nothing but only her indiscretion in undervaluing herself to do it, but I will remedy that. But am vexed she should get some body to write so much because of making it public. Then took coach and to visit my Lady Sandwich, where she discoursed largely to me her opinion of a match, if it could be thought fit by my lord, for my Lady Jemima, with Sir G. Carteret eldest son. But I doubt he hath yet no settled estate in land. But I will inform myself, and give her my opinion. Then Mrs. Pickering, after private discourse ended, we going into the other room, did, at my lady's command, tell me the manner of a masquerade 610 before the king in court the other day. Where 6 women, my Lady Castlemaine and Duchess of Monmouth being 2 of them, and 6 men, the Duke of Monmouth and Lord Arran and Monsieur Blandford, being 3 of them, in vizards, but most rich and antique dresses, did dance admirably and most gloriously. God give us cause to continue the mirtha. So home, and after a while at my office to supper and to bed. 4th. Lay long in bed discoursing with my wife about her maids, which by Jane's going away in discontent and against my opinion do make some trouble between my wife and me. But these are but foolish troubles and so not to be set to heart, yet it do disturb me mightily these things. To my office, and there all the morning. At noon being invited, I to the Sun behind the Change, to dinner to my Lord Bellass's, where a great deal of discourse with him, and some good. Among others at table he told us a very handsome passage of the King's sending him his message about holding out the town of Newark, of which he was then governor for the King. This message he sent in a slug bullet, being writ in cipher, and wrapped up in lead and swallowed. So the messenger come to my lord and told him he had a message from the King, but it was yet in his belly. So they did give him some physique, and out it come. This was a month before the King's flying to the Scots. And therein he told him that at such a day, being the 3d or 6th of May, he should hear of his being come to the Scots, being assured by the King of France that in coming to them he should be used with all the liberty, honor, and safety that could be desired. And at the just day he did come to the Scots. He told us another odd passage, how the King having newly put out Prince Rupert of his generalship, upon some miscarriage at Bristol, and Sir Richard Willis 611 of his governorship of Newark, at the entreaty of the gentry of the county, and put in my Lord Bellass's, the great officers of the King's army mutinied, and come in that manner with swords drawn, into the marketplace of the town where the King was. Which the King hearing, says, I must to horse. And there himself personally, when every body expected they should have been opposed, the King come, and cried to the head of the mutineers, which was Prince Rupert, nephew, I command you to be gone. So the prince, in all his fury and discontent, withdrew, and his company scattered, which they say was the greatest piece of mutiny in the world. Thence after dinner home to my office, and in the evening was sent to by Jane that I would give her her wages. So I sent for my wife to my office, and told her that rather than be talked on I would give her all her wages for this quarter coming on, though 2 months is behind, which vexed my wife, and we begun to be angry. But I took myself up and sent her away. But was cruelly vexed in my mind that all my trouble in this world almost should arise from my disorders in my family and the indiscretion of a wife that brings me nothing almost, besides a comely person, but only trouble and discontent. She gone I late at my business, and then home to supper and to bed. 5th, Lord's Day. Lay in bed most of the morning, then up and down to my chamber, among my new books, which is now a pleasant sight to me to see my whole study almost of one binding. So to dinner, and all the afternoon with W. Hewer at my office endorsing of papers there, my business having got before me much of late. In the evening comes to see me Mr. Shepley, lately come out of the country, who goes away again tomorrow, a good and a very kind man to me. There come also Mr. Andrews and Hill, and we sang very pleasantly, and so, they being gone, I and my wife to supper, and to prayers and bed. 6th, up and with Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Penn to St. James's, but the Duke is gone abroad. So to Whitehall to him, and there I spoke with him, and so to Westminster, did a little business, and then home to the Change, where also I did some business, and went off and ended my contract with the Kingfisher I hired for Tangier. And I hope to get something by it. Thence home to dinner, and visited Sir W. Batten, who is sick again, worse than he was, and I am apt to think is very ill. So to my office, and among other things with Sir W. Warren 4 hours or more till very late, talking of one thing or another, and have concluded a firm league with him in all just ways to serve him and myself all I can, and I think you will be a most useful and thankful man to me. So home to supper and to bed. This being one of the coldest days, all say, they ever felt in England. And I this day, under great apprehensions of getting an ague from my putting a suit on that hath lain by without airing a great while, and I pray God it do not do me hurt. 7th. Up and to my office, where busy all the morning, and at home to dinner. It being Shrove Tuesday, had some very good fritters. All the afternoon and evening at the office, and at night home to supper and to bed. This day, Sir W. Batten, who hath been sick 4 or 5 days, is now very bad, so as people begin to fear his death, and I am at a loss whether it will be better for me to have him die, because he is a bad man, or live, for fear a worse should come. 8th. Up and by coach to my Lord Peterborough's, where anon my Lord Ashley and Sir Thomas Ingram met, and povey about his accounts, who is one of the most unhappy accountants that ever I knew in all my life. And one that if I were clear in reference to my bill of L117 he should be hanged before I would ever have to do with him, and as he understands nothing of his business himself, so he hath not one about him that do. Here late till I was weary, having business elsewhere, and thence home by coach, and after dinner did several businesses and very late at my office, and so home to supper and to bed. 9th, up and to my office, where all the morning very busy. At noon home to dinner, and then to my office again, where Sir William Petty come, among other things to tell me that Mr. Barlow 612 is dead. For which, God knows my heart, I could be as sorry as is possible for one to be for a stranger, by whose death he gets L100 per annum, he being a worthy, honest man. But after having considered that when I come to consider the providence of God by this means unexpectedly to give me L100 a year more in my estate, I have cause to bless God, and do it from the bottom of my heart. So home late at night, after 12 o'clock, and so to bed. 10th, up and abroad to Paul's churchyard, there to see the last of my books new bound, among others, my Court of King James, 613 and The Rise and Fall of the Family of the Stuarts. And much pleased I am now with my study, it being, methinks, a beautiful sight. Thence, in Mr. Gray's coach, who took me up, to Westminster, where I heard that yesterday the King met the Houses to pass the great bill for the L2, 500,000. After doing a little business I home, where Mr. Moore dined with me, and evened our reckonings on my Lord Sandwich's bond to me for principal and interest. So that now on both there is remaining due to me L257. 7s, and I bless God it is no more. So all the afternoon at my office, and late home to supper, prayers, and to bed. 11th, up and to my office, where all the morning. At noon to change by coach with my Lord Brunkard, and thence after doing much business home to dinner, and so to my office all the afternoon till past 12 at night very busy. So home to bed. 12th, Lord's Day. Up and to church to St. Lawrence to hear Dar. Wilkins, the great scholar, for curiosity, I having never heard him, but was not satisfied with him at all, only a gentleman sat in the pew I by chance sat in, that sang most excellently. And afterward I found by his face that he had been a Paul Scholer, but know not his name, and I was also well pleased with the church, it being a very fine church. So home to dinner, and then to my office all the afternoon doing of business, and in the evening comes Mr. Hill, but no Andrews, and we spent the evening very finely, singing, supping and discoursing. Then to prayers and to bed. 13th, up and to St. James's, did our usual business before the Duke. Thence I to Westminster and by water, taking Mr. Stapley the ropemaker by the way, to his rope ground and to Limehouse, there to see the manner of stoves and did excellently inform myself therein, and coming home did go on board Sir W. Pepys' Experiment, which is a brave roomy vessel, and I hope may do well. So went on shore to a Dutch house, to drink some mum, and there light upon some Dutchmen, with whom we had good discourse touching stoving 614 and making of cables. But to see how despicably they speak of us for our using so many hands more to do anything than they do, they closing a cable with 20, that we use 60 men upon. Thence home and eat something, and then to my office, where very late, and then to supper and to bed. Captain Stokes, it seems, is at last dead at Portsmouth. 14th Street Valentine. This morning comes betimes Dick Penn, to be my wife's Valentine, and come to our bedside. By the same token, I had him brought to my side, thinking to have made him kiss me, but he perceived me, and would not. So went to his Valentine, a notable, stout, witty boy. I up about business, and, opening the door, there was Bagwell's wife, with whom I talked afterwards, and she had the confidence to say she came with a hope to be time enough to be my Valentine, and so indeed she did. But my oath preserved me from losing any time with her, and so I and my boy abroad by coach to Westminster, where did 2 or 3 businesses, and then home to the Change, and did much business there. My Lord Sandwich is, it seems, with his fleet at Aldborough Bay. So home to dinner and then to the office, where till 12 almost at night, and then home to supper and to bed. 15th, up and to my office, where busy all the morning. At noon with Creed to dinner to Trinity House, where a very good dinner among the old soakers, where an extraordinary discourse of the manner of the loss of the Royal Oak coming home from Bantam, upon the rocks of Scilly. Many passages therein very extraordinary, and if I can I will get it in writing. Thence with Creed to Gresham College, where I had been by Mr. Povey the last week proposed to be admitted a member. 6:15 and was this day admitted, by signing a book and being taken by the hand by the President, my Lord Brunkard, and some words of admittance said to me. But it is a most acceptable thing to hear their discourse, and see their experiments. Which were this day upon the nature of fire, and how it goes out in a place where the air is not free, and sooner out where the air is exhausted, which they showed by an engine on purpose. After this being done, they to the Crown Tavern, behind the Change, and there my Lord and most of the company to a club supper, Sir P. Neal, Sir R. Murray, Dr. Clerk, Dr. Whistler, Dr. Goddard, and others of most eminent worth. Above all, Mr. Boyle today was at the meeting, and above him Mr. Hook, who is the most, and promises the least, of any man in the world that ever I saw. Here excellent discourse till 10 at night, and then home, and to Sir W. Batten's, where I hear that Sir Thus Harvey intends to put Mr. Turner out of his house and come in himself, which will be very hard to them, and though I love him not, yet for his family's sake I pity him. So home and to bed. 16th, up, and with Mr. Andrews to Whitehall, where a committee of Tangier, and there I did our victualler's business for some more money, out of which I hoped to get a little, of which I was glad, but, Lord, to see to what a degree of contempt, nay, scorn, Mr. Povey, through his prodigious folly, hath brought himself in his accounts, that if he be not a man of a great interest, he will be kicked out of his employment for a fool, is very strange, and that most deservedly that ever man was. For never any man, that understands accounts so little, ever went through so much, and yet goes through it with the greatest shame and yet with confidence that ever I saw a man in my life. God deliver me in my own business of my bill out of his hands, and if ever I foul my fingers with him again let me suffer for it. Back to the Change, and thence home to dinner, where Mrs. Hunt dined with me, and poor Mrs. Batters, who brought her little daughter with her, and a letter from her husband, wherein, as a token, the fool presents me very seriously with his daughter for me to take the charge of bringing up for him, and to make my own. But I took no notice to her at all of the substance of the letter, but fell to discourse, and so went away to the office, where all the afternoon till almost 1 in the morning, and then home to bed. 17th. Up, and it being bitter cold, and frost and snow, which I had thought had quite left us, I by coach to Povey's, where he told me, as I knew already, how he was handled the other day, and is still, by my Lord Berkeley, and among other things tells me what I did not know, how my Lord Berkeley will say openly, that he hath fought more set field 616 than any man in England hath done. I did my business with him, which was to get a little sum of money paid, and so home with Mr. Andrews, who met me there, and there to the office. At noon home and there found Llewellyn, which vexed me out of my old jealous humour. So to my office, where till 12 at night, being only a little while at noon at Sir W. Batten's to see him, and had some high words with Sir J. Minns about Sir W. Warren, he calling him cheating knave, but I cooled him, and at night at Sir W. Penn's, he being to go to Chatham tomorrow. So home to supper and to bed. 18th, up, and to the office, where sat all the morning. At noon to the Change, and thence to the Royal Oak Tavern in Lombard Street, where Sir William Petty in the owners of the double-bottomed boat, the Experiment, did entertain my Lord Brunkard, Sir R. Murray, myself, and others, with marrow bones and a chine of beef of the victuals they have made for this ship, an excellent company in good discourse, but, above all, I do value Sir William Petty. Thence home. And took my Lord Sandwich's draught of the harbour of Portsmouth down to Ratcliffe, to one Burston, to make a plate for the King, and another for the Duke, and another for himself, which will be very neat. So home, until almost 1 o'clock in the morning at my office, and then home to supper and to bed. My Lord Sandwich, and his fleet of 25 ships in the Downs, returned from cruising, but could not meet with any Dutchman. 19th. Lay in bed, it being Lord's Day, all the morning talking with my wife, sometimes pleased, sometimes displeased, and then up and to dinner. All the afternoon also at home, and Sir W. Batten's, and in the evening comes Mr. Andrews, and we sung together, and then to supper, he not staying, and at supper hearing by accident of my maids their letting in a roguing Scotch woman that haunts the office, to help them to wash and scour in our house, and that very lately. I fell mightily out, and made my wife, to the disturbance of the house and neighbours, to beat our little girl, and then we shut her down into the cellar, and there she lay all night. So we to bed. 20th, up, and with Sir J. Minns to attend the Duke, and then we back again and rode into the beginning of my Lord Chancellor's new house, near St. James's. Which common people have already called Dunkirk House, from their opinion of his having a good bribe for the selling of that town. And very noble I believe it will be. Near that is my Lord Berkeley beginning another on one side, and Sir J. Denham on the other. Thence I to the House of Lords and spoke with my Lord Bellis's, and so to the Change, and there did business, and so to the Sun Tavern, hailing in the morning had some high words with Sir J. Lawson about his sending of some belled goods to Tangier, wherein the truth is I did not favour him, but being conscious that some of my profits may come out by some words that fell from him, and to be quiet, I have accommodated it. Here we dined merry, but my club and the rest come to 7's. 6d, which was too much. Thence to the office, and there found Bagwell's wife, whom I directed to go home, and I would do her business, which was to write a letter to my Lord Sandwich for her husband's advance into a better ship as there should be occasion. Which I did, and by did go down by water to Deptford, and then down further, and so landed at the lower end of the town, and it being dark, entré en la maison de la femme de Bagwell, and there had sa company. Though with a great deal of difficulty, ni moins en fin j'avais ma volonté d'elle, and being sated therewith, I walked home to Redriff, it being now near 9 o'clock, and there I did drink some strong waters and eat some bread and cheese. And so home. Where at my office my wife comes and tells me that she hath hired a chambermaid, one of the prettiest maids that ever she saw in her life, and that she is really jealous of me for her, but hath ventured to hire her from month to month. But I think she means merrily. So to supper and to bed. 21st. Up, and to the office, having a mighty pain in my forefinger of my left hand, from a strain that it received last night, in struggling avec la femme que j'ai mentioned yesterday, where busy till noon. And then my wife being busy in going with her woman to a hothouse to bathe herself, after her long being within doors in the dirt, so that she now pretends to a resolution of being hereafter very clean. How long it will hold I can guess. I dined with Sir W. Batten and my lady, they being now 8 days very fond of me. So to the Change, and off of the Change with Mr. Waith to a cook's shop, and there dined again for discourse with him about Habakkuk 6:17 and the abuse now practised in tickets, and more like every day to be. Also of the great prophet Mr. Fun makes of his place, he being, though he demands but 5% of all he pays, and that is easily computed, but very little pleased with any man that gives him no more. So to the office, and after office my Lord Brunkard carried me to Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there I with my Lady Sandwich, good lady, talking of innocent discourse of good housewifery and husbands for her daughters. And the luxury and looseness of the times and other such things till past 10 o'clock at night, and so by coach home, where a little at my office, and so to supper and to bed. My lady tells me how my Lord Castlemaine is coming over from France, and is believed will be made friends with his lady again. What mad freaks the maids of honor at court have, that Mrs. Jennings, one of the Duchess's maids, the other day dressed herself like an orange wench, and went up and down and cried oranges. Till falling down, or by such accident, though in the evening, her fine shoes were discerned, and she put to a great deal of shame. That such as these tricks being ordinary, and worse among them. Thereby few will venture upon them for wives, my Lady Castlemaine will in merriment say that her daughter, not above a year old or 2, will be the first maid in the court that will be married. This day my Lord Sandwich writ me word from the Downs, that he is like to be in town this week. 22nd lay last night alone, my wife after her bathing lying alone in another bed. So cold all night. Up and to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon at the Change, busy, where great talk of a Dutch ship in the north put on shore, and taken by a troop of horse. Home to dinner and creed with me. Thence to Gresham College, where very noble discourse, and thence home busy till past 12 at night, and then home to supper and to bed. Mrs. Bland come this night to take leave of me and my wife, going to Tangier. 23rd. This day, by the blessing of Almighty God, I have lived 32 years in the world, and am in the best degree of health at this minute that I have been almost in my lifetime. And at this time in the best condition of estate that ever I was in the Lord make me thankful. Up, and to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon to the Change, where I hear the most horrid and astonishing news that ever was yet told in my memory, that De Ruyter with his fleet in Guinea hath proceeded to the taking of whatever we have, forts, goods, ships, and men. And tied our men back to back, and thrown them all into the sea, even women and children also. This a Swede or Hamburger is come into the river and tells that he saw the thing done. 618. But, Lord! To see the consternation all our merchants are in is observable, and with what fury and revenge they discourse of it. But I fear it will like other things in a few days cool among us. But that which I fear most is the reason why he that was so kind to our men at first should afterward, having let them go, be so cruel when he went further. What I fear is that there he was informed, which he was not before, of some of Holmes's dealings with his countrymen, and so was moved to this fury. God grant it be not so. But a more dishonorable thing was never suffered by Englishmen, nor a more barbarous done by man, as this by them to us. Home to dinner, and then to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and then at night to take my final leave of Mrs. Bland, who sets out tomorrow for Tangier, and then I back to my office till past 12, and so home to supper and to bed. 24th. Up, and to my office, where all the morning upon advising again with some fishermen and the water bailiff of the city, by Mr. Coventry's direction, touching the protections which are desired for the fishermen upon the river, and I am glad of the occasion to make me understand something of it. At noon home to dinner, and all the afternoon till 9 at night in my chamber, and Mr. Hayter with me, to prevent being disturbed at the office, to perfect my contract book, which, for want of time, hath a long time lain without being entered in as I used to do from month to month. Then to my office, where till almost 12, and so home to bed. 25th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon to the Change. Where just before I come, the Swede that had told the king and the duke so boldly this great lie of the Dutch flinging our men back to back into the sea at Guinea, so particularly, and readily, and confidently, was whipped round the Change, he confessing it a lie, and that he did it in hopes to get something. It is said the judges, upon demand, did give it their opinion that the law would judge him to be whipped, to lose his ears, or to have his nose slit, but I do not hear that anything more is to be done to him. They say he is delivered over to the Dutch ambassador to do what he pleased with him. But the world do think that there is some design on one side or other, either of the Dutch or French. For it is not likely a fellow would invent such a lie to get money, whereas he might have hoped for a better reward by telling something in behalf of us to please us. Thence to the Sun Tavern, and there dined with Sir W. Warren and Mr. Gifford, the merchant, and I hear how Nitch Colborne, that lately lived and got a great estate there, is gone to live like a prince in the country, and that this Wadlow, that did the like at the devil by St. Dunstanes, did go into the country, and there spent almost all he had got, and hath now choused this Colborne out of his house, that he might come to his old trade again. But, Lord! To see how full the house is, no room for any company almost to come into it. Thence home to the office, where dispatched much business, at night late home, and to clean myself with warm water. My wife will have me, because she do herself, and so to bed. 26th, Sunday. Up and to church, and so home to dinner, and after dinner to my office, and there busy all the afternoon, till in the evening comes Mr. Andrews and Hill, and so home and to singing. Hill stayed and supped with me, and very good discourse of Italy, where he was, which is always to me very agreeable. After supper, he gone, we to prayers and to bed. 27th, up and to St. James's, where we attended the Duke as usual. This morning I was much surprised and troubled with a letter from Mrs. Bland, that she is left behind, and much trouble it cost me this day to find out some way to carry her after the ships to Plymouth, but at last I hope I have done it. At noon to the Change to inquire what wages the Dutch give in their men of war at this day, and I hear for certain they give but 12 guilders at most, which is not full 24s, the thing I wonder at. At home to dinner, and then in Sir J. Minns's coach, my wife and I with him, and also Mercer, abroad, he and I to Whitehall, and he would have his coach to wait upon my wife on her visits. It being the first time my wife hath been out of doors, but the other day to bathe her, several weeks. We to a committee of the council to discourse concerning pressing of men, but, Lord! How they meet, never sit down, one comes, now another goes, then comes another. One complaining that nothing is done, another swearing that he hath been there these 2 hours and nobody come. At last it come to this, my Lord Annesley, says he, I think we must be forced to get the king to come to every committee. For I do not see that we do anything at any time but when he is here. And I believe he said the truth, and very constant he is at the council table on council days, which his predecessors, it seems, very rarely did. But thus I perceive the greatest affair in the world at this day is likely to be managed by us. But to hear how my Lord Berkeley and others of them do cry up the discipline of the late times here, and in the former Dutch war is strange. Wishing with all their hearts that the business of religion were not so severely carried on as to discourage the sober people to come among us, and wishing that the same law and severity were used against drunkenness as there was then. Saying that our evil living will call the hand of God upon us again. Thence to walk alone a good while in St. James's Park with Mr. Coventry, who I perceive is grown a little melancholy and displeased to see things go as they do so carelessly. Thence I by coach to Ratcliffe Highway, to the plate maker's, and he has begun my Lord Sandwich's plate very neatly, and so back again. Coming back I met Colonel Atkins, who in other discourse did offer to give me a piece to receive of me 20 when he proves the late news of the Dutch, their drowning our men, at Guinea. And the truth is I find the generality of the world to fear that there is something of truth in it, and I do fear it too. Thence back by coach to Sir Philip Warwick's. And there he did contract with me a kind of friendship and freedom of communication, wherein he assures me to make me understand the whole business of the Treasurer's business of the Navy, that I shall know as well as Sir G. Carteret what money he hath, and will needs have me come to him sometimes, or he meet me, to discourse of things tending to the serving the king, and I am mighty proud and happy in becoming so known to such a man. And I hope shall pursue it. Thence back home to the office a little tired and out of order, and then to supper and to bed. 28th, at the office all the morning. At noon dined at home. After dinner my wife and I to my Lady Batten's, it being the first time my wife hath been there, I think, these 2 years, but I had a mind in part to take away the strangeness, and so we did, and all very quiet and kind. Come home, I to the taking my wife's kitchen accounts at the latter end of the month, and their fine sevens wanting, which did occasion a very high falling out between us, I indeed too angrily insisting upon so poor a thing, and did give her very provoking high words, calling her beggar, and reproaching her friends. Which she took very stomachfully and reproached me justly with mine. And I confess, being myself, I cannot see what she could have done less. I find she is very cunning, and when she least shews it hath her wit at work. But it is an ill one, though I think not so bad, but with good usage I might well bear with it, and the truth is I do find that my being over-solicitous and jealous and froward and ready to reproach her do make her worse. However, I find that now and then a little difference do no hurt, but too much of it will make her know her force too much. We parted after many high words very angry, and I to my office to my month's accounts, and find myself worth L1270, for which the Lord God be praised. So at almost 2 o'clock in the morning I home to supper and to bed, and so ends this month, with great expectation of the Hollanders coming forth, who are, it seems, very high and rather more ready than we. God give a good issue to it. March 1665. March 1st. Up, and this day being the day then, by a promise, a great while ago, made to my wife, I was to give her L20 to lay out in clothes against Easter, she did, notwithstanding last night's falling out, come to peace with me and I with her. But did boggle mightily at the parting with my money, but at last did give it her, and then she abroad to buy her things, and I to my office, where busy all the morning. At noon I to dinner at Trinity House, and thence to Gresham College, where Mr. Hooke read a second very curious lecture about the late comet. Among other things proving very probably that this is the very same comet that appeared before in the year 1618, and that in such a time probably it will appear again, which is a very new opinion, but all will be in print. Then to the meeting, where Sir G. Carteret 2 sons, his own, and Sir N. Slaning, were admitted of the society, and this day I did pay my admission money, 40s. To the society. Here was very fine discourses and experiments, but I do lack a philosophy enough to understand them, and so cannot remember them. Among others, a very particular account of the making of the several sorts of bread in France, which is accounted the best place for bread in the world. So home, where very busy getting an answer to some question of Sir Philip Warwick touching the expense of the navy. And that being done I by coach at 8 at night with my wife and Mercer to Sir Philip's and discoursed with him, leaving them in the coach, and then back with them home and to supper and to bed. 2nd. Begun this day to rise betimes before 6 o'clock, and, going down to call my people, found Bess and the girl with their clothes on, lying within their bedding upon the ground close by the fireside, and a candle burning all night. Pretending they would rise to scour. This vexed me, but Bess is going and so she will not trouble me long. Up, and by water to Burston about my lord's plate, and then home to the office, so there all the morning sitting. At noon dined with Sir W. Batten, my wife being gone again today to buy things, having bought nothing yesterday for lack of Mrs. Pierce's company, and thence to the office again, where very busy till 12 at night, and vexed at my wife staying out so late, she not being at home at 9 o'clock, but at last she is come home, but the reason of her stay I know not yet. So shut up my books, and home to supper and to bed. 3rd, up, and abroad about several things, among others to see Mr. Peter Honeywood, who was at my house the other day, and I find it was for nothing but to pay me my brother John's quarterage. Thence to see Mrs. Turner, who takes it mighty ill I did not come to dine with the reader, her husband, which, she says, was the greatest feast that ever was yet kept by a reader, and I believe it was well. But I am glad I did not go, which confirms her in an opinion that I am grown proud. Thence to the Change, and to several places, and so home to dinner and to my office, where till 12 at night writing over a discourse of mine to Mr. Coventry touching the fishermen of the Thames upon a reference of the business by him to me concerning their being protected from presa. Then home to supper and to bed. 4th. Up very betimes, and walked, it being bitter cold, to Ratcliffe, to the platemaker's and back again. To the office, where we sat all the morning, with being empty and full of air and wind, had some pain today. Dined alone at home, my wife being gone abroad to buy some more things. All the afternoon at the office. William Howe come to see me, being come up with my lord from sea. He is grown a discreet, but very conceited fellow. He tells me how little respectfully Sir W. Penn did carry it to my lord on board the Duke's ship at sea, and that Captain Minns, a favourite of Prince Rupert's, do shew my lord little respect, but that everybody else esteems my lord as they ought. I am sorry for the folly of the latter, and vexed at the dissimulation of the former. At night home to supper and to bed. This day was proclaimed at the changed the war with Holland. 5th, Lord's Day. Up, and Mr. Burston bringing me by order my lord's plates, which he has been making this week. I did take coach and to my lord sandwiches and dined with my lord. It being the first time he hath dined at home since his coming from sea, and a pretty odd demand it was of my lord to my lady before me, how do you, sweetheart? How have you done all this week? Himself taking notice of it to me, that he had hardly seen her the week before. At dinner he did use me with the greatest solemnity in the world, in carving for me, and nobody else, and calling often to my lady to cut for me. And all the respect possible. After dinner looked over the plates, liked them mightily, and indeed I think he is the most exact man in what he do in the world of that kind. So home again, and there after a song or two in the evening with Mr. Hill, I to my office, and then home to supper and to bed. 6th, up, and with Sir J. Minns by coach, being a most lamentable cold day as any this year, to St. James's, and there did our business with the Duke. Great preparations for his speedy return to sea. I saw him try on his buff coat and hat piece covered with black velvet. It troubles me more to think of his venture, than of anything else in the whole war. Thence home to dinner, where I saw Bess go away, she having of all wenches that ever lived with us received the greatest love and kindness and good clothes, besides wages, and gone away with the greatest ingratitude. I then abroad to look after my hamacos, and so home, and there find our new chambermaid, Mary, come, which instead of handsome, as my wife spoke and still seems to reckon, is a very ordinary wench, I think, and therein was mightily disappointed. To my office, where busy late, and then home to supper and to bed, and was troubled all this night with a pain in my left testicle, that run up presently into my left kidney and there kept aching all night. In great pain. 7th. Up, and was pretty well, but going to the office, and I think it was sitting with my back to the fire, it set me in a great rage again, that I could not continue till past noon at the office, but was forced to go home, nor could sit down to dinner. But betook myself to my bed, and being there a while my pain begun to abate and grow less and less. Anon I went to make water, not dreaming of any thing but my testicle that by some accident I might have bruised as I used to do, but in pissing there come from me 2 stones, I could feel them, and caused my water to be looked into. But without any pain to me in going out, which makes me think that it was not a fit of the stone at all, for my pain was assuaged upon my lying down a great while before I went to make water. Anon I made water again very freely and plentifully. I kept my bed in good ease all the evening, then rose and sat up an hour or 2, and then to bed and lay till 8 o'clock, and then. 8th. Though a bitter cold day, yet I rose, and though my pain and tenderness in my testicle remains a little, yet I do verily think that my pain yesterday was nothing else, and therefore I hope my disease of the stone may not return to me. but void itself in pissing, which God grant, but I will consult my physician. This morning is brought me to the office the sad news of the London, in which Sir J. Lawson's men were all bringing her from Chatham to the Hope, and thence he was to go to sea in her. But a little this side the buoy of the Nowre, she suddenly blew up. About 24 men, and a woman that were in the roundhouse and coach saved, the rest, being above 300, drowned, the ship breaking all in pieces, with 80 pieces of brass ordnance. She lies sunk, with her roundhouse above water. Sir J. Lawson hath a great loss in this of so many good chosen men, and many relations among them. I went to the Change, where the news taken very much to heart. So home to dinner, and Mr. Moore with me. Then I to Gresham College, and there saw several pretty experiments, and so home and to my office, and at night about I home to supper and to bed. 9th, up and to the office, where we sat all the afternoon. At noon to dinner at home, and then abroad with my wife, left her at the New Exchange and I to Westminster, where I hear Mrs. Martin is brought to bed of a boy and christened Charles, which I am very glad of, for I was fearful of being called to be a godfather to it. But it seems it was to be done suddenly, and so I escaped. It is strange to see how a liberty and going abroad without purpose of doing anything do lead a man to what is bad, for I was just upon going to her, where I must of necessity, have, broken my oath or made a forfeit. But I did not, company being, I heard by my porter, with her, and so I home again, taking up my wife, and was set down by her at Paul's School, where I visited Mr. Crumlum at his house, and, Lord, to see how ridiculous a conceited pedagogue he is, though a learned man, he being so dogmatical in all he do and says. But among other discourse, we fell to the old discourse of Paul's School. And he did, upon my declaring my value of it, give me one of Lilly's grammars of a very old impression, as it was in the Catholic times, which I shall much set by. And so, after some small discourse, away and called upon my wife at a linen draper's shop buying linen, and so home, and to my office, where late, and home to supper and to bed. This night my wife had a new suit of flowered ash-colored silka, very noble. 10th, up, and to the office all the morning. At noon to the Change, where very hot, people's proposal of the city giving the king another ship for the London, that is lately blown up, which would be very handsome, and if well managed, might be done. But I fear if it be put into ill hands, or that the courtiers do solicit it, it will never be done. Home to dinner, and thence to the Committee of Tangier at Whitehall, where my Lord Berkeley and Craven and others, but, Lord, to see how superficially things are done in the business of the lottery, which will be the disgrace of the fishery, and without profit. Home, vexed at my loss of time, and thereto my office. Late at night come the two Bellamys, formerly petty warrant victuallers of the Navy, to take my advice about a Navy debt of theirs for the compassing of which they offer a great deal of money, and the thing most just. Perhaps I may undertake it, and get something by it, which will be a good job. So home late to bed. 11th, up and to the office, at noon home to dinner, and to the office again, where very late, and then home to supper and to bed. This day returned Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns from Lee Road, where they have been to see the wreck of the London, out of which, they say, the guns may be got, but the hull of her will be wholly lost, as not being capable of being weighed. 12th, Lord's Day. Up, and borrowing Sir J. Minns's coach, to my Lord Sandwich's, but he was gone abroad. I sent the coach back for my wife, my lord a second time dining at home on purpose to meet me, he having not dined once at home but those times since his coming from sea. I sat down and read over the Bishop of Chichester's sermon upon the anniversary of the King's death, much cried up, but, methinks, but a mean sermon. By and by comes in my lord, and he and I to talk of many things in the navy, one from another, in general, to see how the greatest things are committed to very ordinary men, as to parts and experience, to do, among others, my Lord Berkeley. We talked also of getting how to be put into the mustermastership in the room of Creed, if Creed will give way, but my lord do it without any great gusto, calling how a proud coxcomb in passion. Down to dinner, where my wife in her new lace whisk, which, indeed, is very noble, and I much pleased with it, and so my lady also. Here very pleasant my lord was at dinner, and after dinner did look over his plate, which Burston hath brought him today, and is the last of the 3 that he will have made. After satisfied with that, he abroad, and I after much discourse with my lady about Sir G. Carteret's son, of whom she hath some thoughts for a husband for my lady Jemima, we away home by coach again, and there sang a good while very pleasantly with Mr. Andrews and Hill. They gone, we to supper, and betimes to bed. 13th. Up betimes, this being the first morning of my promise upon a forfeit not to lie in bed a quarter of an hour after my first waking. Abroad to St. James's, and there much business, the king also being with us a great while. Thence to the Change, and thence with Captain Taylor and Sir W. Warren dined at a house hard by for discourse sake, and so I home, and there meeting a letter from Mrs. Martin desiring to speak with me, I, though against my promise of visiting her, did go, and there found her in her child bed dressed desiring my favour to get her husband a place. I stayed not long, but taking Sir W. Warren up at Whitehall home, and among other discourse fell to a business which he says shall if accomplished bring me L100. He gone, I to supper and to bed. This day my wife begun to wear light-coloured locks, quite white almost, which, though it makes her look very pretty, yet not being natural, vexes me, that I will not have her wear them. This day I saw my Lord Castlemaine at St. James's, lately come from France. 14th, up before 6, to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon dined with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, at the Tower, with Sir J. Robinson, at a farewell dinner which he gives Major Holmes at his going out of the Tower, where he hath for some time, since his coming from Guinea, been a prisoner, and, it seems, had presented the lieutenant with 50 pieces yesterday. Here a great deal of good victuals and company. Thence home to my office, where very late, and home to supper and to bed weary of business. 15th, up and by coach with Sir W. Batten to St. James's, where among other things before the Duke, Captain Taylor was called in, and, Sir J. Robinson his accuser not appearing, was acquitted quite from his charge and declared that he should go to Harwich, which I was very well pleased at. Thence I to Mr. Coventry's chamber, and there privately an hour with him in discourse of the office, and did deliver to him many notes of things about which he is to get the Duke's command, before he goes, for the putting of business among us in better order. He did largely own his dependence as to the office upon my care, and received very great expressions of love from him, and so parted with great satisfaction to myself. So home to the Change, and thence home to dinner, where my wife being gone down upon a sudden warning from my Lord Sandwich's daughters to the Hope with them to see the Prince, I dined alone. After dinner to the office, and anon to Gresham College, where, among other good discourse, there was tried the great poison of Macassa upon a dog, 619, but it had no effect all the time we sat there. We anon broke up and I home, where late at my office, my wife not coming home. I to bed, troubled, about 12 or past. 16th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, my wife coming home from the water this morning, having lain with them on board the Prince all night. At noon home to dinner, where my wife told me the unpleasant journey she had yesterday among the children, whose fear upon the water and folly made it very unpleasing to her. A good dinner, and then to the office again. This afternoon Mr. Harris, the sailmaker, sent me a noble present of 2 large silver candlesticks and snuffers, and a slice to keep them upon, which indeed is very handsome. At night come Mr. Andrews with L36, the further fruits of my 10-year contract, and so to bed late and weary with business, but in good content of mind, blessing God for these his benefits. 17th, up and to my office, and then with Sir W. Batten to St. James's, where many come to take leave, as was expected, of the Duke, but he do not go till Monday. This night my lady would died of the smallpox, and is much lamented among the great persons for a good-natured woman and a good wife, but for all that it was ever believed she was as others are. The Duke did give us some commands, and so broke up, not taking leave of him. But the best piece of news is, that instead of a great many troublesome lords, the whole business is to be left with the Duke of Albemarle to act as admiral in his stead, which is a thing that do cheer my heart. For the other would have vexed us with attendance, and never done the business. Thence to the Committee of Tangier, where the Duke a little, and then left us and we stayed. A very great committee, the Lords Albemarle, Sandwich, Berkeley, Fitzharding, Peterborough, Ashley, Sir Thos Ingram, Sir G. Carteret and others. The whole business was the stating of Povy's accounts, of whom to say no more, never could man say worse himself nor have worse said of him than was by the company to his face, I mean, as to his folly and very reflecting words to his honesty. Broke up without anything but trouble and shame, only I got my businesses done to the signing of 2 bills for the contractors and Captain Taylor, and so come away well pleased, and home, taking up my wife at the Change, to dinner. After dinner out again bringing my wife to her father's again at Charing Cross, and I to the committee again, where a new meeting of trouble about Povy, who still makes his business worse and worse. And broke up with the most open shame again to him, and high words to him of disgrace that they would not trust him with any more money till he had given an account of this. So broke up. Then he took occasion to desire me to step aside, and he and I by water to London together. In the way, of his own accord, he proposed to me that he would surrender his place of treasurer to me to have half the profit. The thing is new to me, but the more I think the more I like it, and do put him upon getting it done by the Duke. Whether it takes or no I care not, but I think at present it may have some convenience in it. Home, and there find my wife come home and gone to bed, of a cold got yesterday by water. At the office Bellamy come to me again, and I am in hopes something may be got by his business. So late home to supper and bed. 18th. Up and to the office, where all the morning. At noon to the Change, and took Mr. Hill along with me to Mr. Povy's, where we dined, and shewed him the house to his good content, and I expect when we meet we shall laugh at it. But I having business to stay, he went away, and Povy and Creed and I to do some business upon Povy's accounts all the afternoon till late at night, where, God help him, never man was so confounded, and all his people about him in this world as he and his are. After we had done something, to the purpose we broke up, and Povy acquainted me before Creed, having said something of it also this morning at our office to me, what he had done in speaking to the Duke and others about his making me treasurer. And has carried it a great way, so as I think it cannot well be set back. Creed, I perceive, envies me in it, but I think as that will do me no hurt, so if it did I am at a great loss to think whether it were not best for me to let it wholly alone, for it will much disquiet me and my business of the Navy, which in this war will certainly be worth all my time to me. Home, continuing in this doubtful condition what to think of it, but God Almighty do his will in it for the best. To my office, where late, and then home to supper and to bed. 19th, Lord's Day. Mr. Povy sent his coach for me betimes, and I to him, and there to our great trouble do find that my Lord Fitzharding do appear for Mr. Brunkard 620 to be paymaster upon Povy's going out, by a former promise of the Duke's, and offering to give as much as any for it. This put us all into a great doom, and so we went to Creed's new lodging in the Mews, and there we found Creed with his parrot upon his shoulder, which struck Mr. Povy coming by just by the eye, very deep, which, had it hit his eye, had put it out. This a while troubled us, but not proving very bad, we to our business consulting what to do, at last resolved, and I to Mr. Coventry, and there had his most friendly and ingenuous advice, advising me not to decline the thing, it being that will bring me to be known to great persons, while now I am buried among 3 or 4 of us, says he, in the Navy. But do not make a declared opposition to my Lord Fitzharding. Thence I to Creed, and walked talking in the park an hour with him, and then to my Lord Sandwich's to dinner, and after dinner to Mr. Povy's, who hath been with the Duke of York, and, by the mediation of Mr. Coventry, the Duke told him that the business shall go on, and he will take off Brunkard, and my Lord Fitzharding is quiet too. But to see the mischief, I hear that Sir G. Carteret did not seem pleased, but said nothing when he heard me propose to come in Povy's room, which may learn me to distinguish between that man that is a man's true and false friend. Being very glad of this news, Mr. Povy and I in his coach to Hyde Park, being the first day of the tour there, where many brave ladies, among others, Castlemaine lay impudently upon her back in her coach asleep, with her mouth open. There was also my Lady Kerneguy 621 once my lady in Hambleton, that is said to have given the Duke a clap upon his first coming over. Here I saw Sir J. Lawson's daughter and husband, a fine couple, and also Mr. Southwell and his new lady, very pretty. Thence back, putting in at Dr. Hoare's, where I saw his lady, a very fine woman. So home, and thither by my desire comes by and by Creed and lay with me, very merry and full of discourse, what to do tomorrow, and the conveniences that will attend my having of this place, and I do think they may be very great. 20th. Up, Creed and I, and had Mr. Povy's coach sent for us, and we to his house, where we did some business in order to the work of this day. Povy and I to my Lord Sandwich, who tells me that the Duke is not only a friend to the business, but to me, in terms of the greatest love and respect and value of me that can be thought, which overjoys me. Thence to St. James's, and there was in great doubt of Brunkard, but at last I hear that Brunkard desists. The Duke did direct Secretary Bennet, who was there, to declare his mind to the Tangier Committee, that he approves of me for treasurer. And with a character of me to be a man whose industry and discretion he would trust soon as any man's in England, and did the like to my Lord Sandwich. So to Whitehall to the Committee of Tangier, where there were present, my Lord of Albemarle, my Lord Peterborough, Sandwich, Berkeley, Fitzharding, Secretary Bennet, Sir Thomas Ingram, Sir John Lawson, Povy and I. Where, after other business, Povy did declare his business very handsomely. That he was sorry he had been so unhappy in his accounts, as not to give their lordships the satisfaction he intended, and that he was sure his accounts are right, and continues to submit them to examination. And is ready to lay down in ready money the fault of his account. And that for the future, that the work might be better done and with more quiet to him, he desired, by approbation of the Duke, he might resign his place to Mr. Pepys. Whereupon, Secretary Bennet did deliver the Duke's command, which was received with great content and allowance beyond expectation, the Secretary repeating also the Duke's character of me. And I could discern my Lord Fitzharding was well pleased with me, and signified full satisfaction, and whispered something seriously of me to the Secretary. And there I received their constitution under all their hands presently. So that I am already confirmed their treasurer, and put into a condition of striking of tallies, 622 and all without one harsh word or word of dislike, but quite the contrary, which is a good fortune beyond all imagination. Here we rose, and Povy and Creed and I, all full of joy, thence to dinner, they setting me down at Sir J. Winter's, by promise, and dined with him. And a worthy fine man he seems to be, and of good discourse. Our business was to discourse of supplying the king with iron for anchors, if it can be judged good enough. And a fine thing it is to see myself come to the condition of being received by persons of this rank, he being, and having long been, secretary to the Queen Mother. Thence to Povy's, and there sat and considered of business a little and then home, where late at it, W. How being with me about his business of accounts for his money laid out in the Fleet, and he gone, I home to supper and to bed. News is this day come of Captain Allen's being come home from the Straits, as far as Portland, with 11 of the King's ships, and about 22 of merchantmen. 21st. Up, and my tailor coming to me, did consult all my wardrobe how to order my clothes against next summer. Then to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon to the Change, and brought home Mr. Andrews, and there with Mr. Shepley dined and very merry, and a good dinner. Thence to Mr. Povy's to discourse about settling our business of treasurer, and I think all things will go very fair between us and to my content, but the more I see the more silly the man seems to me. Thence by coach to the Mews, but Creed was not there. In our way the coach drove through a lane by Drury Lane, where abundance of loose women stood at the doors, which, God forgive me, did put evil thoughts in me, but proceeded no further, blessed be God. So home, and late at my office, then home and there found a couple of state cups, very large, coming, I suppose, each to about L6 apiece, from Burrows the slop seller. 22nd up, and to Mr. Pepys about our business, and thence I to see Sir P.H. Warwick, but could not meet with him. So to Mr. Coventry, whose profession of love and esteem for me to myself was so large and free that I never could expect or wish for more, nor could have it from any man in England, that I should value it more. Thence to Mr. Pepys, and with Creed to the Change and to my house, but, it being washing day, dined not at home, but took him, I being invited, to Mr. Hubland's, the merchant, where Sir William Petty, an abundance of most ingenious men, owners and freighters of the Experiment, now going with her 2 bodies to sea. Most excellent discourse. Among others, Sir William Petty did tell me that in good earnest he hath in his will left such parts of his estate to him that could invent such and such things. As among others, that could discover truly the way of milk coming into the breasts of a woman, and he that could invent proper characters to express to another the mixture of relishes and tastes. And says, that to him that invents gold, he gives nothing for the philosopher's stone, for, says he, they that find out that, will be able to pay themselves. But, says he, by this means it is better than to give to a lecture. For here my executors, that must part with this, will be sure to be well convinced of the invention before they do part with their money. After dinner Mr. Hill took me with Mrs. Hubland, who is a fine gentlewoman, into another room, and there made her sing, which she do very well, to my great content. Then to Gresham College, and there did see a kitling killed almost quite, but that we could not quite kill her, with such a way, the air out of a receiver, wherein she was put, and then the air being let in upon her revives her immediately. 623 nay, and this air is to be made by putting together a liquor and some body that ferments, the steam of that do the work. Thence home, and thence to Whitehall, where the house full of the Duke's going tomorrow, and thence to St. James's, wherein these things fell out. 1. I saw the Duke, kissed his hand, and had his most kind expressions of his value and opinion of me, which comforted me above all things in the world. 2. The like from Mr. Coventry most heartily and affectionately. 3. Saw, among other fine ladies, Mrs. Middleton 624 a very great beauty I never knew or heard of before. 4. I saw Waller the poet, whom I never saw before. So, very late, by coach home with W. Penn, who was there. To supper and to bed, with my heart at rest, and my head very busy thinking of my several matters now on foot, the new comfort of my old navy business, and the new one of my employment on Tangier. 23rd. Up and to my Lord Sandwich, who follows the Duke this day by water down to the Hope, where the Prince lies. He received me, busy as he was, with mighty kindness and joy at my promotions. Telling me most largely how the Duke hath expressed on all occasions his good opinion of my service and love for me. I paid my thanks and acknowledgment to him, and so back home, where at the office all the morning. At noon to the Change. Home, and Llewellyn dined with me. Thence abroad, carried my wife to Westminster by coach, I to the Swan, Herbert's, and there had much of the good company of Sarah and to my wish, and then to see Mrs. Martin, who was very kind. 3 weeks of her month of lying in is over. So took up my wife and home, and at my office a while, and thence to supper and to bed. Great talk of noises of guns heard at Deal, but nothing particularly whether in earnest or not. 24th, up betimes, and by agreement to the Globe Tavern in Fleet Street to Mr. Clerk, my solicitor, about the business of my uncle's accounts, and we went with one Jeffreys to one of the barons, Spellman, and there my accounts were declared and I sworn to the truth thereof to my knowledge. And so I shall after a few formalities be cleared of all. Thence to Pepys, and there delivered him his letters of greatest import to him that is possible, yet dropped by young Bland, just come from Tangier, upon the road by Sittingbourne, taken up and sent to Mr. Pett, at Chatham. Thus everything done by Pepys is done with a fatal folly and neglect. Then to our discourse with him, Creed, Mr. Viner, myself and points about the business of the workhouse at Clerkenwell, and after dinner went thither and saw all the works there. And did also consult the Act concerning the business and other papers in order to our coming in to undertake it with Povey, the management of the house, but I do not think we can safely meddle with it, at least I. Unless I had time to look after it myself, but the thing is very ingenious and laudable. Thence to my Lady Sandwich's, where my wife all this day, having kept Good Friday very strict with fasting. Here we supped, and talked very merry. My lady alone with me, very earnest about Sir G. Carteret's son, with whom I perceive they do desire my Lady Jemima may be matched. Thence home and to my office, and then to bed. 25th, Lady Day. Up betimes and to my office, where all the morning. At noon dined alone with Sir W. Batten, where great discourse of Sir W. Penn, Sir W. Batten being, I perceive, quite out of love with him, thinking him too great and too high, and began to talk that the world do question his courage, upon which I told him plainly I have been told that he was articled against for it, and that Sir H. Vane was his great friend therein. This he was, I perceive, glad to hear. Thence to the office, and there very late, very busy, to my great content. This afternoon of a sudden is come home Sir W. Penn from the Fleet, but upon what score I know not. Late home to supper and to bed. 26th, Lord's Day and Easter Day. Up, and with my wife, who has not been at church a month or two, to church. At noon home to dinner, my wife and I, Mercer staying to the sacrament, alone. This is the day 7 years which, by the blessing of God, I have survived of my being cut of the stone, and am now in very perfect good health and have long been. And though the last winter hath been as hard a winter as any have been these many years, yet I never was better in my life, nor have not, these 10 years, gone colder in the summer than I have done all this winter, wearing only a doublet. And a waistcoat cut open on the back. Abroad, a cloak and within doors a coat I slipped on. Now I am at a loss to know whether it be my hare's foot which is my preservative against wind, for I never had a fit of the colique since I wore it, and nothing but wind brings me pain, and the carrying away of wind takes away my pain. Or my keeping my back cool. For when I do lie longer than ordinary upon my back in bed, my water the next morning is very hot, or whether it be my taking of a pill of turpentine every morning, which keeps me always loose, or altogether, but this I know. With thanks to God Almighty, that I am now as well as ever I can wish or desire to be, having now and then little grudgings of wind, that brings me a little pain, but it is over presently, only I do find that my back grows very weak. That I cannot stoop to write or tell money without sitting, but I have pain for a good while after it. Yet a week or two ago I had one day's great pain, but it was upon my getting a bruise on one of my testicles, and then I did void 2 small stones, without pain though, and, upon my going to bed and bearing up of my testicles, I was well the next. But I did observe that my sitting with my back to the fire at the office did then, as it do at all times, make my back ache, and my water hot, and brings me some pain. I sent yesterday an invitation to Mrs. Turner and her family to come to keep this day with me, which she granted, but afterward sent me word that it being Sunday and Easter Day she desired to choose another and put off this. Which I was willing enough to do. And so put it off as to this day, and will leave it to my own convenience when to choose another, and perhaps shall escape a feast by it. At my office all the afternoon drawing up my agreement with Mr. Povey for me to sign to him tomorrow morning. In the evening spent an hour in the garden walking with Sir J. Minns, talking of the chest business, wherein Sir W. Batten deals so unfairly, wherein the old man is very hot for the present, but that zeal will not last nor is to be trusted. So home to supper, prayers, and to bed. 27th, up betimes to Mr. Povey's, and there did sign and seal my agreement with him about my place of being treasurer for tenure, it being the greatest part of it drawn out of a draft of his own drawing up, only I have added something here and there in favour of myself. Thence to the Duke of Albemarle, the first time that we officers of the navy have waited upon him since the Duke of York's going, who hath deputed him to be admiral in his absence. And I find him a quiet heavy man, that will help business when he can, and hinder nothing, and am very well pleased with our attendance on him. I did afterwards alone give him thanks for his favour to me about my Tangier business, which he received kindly, and did speak much of his esteem of me. Thence, and did the same to Sir H. Bennet, who did the like to me very fully, and did give me all his letters lately come from hence for me to read, which I returned in the afternoon to him. Thence to Mrs. Martin, who, though her husband is gone away, as he writes, like a fool into France, yet is as simple and wanton as ever she was, with much I made myself merry in a way. So to my Lord Peterborough's, where Povey, Creed, Williamson, Auditor Beale, and myself, and mighty merry to see how plainly my Lord and Povey did abuse one another about their accounts, each thinking the other a fool, and I thinking they were not either of them, in that point. Much in the wrong, though in everything, and even in this manner of reproaching one another, very witty and pleasant. Among other things, we had here the genteelest dinner and the neatest house that I have seen many a day, and the latter beyond anything I ever saw in a nobleman's house. Thence visited my Lord Berkeley, and did sit discoursing with him in his chamber a good while, and, he, mighty friendly to me about the same business of Tangier. From that to other discourse of the times and the want of money, and he said that the Parliament must be called again soon, and more money raised, not by tax, for he said he believed the people could not pay it. But he would have either a general excise upon everything, or else that every city incorporate should pay a toll into the king's revenue, as he says it is in all the cities in the world. For here a citizen hath no more laid on them than their neighbours in the country, whereas, as a city, it ought to pay considerably to the king for their charter, but I fear this will breed ill blood. Thence to Povey, and after a little talk home to my office late. Then to supper and to bed. 28th, up betimes and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and I did most of the business there, God wot. Then to the Change, and thence to the coffee house with Sir W. Warren, where much good discourse for us both till 9 o'clock with great pleasure and content, and then parted and I home to dinner, having eat nothing, and so to my office. At night supped with my wife at Sir W. Penn's, who is to go back for good and all to the Fleet tomorrow. Took leave and to my office, where till 12 at night, and then home to bed. 29th. Up betimes and to Povey's, where a good while talking about our business. Thence abroad into the city, but upon his tally could not get any money in Lombard Street, through the disrepute which he suffers, I perceive, upon his giving up his place, which people think was not choice, but necessity, as indeed it was. So back to his house, after we had been at my house to taste my wine, but my wife being abroad nobody could come at it, and so we were defeated. To his house, and before dinner he and I did discourse of the business of freight, wherein I am so much concerned, above L100 for myself, and in my over hasty making a bill out for the rest for him, but he resolves to move Creed in it. Which troubled me much, and Creed by and by comes, and after dinner he did, but in the most cunning ingenious manner, do his business with Creed by bringing it in by the by, that the most subtle man in the world could never have done it better. And I must say that he is a most witty, cunning man and one that I am most afeard of in my conversation, though in all serious matters of business the eeriest fool that ever I met with. The bill was produced and a copy given Creed, whereupon he wrote his intrader upon the original, and I hope it will pass, at least I am now put to it that I must stand by it and justify it, but I pray God it may never come to that test. Thence between vexed and joyed, not knowing what yet to make of it, home, calling for my Lord Cook's 3 volumes at my bookseller's, and so home, where I found a new cook maid, her name is, that promises very little. So to my office, where late about drawing up a proposal for Captain Taylor, for him to deliver to the city about his building the new ship, which I have done well, and I hope will do the business, and so home to supper and to bed. 30th. Up, and to my Lord Ashley, but did nothing, and to Sir P.H. Warwick and spoke with him about business, and so back to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence to the Tangier Committee, where, Lord, to see how they did run into the giving of Sir J. Lawson, who is come to town today to get this business done, L 4000 about his mole business, and were going to give him 4s per yard more, which arises in the whole mold to L36,000, is a strange thing, but the latter by chance was stopped, the former was given. Thence to see Mrs. Martin, whose husband being it seems gone away, and as she is informed he hath another woman whom he uses, and has long done, as a wife, she is mighty reserved and resolved to keep herself so till the return of her husband. Which a pleasant thing to think of her. Thence home, and to my office, where late, and to bed. 31st, up betimes and walked to my Lord Ashley, and there with Creed after long waiting spoke with him, and was civilly used by him, thence to Sir P.H. Warwick, and then to visit my Lord of Falmouth, who did also receive me pretty civilly, but not as I expected, he, I perceive, believing that I had undertaken to justify Povy's accounts, taking them upon myself, but I rectified him therein. So to my Lady Sandwich's to dinner, and up to her chamber after dinner, and there discoursed about Sir G. Carteret's son, in proposition between us two for my Lady Jemima. So to Povy, and with him spent the afternoon very busy, till I was weary of following this and neglecting my navy business. So at night called my wife at my lady's, and so home. To my office and there made up my month's account, which, God be praised, rose to L1300. Which I bless God for. So after 12 o'clock home to supper and to bed. I find Creed mightily transported by my Lord of Falmouth's kind words to him, and saying that he hath a place in his intention for him, which he believes will be considerable. A witty man he is in every respect, but of no good nature, nor a man ordinarily to be dealt with. My Lady Castlemaine is sick again, people think, slipping her filly. April 1665. April 1st. All the morning very busy at the office preparing a last half-year's account for my Lord Treasurer. At noon eat a bit and step to Sir P.H. Warwick, by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, and after some private conference and examining of my papers with him I did return into the city and to Sir G. Carteret, whom I found with the Commissioners of Prizes dining at Captain Cox, in Broad Street, very merry. Among other tricks, there did come a blind fiddler to the door, and Sir G. Carteret did go to the door and lead the blind fiddler by the hand in. Thence with Sir G. Carteret to my Lord Treasurer, and by come Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, and anon we come to my Lord, and there did lay open the expense for the 6 months past, and an estimate of the 7 months to come, to November next, the first arising to above L500,000, and the latter will, as we judge, come to above L1,000,000. But to see how my Lord Treasurer did bless himself, crying he could do no more than he could, nor give more money than he had, if the occasion and expense were never so great, which is but a sad story. And then to hear how like a passionate and ignorant assy Sir G. Carteret did harangue upon the abuse of tickets did make me mad almost and yet was fain to hold my tongue. Thence home, vexed mightily to see how simply our greatest ministers do content themselves to understand and do things, while the king's service in the meantime lies bleeding. At my office late writing letters till ready to drop down asleep with my late sitting up of late, and running up and down days. So to bed. 2nd, Lord's Day. At my office all the morning, renewing my vows in writing and then home to dinner. All the afternoon, Mr. Tasborough, one of Mr. Povy's clerks, with me about his master's accounts. In the evening Mr. Andrews and Hill sang, but supped not with me, then after supper to bed. 3rd. Up and to the Duke of Albemarle and Whitehall, where much business. Thence home and to dinner, and then with Creed, my wife, and Mercer to a play at the Duke's, of my Lord Orrery's, called Mustapha, which being not good, made Betterton's part in the Ianthes but ordinary too. So that we were not contented with it at all. Thence home and to the office a while, and then home to supper and to bed. All the pleasure of the play was, the King and my Lady Castlemaine were there, and pretty witty Nell 625 at the King's house, and the younger Marshal sat next us. Which pleased me mightily. 4th. All the morning at the office busy, at noon to the Change, and then went up to the Change to buy a pair of cotton stockings, which I did at the husband's shop of the most pretty woman there, who did also invite me to buy some linen of her. And I was glad of the occasion, and bespoke some bands of her, intending to make her my seamstress, she being one of the prettiest and most modest-looked women that ever I did see. Dined at home and to the office, where very late till I was ready to fall down asleep, and did several times nod in the middle of my letters. 5th. This day was kept publicly by the King's command, as a fast day against the Dutch war, and I betimes with Mr. Tooker, whom I have brought into the navy to serve us as a husband to see goods timely shipped off from hence to the Fleet and other places, and took him with me to Woolwich and Deptford. Where by business I have been hindered a great while of going, did a very great deal of business, and home, and there by promise find Creed, and he and my wife, Mercer and I by coach to take the air. And, where we had formerly been, at Hackney, did there eat some pullets we carried with us, and some things of the house, and after a game or two at shuffleboard, home, and Creed lay with me. But, being sleepy, he had no mind to talk about business, which indeed I intended, by inviting him to lie with me, but I would not force it on him, and so to bed, he and I, and to sleep. Being the first time I have been so much at my ease and taken so much fresh air these many weeks or months. 6th. At the office sat all the morning, where, in the absence of Sir W. Batten, Sir G. Carteret being angry about the business of tickets, spoke of Sir W. Batten for speaking some words about the signing of tickets, and called Sir W. Batten in his discourse at the table to us, the clerks being withdrawn, shitten full, which vexed me. At noon to the Change, and there set my business of lighters buying for the King, to Sir W. Warren, and I think he will do it for me to very great advantage, at which I am mightily rejoiced. Home and after a mouthful of dinner to the office, where till 6 o'clock, and then to Whitehall, and there with Sir G. Carteret and my Lord Brunkard attended the Duke of Albemarle about the business of money. I also went to Jervis's, my barber, for my periwig that was mending there, and there do hear that Jane is quite undone, taking the idle fellow for her husband yet not married, and lay with him several weeks that had another wife and child. And she is now going into Ireland. So called my wife at the Change and home, and at my office writing letters till 1 o'clock in the morning, that I was ready to fall down asleep again. Great talk of a new comet. And it is certain one do now appear as bright as the late one at the best, but I have not seen it myself. 7th, up betimes to the Duke of Albemarle about money to be got for the navy, or else we must shut up shop. Thence to Westminster Hall and up and down, doing not much. Then to London, but to prevent Povy's dining with me, who I see is at the Change, I went back again and to Herbert's at Westminster, there sent for a bit of meat and dined, and then to my Lord Treasurer's, and there with Sir Philip Warwick. And thence to Whitehall in my Lord Treasurer's chamber with Sir Philip Warwick till dark night, about 4 hours talking of the business of the navy charge, and how Sir G. Carteret do order business, keeping us in ignorance what he do with his money, and also Sir Philip did shew me nakedly the King's condition for money for the navy. And he do assure me, unless the King can get some nobleman or rich money gentleman to lend him money, or to get the city to do it, it is impossible to find money, we having already, as he says, spent 1 year's share of the 3 years' tax. Which comes to L2, 500,000. Being very glad of this day's discourse in all but that I fear I shall quite lose Sir G. Carteret, who knows that I have been privately here all this day with Sir P.H. Warwick. However, I will order it so as to give him as little offence as I can. So home to my office, and then to supper and to bed. 8th, up, and all the morning full of business at the office. At noon dined with Mr. Povey, and then to the getting some business looked over of his, and then I to my Lord Chancellor's, where to have spoke with the Duke of Albemarle, but the King and Council busy, I could not. Then to the Old Exchange and there of my new pretty seamstress bought 4 bands, and so home, where I found my house mighty neat and clean. Then to my office late, till past 12, and so home to bed. The French ambassadors 6:26 are come incognito before their train, which will hereafter be very pompous. It is thought they come to get our king to join with the king of France in helping him against Flanders, and they to do the like to us against Holland. We have lain a good while with a good fleet at Harwich. The Dutch not said yet to be out. We, as high as we make our shoe, I am sure, are unable to set out another small fleet, if this should be worsted. Wherefore, God send us peace. I cry. 9th, Lord's Day. To church with my wife in the morning, in her new light-colored silk gown, which is, with her new point, very noble. Dined at home, and in the afternoon to Fanchurch, the little church in the middle of Fanchurch Street, where a very few people and few of any rank. Thence, after sermon, home, and in the evening walking in the garden, my Lady Pen and her daughter walked with my wife and I, and so to my house to eat with us, and very merry, and so broke up and to bed. 10th. Up, and to the Duke of Albemarle's, and thence to Whitehall to a committee for Tangier, where new disorder about Mr. Povy's accounts, that I think I shall never be settled in my business of treasurer for him. Here Captain Cook met me, and did seem discontented about my boy Tom's having no time to mind his singing nor lute, which I answered him fully in, that he desired me that I would baste his coate. So home and to the Change, and thence to the Old James, to dine with Sir W. Ryder, Cutler, and Mr. Deering, upon the business of hemp, and so hence to Whitehall to have attended the King and Lord Chancellor about the debts of the Navy and to get some money, but the meeting failed. So my Lord Brunkard took me and Sir Thomas Harvey in his coach to the Park, which is very troublesome with the dust, and ne'er a great beauty there today but Mrs. Middleton, and so home to my office, where Mr. Warren proposed my getting of L100 to get him a protection for a ship to go out, which I think I shall do. So home to supper and to bed. 11th, up and betimes to Alderman Cheverton to treat with him about hemp, and so back to the office. At noon dined at the Sun, behind the Change, with Sir Edward Deering and his brother and Commissioner Pett, we having made a contract with Sir Edward this day about timber. Thence to the office, where late very busy, but with some trouble have also some hopes of profit too. So home to supper and to bed. 12th. Up, and to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, where, contrary to all expectation, my Lord Ashley, being vexed with Povy's accounts, did propose it as necessary that Povy should be still continued treasurer of Tangier till he had made up his accounts. And with such arguments as, I confess, I was not prepared to answer, but by putting off of the discourse, and so, I think, brought it right again. But it troubled me so all the day after, and night too, that I was not quiet, though I think it doubtful whether I shall be much the worse for it or no, if it should come to be so. Dined at home and thence to Whitehall again, where I lose most of my time nowadays to my great trouble, charge, and loss of time and benefit, and there, after the council rose, Sir G. Carteret, my Lord Brunkard, Sir Thomas Harvey, and myself, down to my Lord Treasurer's chamber to him and the Chancellor, and the Duke of Albemarle, and there I did give them a large account of the charge of the Navy, and want of money. But strange to see how they held up their hands crying, What shall we do? Says my Lord Treasurer, Why, what means all this, Mr. Pepys? This is true, you say, but what would you have me to do? I have given all I can for my life. Why will not people lend their money? Why will they not trust the King as well as Oliver? Why do our prizes come to nothing, that yielded so much heretofore? And this was all we could get, and went away without other answer, which is one of the saddest things that, at such a time as this, with the greatest action on foot that ever was in England, nothing should be minded. But let things go on of themselves, do as well as they can. So home, vexed, and going to my Lady Batten's, there found a great many women with her, in her chamber Mary, my Lady Pen and her daughter, among others. Where my Lady Pen flung me down upon the bed, and herself and others, one after another, upon me, and very merry we were, and thence I home and called my wife with my Lady Pen to supper, and very merry as I could be, being vexed as I was. So home to bed. 13th, lay long in bed, troubled a little with wind, but not much. So to the office, and there all the morning. At noon to Sheriff Waterman's to dinner, all of us men of the office in town, and our wives, my Lady Carteret and daughters, and Ladies Batten, Penn, and my wife, and very good cheer we had and merry. Musique at and after dinner, and a fellow danced a jig, but when the company begun to dance, I came away lest I should be taken out, and God knows how my wife carried herself, but I left her to try her fortune. So home, and late at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. 14th, up, and betimes to Mr. Povey, being desirous to have an end of my trouble of mind touching my tenure business, whether he hath any desire of accepting what my Lord Ashley offered, of his becoming treasurer again. And there I did, with a seeming most generous spirit, offer him to take it back again upon his own terms, but he did answer to me that he would not above all things in the world, at which I was for the present satisfied. But, going away thence and speaking with Creed, he puts me in doubt that the very nature of the thing will require that he be put in again. And did give me the reasons of the auditors, which, I confess, are so plain, that I know not how to withstand them. But he did give me most ingenious advice what to do in it, and anon, my Lord Berkeley and some of the commissioners coming together, though not in a meeting, I did procure that they should order Povey's payment of his remain of accounts to me. Which order if it do pass will put a good stop to the fastening of the thing upon me. At noon Creed and I to a cook's shop at Charing Cross, and there dined and had much discourse, and is very good upon my business, and upon other things, among the rest upon will house dissembling with us. We discovering one to another his carriage to us, present and absent, being a very false fellow. Thence to Whitehall again, and there spent the afternoon, and then home to fetch a letter for the council, and so back to Whitehall, where walked an hour with Mr. Wren, of my Lord Chancellor's, and Mr. Agar, and then to unthanks and called my wife, and with her through the city to Mile End Green, and eat some cream and cakes and so back home, and I a little at the office, and so home to supper and to bed. This morning I was saluted with news that the fleets, ours and the Dutch, were engaged, and that the guns were heard at Walthamstow to play all yesterday, and that Captain Teddyman's legs were shot off in the Royal Catherine. But before night I hear the contrary, both by letters of my own and messengers thence, that they were all well of our side and no enemy appears yet, and that the Royal Catherine is come to the fleet. And likely to prove as good a ship as any the King hath, of which I am heartily glad, both for Christopher Pett's sake and Captain Teddyman that is in her. 15th, up, and to Whitehall about several businesses, but chiefly to see the proposals of my warrants about tenure under Creed, but to my trouble found them not finished. So back to the office, where all the morning, busy, then home to dinner, and then all the afternoon till very late at my office, and then home to supper and to bed, weary. 16th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, then up and to my chamber in my office, looking over some plates which I find necessary for me to understand pretty well, because of the Dutch war. Then home to dinner, where Creed dined with us, and so after dinner he and I walked to the Rolls Chapel, expecting to hear the great Stillingfleet preach, but he did not, but a very sorry fellow, which vexed me. The sermon done, we parted, and I home, where I find Mr. Andrews, and by comes Captain Taylor, my old acquaintance at Westminster, that understands music very well and composes mighty bravely. He brought us some things of 2 parts to sing, very hard, but that is the worst, he is very conceited of them, and that though they are good makes them troublesome to one, to see him every note commend and admire them. He supped with me, and a good understanding man he is and a good shoaler, and, among other things, a great antiquary, and among other things he can, as he says, show the very original charter to Worcester, of King Edgar's. Wherein he styles himself, Rex Mariam Britanniae, and which is the great text that Mr. Selden and others do quote, but imperfectly and upon trust. But he hath the very original, which he says he will shew me. He gone we to bed. This night I am told that news is come of our taking of 3 Dutch men of war, with the loss of one of our captains. 17th, up and to the Duke of Albemarle's, where he shewed me Mr. Coventry's letters, how 3 Dutch privateers are taken, in one whereof Everson's son is captain. But they have killed poor Captain Golding in the Diamond. 2 of them, one of 32 and the other of 20 odd guns, did stand stoutly up against her, which hath 46, and the Yarmouth that hath 52 guns, and as many more men as they. So that they did more than we could expect, not yielding till many of their men were killed. And Everson, when he was brought before the Duke of York, and was observed to be shot through the hat, answered, that he wished it had gone through his head, rather than been taken. One thing more is written, that 2 of our ships the other day appearing upon the coast of Holland, they presently fired their beacons round the country to give notice. And news is brought the king, that the Dutch Smyrna fleet is seen upon the back of Scotland, and thereupon the king hath wrote to the Duke, that he do appoint a fleet to go to the northward to try to meet them coming home round, which God send. Thence to Whitehall, where the king seeing me, did come to me, and calling me by name, did discourse with me about the ships in the river, and this is the first time that ever I knew the king did know me personally. So that hereafter I must not go thither, but with expectation to be questioned, and to be ready to give good answers. So home, and thence with Creed, who come to dine with me, to the Old James, where we dined with Sir W. Ryder and Cutler, and, by, being called by my wife, we all to a play, The Ghosts, at the Duke's house, but a very simple play. Thence up and down, with my wife with me, to look, for, Sir P.H. Warwick, Mr. Creed going from me, but missed of him, and so home, and late and busy at my office. So home to supper and to bed. This day was left at my house a very neat silver watch, by one Briggs, a scrivener and solicitor, at which I was angry with my wife for receiving, or, at least, for opening the box wherein it was, and so far witnessing our receipt of it, as to give the messenger 5s for bringing it, but it can't be helped, and I will endeavour to do the man a kindness, he being a friend of my uncle White's. 18th, up and to Sir Philip Warwick, and walked with him an hour with great delight in the park about Sir G. Carteret accounts, and the endeavours that he hath made to bring Sir G. Carteret to show his accounts and let the world see what he receives and what he pays. Thence home to the office, where I find Sir J. Minns come home from Chatham, and Sir W. Batten both this morning from Harwich, where they have been these 7 or 8 days. At noon with my wife and Mr. Moore by water to Chelsea about my Privy Seal for Tangier, but my Lord Privy Seal was gone abroad, and so we, without going out of the boat, forced to return, and found him not at Whitehall. So I to Sir Philip Warwick and with him to my Lord Treasurer, who signed my commission for Tangier Treasurer and the docket of my Privy Seal, for the moneys to be paid to me. Thence to Whitehall to Mr. Moore again, and not finding my Lord I home, taking my wife and woman up at unthanks. Late at my office, then to supper and to bed. 19th, up by 5 o'clock, and by water to Whitehall, and there took coach, and with Mr. Moore to Chelsea. Where, after all my fears what doubts and difficulties my Lord Privy Seal would make at my Tangier Privy Seal, he did pass it at first reading, without my speaking with him. And then called me in, and was very civil to me. I passed my time in contemplating, before I was called in, the picture of my Lord's son's lady, a most beautiful woman, and most like to Mrs. Butler. Thence very much joyed to London back again, and found out Mr. Povey, told him this. And then went and left my Privy Seal at my Lord Treasurer's, and so to the Change, and thence to Trinity House, where a great dinner of Captain Crisp, who is made an elder brother. And so, being very pleasant at dinner, away home, Creed with me. And there met Povey, and we to Gresham College, where we saw some experiments upon a hen, a dog, and a cat, of the Florence Poisson .627. The first it made for a time drunk, but it come to itself again quickly. The second it made vomit mightily, but no other hurt. The third I did not stay to see the effect of it, being taken out by Povey. He and I walked below together, he giving me most exceeding discouragements in the getting of money, whether by design or no I know not, for I am now come to think him a most cunning fellow in most things he do, but his accounts. And made it plain to me that money will be hard to get, and that it is to be feared Bacul hath a design in it to get the thing forced upon himself. This put me into a cruel melancholy to think I may lose what I have had so near my hand, but yet something may be hoped for which tomorrow will shew. He gone, Creed and I together a great while consulting what to do in this case, and after all I left him to do what he thought fit in his discourse tomorrow with my Lord Ashley. So home, and in my way met with Mr. Warren, from whom my hopes I fear will fail of what I hoped for, by my getting him a protection. But all these troubles will if not be over, yet we shall see the worst of there in a day or two. So to my office, and thence to supper, and my head aching, betimes, that is by 10 or 11 o'clock, to bed. 20th, up, and all the morning busy at the office. At noon dined, and Mr. Povey by agreement with me, where his boldness with Mercer, poor innocent wench, did make both her and me blush, to think how he were able to debauch a poor girl if he had opportunity, at a dish or two of plain meat of his own choice. After dinner comes Creed and then Andrews, where want of money to Andrews the main discourse, and at last in confidence of Creed's judgment I am resolved to spare him 4 or 500 of what lies by me upon the security of some tallies. This went against my heart to begin, but when obtaining Mr. Creed to join with me we do resolve to assist Mr. Andrews. Then anon we parted, and I to my office, where late, and then home to supper and to bed. This night I am told the first play is played in Whitehall Noon Hall, which is now turned to a house of playing. I had a great mind, but could not go to see it. 21st, up and to my office about business. Anon comes Creed and Povey, and we treat about the business of our lending money, Creed and I, upon a tally for the satisfying of Andrews, and did conclude it as in papers is expressed, and as I am glad to have an opportunity of having 10%. For my money, so I am as glad that the sum I begin this trade with is no more than L350. We all dined at Andrews' charge at the Sun behind the Change, a good dinner the worst dressed that ever I eat any, then home, and there found Kate Joyce and Harmon come to see us. With them, after long talk, abroad by coach, a tour in the fields, and drunk at Islington, it being very pleasant, the dust being laid by a little rain, and so home very well pleased with this day's work. So after a while at my office to supper and to bed. This day we hear that the Duke and the fleet are sailed yesterday. Pray God go along with them, that they have good speed in the beginning of their work. 22nd, up, and Mr. Caesar, my boy's lute master, being come betimes to teach him, I did speak with him seriously about the boy, what my mind was, if he did not look after his lute and singing that I would turn him away, which I hope will do some good upon the boy. All the morning busy at the office. At noon dined at home, and then to the office again very busy till very late, and so home to supper and to bed. My wife making great preparation to go to court to chapel tomorrow. This day I have news from Mr. Coventry that the fleet is sailed yesterday from Harwich to the coast of Holland to see what the Dutch will do. God go along with them. 23rd, Lord's Day. Mr. Povey, according to promise, sent his coach betimes, and I carried my wife and her woman to Whitehall Chapel and set them in the organ loft, and I having left to untruss went to the harp and ball and there drank also. And entertained myself in talka with the maid of the house, a pretty maid and very modest. Thence to the chapel and heard the famous young Stillingfleet, whom I knew at Cambridge, and is now newly admitted one of the King's chaplains, and was presented, they say, to my Lord Treasurer for St. Andrews, Holborn, where he is now minister, with these words, that they, the Bishops of Canterbury, London, and another, believed he is the ablest young man to preach the gospel of any since the apostles. He did make the most plain, honest, good, grave sermon, in the most unconcerned and easy yet substantial manner, that ever I heard in my life, upon the words of Samuel to the people, fear the Lord in truth with all your heart. And remember the great things that he hath done for you. It being proper to this day, the day of the King's coronation. Thence to Mr. Povey's, where mightily treated, and Creed with us. But Lord! To see how Povey overdoes everything in commending it, do make it nauseous to me, and was not, by reason of my large praise of his house, over acceptable to my wife. Thence after dinner Creed and we by coach took the air in the fields beyond St. Pancras, it raining now and then, which it seems is most welcome weather, and then all to my house, where comes Mr. Hill, Andrews, and Captain Taylor, and good musique, but at supper to hear the arguments we had against Taylor concerning a corant, he saying that the law of a dancing corant is to have every bar to end in a pricked crochet and quaver. Which I did deny, was very strange. It proceeded till I vexed him, but all parted friends, for Creed and I to laugh at when he was gone. After supper, Creed and I together to bed, in Mercer's bed, and so to sleep. 24th, up and with Creed in Sir W. Batten's coach to Whitehall. Sir W. Batten and I to the Duke of Albemarle, were very busy. Then I to Creed's chamber, where I received with much ado my 2 orders about receiving Povy's moneys and answering his credits, and it is strange how he will preserve his constant humour of delaying all business that comes before him. Thence he and I to London to my office, and back again to my Lady Sandwich's to dinner, where my wife by agreement. After dinner alone, my lady told me, with the prettiest kind of doubtfulness, whether it would be fit for her with respect to Creed to do it, that is, in the world, that Creed had broke his desire to her of being a servant to Mrs. Betty Pickering, and placed it upon encouragement which he had from some discourse of her ladyship, commending of her virtues to him, which, poor lady, she meant most innocently. She did give him a cold answer, but not so severe as it ought to have been, and, it seems, as the lady since to my lady confesses, he had wrote a letter to her, which she answered slightly, and was resolved to contemn any motion of his therein. My lady takes the thing very ill, as it is fit she should, but I advise her to stop all future occasions of the world's taking notice of his coming thither so often as of late he hath done. But to think that he should have this devilish presumption to aim at a lady so near to my lord is strange, both for his modesty and discretion. Thence to the cockpit, and there walked an hour with my Lord Duke of Albemarle alone in his garden, where he expressed in great words his opinion of me. That I was the right hand of the navy here, nobody but I taking any care of anything therein, so that he should not know what could be done without me. At which I was, from him, not a little proud. Thence to a committee of Tangier, where because not a quorum little was done, and so away to my wife, Creed with me, at Mrs. Pierce's, who continues very pretty and is now great with child. I had not seen her a great while. Thence by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, but could not speak with Sir P.H. Warwick. So by coach with my wife and Mercer to the park. But the king being there, and I nowadays being doubtful of being seen in any pleasure, did part from the tour, and away out of the park to Knightsbridge, and there eat and drank in the coach, and so home, and after a while at my office. Home to supper and to bed, having got a great cold I think by my pulling off my periwig so often. 25th. At the office all the morning, and the like after dinner, at home all the afternoon till very late, and then to bed, being very hoarse with a cold I did lately get with leaving off my periwig. This afternoon W. Penn, lately come from his father in the fleet, did give me an account how the fleet did sail, about 103 in all, besides small catches, they being in sight of 6 or 7 Dutch scouts, and sent ships in chase of them. 26th. Up very betimes, my cold continuing, my stomach sick with the buttered ale that I did drink the last night in bed, which did lie upon me till I did this morning vomit it up. So walked to Povy's, where Creed met me, and there I did receive the first parcel of money as treasurer of Tangier, and did give him my receipt for it, which was about L2 800 value in tallies. We did also examine and settle several other things, and then I away to Whitehall, talking, with Povy alone, about my opinion of Creed's indiscretion in looking after Mrs. Pickering, desiring him to make no more a sport of it, but to correct him, if he finds that he continues to own any such thing. This I did by my lady's desire, and do intend to pursue the stop of it. So to the carriers by Cripplegate, to see whether my mother be come to town or no, I expecting her today, but she is not come. So to dinner to my Lady Sandwich's, and there after dinner above in the dining room did spend an hour or two with her talking again about Creed's folly, but strange it is that he should dare to propose this business himself of Mrs. Pickering to my lady, and to tell my lady that he did it for her virtue's sake, not minding her money, for he could have a wife with more, but, for that, he did intend to depend upon her ladyship to get as much of her father and mother for her as she could. And that, what he did, was by encouragement from discourse of her ladyship's. He also had wrote to Mrs. Pickering, but she did give him a slighting answer back again. But I do very much fear that Mrs. Pickering's honour, if the world comes to take notice of it, may be wronged by it. Thence home, and all the afternoon till night at my office, then home to supper and to bed. 27th. Up, and to my office, where all the morning, at noon Creed dined with me. And, after dinner, walked in the garden, he telling me that my Lord Treasurer now begins to be scrupulous, and will know what becomes of the L26,000 saved by my Lord Peterborough, before he parts with any more money, which puts us into new doubts. And me into a great fear, that all my cake will be dough still. 628. But I am well prepared for it to bear it, being not clear whether it will be more for my profit to have it, or go without it, as my profits of the Navy are likely now to be. All the afternoon till late hard at the office. Then to supper and to bed. This night William Hewer is returned from Harwich, where he hath been paying off of some ships this fortnight, and went to sea a good way with the fleet, which was 96 in company then, men of war, besides some come in, and following them since. Which makes now above 100, whom God bless. 28th, up by 5 o'clock, and by appointment with Creed by 6 at his chamber, expecting Povey, who come not. Thence he and I out to Sir Philip Warwick's, but being not up we took a turn in the garden hard by, and thither comes Povey to us. After some discourse of the reason of the difficulty that Sir Philip Warwick makes in issuing a warrant for my striking of tallies, namely, the having a clear account of the L26,000 saved by my Lord of Peterborough, we parted, and I to Sir P. Warwick, who did give me an account of his demur, which I applied myself to remove by taking Creed with me to my Lord Ashley, from whom, contrary to all expectation, I received a very kind answer, just as we could have wished it. That he would satisfy my Lord Treasurer. Thence very well satisfied I home, and down the river to visit the victualling ships, where I find all out of order. And come home to dinner, and then to write a letter to the Duke of Albemarle about the victualling ships, and carried it myself to the council chamber, where it was read. And when they rose, my Lord Chancellor passing by stroked me on the head, and told me that the board had read my letter, and taken order for the punishing of the watermen for not appearing on board the ships. 629. And so did the king afterwards, who do now know me so well, that he never sees me but he speaks to me about our navy business. Thence got my Lord Ashley to my Lord Treasurer below in his chamber, and there removed the scruple, and by brought Mr. Sherwin to Sir Philip Warwick and did the like, and so home, and after a while at my office, to bed. 29th. All the morning busy at the office. In the afternoon to my Lord Treasurer's, and there got my Lord Treasurer to sign the warrant for my striking of tallies, and so doing many jobs in my way home, and their late writing letters, being troubled in my mind to hear that Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns do take notice that I am nowadays much from the office upon no office business, which vexes me, and will make me mind my business the better, I hope in God. But what troubles me more is, that I do omit to write, as I should do, to Mr. Coventry, which I must not do, though this night I minded it so little as to sleep in the middle of my letter to him, and committed 40 blots and blurs in my letter to him, but of this I hope never more to be guilty. If I have not already given him sufficient offence. So, late home, and to bed. 30th, Lord's Day. Up and to my office alone all the morning, making up my monthly accounts, which though it hath been very intricate, and very great disbursements and receipts and odd reckonings, yet I differed not from the truth, viz. Between my first computing what my profit ought to be and then what my cash and debts do really make me worth, not above tens. Which is very much, and I do much value myself upon the account, and herein I with great joy find myself to have gained this month above L100 clear, and in the whole to be worth above L1400, the greatest sum I ever yet was worth. Thence home to dinner, and there find poor Mr. Spong walking at my door, where he had knocked, and being told I was at the office stayed modestly there walking because of disturbing me. Which methinks was one of the most modest acts, of a man that hath no need of being so to me, that ever I knew in my life. He dined with me, and then after dinner to my closet, where abundance of mighty pretty discourse, wherein, in a word, I find him the man of the world that hath of his own ingenuity obtained the most in most things, being withal no shoaler. He gone, I took boat and down to Woolwich and Deptford, and made it late home, and so to supper and to bed. Thus I end this month in great content as to my estate and gettings, in much trouble as to the pains I have taken, and the rubs I expect yet to meet with, about the business of Tangier. The fleet, with about 106 ships upon the coast of Holland, in sight of the Dutch, within the Texel. Great fears of the sickness here in the city, it being said that 2 or 3 houses are already shut up. God preserve us all. May 1665. May 1st, up and to Mr. Pepys, and by his bedside talked a good while. Among other things he do much insist I perceive upon the difficulty of getting of money, and would fain have me to concur in the thinking of some other way of disposing of the place of treasurer to one Mr. Bell, but I did seem slight of it, and resolved to try to do the best or to give it up. Thence to the Duke of Albemarle, where I was sorry to find myself to come a little late, and so home, and at noon going to the Change I met my Lord Brunkard, Sir Robert Murray, Dean Wilkins, and Mr. Hook, going by coach to Colonel Blunt's to dinner. So they stopped and took me with them. Landed at the Tower Wharf, and thence by water to Greenwich, and their coaches met us. And to his house, a very stately sight for situation and brave plantations, and among others, a vineyard, the first that ever I did see. No extraordinary dinner, nor any other entertainment good. But only after dinner to the trial of some experiments about making of coaches easy. And several we tried. But one did prove mighty easy, not here for me to describe, but the whole body of the coach lies upon one long spring, and we all, one after another, rid in it, and it is very fine and likely to take. These experiments were the intent of their coming, and pretty they are. Thence back by coach to Greenwich, and in his pleasure boat to Deptford, and there stopped and in to Mr. Evelyn's 6:30, which is a most beautiful place. But it being dark and late, I stayed not, but Dean Wilkins and Mr. Hook and I walked to Redriff. And noble discourse all day long did please me, and it being late did take them to my house to drink, and did give them some sweetmeats, and then sent them with a lantern home, 2 worthy persons as are in England, I think, or the world. So to my Lady Batten, where my wife is tonight, and so after some merry talk home and to bed. 2nd, up and to the office all day, where sat late, and then to the office again, and by Sir W. Batten and my lady and my wife and I by appointment yesterday, my Lady Penn failed us, who ought to have been with us, to the Rhenish wine-house at the Steelyard, and there eat a couple of lobsters and some prawns, and pretty merry. Especially to see us 4 together, while my wife and my lady did never intend ever to be together again after a year's distance between one another. Hither by and by comes Sir Richard Ford and also Mrs. Esther, that lived formerly with my Lady Batten, now well married to a priest, come to see my lady. Thence toward evening home, and to my office, where late, and then home to supper and to bed. 3rd, up betimes and walked to Sir P.H. Warwick's, where a long time with him in his chamber alone talking of Sir G. Carteret business, and the abuses he puts on the nation by his bad payments to both our vexations, but no hope of remedy for aught I see. Thence to my Lord Ashley to a committee of Tangier for my Lord Rutherford's accounts, and that done we to my Lord Treasurer's, where I did receive my Lord's warrant to Sir R. Long for drawing a warrant for my striking of tallies. So to the inn again by Cripplegate, expecting my mother's coming to town, but she is not come this week neither, the coach being too full. So to the Change and thence home to dinner, and so out to Gresham College, and saw a cat killed with the Duke of Florence's poison, and saw it proved that the oil of tobacco 631 drawn by one of the society do the same effect. And is judged to be the same thing with the poison both in color and smell, and effect. I saw also an abortive child preserved fresh in spirits of salt. Thence parted, and to Whitehall to the council chamber about an order touching the navy, our being empowered to commit seamen or masters that do not, being hired or pressed, follow their work, but they could give us none. So a little vexed at that, because I put in the memorial to the Duke of Albemarle alone under my own hand, home, and after some time at the office home to bed. My Lord Chief Justice Hyde did die suddenly this week, a day or two ago, of an apoplexy. 4th, up, and to the office, where we sat busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again all day till almost midnight, and then, weary, home to supper and to bed. 5th. Up betimes, and by water to Westminster, there to speak the first time with Sir Robert Long, to give him my privy seal and my Lord Treasurer's order for 10-year tallies. He received me kindly enough. Thence home by water, and presently down to Woolwich and back to Blackwall, and there, viewed the breach, in order to a mast dock, and so to Deptford to the Globe, where my Lord Brunkard, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten, and Commissioner Pett were at dinner, having been at the breach also, but they find it will be too great charge to make use of it. After dinner to Mr. Evelyn's. He being abroad, we walked in his garden, and a lovely noble ground he hath indeed. And among other rarities, a hive of bees, so as being hived in glass, you may see the bees making their honey in combs mighty pleasantly. Thence home, and I by and by to Mr. Povey's to see him, who is yet in his chamber not well, and thence by his advice to one Lovitz, a varnisher, to see his manner of new varnish, but found not him at home, but his wife, a very beautiful woman, who shewed me much variety of admirable work, and is in order to my having of some papers fitted with his lines for my use for tables and the like. I know not whether I was more pleased with the thing, or that I was shewed it by her, but resolved I am to have some made. So home to my office late, and then to supper and to bed. My wife tells me that she hears that my poor Aunt James hath had her breast cut off here in town, her breast having long been out of order. This day, after I had suffered my own hair to grow long, in order to wearing it, I find the convenience of periwigs is so great, that I have cut off all short again, and will keep to periwigs. 6th. Up, and all day at the office, but a little at dinner, and there late till past 12. So home to bed, pleased as I always am after I have rid a great deal of work, it being very satisfactory to me. 7th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church with my wife. Home and dined. After dinner come Mr. Andrews and spent the afternoon with me, about our 10-year business of the victuals, and then parted, and after sermon comes Mr. Hill and a gentleman, a friend of his, one Mr. Scott, that sings well also, and then comes Mr. Andrews, and we all sung and supped, and then to sing again and passed the Sunday very pleasantly and soberly, and so I to my office a little, and then home to prayers and to bed. Yesterday begun my wife to learn to, limn of 1 Brown 632 which Mr. Hill helps her to, and, by her beginning upon some eyes, I think she will, do, very fine things, and I shall take great delight in it. 8th. Up very betimes, and did much business before I went out with several persons, among others Captain Taylor, who would leave the management of most of his business now he is going to Harwich, upon me, and if I can get money by it, which I believe it will, I shall take some of it upon me. Thence with Sir W. Batten to the Duke of Albemarle's and there did much business, and then to the Change, and thence off with Sir W. Warren to an ordinary, where we dined and sat talking of most useful discourse till 5 in the afternoon, and then home, and very busy till late, and so home and to bed. 9th, up betimes, and to my business at the office, where all the morning. At noon comes Mrs. the Turner, and dines with us, and my wife's painting master stayed and dined, and I take great pleasure in thinking that my wife will really come to something in that business. Here dined also Llewellyn. So after dinner to my office, and there very busy till almost midnight, and so home to supper and to bed. This day we have news of 8 ships being taken by some of ours going into the Texel, their 2 men of war, that convoyed them, running in. They come from about Ireland, round to the north. 10th, up betimes, and abroad to the cockpit, where the Duke of Albemarle did give Sir W. Batten and me an account of the late taking of 8 ships, and of his intent to come back to the Gunfleet 633 with the fleet presently, which creates us much work and haste therein, against the fleet comes. So to Mr. Povey, and after discourse with him home, and thence to the guard in Southwark, there to get some soldiers, by the Duke's order, to go keep pressmen on board our ships. So to the Change and did much business, and then home to dinner, and there find my poor mother come out of the country today in good health, and I am glad to see her, but my business, which I am sorry for, keeps me from paying the respect I ought to her at her first coming, she being grown very weak in her judgment, and doting again in her discourse, through age and some trouble in her family. I left her and my wife to go abroad to buy something, and then I to my office. In the evening by appointment to Sir W. Warren and Mr. Deering at a tavern hard by with intent to do some good upon their agreement in a great bargain of planks. So home to my office again, and then to supper and to bed, my mother being in bed already. 11th, up betimes, and at the office all the morning. At home dined, and then to the office all day till late at night, and then home to supper, weary with business, and to bed. 12th, up betimes, and find myself disappointed in my receiving presently of my L50 I hoped for sure of Mr. Warren upon the benefit of my press warrant, but he promises to make it good. So by water to the Exchequer, and there up and down through all the offices to strike my tallies for L17, 500, which methinks is so great a testimony of the goodness of God to me, that I, from a mean clerk there, should come to strike tallies myself for that sum, and in the authority that I do now, is a very stupendous mercy to me. I shall have them struck tomorrow. But to see how every little fellow looks after his fees, and to get what he can for everything, is a strange consideration, the king's fees that he must pay himself for this L17, 500 coming to above L100. Thence called my wife at unthanks to the New Exchange and elsewhere to buy a lace band for me, but we did not buy, but I find it so necessary to have some handsome clothes that I cannot but lay out some money thereupon. To the Change and thence to my watchmaker, where he has put it, i.e. the watch, in order, and a good and brave piece it is, and he tells me worth L14 which is a greater present than I valued it. So home to dinner, and after dinner comes several people, among others my cousin, Thomas Pepys, of Hatcham, 634 to receive some money, of my Lord Sandwich's, and there I paid him what was due to him upon my uncle's score, but, contrary to my expectation, did get him to sign and seal to my sale of lands for payment of debts. So that now I reckon myself in better condition by L100 in my content than I was before, when I was liable to be called to an account and others after me by my uncle Thomas or his children for every foot of land we had sold before. This I reckon a great good fortune in the getting of this done. He gone, come Mr. Povey, Dr. Twisden, and Mr. Lawson about settling my security in the paying of the L4000 ordered to Sir J. Lawson. So a little abroad and then home, and late at my office and closet settling this day's disordering of my papers, then to supper and to bed. 13th. Up, and all day in some little gruntings of pain, as I used to have from wind, arising I think from my fasting so long, and want of exercise, and I think going so hot in clothes, the weather being hot, and the same clothes I wore all winter. To the Change after office, and received my watch from the watchmaker, and a very fine one, it is, given me by Briggs, the scrivener. Home to dinner, and then I abroad to the Attorney General, about advice upon the Act for land carriage, which he desired not to give me before I had received the King's and Council's order therein. Going home bespoke the King's works, will cost me 50s, I believe. So home and late at my office. But, Lord, to see how much of my old folly and childishness hangs upon me still that I cannot forbear carrying my watch in my hand in the coach all this afternoon, and seeing what o'clock it is 100 times. And am apt to think with myself, how could I be so long without one, though I remember since, I had one, and found it a trouble, and resolved to carry one no more about me while I lived. So home to supper and to bed, being troubled at a letter from Mr. Gormley from Tangier, wherein he do advise me how people are at work to overthrow our victualling business, by which I shall lose L300 per annum. I am much obliged to him for this secret kindness, and concerned to repay it him in his own concernments and look after this. 14th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, it being Whit Sunday, my wife very fine in a new yellow bird's-eye hood, as the fashion is now. We had a most sorry sermon. So home to dinner, my mother having her new suit brought home, which makes her very fine. After dinner my wife and she and Mercer to Thomas Pepys's wife's christening of his first child, and I took a coach, and to Wanstead, the house where Sir H. Mildmay died, and now Sir Robert Brooks lives, having bought it of the Duke of York, it being forfeited to him. A fine seat, but an old-fashioned house, and being not full of people looks desolately. Thence to Walthamstow, where, failing at the old place, Sir W. Batten by and by come home, I walking up and down the house and garden with my lady very pleasantly, then to supper very merry, and then back by coach by dark night. I all the afternoon in the coach reading the treasonous book of the court of King James, printed a great while ago, and worth reading, though ill-intended. As soon as I come home, upon a letter from the Duke of Albemarle, I took boat at about 12 at night, and down the river in a galley, my boy and I, down to the Hope and so up again, sleeping and waking, with great pleasure. My business to call upon every one of 15th. Our victualling ships to set them a-going, and so home, and after dinner to the King's Playhouse, all alone, and saw Love's Mistress. Some pretty things and good variety in it, but no or little fancy in it. Thence to the Duke of Albemarle to give him account of my day's works, where he shewed me letters from Sir G. Downing, of 4 days' date, that the Dutch are come out and joined, well manned, and resolved to board our best ships, and fight for certain they will. Thence to the Swan at Herbert's, and there the company of Sarah a little while, and so away and called at the Harp and Ball, where the maid, Mary, is very Formosa 635, but, Lord, to see in what readiness I am, upon the expiring of my vows this day, to begin to run into all my pleasures and neglect of business. Thence home, and being sleepy to bed. 16th. Up betimes, and to the Duke of Albemarle with an account of my yesterday's actions in writing. So back to the office, where all the morning very busy. After dinner by coach to see and speak with Mr. Povey, and after little discourse back again home, where busy upon letters till past 12 at night, and so home to supper and to bed, weary. 17th, up, and by appointment to a meeting of Sir John Lawson and Mr. Cholmley's attorney and Mr. Povey at the Swan Tavern at Westminster to settle their business about my being secured in the payment of money to Sir J. Lawson in the other's absence. Thence at Langford's, where I never was since my brother died there. I find my wife and Mercer, having with him agreed upon 2 rich silk suits for me, which is fit for me to have, but yet the money is too much, I doubt, to lay out altogether. But it is done, and so let it be, it being the expense of the world that I can the best bear with and the worst spare. Thence home, and after dinner to the office, where late, and so home to supper and to bed. Sir J. Minns and I had an angry bout this afternoon with Commissioner Pett about his neglecting his duty in absenting himself, unknown to us, from his place at Chatham, but a most false man I every day find him more and more. And in this very full of equivocation. The fleet we doubt not come to Harwich by this time. Sir W. Batten is gone down this day thither, and the Duchess of York went down yesterday to meet the Duke. 18th, up, and with Sir J. Minns to the Duke of Albemarle, where we did much business, and I with good content to myself. Among other things we did examine Nixon and Stainsby, about their late running from 2 Dutchmen. 636 for which they are committed to a vessel to carry them to the fleet to be tried. A most foul unhandsome thing as ever was heard, for plain cowardice on Nixon's part. Thence with the Duke of Albemarle in his coach to my Lord Treasurer, and there was before the King, whoever now calls me by my name, and Lord Chancellor, and many other great lords, discoursing about insuring of some of the King's goods. Wherein the King accepted of my motion that we should. And so away, well pleased. To the office, and dined, and then to the office again, and abroad to speak with Sir G. Carteret, but, Lord, to see how freely a man I am, subject to my vanities, that can hardly forbear, though pressed with never so much business, my pursuing of pleasure, but home I got, and there very busy very late. Among other things consulting with Mr. Andrews about our Tangier business, wherein we are like to meet with some trouble, and my Lord Bellis's endeavour to supplant us, which vexes my mind, but, however, our undertaking is so honourable that we shall stand a tug for it I think. So home to supper and to bed. 19th. Up, and to Whitehall, where the committee for Tangier met, and there, though the case as to the merit of it was most plain and most of the company favourable to our business. Yet it was with much ado that I got the business not carried fully against us, but put off to another day, my Lord Arlington being the great man in it, and I was sorry to be found arguing so greatly against him. The business I believe will in the end be carried against us, and the whole business fall. I must therefore endeavour the most I can to get money another way. It vexed me to see Creed so hot against it, but I cannot much blame him, having never declared to him my being concerned in it. But that troubles me most is my Lord Arlington calls to me privately and asks me whether I had ever said to any body that I desired to leave this employment, having not time to look after it. I told him, no, for that the thing being settled it will not require much time to look after it. He told me then he would do me right to the king, for he had been told so, which I desired him to do, and by he called me to him again and asked me whether I had no friend about the Duke, asking me, I making a stand, whether Mr. Coventry was not my friend. I told him I had received many friendships from him. He then advised me to procure that the Duke would in his next letter write to him to continue me in my place and remove any obstruction. Which I told him I would, and thanked him. So parted, vexed at the first and amazed at this business of my Lord Arlington's. Thence to the Exchequer, and there got my tallies for L17,500, the first payment I ever had out of the Exchequer, and at the leg spent 14s. Upon my old acquaintance, some of them the clerks, and away home with my tallies in a coach, fearful every step of having one of them fall out, or snatched from me. Being come home, I much troubled out again by coach, for company taking Sir W. Warren with me, intending to have spoke to my Lord Arlington to have known the bottom of it, but missed him, and afterwards discoursing the thing as a confidant to Sir W. Warren, he did give me several good hints and principles not to do anything suddenly, but consult my pillow upon that in every great thing of my life, before I resolve anything in it. Away back home, and not being fit for business I took my wife and Mercer down by water to Greenwich at 8 at night, it being very fine and cool and moonshine afterward. Mighty pleasant passage it was. There eat a cake or two, and so home by 10 or 11 at night, and then to bed, my mind not settled what to think. 20th, up, and to my office, where busy all the morning. At noon dined at home, and to my office, very busy. 21st. Till past 1, Lord's Day, in the morning writing letters to the fleet and elsewhere, and my mind eased of much business, home to bed and slept till 8. So up, and this day is brought home one of my new silk suits, the plain one, but very rich camelot and noble. I tried it and it pleases me, but did not wear it, being I would not go out today to church. So laid it by, and my mind changed, thinking to go see my Lady Sandwich, and I did go a little way, but stopped and returned home to dinner, after dinner up to my chamber to settle my Tangier accounts, and then to my office. There to do the like with other papers. In the evening home to supper and to bed. 22nd, up, and down to the ships, which now are hindered from going down to the fleet, to our great sorrow and shame, with their provisions, the wind being against them. So to the Duke of Albemarle, and thence down by water to Deptford, it being Trinity Monday, and so the day of choosing the master of Trinity House for the next year, where, to my great content, I find that, contrary to the practice and design of Sir W. Batten, to break the rule and custom of the company in choosing their masters by succession, he would have brought in Sir W. Ryder or Sir W. Penn, over the head of Hurleston, who is a knave too besides, I believe, the younger brothers did all oppose it against the elder, and with great heat did carry it for Hurleston, which I know will vex him to the heart. Thence, the election being over, to church, where an idle sermon from that conceited fellow, Dr. Britton, saving that his advice to unity, and laying aside all envy and enmity among them was very apposite. Thence walked to Redriff, and so to the Trinity House, and a great dinner, as is usual, and so to my office, where busy all the afternoon till late, and then home to bed, being much troubled in mind for several things. First, for the condition of the fleet for lack of provisions, the blame this office lies under and the shame that they deserve to have brought upon them for the ships not being gone out of the river. And then for my business of tenure which is not settled, and lastly for fear that I am not observed to have attended the office business of late as much as I ought to do. Though there has been nothing but my attendance on tenure that has occasioned my absence, and that of late not much. 23rd, up, and at the office busy all the morning. At noon dined alone, my wife and mother being gone by invitation to dine with my mother's old servant Mr. Cordery, who made them very welcome. So to Mr. Pepys, where after a little discourse about his business I home again, and late at the office busy. Late comes Sir Arthur Ingram to my office, to tell me that, by letters from Amsterdam of the 28th of this month, their style, 637 the Dutch fleet, being about 100 men of war, besides fire ships, and did set out upon the 23rd and 24th inst. Being divided into 7 squadrons, viz. 1. General Optum. 2. Cottener, of Rotterdam. 3. Trump. 4. Schramm, of Horn. 5. Stillingworth, of Friesland. 6. Everson. 7. One other, not named, of Zealand. 24th. Up, and by 4 o'clock in the morning, and with W. Hewer, there till 12 without intermission putting some papers in order. Thence to the coffee house with Creed, where I have not been a great while, where all the news is of the Dutch being gone out, and of the plague growing upon us in this town, and of remedies against it, some saying one thing, some another. So home to dinner, and after dinner Creed and I to Colville's, thinking to shew him all the respect we could by obliging him in carrying him 5 tallies of L5000 to secure him for so much credit he has formerly given Povey to tenure, but he, like an impertinent fool, cavils at it, but most ignorantly that ever I heard man in my life. At last Mr. Viner by chance comes, who I find a very moderate man, but could not persuade the fool to reason, but brought away the tallies again, and so vexed to my office, where late, and then home to my supper and to bed. 25th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon dined at home, and then to the office all the afternoon, busy till almost 12 at night, and then home to supper and to bed. 26th, up at 4 o'clock, and all the morning in my office with W. Hewer finishing my papers that were so long out of order, and at noon to my booksellers, and there bespoke a book or two, and so home to dinner, where Creed dined with me. And he and I afterwards to Alderman Backwell's to try him about supplying us with money, which he denied at first and last also, saving that he spoke a little fairer at the end than before. But the truth is I do fear I shall have a great deal of trouble in getting of money. Thence home, and in the evening by water to the Duke of Albemarle, whom I found mightily off the hooks, that the ships are not gone out of the river. Which vexed me to see, insomuch that I am afeard that we must expect some change or addition of new officers brought upon us. So that I must from this time forward resolve to make myself appear eminently serviceable in attending at my office duly and nowhere else, which makes me wish with all my heart that I had never anything to do with this business of tenure. After a while at my office, home to supper vexed, and to bed. 27th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. At noon dined at home, and then to my office again, where late, and so to bed, with my mind full of fears for the business of this office and troubled with that of tenure, concerning which Mr. Povey was with me, but do give me little help, but more reason of being troubled. So that were it not for our Plymouth business I would be glad to be rid of it. 28th, Lord's Day. By water to the Duke of Albemarle, where I hear that Nixon is condemned to be shot to death, for his cowardice, by a council of war. Went to chapel and heard a little musique, and there met with Creed, and with him a little while walking, and to Wilkinson's for me to drink, being troubled with wind, and at noon to Sir Philip Warwick's to dinner. where abundance of company come in unexpectedly. And here I saw one pretty piece of household stuff, as the company increaseth, to put a larger leaf upon an oval table. After dinner much good discourse with Sir Philip, who I find, I think, a most pious, good man, and a professor of a philosophical manner of life and principles like Epictetus, whom he cites in many things. Thence to my lady Sandwiches, where, to my shame, I had not been a great while before. Here, upon my telling her a story of my Lord Rochester's running away on Friday night last with Mrs. Mallet, the great beauty and fortune of the North, who had supped at Whitehall with Mrs. Stewart, and was going home to her lodgings with her grandfather, my Lord Halley, by coach. And was at Charing Cross seized on by both horse and foot men, and forcibly taken from him, and put into a coach with 6 horses, and 2 women provided to receive her, and carried away. Upon immediate pursuit, my Lord of Rochester, for whom the king had spoke to the lady often, but with no success, was taken at Uxbridge, but the lady is not yet heard of, and the king mighty angry, and the Lord sent to the Tower. Hereupon my lady did confess to me, as a great secret, her being concerned in this story. For if this match breaks between my Lord Rochester and her, then, by the consent of all her friends, my Lord Hinchingbroke stands fair, and is invited for her. She is worth, and will be at her mother's death, who keeps but a little from her, L 2500 per annum. Pray God give a good success to it. But my poor lady, who is afeard of the sickness, and resolved to be gone into the country, is forced to stay in town a day or 2, or 3 about it, to see the event of it. Thence home and to see my Lady Pen, where my wife and I were shown a fine rarity, of fishes kept in a glass of water, that will live so for ever, and finely marked they are, being foreign. 6:38 So to supper at home and to bed, after many people being with me about business, among others the 2 Bellamys about their old debt due to them from the king for their victualling business, out of which I hope to get some money. 29th. Lay long in bed, being in some little pain of the wind colique, then up and to the Duke of Albemarle, and so to the Swan, and there drank at Herbert's, and so by coach home, it being kept a great holiday through the city, for the birth and restoration of the king. To my office, where I stood by and saw Simpson the joiner do several things, little jobs, to the rendering of my closet handsome and the setting up of some neat plates that Burston has for my money made me, and so home to dinner. And then with my wife, mother, and Mercer in one boat, and I in another, down to Woolwich. I walking from Greenwich, the others going to and fro upon the water till my coming back, having done but little business. So home and to supper, and, weary, to bed. We have everywhere taken some prizes. Our merchants have good luck to come home safe, colliers from the north, and some Straits men just now. And our Hambro ships, of whom we were so much afeard, are safe in Hambro. Our fleet resolved to sail out again from Harwich in a day or 2. 30th, lay long, and very busy all the morning, at noon to the Change, and thence to dinner to Sir G. Carteret, to talk upon the business of insuring our goods upon the Hambro ships. Here a very fine, neat French dinner, without much cost, we being all alone with my lady in one of the house with her. Thence home and wrote letters, and then in the evening, by coach, with my wife and mother and Mercer, our usual tour by coach, and eat at the old house at Islington, but, Lord! To see how my mother found herself talk upon every object to think of old stories. Here I met with one that tells me that Jack Cole, my old schoolfellow, is dead and buried lately of a consumption, who was a great crony of mine. So back again home, and there to my closet to write letters. Here to my great trouble that our Hambro ships 639 valued of the king's goods and the merchants, though but little of the former, to L 200,000, are lost. By and by, about 11 at night, called into the garden by my Lady Pen and daughter, and there walked with them and my wife till almost 12, and so in and closed my letters, and home to bed. 31st. Up, and to my office, and to Westminster, doing business till noon, and then to the Change, where great the noise and trouble of having our Hambro ships lost, and that very much placed upon Mr. Coventry's forgetting to give notice to them of the going away of our fleet from the coast of Holland. But all without reason, for he did. But the merchants not being ready, stayed longer than the time ordered for the convoy to stay, which was 10 days. Thence home with Creed and Mr. Moore to dinner. Anon we broke up, and Creed and I to discourse about our Tangier matters of money, which vex me. So to Gresham College, stayed a very little while, and away and I home busy, and busy late, at the end of the month, about my month's accounts, but by the addition of Tangier it is rendered more intricate. And so, which I have not done these 12 months, nor would willingly have done now, failed of having it done, but I will do it as soon as I can. So weary and sleepy to bed. I endeavoured but missed of seeing Sir Thomas Ingram at Westminster, so went to Houseman's the painter, who I intend shall draw my wife, but he was not within, but I saw several very good pictures. June 1665. June 1st, up and to the office, where sat all the morning, at noon to the Change, and there did some business, and home to dinner, whither Creed comes, and after dinner I put on my new silke camelot suit. The best that ever I wore in my life, the suit costing me above L24. In this I went with Creed to Goldsmith's Hall, to the burial of Sir Thomas Viner. Which hall, and haberdashers also, was so full of people, that we were fain for ease and coolness to go forth to Pater Noster Row, to choose a silke to make me a plain ordinary suit. That done, we walked to Cornhill, and there at Mr. Cade stood in the balcone and saw all the funeral, which was with the Bluecoat boys and old men, all the aldermen, and Lord Mayor, and the number of the company very great, the greatest I ever did see for a tavern. Hither come up to us Dr. Allen, and then Mr. Povey and Mr. Fox. The show being over, and my discourse with Mr. Povey, I took coach and to Westminster Hall, where I took the fairest flower, and by coach to Tothill Fields for the air till it was dark. I light, and in with the fairest flower to eat a cake, and there did do as much as was safe with my flower, and that was enough on my part. Broke up, and away without any notice, and, after delivering the rose where it should be, I to the Temple and light, and come to the middle door, and there took another coach, and so home to write letters, but very few, God knows. Being by my pleasure made to forget everything that is. The coachman that carried us cannot know me again, nor the people at the house where we were. Home to bed, certain news being come that our fleet is in sight of the Dutch ships. 2nd. Lay troubled in mind abed a good while, thinking of my Tangier and victualling business, which I doubt will fall. Up and to the Duke of Albemarle, but missed him. Thence to the Harp and Ball and to Westminster Hall, where I visited the flowers in each place, and so met with Mr. Creed, and he and I to Mrs. Croft's to drink and did, but saw not her daughter Burrows. I away home, and there dined and did business. In the afternoon went with my tallies, made a fair end with Colville and Viner, delivering them L5,000 tallies to each and very quietly had credit given me upon other tallies of Mr. Colville for L2,000 and good words for more, and of Mr. Viner too. Thence to visit the Duke of Albemarle, and thence my Lady Sandwich and Lord Crewe. Thence home, and there met an express from Sir W. Batten at Harwich, that the fleet is all sailed from Sol Bay, having spied the Dutch fleet at sea, and that, if the calms hinder not, they must needs now be engaged with them. Another letter also come to me from Mr. Hayter, committed by the council this afternoon to the Gate House, upon the misfortune of having his name used by one, without his knowledge or privity, for the receiving of some powder that he had bought. Up to court about these two, and for the former was led up to my Lady Castlemaine's lodgings, where the king and she and others were at supper, and there I read the letter and returned, and then to Sir G. Carteret about Hayter, and shall have him released tomorrow, upon my giving bail for his appearance, which I have promised to do. Sir G. Carteret did go on purpose to the king to ask this, and it was granted. So home at past 12, almost 1 o'clock in the morning. To my office till past 2, and then home to supper and to bed. 3rd, up and to Whitehall, where Sir G. Carteret did go with me to Secretary Morris, and prevailed with him to let Mr. Hayter be released upon bail for his appearance. So I at a loss how to get another besides myself, and got Mr. Hunt, who did patiently stay with me all the morning at Secretary Morris's chamber, Mr. Hayter being sent for with his keeper, and at noon comes in the secretary, and upon entering, into, recognizances, he for L200, and Mr. Hunt and I for L100 each for his appearance upon demand, he was released, it costing him, I think, above L3. I thence home, vexed to be kept from the office all the morning, which I had not been in many months before, if not some years. At home to dinner, and all the afternoon at the office, where late at night, and much business done, then home to supper and to bed. All this day by all people upon the river, and almost everywhere else hereabout were heard the guns, our 2 fleets for certain being engaged. Which was confirmed by letters from Harwich, but nothing particular, and all our hearts full of concernment for the Duke, and I particularly for my Lord Sandwich and Mr. Coventry after his Royal Highness. 4th, Sunday. Up and at my chamber all the forenoon, at evening my accounts, which I could not do sooner, for the last month, and, blessed be God, am worth L1400 odd money, something more than ever I was yet in the world. Dined very well at noon, and then to my office, and there and in the garden discoursed with several people about business, among others Mr. Howell, the turner, who did give me so good a discourse about the practices of the paymaster J. Fen that I thought fit to recollect all when he was gone, and have entered it down to be for ever remembered. Thence to my chamber again to settle my 10-year accounts against tomorrow and some other things, and with great joy ended them, and so to supper, where a good fowl and tansy, and so to bed. News being come that our fleet is pursuing the Dutch, who, either by cunning, or by being worsted, do give ground, but nothing more for certain. Late to bed upon my papers being quite finished. 5th. Up very betimes to look some other papers, and then to Whitehall to a committee of Tangier, where I offered my accounts with great acceptation, and so had some good words and honour by it. And 1 or 2 things done to my content in my business of treasurer, but I do clearly see that we shall lose our business of victualling, Sir Thomas Ingram undertaking that it shall be done by persons there as cheap as we do it. And give the seamen their full allowance and themselves give good security here for performance of contract, upon which terms there is no opposing it. This would trouble me, but that I hope when that fails to spend my time to some good advantage other ways, and so shall permit it all to God Almighty's pleasure. Thence home to dinner, after change, where great talk of the Dutch being fled and we in pursuit of them, and that our ship Charity 640 is lost upon our captains, Wilkinson, and lieutenants yielding, but of this there is no certainty. Save the report of some of the sick men of the Charity, turned adrift in a boat out of the Charity and taken up and brought on shore yesterday to Sole Bay, and the news hereof brought by Sir Henry Felton. Home to dinner, and Creed with me. Then he and I down to Deptford, did some business, and back again at night. He home, and I to my office, and so to supper and to bed. This morning I had great discourse with my Lord Berkeley about Mr. Hayter, towards whom from a great passion reproaching him with being a fanatique and dangerous for me to keep. I did bring him to be mighty calm and to ask me pardons for what he had thought of him and to desire me to ask his pardon of Hayter himself for the ill words he did give him the other day alone at Whitehall, which was that he had always thought him a man that was no good friend to the king, but did never think it would break out in a thing of this nature, and did advise him to declare his innocence to the council and pray for his examination and vindication. Of which I shall consider and say no more, but remember one compliment that in great kindness to me he did give me, extolling my care and diligence, that he did love me heartily for my own sake. And more that he did will me whatsoever I thought for Mr. Coventry's sake, for though the world did think them enemies, and to have an ill aspect, one to another, yet he did love him with all his heart, which was a strange manner of noble compliment. Confessing his owning me as a confidant and favourite of Mr. Coventry's. 6th, waked in the morning before 4 o'clock with great pain to piss, and great pain in pissing by having, I think, drank too great a draught of cold drink before going to bed. But by and by to sleep again, and then rose and to the office, where very busy all the morning, and at noon to dinner with Sir G. Carteret to his house with all our board, where a good pasty and brave discourse. But our great fear was some fresh news of the fleet, but not from the fleet, all being said to be well and beaten the Dutch, but I do not give much belief to it, and indeed the news come from Sir W. Batten at Harwich, and writ so simply that we all made good mirth of it. Thence to the office, whereupon Sir G. Carteret accounts, to my great vexation there being nothing done by the controller to right the king therein. I thence to my office and wrote letters all the afternoon, and in the evening by coach to Sir P.H. Warwick's about my Tangier business to get money, and so to my Lady Sandwich's, who, poor lady, expects every hour to hear of my lord. But in the best temper, neither confident nor troubled with fear, that I ever did see in my life. She tells me my Lord Rochester is now declaredly out of hopes of Mrs. Mallet, and now she is to receive notice in a day or two how the king stands inclined to the giving leave for my Lord Hinchingbroke to look after her, and that being done to bring it to an end shortly. Thence by coach home, and to my office a little, and so before 12 o'clock home and to bed. 7th. This morning my wife and mother rose about 2 o'clock, and with Mercer, Mary, the boy, and W. Hewer, as they had designed, took boat and down to refresh themselves on the water to Gravesend. Lay till 7 o'clock, then up and to the office upon Sir G. Carteret accounts again, where very busy. Thence abroad and to the Change, no news of certainty being yet come from the fleet. Thence to the Dolphin Tavern, where Sir J. Minns, Lord Brunkard, Sir Thomas Harvey, and myself dined, upon Sir G. Carteret charge, and very merry we were, Sir Thomas Harvey being a very droll. Thence to the office, and meeting Creed away with him to my Lord Treasurer's, there thinking to have met the goldsmiths, at Whitehall, but did not, and so appointed another time for my Lord to speak to them to advance us some money. Thence, it being the hottest day that ever I felt in my life, and it is confessed so by all other people the hottest they ever knew in England in the beginning of June, we to the New Exchange, and their drunk way. With much entreaty getting it for our money, and, they, would not be entreated to let us have one glass more. So took water and to Foxhall, to the Spring Garden, and there walked an hour or two with great pleasure, saving our minds ill at ease concerning the fleet and my Lord Sandwich, that we have no news of them. And ill reports run up and down of his being killed, but without ground. Here stayed pleasantly walking and spending but 6d. Till 9 at night, and then by water to Whitehall, and there I stopped to hear news of the fleet, but none come, which is strange, and so by water home, where, weary with walking and with the mighty heat of the weather. And for my wife's not coming home, I staying walking in the garden till 12 at night, when it begun to lighten exceedingly, through the greatness of the heat. Then despairing of her coming home, I to bed. This day, much against my will, I did in Drury Lane see 2 or 3 houses marked with a red cross upon the doors, and, Lord have mercy upon us, writ there. Which was a sad sight to me, being the first of the kind that, to my remembrance, I ever saw. It put me into an ill conception of myself and my smell, so that I was forced to buy some roll tobacco to smell to and chaw, which took away the apprehension. 8th. About 5 o'clock my wife come home, it having lightened all night hard, and one great shower of rain. She come and lay upon the bed, I up and to the office, where all the morning. Alone at home to dinner, my wife, mother, and Mercer dining at W. Joyce's, I giving her a caution to go round by the half-moon to his house, because of the plague. I to my Lord Treasurer's by appointment of Sir Thomas Ingram's, to meet the goldsmiths. Where I met with the great news at last newly come, brought by Bab May from the Duke of York, that we have totally routed the Dutch, that the Duke himself, the Prince, my Lord Sandwich, and Mr. Coventry are all well, which did put me into such joy, that I forgot almost all other thoughts. The particulars I shall set down by and by. By and by comes Alderman Meynell and Mr. Viner, and there my Lord Treasurer did entreat them to furnish me with money upon my tallies, Sir Philip Warwick before my Lord declaring the King's changing of the hand from Mr. Povey to me, whom he called a very sober person, and one whom the Lord Treasurer would own in all things that I should concern myself with them in the business of money. They did at present declare they could not part with money at present. My Lord did press them very hard, and I hope upon their considering we shall get some of them. Thence with great joy to the cockpit, where the Duke of Albemarle, like a man out of himself with content, new told me all. And by comes a letter from Mr. Coventry's own hand to him, which he never opened, which was a strange thing, but did give it me to open and read, and consider what was fit for our office to do in it, and leave the letter with Sir W., clerk. Which upon such a time and occasion was a strange piece of indifference, hardly pardonable. I copied out the letter, and did also take minutes out of Sir W. clerk's other letters. And the sum of the news is: Victory over the Dutch, June 3, 1665. This day they engaged, the Dutch neglecting greatly the opportunity of the wind they had of us, by which they lost the benefit of their fireships. The Earl of Falmouth, Muskerry, and Mr. Richard Boyle killed on board the Duke's ship, the Royal Charles, with one shot, their blood and brains flying in the Duke's face, and the head of Mr. Boyle striking down the Duke, as some say. Earl of Marlborough, Portland, Rear Admiral Sansom, to Prince Rupert, killed, and Captain Kirby in Abelson. Sir John Lawson wounded on the knee, hath had some bones taken out, and is likely to be well again. Upon receiving the hurt, he sent to the Duke for another to command the Royal Oak. The Duke sent Jordan 641 out of the St. George, who did brave things in her. Captain J. Smith of the Mary was second to the Duke, and stepped between him and Captain Seaton of the Urania, 76 guns and 400 men, who had sworn to board the Duke, killed him, 200 men, and took the ship. Himself losing 99 men, and never an officer saved but himself and lieutenant. His master indeed is saved, with his leg cut off, Admiral Optim blown up, Trump killed, and said by Holmes. All the rest of their admirals, as they say, but Everson, whom they dare not trust for his affection to the Prince of Orange, are killed, we having taken and sunk, as is believed, about 24 of their best ships. Killed and taken near 8 or 10,000 men, and lost, we think, not above 700. A great, victory never known in the world. They are all fled, some 43 got into the Texel, and others elsewhere, and we in pursuit of the rest. Thence, with my heart full of joy, home, and to my office a little, then to my Lady Penn's, where they are all joyed and not a little puffed up at the good success of their father, 642 and good service indeed is said to have been done by him. Had a great bonfire at the gate, and I with my Lady Penn's people and others to Mrs. Turner's great room, and then down into the street. I did give the boys fours among them, and mighty merry. So home to bed, with my heart at great rest and quiet, saving that the consideration of the victory is too great for me presently to comprehend. 643. 9th, lay long in bed, my head aching with too much thoughts I think last night. Up and to Whitehall, and my Lord Treasurer's to Sir P.H. Warwick, about Tangier business, and in my way met with Mr. Moore, who eases me in one point wherein I was troubled. Which was, that I heard of nothing said or done by my Lord Sandwich, but he tells me that Mr. Cowling, my Lord Chamberlain's secretary, did hear the King say that my Lord Sandwich had done nobly and worthily. The King, it seems, is much troubled at the fall of my Lord of Falmouth. But I do not meet with any man else that so much as wishes him alive again, the world conceiving him a man of too much pleasure to do the King any good, or offer any good office to him. But I hear of all hands he is confessed to have been a man of great honor, that did show it in this his going with the Duke, the most that ever any man did. Home, where my people busy to make ready a supper against night for some guests, in lieu of my stone feast. At noon eat a small dinner at home, and so abroad to buy several things, and among others with my tailor to buy a silk suit, which though I had one lately, yet I do, for joy of the good news we have lately had of our victory over the Dutch. Which makes me willing to spare myself something extraordinary in clothes. And after long resolution of having nothing but black, I did buy a colored silk farandin. So to the Old Exchange, and there at my pretty seamstress's bought a pair of stockings of her husband, and so home, where by and by comes Mr. Honeywood and Mrs. Wild, and Roger Pepys and, after long time spent, Mrs. Turner, and Joyce. We had a very good venison pasty, this being instead of my stone feast the last March, and very merry we were, and the more I know the more I like Mr. Honeywood's conversation. So after a good supper they parted, walking to the Change for a coach, and I with them to see them there. So home and to bed, glad it was over. 10th, lay long in bed, and then up and at the office all the morning. At noon dined at home, and then to the office busy all the afternoon. In the evening home to supper. And there, to my great trouble, hear that the plague is come into the city, though it hath these 3 or 4 weeks since its beginning been wholly out of the city, but where should it begin but in my good friend and neighbours, Dr. Burnet, in Fanchurch Street, which in both points troubles me mightily. To the office to finish my letters and then home to bed, being troubled at the sickness, and my head filled also with other business enough, and particularly how to put my things and estate in order, in case it should please God to call me away. Which God dispose of to his glory. 11th, Lord's Day. Up, and expected long a new suit, but, coming not, dressed myself in my late new black silk camelot suit. And, when fully ready, comes my new one of coloured farandin, which my wife puts me out of love with, which vexes me, but I think it is only my not being used to wear colours which makes it look a little unusual upon me. To my chamber and there spent the morning reading. At noon, by invitation, comes my 2 cousin Joyces and their wives, my Aunt James and he cousin Harmon, his wife being ill. I had a good dinner for them, and as merry as I could be in such company. They being gone, I out of doors a little, to shew, forsooth, my new suit, and back again, and in going I saw poor Dr. Burnet's door shut, but he hath, I hear, gained great goodwill among his neighbours. For he discovered it himself first, and caused himself to be shut up of his own accord, which was very handsome. In the evening comes Mr. Andrews and his wife and Mr. Hill, and stayed and played, and sung and supped, most excellent pretty company, so pleasant, ingenious, and harmless, I cannot desire better. They gone we to bed, my mind in great present ease. 12th. Up, and in my yesterday's new suit to the Duke of Albemarle, and after a turn in Whitehall, and then in Westminster Hall, returned, and with my tailor bought some gold lace for my sleeve hands in Pater Noster Row. So home to dinner, and then to the office, and down the river to Deptford, and then back again into my Lord Treasurer's, and up and down to look after my Tangier business, and so home to my office, then to supper and to bed. The Duke of York is sent for last night and expected to be here tomorrow. 13th, up and to the office, where all the morning doing business. At noon with Sir G. Carteret to my Lord Mayor's to dinner, where much company in a little room, and though a good, yet no extraordinary table. His name, Sir John Lawrence, whose father, a very ordinary old man, sat there at table, but it seems a very rich man. Here were at table 3 Sir Richard Browns, viz., he of the council, a clerk, and the alderman, and his son, and there was a little grandson also Richard, who will hereafter be Sir Richard Brown. The alderman did here openly tell in boasting how he had, only upon suspicion of disturbances, if there had been any bad news from sea, clapped up several persons that he was afeard of. And that he had several times done the like and would do, and take no bail where he saw it unsafe for the king. But by and by he said that he was now sued in the Exchequer by a man for false imprisonment, that he had, upon the same score, imprisoned while he was mayor 4 years ago, and asked advice upon it. I told him I believed there was none, and told my story of Field, at which he was troubled, and said that it was then unsafe for any man to serve the king, and, I believed, knows not what to do therein. But that Sir Richard Brown, of the council, advised him to speak with my Lord Chancellor about it. My Lord Mayor very respectful to me, and so I after dinner away and found Sir J. Minns ready with his coach and 4 horses at our office gate, for him and me to go out of town to meet the Duke of York coming from Harwich tonight, and so as far as Ilford, and there light. By and by comes to us Sir John Shaw and Mr. Neil, that married the rich widow Gold, upon the same errand. After eating a dish of cream, we took coach again, hearing nothing of the Duke, and away home, a most pleasant evening and rode. And so to my office, where, after my letters wrote, to supper and to bed. All our discourse in our way was Sir J. Minns's telling me passages of the late kings and his fathers, which I was mightily pleased to hear for information. Though the pride of some persons and vice of most was but a sad story to tell how that brought the whole kingdom and king to ruin. 14th, up, and to Sir P.H. Warwick's and other places, about Tangier business, but to little purpose. Among others to my Lord Treasurer's, there to speak with him, and waited in the lobby 3 long hours for to speak with him, to the trial of my utmost patience, but missed him at last, and forced to go home without it. Which may teach me how I make others wait. Home to dinner and stayed Mr. Hayter with me, and after dinner drew up a petition for Mr. Hayter to present to the council about his troublesome business of powder, desiring a trial that his absence may be vindicated, and so to Whitehall, but it was not proper to present it today. Here I met with Mr. Cowling, who observed to me how he finds every body silent in the praise of my Lord Sandwich, to set up the Duke and the Prince, but that the Duke did both to the King and my Lord Chancellor write abundantly of my Lord's courage and service. 644. And I this day met with a letter of Captain Ferrers, wherein he tells us, my Lord was with his ship in all the heat of the day, and did most worthily. Met with Creed, and he and I to Westminster. And there saw my Lord Marlborough 645 brought to be buried, several lords of the council carrying him, and with the herald in some state. Thence, vexed in my mind to think that I do so little in my Tangier business, and so home, and after supper to bed. 15th, up, and put on my new stuff suit with close knees, which becomes me most nobly, as my wife says. At the office all day. At noon, put on my first laced band, all lace, and to Kate Joyce's to dinner, where my mother, wife, and abundance of their friends, and good usage. Thence, wife and Mercer and I to the Old Exchange, and there bought 2 lace bands more, one of my seamstress, whom my wife concurs with me to be a pretty woman. So down to Deptford and Woolwich, my boy and I. At Woolwich, discoursed with Mr. Sheldon about my bringing my wife down for a month or 2 to his house, which he approves of, and, I think, will be very convenient. So late back, and to the office, wrote letters, and so home to supper and to bed. This day the news book upon Mr. Moore's showing Ella Strange 646, Captain Ferrers's letter, did do my Lord Sandwich great right as to the late victory. The Duke of York not yet come to town. The town grows very sickly, and people to be afeard of it. There dying this last week of the plague 112, from 43 the week before, whereof but 1, in Fanchurch Street, and 1 in Broad Street, by the Treasurer's office. 16th. Up and to the office, where I set hard to business, but was informed that the Duke of York is come, and hath appointed us to attend him this afternoon. So after dinner, and doing some business at the office, I to Whitehall, where the court is full of the Duke and his courtiers returned from sea. All fat and lusty, and ruddy by being in the sun. I kissed his hands, and we waited all the afternoon. By and by saw Mr. Coventry, which rejoiced my very heart. Anon he and I, from all the rest of the company, walked into the matted gallery, where after many expressions of love, we fell to talk of business. Among other things, how my Lord Sandwich, both in his counsels and personal service, hath done most honourably and serviceably. Sir J. Lawson is come to Greenwich, but his wound in his knee yet very bad. Jonas Poole, in the Vanguard, did basely, so as to be, or will be, turned out of his ship. Captain Holmes 647 expecting upon Sansom's death to be made Rear Admiral to the Prince, but Harman 648 is put in, hath delivered up to the Duke his commission, which the Duke took and tore. He, it seems, had bid the Prince, who first told him of Holmes's intention, that he should dissuade him from it, for that he was resolved to take it if he offered it. Yet Holmes would do it, like a rash, proud coxcomb. But he is rich, and hath, it seems, sought an occasion of leaving the service. Several of our captains have done ill. The great ships are the ships do the business, they quite deadening the enemy. They run away upon sight of the prince. 649. It is strange to see how people do already slight Sir William Berkeley 650 my Lord Fitzhardinge's brother, who, 3 months since, was the delight of the court. Captain Smith of the Mary the Duke talks mightily of. And some great thing will be done for him. Strange to hear how the Dutch do relate, as the Duke says, that they are the conquerors, and bonfires are made in Dunkirk in their behalf, though a clearer victory can never be expected. Mr. Coventry thinks they cannot have lost less than 6,000 men, and we not dead above 200, and wounded about 400, in all about 600. Thence home and to my office till past 12, and then home to supper and to bed, my wife and mother not being yet come home from W. Hewer's chamber, who treats my mother tonight. Captain Grovel the Duke told us this day, hath done the basest thing at Lowestoft, in hearing of the guns, and could not, as others, be got out, but stayed there, for which he will be tried, and is reckoned a prating coxcomb, and of no courage. 17th. My wife come to bed about 1 in the morning. I up and abroad about Tangier business, then back to the office, where we sat, and at noon home to dinner, and then abroad to Mr. Povey's, after I and Mr. Andrews had been with Mr. Ball and one Major Strange, who looks after the getting of money for tallies and is helping Mr. Andrews. I had much discourse with Ball, and it may be he may prove a necessary man for our turns. With Mr. Povey I spoke very freely my indifference as to my place of treasurer, being so much troubled in it, which he took with much seeming trouble, that I should think of letting go so lightly the place, but if the place can't be held I will. So hearing that my Lord Treasurer was gone out of town with his family because of the sickness, I returned home without staying there, and at the office find Sir W. Penn come home, who looks very well. And I am gladder to see him than otherwise I should be because of my hearing so well of him for his serviceableness in this late great action. To the office late, and then home to bed. It struck me very deep this afternoon going with a hackney coach from my Lord Treasurer's down Holborn. The coachman I found to drive easily and easily, at last stood still, and come down hardly able to stand. And told me that he was suddenly struck very sick, and almost blind, he could not see. So I light and went into another coach, with a sad heart for the poor man and trouble for myself, lest he should have been struck with the plague, being at the end of the town that I took him up, but God have mercy upon us all. Sir John Lawson, I hear, is worse than yesterday. The king went to see him today most kindly. It seems his wound is not very bad, but he hath a fever, a thrush, and a hiccup, all three together, which are, it seems, very bad symptoms. 18th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where Sir W. Penn was the first time, since he, come from sea, after the battle. Mr. Mills made a sorry sermon to prove that there was a world to come after this. Home and dined and then to my chamber, where all the afternoon. Anon comes Mr. Andrews to see and sing with me, but Mr. Hill not coming, and having business, we soon parted, there coming Mr. Povey and Creed to discourse about our Tangier business of money. They gone, I hear Sir W. Batten and my lady are returned from Harwich. I went to see them, and it is pretty to see how we appear kind one to another, though neither of us care 2d. One for another. Home to supper, and there coming a hasty letter from Commissioner Pett for pressing of some caulkers, as I would ever on His Majesty's service, with all speed, I made a warrant presently and issued it. So to my office a little, and then home to bed. 19th, up, and to Whitehall with Sir W. Batten, calling at my Lord Ashley's, but to no purpose, by the way, he being not up, and there had our usual meeting before the Duke with the officers of the ordnance with us, which in some respects I think will be the better for us. For dispatch sake. Thence home to the Change and dined alone, my wife gone to her mother's, after dinner to my little new goldsmith's 651 whose wife indeed is one of the prettiest, modest black women that ever I saw. I paid for a dozen of silver salts L 6/14. 6d. Thence with Sir W. Penn from the office down to Greenwich to see Sir J. Lawson, who is better, but continues ill, his hiccup not being yet gone, could have little discourse with him. So thence home and to supper, a while to the office, my head and mind mightily vexed to see the multitude of papers and business before me, and so little time to do it in. So to bed. 20th, Thanksgiving Day for victory over ye Dutch. Up, and to the office, where very busy alone all the morning till church time, and there heard a mean sorry sermon of Mr. Mills. Then to the Dolphin Tavern, where all we officers of the Navy met with the Commissioners of the Ordnance by agreement, and dined, where good musique at my direction. Our club, share, 652, come to 34s. A man, 9 of us. Thence after dinner, to Whitehall with Sir W. Berkeley in his coach, and so walked to Herbert's and there spent a little time. Thence by water to Foxhall, and there walked an hour alone, observing the several humours of the citizens that were there this holy day, pulling of cherries 6:53 in God knows what, and so home to my office, where late. My wife not being come home with my mother, who have been this day all abroad upon the water, my mother being to go out of town speedily. So I home and to supper and to bed, my wife come home when I come from the office. This day I informed myself that there died 4 or 5 at Westminster of the plague in one alley in several houses upon Sunday last, Bell Alley, over against the Palace Gate. Yet people do think that the number will be fewer in the town than it was the last week. The Dutch are come out again with 20 sail under Bankert, supposed gone to the northward to meet their East India fleet. 21st. Up, and very busy all the morning. At noon with Creed to the excise office, where I find our tallies will not be money in less than 16 months, which is a sad thing for the king to pay all that interest for every penny he spends. And, which is strange, the goldsmiths with whom I spoke, do declare that they will not be moved to part with money upon the increase of their consideration of 10%. Which they have, and therefore desire I would not move in it, and indeed the consequence would be very ill to the king, and have its ill consequences follow us through all the king's revenue. Home, and my Uncle White and Aunt James dined with me, my mother being to go away tomorrow. So to Whitehall, and there before and after council discoursed with Sir Thomas Ingram about our ill case as to Tangier for money. He hath got the king to appoint a meeting on Friday, which I hope will put an end one way or other to my pain. So homewards and to the Cross Keys at Cripplegate, where I find all the town almost going out of town, the coaches and wagons being all full of people going into the country. Here I had some of the company of the tapster's wife a while, and so home to my office, and then home to supper and to bed. 22nd. Up pretty betimes, and in great pain whether to send my another into the country today or no, I hearing, by my people, that she, poor wretch, hath a mind to stay a little longer, and I cannot blame her. Considering what a life she will through her own folly lead when she comes home again, unlike the pleasure and liberty she hath had here. At last I resolved to put it to her, and she agreed to go, so I would not oppose it, because of the sickness in the town, and my intentions of removing my wife. So I did give her money and took a kind leave of her, she, poor wretch, desiring that I would forgive my brother John, but I refused it to her, which troubled her, poor soul, but I did it in kind words and so let the discourse go off. She leaving me though in a great deal of sorrow. So I to my office and left my wife and people to see her out of town, and I at the office all the morning. At noon my wife tells me that she is with much ado gone, and I pray God bless her, but it seems she was to the last unwilling to go, but would not say so, but put it off till she lost her place in the coach, and was fain to ride in the wagon part. After dinner to the office again till night, very busy, and so home not very late to supper and to bed. 23rd, up and to Whitehall to a committee for Tangier, where His Royal Highness was. Our great design was to state to them the true condition of this committee for want of money, the want whereof was so great as to need some sudden help. And it was with some content resolved to see it supplied and means proposed towards the doing of it. At this committee, unknown to me, comes my Lord of Sandwich, who, it seems, come to town last night. After the committee was up, my Lord Sandwich did take me aside, and we walked an hour alone together in the robe chamber, the door shut, telling me how much the Duke and Mr. Coventry did, both in the fleet and here, make of him, and that in some opposition to the prince. And as a more private message, he told me that he hath been with them both when they have made sport of the prince and laughed at him, yet that all the discourse of the town, and the printed relation, should not give him one word of honor my lord thinks mighty strange. He assuring me, that though by accident the prince was in the van the beginning of the fight for the first pass, yet all the rest of the day my lord was in the van, and continued so. That notwithstanding all this noise of the prince, he had hardly a shot in his side nor a man killed, whereas he hath above 30 in her hull, and not one mast hole nor yard. But the most battered ship of the fleet, and lost most men, saving Captain Smith of the Mary. That the most the Duke did was almost out of gunshot. But that, indeed, the Duke did come up to my lord's rescue after he had a great while fought with 4 of them. How poorly Sir John Lawson performed, notwithstanding all that was said of him, and how his ship turned out of the way, while Sir J. Lawson himself was upon the deck, to the endangering of the whole fleet. It therefore troubles my lord that Mr. Coventry should not mention a word of him in his relation. I did, in answer, offer that I was sure the relation was not compiled by Mr. Coventry, but by Lestrange, out of several letters, as I could witness, and that Mr. Coventry's letter that he did give the Duke of Albemarle did give him as much right as the prince, for I myself read it first and then copied it out, which I promised to show my lord, with which he was somewhat satisfied. From that discourse my lord did begin to tell me how much he was concerned to dispose of his children, and would have my advice and help, and propounded to match my Lady Jemima to Sir G. Carteret eldest son, which I approved of, and did undertake the speaking with him about it as from myself, which my lord liked. So parted, with my head full of care about this business. Thence home to the Change, and so to dinner, and thence by coach to Mr. Povy's. Thence by appointment with him and creed to one Mr. Finch, one of the commissioners for the excise, to be informed about some things of the excise, in order to our settling matters therein better for us for our 10-year business. I find him a very discreet, grave person. Thence well satisfied I and creed to Mr. Fox at Whitehall to speak with him about the same matter, and having some pretty satisfaction from him also, he and I took boat and to Fox Hall, where we spent 2 or 3 hours talking of several matters very soberly and contentfully to me. Which, with the air and pleasure of the garden, was a great refreshment to me, and, methinks, that which we ought to joy ourselves in. Thence back to Whitehall, where we parted, and I to find my lord to receive his farther direction about his proposal this morning. Wherein I did that I should first by another hand break my intentions to Sir G. Carteret. I pitched upon Dr. Clerk, which my lord liked, and so I endeavored but in vain to find him out tonight. So home by hackney coach, which is become a very dangerous passage nowadays, the sickness increasing mightily, and to bed. 24th, Midsummer Day. Up very betimes, by 6, and at Dr. Clerk's at Westminster by 7 of the clock, having overnight by a note acquainted him with my intention of coming, and there I, in the best manner I could, broke my errand about a match between Sir G. Carteret eldest son and my Lord Sandwich's eldest daughter, which he, as I knew he would, took with great content, and we both agreed that my lord and he, being both men relating to the sea, under a kind aspect of his majesty, already good friends, and both virtuous and good families, their alliance might be of good use to us. And he did undertake to find out Sir George this morning, and put the business in execution. So being both well pleased with the proposition, I saw his niece there and made her sing me 2 or 3 songs very prettily, and so home to the office, where to my great trouble I found Mr. Coventry and the board met before I come. I excused my late coming by having been on the river about office business. So to business all the morning. At noon Captain Ferrers and Mr. Moore dined with me, the former of them the first time I saw him since his courting from sea, who do give me the best conversation in general, and as good an account of the particular service of the Prince and my Lord of Sandwich in the late sea fight that I could desire. After dinner they parted. So I to Whitehall, where I with Creed and Povey attended my Lord Treasurer, and did prevail with him to let us have an assignment for 15 or L20,000, which, I hope, will do our business for 10 year. So to Dr. Clerk, and there found that he had broke the business to Sir G. Carteret, and that he takes the thing mighty well. Thence I to Sir G. Carteret at his chamber, and in the best manner I could, and most obligingly, moved the business. He received it with great respect and content, and thanks to me, and promised that he would do what he could possibly for his son, to render him fit for my lord's daughter, and shewed great kindness to me, and sense of my kindness to him herein. Sir William Penn told me this day that Mr. Coventry is to be sworn a privy councillor, at which my soul is glad. So home and to my letters by the post, and so home to supper and bed. 25th, Lord's Day. Up, and several people about business come to me by appointment relating to the office. Thence I to my closet about my 10-year papers. At noon dined, and then I abroad by water, it raining hard, thinking to have gone down to Woolwich, but I did not, but back through Bridge to Whitehall, where, after I had again visited Sir G. Carteret, and received his, and now his lady's, full content in my proposal, I went to my Lord Sandwich, and having told him how Sir G. Carteret received it, he did direct me to return to Sir G. Carteret, and give him thanks for his kind reception of this offer, and that he would the next day be willing to enter discourse with him about the business. Which message I did presently do, and so left the business with great joy to both sides. My lord, I perceive, intends to give L5,000 with her, and expects about L800 per annum jointure. So by water home and to supper and bed, being weary with long walking at court, but had a psalm or two with my boy and mercer before bed, which pleased me mightily. This night Sir G. Carteret told me with great kindness that the order of the council did run for the making of Hayter and Whitfield incapable of any serving the king again, but that he had stopped the entry of it, which he told me with great kindness. But the thing troubles me. After dinner, before I went to Whitehall, I went down to Greenwich by water, thinking to have visited Sir J. Lawson, where, when I come, I find that he is dead, and died this morning, at which I was much surprised. And indeed the nation hath a great loss, though I cannot, without dissembling, say that I am sorry for it, for he was a man never kind to me at all. Being at Whitehall, I visited Mr. Coventry, who, among other talk, entered about the great question now in the House about the Duke's going to sea again, about which the whole House is divided. He did concur with me that, for the Duke's honour and safety, it were best, after so great a service and victory in danger, not to go again, and, above all, that the life of the Duke cannot but be a security to the crown. If he were away, it being more easy to attempt anything upon the king, but how the fleet will be governed without him, the Prince 654 being a man of no government and severe in council, that no ordinary man can offer any advice against his. Saying truly that it had been better he had gone to Guinea, and that were he away, it were easy to say how matters might be ordered, my Lord Sandwich being a man of temper and judgment as much as any man he ever knew. And that upon good observation he said this, and that his temper must correct the prince's. But I perceive he is much troubled what will be the event of the question. And so I left him. 26th, up and to Whitehall with Sir J. Minns, and to the Committee of Tenure, where my Lord Treasurer was, the first and only time he ever was there, and did promise us L15,000 for tenure and no more, which will be short. But if I can pay Mr. Andrews all his money I care for no more, and the bills of exchange. Thence with Mr. Povey and Creed below to a new chamber of Mr. Povey's, very pretty, and their discourse about his business, not to his content, but with the most advantage I could to him, and Creed also did the like. Thence with Creed to the King's Head, and there dined with him at the ordinary, and good sport with one Mr. Nichols, a prating coxcomb, that would be thought a poet, but would not be got to repeat any of his verses. Thence I home, and there find my wife's brother and his wife, a pretty little modest woman, where they dined with my wife. He did come to desire my assistance for a living, and, upon his good promises of care, and that it should be no burden to me, I did say and promise I would think of finding something for him. And the rather because his wife seems a pretty discreet young thing, and humble, and he, above all things, desirous to do something to maintain her, telling me sad stories of what she endured with him in Holland. And I hope it will not be burdensome. So down by water to Woolwich, walking to and again from Greenwich thither and back again, my business being to speak again with Sheldon, who desires and expects my wife coming thither to spend the summer. And upon second thoughts I do agree that it will be a good place for her and me too. So, weary, home, and to my office a while, till almost midnight, and so to bed. The plague increases mightily, I this day seeing a house, at a bitmaker's over against St. Clement's Church, in the open street, shut up, which is a sad sight. 27th. Up and to the office, where all the morning. At noon dined by chance at my Lady Batten's, and they sent for my wife, and there was my Lady Pen and Peg. Very merry, and so I to my office again, where till 12 o'clock at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 28th. Sir J. Minns carried me and my wife to Whitehall, and thence his coach along with my wife where she would. Thereafter attending the Duke to discourse of the navy. We did not kiss his hand, nor do I think, for all their pretence, of going away tomorrow. Yet I believe they will not go for good and all, but I did take my leave of Sir William Coventry, who, it seems, was knighted and sworn a privy councillor 2 days since. Who with his old kindness treated me, and I believe I shall ever find, him, a noble friend. Thence by water to Blackfriars, and so to Paul's churchyard and bespoke several books, and so home and there dined, my man William giving me a lobster sent him by my old maid Sarah. This morning I met with Sir G. Carteret, who tells me how all things proceed between my Lord Sandwich and himself to full content, and both sides depend upon having the match finished presently, and professed great kindness to me, and said that now we were something akin. I am mightily, both with respect to myself and much more of my Lord's family, glad of this alliance. After dinner to Whitehall, thinking to speak with my Lord Ashley, but failed, and I whiled away some time in Westminster Hall against he did come, in my way observing several plague houses in King Street and, near, the Palace. Here I hear Mrs. Martin is gone out of town, and that her husband, an idle fellow, is since come out of France, as he pretends, but I believe not that he hath been. I was fearful of going to any house, but I did to the Swan, and thence to Whitehall, giving the waterman a shilling, because a young fellow and belonging to the Plymouth. Thence by coach to several places, and so home, and all the evening with Sir J. Minns and all the women of the house, excepting my Lady Batten, late in the garden chatting. At 12 o'clock home to supper and to bed. My Lord Sandwich is gone towards the sea today, it being a sudden resolution, I having taken no leave of him. 29th, up and by water to Whitehall, where the court full of wagons and people ready to go out of town. To the harp and ball, and there drank and talked with Mary, she telling me in discourse that she lived lately at my neighbour's, Mr. Knightley, which made me forbear further discourse. This end of the town every day grows very bad of the plague. The mortality bill is come to 267, 655 which is about 90 more than the last, and of these but 4 in the city, which is a great blessing to us. Thence to Creed, and with him up and down about Tangier business, to no purpose. Took leave again of Mr. Coventry, though I hope the Duke has not gone to stay, and so do others too. So home, calling at Somerset House, where all are packing up too, the Queen Mother setting out for France this day to drink Bourbon waters this year, she being in a consumption, and intends not to come till winter come 12 months. 656. So by coach home, were at the office all the morning, and at noon Mrs. Hunt dined with us. Very merry, and she a very good woman. To the office, where busy a while putting some things in my office in order, and then to letters till night. About 10 o'clock home, the days being sensibly shorter before I have once kept a summer's day by shutting up office by daylight, but my life hath been still as it was in winter almost. But I will for a month try what I can do by daylight. So home to supper and to bed. 30th, up and to Whitehall, to the Duke of Albemarle, who I find at Secretary Bennet's, there being now no other great statesman, I think, but my Lord Chancellor, in town. I received several commands from them. Among others, to provide some bread and cheese for the garrison at Guernsey, which they promised to see me paid for. So to the Change, and home to dinner. In the afternoon I down to Woolwich, and after me my wife and Mercer, whom I led to Mr. Sheldon's to see his house, and I find it a very pretty place for them to be at. So I back again, walking both forward and backward, and left my wife to come by water. I straight to Whitehall, late, to Secretary Bennet's to give him an account of the business I received from him today, and there stayed weary and sleepy till past 12 at night. Then writ my mind to him, and so back by water and in the dark and against tide shot the bridge, groping with their pole for the way, which troubled me before I got through. So home, about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, my family at a great loss what was become of me. To supper, and to bed. Thus this book of 2 years ends. Myself and family in good health, consisting of myself and wife, Mercer, her woman, Mary, Alice, and Susan our maids, and Tom my boy. In a sickly time of the plague growing on. Having upon my hands the troublesome care of the treasury of Tangier, with great sums drawn upon me, and nothing to pay them with, also the business of the office great. Consideration of removing my wife to Woolwich. She lately busy in learning to paint, with great pleasure and success. All other things well, especially a new interest I am making, by a match in hand between the eldest son of Sir G. Carteret, and my Lady Jemima Montage. The Duke of York gone down to the Fleet, but all suppose not with intent to stay there, as it is not fit, all men conceive, he should. July 1665. July 1st, 1665. Called up betimes, though weary and sleepy, by appointment by Mr. Povey and Colonel Norwood to discourse about some payments of Tangier. They gone, I to the office and there sat all the morning. At noon dined at home, and then to the Duke of Albemarle's, by appointment, to give him an account of some disorder in the yard at Portsmouth, by workmen's going away of their own accord, for lack of money, to get work of haymaking. Or anything else to earn themselves bread. 657. Thence to Westminster, where I hear the sickness increases greatly, and to the Harp and Ball with Mary talking, who tells me simply her losing of her first love in the country in Wales, and coming up hither unknown to her friends. And it seems Dar. Williams do pretend love to her, and I have found him there several times. Thence by coach and late at the office, and so to bed. Sad at the news that 7 or 8 houses in Basing Hall Street, are shut up of the plague. 2nd, Sunday. Up, and all the morning dressing my closet at the office with my plates, very neatly, and a fine place now it is, and will be a pleasure to sit in, though I thank God I needed none before. At noon dined at home, and after dinner to my accounts and cast them up, and find that though I have spent above L90 this month yet I have saved L17, and am worth in all above L1450, for which the Lord be praised. In the evening my Lady Pen and daughter come to see, and supped with us, then a messenger about business of the office from Sir G. Carteret at Chatham, and by word of mouth did send me word that the business between my lord and him is fully agreed on, 658 and is mightily liked of by the King and the Duke of York, and that he sent me this word with great joy. They gone, we to bed. I hear this night that Sir J. Lawson was buried late last night at St. Dunstan's by us, without any company at all, and that the condition of his family is but very poor, which I could be contented to be sorry for, though he never was the man that ever obliged me by word or deed. 3rd, up and by water with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns to Whitehall to the Duke of Albemarle, where, after a little business, we parted, and I to the Harp and Ball, and there stayed a while talking to Mary, and so home to dinner. After dinner to the Duke of Albemarle's again, and so to the Swan, and there demurrise un peu de temps con la fille, and so to the Harp and Ball, and alone demurrise un peu de temps by Saint La. And so away home and late at the office about letters, and so home, resolving from this night forwards to close all my letters, if possible, and end all my business at the office by daylight. And I shall go near to do it and put all my affairs in the world in good order, the season growing so sickly, that it is much to be feared how a man can escape having a share with others in it, for which the good Lord God bless me, or to be fitted to receive it. So after supper to bed, and mightily troubled in my sleep all night with dreams of Jack Cole, my old schoolfellow, lately dead, who was born at the same time with me, and we reckoned our fortunes pretty equal. God fit me for his condition. 4th. Up, and sat at the office all the morning. At noon to the Change and thence to the Dolphin, where a good dinner at the cost of one Mr. Usbaston, who lost a wager to Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Ryder, and Sir R. Ford, a good while since, and now it is spent. The wager was that 10 of our ships should not have a fight with 10 of the enemies before Michaelmas. Here was other very good company, and merry, and at last in come Mr. Buckworth, a very fine gentleman, and proves to be a Huntingdonshire man. Thence to my office, and there all the afternoon till night, and so home to settle some accounts of Tangier and other papers. I hear this day the Duke and Prince Rupert are both come back from sea, and neither of them go back again. The latter I much wonder at, but it seems the town reports so, and I am very glad of it. This morning I did a good piece of work with Sir W. Warren, ending the business of the lotteries, wherein honestly I think I shall get above L100. Bankard, it seems, is come home with the little fleet he hath been abroad with, without doing anything, so that there is nobody of an enemy at sea. We are in great hopes of meeting with the Dutch East India fleet, which is mighty rich, or with de Ruyter, who is so also. Sir Richard Ford told me this day, at table, a fine account, how the Dutch were like to have been mastered by the present Prince of Orange 659, his father to be besieged in Amsterdam, having drawn an army of foot into the town, and horse near to the town by night, within 3 miles of the town, and they never knew of it. But by chance the Hamburg post in the night fell among the horse, and heard their design, and knowing the way, it being very dark and rainy, better than they, went from them, and did give notice to the town before the others could reach the town. And so were saved. It seems this De Witt and another family, the Beckarts, were among the chief of the families that were enemies to the prince, and were afterward suppressed by the prince, and continued so till he was, as they say, poisoned. And then they turned all again, as it was, against the young prince, and have so carried it to this day, it being about 12 and 14 years, and De Witt in the head of them. 5th. Up, and advised about sending of my wife's bedding and things to Woolwich, in order to her removal thither. So to the office, where all the morning till noon, and so to the Change, and thence home to dinner. In the afternoon I abroad to St. James's, and there with Mr. Coventry a good while, and understand how matters are ordered in the fleet, that is, my Lord Sandwich goes Admiral, under him Sir G. Askew, and Sir T. Teddyman, Vice Admiral, Sir W. Penn, and under him Sir W. Barclay, and Sir Jos Jordan, Rear Admiral, Sir Thomas Allen, and under him Sir Christopher Mings 660 and Captain Harmon. We talked in general of business of the Navy, among others how he had lately spoken to Sir G. Carteret, and professed great resolution of friendship with him and reconciliation, and resolves to make it good as well as he can, though it troubles him, he tells me, that something will come before him wherein he must give him offence. But I do find upon the whole that Mr. Coventry do not listen to these complaints of money with the readiness and resolvedness to remedy that he used to do, and I think if he begins to draw in it is high time for me to do so too. From thence walked round to Whitehall, the park being quite locked up, and I observed a house shut up this day in the Pall Mall, where heretofore in Cromwell's time we young men used to keep our weekly clubs. And so to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret, who is come this day from Chatham, and mighty glad he is to see me, and begun to talk of our great business of the match, which goes on as fast as possible, but for convenience we took water and over to his coach to Lambeth. By which we went to Deptford, all the way talking, first, how matters are quite concluded with all possible content between my lord and him and signed and sealed, so that my Lady Sandwich is to come thither tomorrow or next day. And the young lady is sent for, and all likely to be ended between them in a very little while, with mighty joy on both sides, and the king, duke, lord chancellor, and all mightily pleased. Thence to news, wherein I find that Sir G. Carteret do now take all my Lord Sandwich's business to heart, and makes it the same with his own. He tells me how at Chatham it was proposed to my Lord Sandwich to be joined with the prince in the command of the fleet, which he was most willing to, but when it come to the prince, he was quite against it. Saying, there could be no government, but that it would be better to have two fleets, and neither under the command of the other, which he would not agree to. So the king was not pleased. But, without any unkindness, did order the fleet to be ordered as above, as to the admirals and commands, so the prince is come up, and Sir G. Carteret, I remember, had this word thence, that, says he, by this means, though the king told him that it would be but for this expedition, yet I believe we shall keep him out for altogether. He tells me how my lord was much troubled at Sir W. Penn's being ordered forth, as it seems he is, to go to Solebay, and with the best fleet he can, to go forth, and no notice taken of my Lord Sandwich going after him, and having the command over him. But after some discourse Mr. Coventry did satisfy, as he says, my lord, so as they parted friends both in that point and upon the other wherein I know my lord was troubled, and which Mr. Coventry did speak to him of first thinking that my lord might justly take offence at, his not being mentioned in the relation of the fight in the news book, and did clear all to my lord how little he was concerned in it. And therewith my lord also satisfied, which I am mightily glad of, because I should take it a very great misfortune to me to have them two to differ above all the persons in the world. Being come to Deptford, my lady not being within, we parted, and I by water to Woolwich, where I found my wife come, and her two maids, and very prettily accommodated they will be. And I left them going to supper, grieved in my heart to part with my wife, being worse by much without her, though some trouble there is in having the care of a family at home in this plague time, and so took leave, and I in one boat and W. Hewer in another home very late, first against tide, we having walked in the dark to Greenwich. Late home and to bed, very lonely. 6th. Up and forth to give order to my pretty grocer's wife's house, who, her husband tells me, is going this day for the summer into the country. I bespoke some sugar, and, for my father, and so home to the office, where all the morning. At noon dined at home, and then by water to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret about money for the office, a sad thought, for in a little while all must go to rack, winter coming on apace, when a great sum must be ready to pay part of the fleet. And so far we are from it that we have not enough to stop the mouths of poor people and their hands from falling about our ears here almost in the office. God give a good end to it. Sir G. Carteret told me one considerable thing, Alderman Backwell is ordered abroad upon some private score with a great sum of money, wherein I was instrumental the other day in shipping him away. It seems some of his creditors have taken notice of it, and he was like to be broke yesterday in his absence, Sir G. Carteret telling me that the king and the kingdom must as good as fall with that man at this time. And that he was forced to get L4,000 himself to answer Backwell's people's occasions, or he must have broke, but committed this to me as a great secret and which I am heartily sorry to hear. Thence, after a little merry discourse of our marrying business, I parted, and by coach to several places, among others to see my Lord Brunkard, who is not well, but was at rest when I come. I could not see him, nor had much mind, one of the great houses within 2 doors of him being shut up, and, Lord, the number of houses visited, which this day I observed through the town quite round in my way by Long Lane and London Wall. So home to the office, and thence to Sir W. Batten, and spent the evening at supper, and, among other discourse, the rashness of Sir John Lawson for breeding up his daughter so high and proud, refusing a man of great interest, Sir W. Berkeley, to match her with a melancholy fellow, Colonel Norton's son, of no interest nor good nature nor generosity at all, giving her L6,000, when the other would have taken her with 2. When he himself knew that he was not worth the money himself in all the world, he did give her that portion, and is since dead, and left his wife and 2 daughters beggars, and the other gone away with L6,000, and no content in it. Through the ill qualities of her father-in-law and husband, who, it seems, though a pretty woman, contracted for her as if he had been buying a horse. And, worst of all, is now of no use to serve the mother and two little sisters in any stead at court, whereas the other might have done what he would for her, so here is an end of this family's pride, which, with good care, might have been what they would, and done well. Thence, weary of this discourse, as the act of the greatest rashness that ever I heard of in all my little conversation, we parted, and I home to bed. Sir W. Penn, it seems, sailed last night from Sol Bay with, about 60 sail of ship, and my Lord Sandwich in, the Prince, and some others, it seems, going after them to overtake them, for I am sure my Lord Sandwich will do all possible to overtake them, and will be troubled to the heart if he do it not. 7th, up, and having set my neighbor, Mr. Hudson, wine coopers, at work drawing out a tierce of wine for the sending of some of it to my wife, I abroad, only taking notice to what a condition it hath pleased God to bring me that at this time I have 2 tierces of claret, 2 quarter casks of canary, and a smaller vessel of sack, a vessel of tent, another of Malaga, and another of white wine, all in my wine cellar together, which, I believe, none of my friends of my name now alive ever had of his own at one time. To Westminster, and there with Mr. Povey and Creed talking of our Tangier business, and by I drew Creed aside and acquainted him with what Sir G. Carteret did tell me about Bacule the other day, because he hath money of his in his hands. So home, taking some new books, L5 worth, home to my great content. At home all the day after busy. Some excellent discourse and advice of Sir W. Warren's in the afternoon, at night home to look over my new books, and so late to bed. 8th. All day very diligent at the office, ended my letters by 9 at night, and then fitted myself to go down to Woolwich to my wife, which I did, calling at Sir G. Carteret at Deptford, and there hear that my Lady Sandwich is come, but not very well. By 12 o'clock to Woolwich, found my wife asleep in bed, but strange to think what a fine night I had down, but before I had been 1 minute on shore, the mightiest storm come of wind and rain that almost could be for a quarter of an hour, and so left I to bed, being the first time I come to her lodgings, and there lodged well. 9th, Lord's Day. Very pleasant with her and among my people, while she made her ready, and, about 10 o'clock, by water to Sir G. Carteret, and there find my Lady, Sandwich, in her chamber, not very well, but looks the worst almost that ever I did see her in my life. It seems her drinking of the water at Tunbridge did almost kill her before she could with most violent physique get it out of her body again. We are received with most extraordinary kindness by my Lady Carteret and her children, and dined most nobly. Sir G. Carteret went to court this morning. After dinner I took occasion to have much discourse with Mr. P.H. Carteret, and find him a very modest man, and I think verily of mighty good nature, and pretty understanding. He did give me a good account of the fight with the Dutch. My Lady Sandwich dined in her chamber. About 3 o'clock I, leaving my wife there, took boat and home, and there shifted myself into my black silka suit, and having promised Harman yesterday, I to his house, which I find very mean, and mean company. His wife very ill. I could not see her. Here I, with her father and Kate Joyce, who was also very ill, were godfathers and godmother to his boy, and was christened Will. Mr. Meryton christened him. The most observable thing I found there to my content, was to hear him and his clerk tell me that in this parish of Michel's, Cornhill, one of the middlemost parishes and a great one of the town, there hath, notwithstanding this sickliness, been buried of any disease, man, woman, or child, not one for 13 months last past. Which, is, very strange. And the like in a good degree in most other parishes, I hear, saving only of the plague in them, but in this neither the plague nor any other disease. So back again home and reshifted myself, and so down to my Lady Carteret, where mighty merry and great pleasantness between my Lady Sandwich and the young ladies and me, and all of us mighty merry. There never having been in the world sure a greater business of general content than this match proposed between Mr. Carteret and my Lady Jemima. But withal it is mighty pretty to think how my poor Lady Sandwich, between her and me, is doubtful whether her daughter will like of it or no, and how troubled she is for fear of it, which I do not fear at all, and desire her not to do it. But her fear is the most discreet and pretty that ever I did see. Late here, and then my wife and I, with most hearty kindness from my Lady Carteret by boat to Woolwich, come thither about 12 at night, and so to bed. 10th, up, and with great pleasure looking over a nest of puppies of Mr. Sheldon's, with which my wife is most extraordinary pleased, and one of them is promised her. Anon I took my leave, and away by water to the Duke of Albemarle's, where he tells me that I must be at Hampton Court anon. So I home to look over my Tangier papers, and having a coach of Mr. Povey's attending me, by appointment, in order to my coming to dine at his country house at Brainford, where he and his family is, I went and Mr. Tasbro with me therein, it being a pretty chariot, but most inconvenient as to the horses throwing dust and dirt into one's eyes and upon one's clothes. There I stayed a quarter of an hour, Creed being there, and being able to do little business, but the less the better. Creed rode before, and Mr. Povey and I after him in the chariot. And I was set down by him at the park pale, where one of his saddle horses was ready for me, he himself not daring to come into the house or be seen, because that a servant of his, out of his horse, happened to be sick, but is not yet dead. But was never suffered to come into his house after he was ill. But this opportunity was taken to injure Povey, and most horribly he is abused by some persons hereupon, and his fortune, I believe, quite broke, but that he hath a good heart to bear, or a cunning one to conceal his evil. There I met with Sir W. Coventry, and by was heard by my Lord Chancellor and Treasurer about our Tangier money, and my Lord Treasurer had ordered me to forbear meddling with the L15,000 he offered me the other day, but, upon opening the case to them, they did offer it again, and so I think I shall have it, but my Lord General must give his consent in it, this money having been promised to him, and he very angry at the proposal. Here though I have not been in many years, yet I lack a time to stay, besides that it is, I perceive, an unpleasing thing to be at court, everybody being fearful one of another, and all so sad, inquiring after the plague. So that I stole away by my horse to Kingston, and there with trouble was forced, to press 2 sturdy rogues to carry me to London, and met at the waterside with Mr. Charnock, Sir Philip Warwick's clerk, who had been in company and was quite foxed. I took him with me in my boat, and so away to Richmond, and there, by night, walked with him to Morclack, a very pretty walk, and there stayed a good while, now and then talking and sporting with Nan the servant, who says she is a seaman's wife. And at last bade good night. 11th. And so all night down by water, a most pleasant passage, and come thither by 2 o'clock, and so walked from the Old Swan home, and there to bed to my will, being very weary, and he lodging at my desire in my house. At 6 o'clock up and to Westminster, where in all the town besides, I hear, the plague increases, and, it being too soon to go to the Duke of Albemarle, I to the Harp and Ball. And there made a bargain with Mary to go forth with me in the afternoon, which she with much ado consented to. So I to the Duke of Albemarle's, and there with much ado did get his consent in part to my having the money promised for Tangier, and the other part did not concur. So being displeased with this, I back to the office and there sat alone a while doing business, and then by a solemn invitation to the Trinity House, where a great dinner and company, Captain Dobbin's feast for elder brother. But I broke up before the dinner half over and by water to the Harp and Ball, and thence had Mary meet me at the New Exchange, and there took coach and I with great pleasure took the air to Highgate, and thence to Hampstead. Much pleased with her company, pretty and innocent, and had what pleasure almost I would with her, and so at night, weary and sweaty, it being very hot beyond bearing, we back again, and I set her down in St. Martin's Lane, and so I to the evening change, and there hear all the town full that Ostend is delivered to us, and that Alderman Bacule 661 did go with L50,000 to that purpose. But the truth of it I do not know, but something I believe there is extraordinary in his going. So to the office, where I did what I could as to letters, and so away to bed, shifting myself, and taking some Venice treacle, feeling myself out of order, and thence to bed to sleep. 12th. After doing what business I could in the morning, it being a solemn fast, day 662 for the plague growing upon us, I took boat and down to Deptford, where I stood with great pleasure an hour or two by my Lady Sandwich's bedside, talking to her, she lying prettily in bed, of my Lady Jemima's being from my Lady Pickering's when our letters come to that place, she being at my Lord Montague's, at Boughton. The truth is, I had received letters of it 2 days ago, but had dropped them, and was in a very extraordinary strait what to do for them, or what account to give my lady, but sent to every place. I sent to Morclack, where I had been the night before, and there they were found, which with mighty joy come safe to me. But all ending with satisfaction to my lady and me, though I find my Lady Carteret not much pleased with this delay, and principally because of the plague, which renders it unsafe to stay long at Deptford. I eat a bit, my Lady Carteret being the most kind lady in the world, and so took boat, and a fresh boat at the Tower, and so up the river, against tide all the way, I having lost it by staying prating to and with my lady, and, from before 1, made it 7 ere we got to Hampton Court. And when I come there all business was over, saving my finding Mr. Coventry at his chamber, and with him a good while about several businesses at his chamber, and so took leave, and away to my boat, and all night upon the water, staying a while with Nan at Morclack, very much pleased and merry with her. And so on homeward, and come home by 2 o'clock, shooting the bridge at that time of night, and so to bed, where I find Will is not, he staying at Woolwich to come with my wife to dinner tomorrow to my Lady Carteret. Heard Mr. Williamson repeat at Hampton Court today how the King of France hath lately set out a most high arrest against the Pope, which is reckoned very lofty and high. 663. 13th. Lay long, being sleepy, and then up to the office, my Lord Brunker, after his sickness, being come to the office, and did what business there was, and so I by water, at night late, to Sir G. Carteret, but there being no oars to carry me, I was fain to call a sculler that had a gentleman already in it, and he proved a man of love to music, and he and I sung together the way down with great pleasure. And an incident extraordinary to be met with. There come to dinner, they having dined, but my lady caused something to be brought for me, and I dined well and mighty merry, especially my Lady Slaning and I about eating of cream and brown bread, which she loves as much as I. Thence after long discourse with them and my lady alone, I and my wife, who by agreement met here, took leave, and I saw my wife a little way down, it troubling me that this absence makes us a little strange instead of more fond, and so parted. And I home to some letters, and then home to bed. Above 700 died of the plague this week. 14th. Up, and all the morning at the Exchequer endeavouring to strike tallies for money for Tangier, and mightily vexed to see how people attend there, some out of town, and others drowsy, and to others it was late. So that the king's business suffers 10 times more than all their service is worth. So I am put off to tomorrow. Thence to the Old Exchange, by water, and there bespoke 2 fine shirts of my pretty seamstress, who, she tells me, serves Jack Fenn. Upon the change all the news is that guns have been heard, and that news is come by a Dane that my lord was in view of de Ruyter, and that since his parting from my lord of Sandwich he hath heard guns, but little of it do I think true. So home to dinner, where Povey by agreement, and after dinner we to talk of our Tangier matters, about keeping our profit at the pay and victualling of the garrison, if the present undertakers should leave it. Wherein I did, not, nor will do anything unworthy me in any just man, but they being resolved to quit it, it is fit I should suffer Mr. Povey to do what he can with Mr. Gauden about it to our profit. Thence to the discoursing of putting some sums of money in order and tallies, which we did pretty well. So he in the evening gone, I by water to Sir G. Carteret, and there find my Lady Sandwich and her buying things for my Lady Jem's wedding, and my Lady Jem is beyond expectation come to Dagenham's, where Mr. Carteret is to go to visit her tomorrow. And my proposal of waiting on him, he being to go alone to all persons strangers to him, was well accepted, and so I go with him. But, Lord, to see how kind my Lady Carteret is to her. Sends her most rich jewels, and provides bedding and things of all sorts most richly for her, which makes my lady and me out of our wits almost to see the kindness she treats us all with, as if they would by the young lady. Thence away home and, foreseeing my being abroad 2 days, did sit up late making of letters ready against tomorrow, and other things, and so to bed, to be up betimes by the help of a larum watch, which by chance I borrowed of my watchmaker today, while my own is mending. 15th. Up, and after all business done, though late, I to Deptford, but before I went out of the office saw there young Bagwell's wife returned, but could not stay to speak to her, though I had a great mind to it, and also another great lady. As to fine clothes, did attend there to have a ticket signed. Which I did do, taking her through the garden to my office, where I signed it and had a salute 664 of her, and so I away by boat to Redriff, and thence walked, and after dinner, at Sir G. Carteret, where they stayed till almost 3 o'clock for me, and anon took boat, Mr. Carteret and I to the ferry place at Greenwich, and there stayed an hour crossing the water to and again to get our coach and horses over. And by set out, and so toward Dagenham's. But, Lord! What silly discourse we had by the way as to love matters, he being the most awkward man I ever met with in my life as to that business. Thither we come, by that time it begun to be dark, and were kindly received by Lady Wright and my Lord Crewe. And to discourse they went, my lord discoursing with him, asking of him questions of travel, which he answered well enough in a few words. But nothing to the lady from him at all. To supper, and after supper to talk again, he yet taking no notice of the lady. My lord would have had me have consented to leaving the young people together tonight, to begin their amours, his staying being but to be little. But I advised against it, lest the lady might be too much surprised. So they led him up to his chamber, where I stayed a little, to know how he liked the lady, which he told me he did mightily, but, Lord! In the dullest insipid manner that ever lover did. So I bid him good night, and down to prayers with my Lord Crewe's family, and after prayers, my lord, and Lady Wright, and I, to consult what to do. And it was agreed at last to have them go to church together, as the family used to do, though his lameness was a great objection against it. But at last my Lady Jem sent me word by my Lady Wright that it would be better to do just as they used to do before his coming, and therefore she desired to go to church, which was yielded then to. 16th, Lord's Day. I up, having lain with Mr. Moore in the chaplain's chamber. And having trimmed myself, down to Mr. Carteret, and he being ready we down and walked in the gallery an hour or two, it being a most noble and pretty house that ever, for the bigness, I saw. Here I taught him what to do, to take the lady always by the hand to lead her, and telling him that I would find opportunity to leave them two together, he should make these and these compliments. And also take a time to do the like to Lord Crewe and Lady Wright. After I had instructed him, which he thanked me for, owning that he needed my teaching him, my Lord Crewe come down and family, the young lady among the rest, and so by coaches to church 4 miles off. Where a pretty good sermon, and a declaration of penitence of a man that had undergone the church's censure for his wicked life. Thence back again by coach, Mr. Carteret having not had the confidence to take his lady once by the hand, coming or going, which I told him of when we come home, and he will hereafter do it. So to dinner. My lord excellent discourse. Then to walk in the gallery, and to sit down. By and by my Lady Wright and I go out, and then my Lord Crewe, he not by design, and lastly my Lady Crewe come out, and left the young people together. And a little pretty daughter of my Lady Wright's most innocently come out afterward, and shut the door to, as if she had done it, poor child, by inspiration, which made us without, have good sport to laugh at. They together an hour, and by church time, whither he led her into the coach and into the church, and so at church all the afternoon, several handsome ladies at church. But it was most extraordinary hot that ever I knew it. So home again and to walk in the gardens, where we left the young couple a second time, and my Lady Wright and I to walk together, who to my trouble tells me that my Lady Jem must have something done to her body by Scott before she can be married, and therefore care must be had to send him, also that some more new clothes must of necessity be made her, which and other things I took care of. Anon to supper, an excellent discourse and dispute between my Lord Crewe and the chaplain, who is a good shoaler, but a nonconformist. Here this evening I spoke with Mrs. Carter, my old acquaintance, that hath lived with my lady these 12 or 13 years, the sum of all whose discourse and others for her, is, that I would get her a good husband, which I have promised, but know not when I shall perform. After Mr. Carteret was carried to his chamber, we to prayers again and then to bed. 17th, up all of us, and to billiards, my Lady Wright, Mr. Carteret, myself, and every body. By and by the young couple left together. Anon to dinner, and after dinner Mr. Carteret took my advice about giving to the servants, and I led him to give L10 among them, which he did, by leaving it to the chief man-servant, Mr. Meadows, to do for him. Before we went, I took my Lady Jem apart, and would know how she liked this gentleman, and whether she was under any difficulty concerning him. She blushed, and hid her face a while, but at last I forced her to tell me. She answered that she could readily obey what her father and mother had done, which was all she could say, or I expect. So anon I took leave, and for London. But, Lord! To see, among other things, how all these great people here are afeard of London, being doubtful of anything that comes from thence, or that hath lately been there, that I was forced to say that I lived wholly at Woolwich. In our way Mr. Carteret did give me mighty thanks for my care and pains for him, and is mightily pleased, though the truth is, my Lady Jem hath carried herself with mighty discretion and gravity, not being forward at all in any degree, but mighty serious in her answers to him, as by what he says and I observed, I collect. To London to my office, and there took letters from the office, where all well, and so to the bridge, and there he and I took boat and to Deptford, where mighty welcome, and brought the good news of all being pleased to them. Mighty mirth at my giving them an account of all. But the young man could not be got to say one word before me or my Lady Sandwich of his adventures, but, by what he afterwards related to his father and mother and sisters, he gives an account that pleases them mightily. Here Sir G. Carteret would have me lie all night, which I did most nobly, better than ever I did in my life, Sir G. Carteret being mighty kind to me, leading me to my chamber. And all their care now is, to have the business ended, and they have reason, because the sickness puts all out of order, and they cannot safely stay where they are. 18th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and so to my house and eat a bit of victuals, and so to the Change, where a little business and a very thin exchange. And so walked through London to the Temple, where I took water for Westminster to the Duke of Albemarle, to wait on him, and so to Westminster Hall, and there paid for my newsbooks, and did give Mrs. Michelle, who is going out of town because of the sickness, and her husband, a pint of wine, and so Sir W. Warren coming to me by appointment we away by water home, by the way discoursing about the project I have of getting some money and doing the King good service too about the mast dock at Woolwich. Which I fear will never be done if I do not go about it. After dispatching letters at the office, I by water down to Deptford, where I stayed a little while, and by water to my wife, whom I have not seen 6 or 5 days, and there supped with her, and mighty pleasant, and saw with content her drawings. And so to bed mighty merry. I was much troubled this day to hear at Westminster how the officers do bury the dead in the open Tuttle fields, pretending want of room elsewhere. Whereas the new chapel churchyard was walled in at the public charge in the last plague time, merely for want of room, and now none, but such as are able to pay dear for it, can be buried there. 19th. Up and to the office, and thence presently to the Exchequer, and there with much trouble got my tallies, and afterwards took Mr. Falconer, Spicer, and another or two to the Leg and there give them a dinner, and so with my tallies and about 30 dozen of bags, which it seems are my due, having paid the fees as if I had received the money I away home. And after a little stay down by water to Deptford, where I find all full of joy, and preparing to go to Dagenham's tomorrow. To supper, and after supper to talk without end. Very late I went away, it raining, but I had a design pour aller a la femme de Bagwell and did so. So away about 12, and it raining hard I back to Sir G. Carteret and there called up the page, and to bed there, being all in a most violent sweat. 20th, up, in a boat among other people to the Tower, and there to the office, where we sat all the morning. So down to Deptford and there dined, and after dinner saw my Lady Sandwich and Mr. Carteret and his two sisters over the water, going to Dagenham's, and my Lady Carteret towards Cranbourne. 665. So all the company broke up in most extraordinary joy, wherein I am mighty contented that I have had the good fortune to be so instrumental, and I think it will be of good use to me. So walked to Redriff, where I hear the sickness is, and indeed is scattered almost everywhere, there dying 1089 of the plague this week. My Lady Carteret did this day give me a bottle of plague water home with me. So home to write letters late, and then home to bed, where I have not lain these 3 or 4 nights. I received yesterday a letter from my Lord Sandwich, giving me thanks for my care about their marriage business, and desiring it to be dispatched, that no disappointment may happen therein, which I will help on all I can. This afternoon I waited on the Duke of Albemarle, and so to Mrs. Crofts, where I found and saluted Mrs. Burrows, who is a very pretty woman for a mother of so many children. But, Lord! To see how the plague spreads! It being now all over King Street, at the Axe, and next door to it, and in other places. 21st, up and abroad to the goldsmiths, to see what money I could get upon my present tallies upon the advance of the excise, and I hope I shall get L10,000. I went also and had them entered at the excise office. Alderman Bacule is at sea. Sir Arp Viner come to town but this morning. So Colville was the only man I could yet speak withal to get any money of. Met with Mr. Povey, and I with him and dined at the Custom House Tavern, there to talk of our Tangier business, and Stockdale and Hewitt with us. So abroad to several places, among others to Anthony Joyce's, and there broke to him my desire to have Paul married to Harmon, whose wife, poor woman, is lately dead, to my trouble, I loving her very much, and he will consider it. So home and laid at my chamber, setting some papers in order, the plague growing very raging, and my apprehensions of it great. So very late to bed. 22nd. As soon as up I among my goldsmiths, Sir Robert Viner and Colville, and there got L10,000 of my new tallies accepted, and so I made it my work to find out Mr. Mervyn and sent for others to come with their bills of exchange, as Captain Hewitt, and sent for Mr. Jackson, but he was not in town. So all the morning at the office, and after dinner, which was very late, I to Sir R. Viner's, by his invitation in the morning, and got near L5,000 more accepted, and so from this day the whole, or near, L15,000, lies upon interest. Thence I by water to Westminster, and the Duke of Albemarle being gone to dinner to my Lord of Canterbury's, I thither, and there walked and viewed the new hall, a new old-fashioned hall as much as possible. Begun, and means left for the ending of it, by Bishop Juxon. Not coming proper to speak with him, I to Fox Hall, where to the Spring Garden, but I do not see one guest there, the town being so empty of any body to come thither. Only, while I was there, a poor woman come to scold with the master of the house that a kinswoman, I think, of hers, that was newly dead of the plague, might be buried in the churchyard. For her part, she should not be buried in the commons, as they said she should. Back to Whitehall, and by comes the Duke of Albemarle, and there, after a little discourse, I by coach home, not meeting with but 2 coaches, and but 2 carts from Whitehall to my own house, that I could observe. And the streets mighty thin of people. I met this noon with Dr. Burnet, who told me, and I find in the news book this week that he posted upon the change, that whoever did spread the report that, instead of the plague, his servant was by him killed, it was forgery. And shewed me the acknowledgment of the master of the pest house, that his servant died of a bubo on his right groin, and 2 spots on his right thigh, which is the plague. To my office, where late writing letters, and getting myself prepared with business for Hampton Court tomorrow, and so having caused a good pullet to be got for my supper, all alone, I very late to bed. All the news is great, that we must of necessity fall out with France, for he will side with the Dutch against us. That Alderman Bacule is gone over, which indeed he is, with money, and that Ostend is in our present possession. But it is strange to see how poor Alderman Bacule is like to be put to it in his absence, Mr. Shaw his right hand being ill. And the Alderman's absence gives doubts to people, and I perceive they are in great straits for money, besides what Sir G. Carteret told me about 14 days ago. Our fleet under my Lord Sandwich being about the latitude 55, which is a great secret, to the northward of the Texel. So to bed very late. In my way I called upon Sir W. Turner, and at Mr. Shellcross, but he was not at home, having left his bill with Sir W. Turner, that so I may prove I did what I could as soon as I had money to answer all bills. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up very betimes, called by Mr. Cutler, by appointment, and with him in his coach and 4 horses over London Bridge to Kingston, a very pleasant journey, and at Hampton Court by 9 o'clock, and in our way very good in various discourse, as he is a man. That though I think he be a knave, as the world thinks him, yet a man of great experience and worthy to be heard discourse. When we come there, we to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there discoursed long with him, he and I alone, the others being gone away, and so walked together through the garden to the house, where we parted. I observing with a little trouble that he is too great now to expect too much familiarity with, and I find he do not mind me as he used to do, but when I reflect upon him and his business I cannot think much of it. For I do not observe anything but the same great kindness from him. I followed the king to chapel, and there hear a good sermon, and after sermon with my Lord Arlington, Sir Thomas Ingram and others, spoke to the Duke about Tangier, but not to much purpose. I was not invited any whither to dinner, though a stranger, which did also trouble me, but yet I must remember it is a court, and indeed where most are strangers, but, however, Cutler carried me to Mr. Marriott's the housekeeper, and there we had a very good dinner and good company, among others Lilly, the painter. Thence to the council chamber, where in a back room I sat all the afternoon, but the council begun late to sit, and spent most of the time upon Morisco's tar business. They sat long, and I forced to follow Sir Thomas Ingram, the Duke, and others, so that when I got free and come to look for Cutler, he was gone with his coach, without leaving any word with any body to tell me so. So that I was forced with great trouble to walk up and down looking of him, and at last forced to get a boat to carry me to Kingston, and there, after eating a bit at a neat inn, which pleased me well, I took boat, and slept all the way, without intermission, from thence to Queen Hive, where, it being about 2 o'clock, too late and too soon to go home to bed, I lay and slept till about 4. 24th. And then up and home, and there dressed myself, and by appointment to Deptford, to Sir G. Carteret, between 6 and 7 o'clock, where I found him and my lady almost ready, and by went over to the ferry, and took coach and 6 horses nobly for Dagenhams, himself and lady in their little daughter, Loison, and myself in the coach. Where, when we come, we were bravely entertained and spent the day most pleasantly with the young ladies, and I so merry as never more. Only for want of sleep, and drinking of strong beer had a rheum in one of my eyes, which troubled me much. Here with great content all the day, as I think I ever passed a day in my life, because of the contentfulness of our errand, and the nobleness of the company and our manner of going. But I find Mr. Carteret yet as backward almost in his caresses, as he was the first day. At night, about 7 o'clock, took coach again, but, Lord, to see in what a pleasant humour Sir G. Carteret hath been both coming and going. So light, so fond, so merry, so boyish, so much content he takes in this business, it is one of the greatest wonders I ever saw in my mind. But once in serious discourse he did say that, if he knew his son to be a debauchee, as many and most are nowadays about the court, he would tell it, and my Lady Jem should not have him. And so enlarged both he and she about the baseness and looseness of the court, and told several stories of the Duke of Monmouth, and Richmond, and some great person, my Lord of Ormond's second son, married to a lady of extraordinary quality, fit and that might have been made a wife for the king himself, about 6 months since, that this great person hath given the pox to. and discoursed how much this would oblige the kingdom if the king would banish some of these great persons publicly from the court, and wished it with all their hearts. We set out so late that it grew dark, so as we doubted the losing of our way. And a long time it was, or seemed, before we could get to the water side, and that about 11 at night, where, when we come, all merry, only my eye troubled me, as I said, we found no ferryboat was there, nor no oars to carry us to Deptford. However, afterwards oars was called from the other side at Greenwich, but, when it come, a frolic, being mighty merry, took us, and there we would sleep all night in the coach in the Isle of Dogs. So we did, there being now with us my Lady Scott, and with great pleasure drew up the glasses, and slept till daylight, and then some victuals and wine being brought us, we ate a bit, and so up and took boat, merry as might be. And when come to Sir G. Carteret, there all to bed. 25th. Our good humour in every body continuing, and there I slept till 7 o'clock. Then up and to the office, well refreshed, my eye only troubling me, which by keeping a little covered with my handkerchief and washing now and then with cold water grew better by night. At noon to the Change, which was very thin, and thence homeward, and was called in by Mr. Rawlinson, with whom I dined in some good company very harmlessly merry. But sad the story of the plague in the city, it growing mightily. This day my Lord Brunkard did give me Mr. Grant's book upon the bills of mortality, new printed and enlarged. Thence to my office a while, full of business, and thence by coach to the Duke of Albemarle's, not meeting one coach going nor coming from my house thither and back again, which is very strange. One of my chief errands was to speak to Sir W. Clerk about my wife's brother, who importunes me, and I doubt he do want mightily, but I can do little for him there as to employment in the army, and out of my purse I dare not for fear of a precedent. And letting him come often to me is troublesome and dangerous too, he living in the dangerous part of the town, but I will do what I can possibly for him and as soon as I can. Mightily troubled all this afternoon with masters coming to me about bills of exchange and my signing them upon my goldsmiths, but I did send for them all and hope to ease myself this week of all the clamour. These 2 or 3 days Mr. Shaw at Alderman Backwell's hath lain sick, like to die, and is feared will not live a day to an end. At night home and to bed, my head full of business, and among others, this day come a letter to me from Paris from my Lord Hinchingbroke, about his coming over. And I have sent this night an order from the Duke of Albemarle for a ship of 36 guns to go to Calais to fetch him. 26th, up, and after doing a little business, down to Deptford with Sir W. Batten, and there left him, and I to Greenwich to the Park, where I hear the King and Duke are come by water this morn from Hampton Court. They asked me several questions. The King mightily pleased with his new buildings there. I followed them to Castle's ship in building, and there, met Sir W. Batten, and thence to Sir G. Carteret, where all the morning with them, they not having any but the Duke of Monmouth, and Sir W. Killigrew, and one gentleman, and a page more. Great variety of talk, and was often led to speak to the King and Duke. By and by they to dinner, and all to dinner and sat down to the King saving myself, which, though I could not in modesty expect, yet, God forgive my pride. I was sorry I was there, that Sir W. Batten should say that he could sit down where I could not, though he had 20 times more reason than I, but this was my pride and folly. I down and walked with Mr. Castle, who told me the design of Ford and Ryder to oppose and do all the hurt they can to Captain Taylor in his new ship, the London, and how it comes, and that they are a couple of false persons, which I believe. And withal that he himself is a knave too. He and I by and by to dinner mighty nobly, and the King having dined, he come down, and I went in the barge with him, I sitting at the door. Down to Woolwich, and there I just saw and kissed my wife, and saw some of her painting, which is very curious. And away again to the King, and back again with him in the barge, hearing him and the Duke talk, and seeing and observing their manner of discourse. And God forgive me. Though I admire them with all the duty possible, yet the more a man considers and observes them, the less he finds of difference between them and other men, though, blessed be God, they are both princes of great nobleness and spirits. The barge put me into another boat that come to our side, Mr. Holder with a bag of gold to the Duke, and so they away and I home to the office. The Duke of Monmouth is the most skittish leaping gallant that ever I saw, always in action, vaulting or leaping, or clambering. Thence mighty full of the honour of this day, I took coach into Kate Joyce's, but she not within, but spoke with Anthony, who tells me he likes well of my proposal for Paul to Harmon, but I fear that less than L500 will not be taken. And that I shall not be able to give, though I did not say so to him. After a little other discourse and the sad news of the death of so many in the parish of the plague, 40 last night, the bell always going, I back to the Exchange, where I went up and sat talking with my beauty, Mrs. Baitlier, a great while, who is indeed one of the finest women I ever saw in my life. After buying some small matter, I home, and there to the office and saw Sir J. Minns now come from Portsmouth. I home to set my journal for these 4 days in order, they being 4 days of as great content and honour and pleasure to me as ever I hope to live or desire, or think any body else can live. For methinks if a man would but reflect upon this, and think that all these things are ordered by God Almighty to make me contented, and even this very marriage now on foot is one of the things intended to find me content in my life and matter of mirth, methinks it should make one mightily more satisfied in the world than he is. This day poor Robin Shaw at Backwell's died, and Backwell himself now in Flanders. The king himself asked about Shaw, and being told he was dead, said he was very sorry for it. The sickness is got into our parish this week, and is got, indeed, everywhere, so that I begin to think of setting things in order, which I pray God enable me to put both as to soul and body. 27th, called up at 4 o'clock. Up and to my preparing some papers for Hampton Court, and so by water to Fox Hall, and there Mr. Gauden's coach took me up, and by I took up him, and so both thither, a brave morning to ride in and good discourse with him. Among others he begun with me to speak of the Tangier victuallers resigning their employment, and his willingness to come on. Of which I was glad, and took the opportunity to answer him with all kindness and promise of assistance. He told me a while since my Lord Berkeley did speak of it to him, and yesterday a message from Sir Thomas Ingram. When I come to Hampton Court I find Sir T. Ingram and Creed ready with papers signed for the putting of Mr. Gauden in, upon a resignation signed to by Lanyon and sent to Sir Thus Ingram. At this I was surprised but yet was glad, and so it passed but with respect enough to those that are in, at least without anything ill taken from it. I got another order signed about the boats, which I think I shall get something by. So dispatched all my business, having assurance of continuance of all hearty love from Sir W. Coventry, and so we stayed and saw the King and Queen set out toward Salisbury, and after them the Duke and Duchess, whose hands I did kiss. And it was the first time I did ever, or did see anybody else, kiss her hand, and it was a most fine white and fat hand. But it was pretty to see the young pretty ladies dressed like men, in velvet coats, caps with rib bands, and with laced bands, just like men. Only the Duchess herself it did not become. They gone, we with great content took coach again, and hungry come to Clapham about 1 o'clock, and Creed there too before us, where a good dinner, the house having dined, and so to walk up and down in the gardens, mighty pleasant. By and by comes by promise to me Sir G. Carteret, and viewed the house above and below, and sat and drank there, and I had a little opportunity to kiss and spend some time with the ladies above, his daughter, a buxom lass, and his sister Fissant, a serious lady. And a little daughter of hers, that begins to sing prettily. Thence, with mighty pleasure, with Sir G. Carteret by coach, with great discourse of kindness with him to my Lord Sandwich, and to me also, and I every day see more good by the alliance. Almost at Deptford I light and walked over to Halfway House, and so home, in my way being shown my cousin Patience's house, which seems, at distance, a pretty house. At home met the weekly bill, where above 1,000 increased in the bill, and of them, in all about 1,700 of the plague, which hath made the officers this day resolve of sitting at Deptford, which puts me to some consideration what to do. Therefore home to think and consider of every thing about it, and without determining anything eat a little supper and to bed, full of the pleasure of these 6 or 7 last days. 28th. Up betimes, and down to Deptford, where, after a little discourse with Sir G. Carteret, who is much displeased with the order of our officers yesterday to remove the office to Deptford, pretending other things, but to be sure it is with regard to his own house, which is much because his family is going away. I am glad I was not at the order making, and so I will endeavour to alter it. Set out with my lady all alone with her with 6 horses to Dagenham's, going by water to the ferry. And a pleasant going, and good discourse. And when there, very merry, and the young couple now well acquainted. But, Lord! To see in what fear all the people here do live would make one mad. They are afeard of us that come to them, insomuch that I am troubled at it, and wish myself away. But some cause they have, for the chaplain, with whom but a week or 2 ago we were here mighty high disputing, is since fallen into a fever and dead, being gone hence to a friend's a good way off. A sober and a healthful man. These considerations make us all hasten the marriage, and resolve it upon Monday next, which is 3 days before we intended it. Mighty merry all of us, and in the evening with full content took coach again and home by daylight with great pleasure, and thence I down to Woolwich, where find my wife well, and after drinking and talking a little we to bed. 29th. Up betimes, and after viewing some of my wife's pictures, which now she is come to do very finely to my great satisfaction beyond what I could ever look for, I went away and by water to the office, where nobody to meet me, but busy all the morning. At noon to dinner, where I hear that my Will is come in thither and laid down upon my bed, ill of the headache, which put me into extraordinary fear. And I studied all I could to get him out of the house, and set my people to work to do it without discouraging him, and myself went forth to the Old Exchange to pay my fair Baitlier for some linen, and took leave of her. They breaking up shop for a while. And so by coach to Kate Joyce's, and there used all the vehemence and rhetorique I could to get her husband to let her go down to Brampton, but I could not prevail with him. He urging some simple reasons, but most that of profit, minding the house, and the distance, if either of them should be ill. However, I did my best, and more than I had a mind to do, but that I saw him so resolved against it, while she was mightily troubled at it. At last he yielded she should go to Windsor, to some friends there. So I took my leave of them, believing that it is great odds that we ever all see one another again, for I dare not go any more to that end of the town. So home, and to writing of letters, hard, and then at night home, and fell to my Tangier papers till late, and then to bed, in some ease of mind that Will is gone to his lodging, and that he is likely to do well, it being only the headache. 30th, Lord's Day. Up, and in my night-gown, cap and neckcloth, undressed all day long, lost not a minute, but in my chamber, setting my Tangier accounts to rights. Which I did by night to my very heart's content, not only that it is done, but I find everything right, and even beyond what, after so long neglecting them, I did hope for. The Lord of heaven be praised for it. Will was with me today, and is very well again. It was a sad noise to hear our bell to toll and ring so often today, either for deaths or burials, I think 5 or 6 times. At night weary with my day's work, but full of joy at my having done it, I to bed, being to rise betimes tomorrow to go to the wedding at Dagenham's. So to bed, fearing I have got some cold sitting in my loose garments all this day. 31st. Up, and very betimes by 6 o'clock at Deptford, and there find Sir G. Carteret, and my lady ready to go, I being in my new coloured silk suit, and coat trimmed with gold buttons and gold broad lace round my hands, very rich and fine. By water to the ferry, where, when we come, no coach there, and tide of ebb so far spent as the horse-boat could not get off on the other side the river to bring away the coach. So we were fain to stay there in the unlucky Isle of Dogs, in a chill place, the morning cool, and wind fresh, above 2 if not 3 hours to our great discontent. Yet being upon a pleasant errand, and seeing that it could not be helped, we did bear it very patiently, and it was worth my observing, I thought, as ever any thing, to see how upon these 2 scores, Sir G. Carteret, the most passionate man in the world, and that was in greatest haste to be gone, did bear with it, and very pleasant all the while, at least not troubled much so as to fret and storm at it. Anon the coach comes, in the meantime there coming a news thither with his horse to go over, that told us he did come from Islington this morning. And that Proctor the vintner of the Mitre in Wood Street, and his son, are dead this morning there, of the plague, he having laid out abundance of money there, and was the greatest vintner for some time in London for great entertainments. We, fearing the canonical hour would be past before we got thither, did with a great deal of unwillingness send away the licence and wedding ring. So that when we come, though we drove hard with 6 horses, yet we found them gone from home. And going towards the church, met them coming from church, which troubled us. But, however, that trouble was soon over, hearing it was well done, they being both in their old clothes, my Lord Crewe giving her, there being 3 coachfuls of them. The young lady mighty sad, which troubled me, but yet I think it was only her gravity in a little greater degree than usual. All saluted her, but I did not till my Lady Sandwich did ask me whether I had saluted her or no. So to dinner, and very merry we were, but yet in such a sober way as never almost any wedding was in so great families, but it was much better. After dinner company divided, some to cards, others to talk. My Lady Sandwich and I up to settle accounts, and pay her some money. And mighty kind she is to me, and would fain have had me gone down for company with her to Hinchingbroke, but for my life I cannot. At night to supper, and so to talk. And which, methought, was the most extraordinary thing, all of us to prayers as usual, and the young bride and bridegroom too, and so after prayers, soberly to bed. Only I got into the bridegroom's chamber while he undressed himself, and there was very merry, till he was called to the bride's chamber, and into bed they went. I kissed the bride in bed, and so the curtains drawn with the greatest gravity that could be, and so good night. But the modesty and gravity of this business was so decent, that it was to me indeed 10 times more delightful than if it had been 20 times more merry and jovial. Whereas I feared I must have sat up all night, we did here all get good beds, and I lay in the same I did before with Mr. Brisbane, who is a good shoaler and sober man. And we lay in bed, getting him to give me an account of home, which is the most delightful talk a man can have of any traveller, and so to sleep. My eyes much troubled already with the change of my drink. Thus I ended this month with the greatest joy that ever I did any in my life, because I have spent the greatest part of it with abundance of joy, and honour, and pleasant journeys, and brave entertainments, and without cost of money. And at last live to see the business ended with great content on all sides. This evening with Mr. Brisbane, speaking of enchantments and spells, I telling him some of my charms, he told me this of his own knowledge, at Bordeaux, in France. The words these: Voici un corps mort. Roid comme un baston. Freud comme marbre. Ledger comme un esprit. Leave uns to au nom de Jesus Christ. He saw 4 little girls, very young ones, all kneeling, each of them, upon one knee. And one begun the first line, whispering in the ear of the next, and the second to the third, and the third to the fourth, and she to the first. Then the first begun the second line, and so round quite through, and, putting each one finger only to a boy that lay flat upon his back on the ground, as if he was dead. At the end of the words, they did with their 4 fingers raise this boy as high as they could reach, and he, Mr. Brisbane, being there, and wondering at it, as also being afeard to see it, for they would have had him to have bore a part in saying the words. In the room of one of the little girls that was so young that they could hardly make her learn to repeat the words, did, for fear there might be some slight used in it by the boy, or that the boy might be light, call the cook of the house. A very lusty fellow, as Sir G. Carteret Cook, who is very big, and they did raise him in just the same manner. This is one of the strangest things I ever heard, but he tells it me of his own knowledge, and I do heartily believe it to be true. I inquired of him whether they were Protestant or Catholic girls, and he told me they were Protestant, which made it the more strange to me. Thus we end this month, as I said, after the greatest glut of content that ever I had. Only under some difficulty because of the plague, which grows mightily upon us, the last week being about 1,700 or 1,800 of the plague. My Lord Sandwich at sea with a fleet of about 100 sail, to the northward, expecting de Ruyter, or the Dutch East India Fleet. My Lord Hinchingbroke coming over from France, and will meet his sister at Scots Hall. Myself having obliged both these families in this business very much, as both my lady, and Sir G. Carteret and his lady do confess exceedingly, and the latter do also now call me cousin, which I am glad of. So God preserve us all friends long, and continue health among us. August 1665. August 1st, slept, and lay long, then up and my Lord, Crewe, and Sir G. Carteret being gone abroad, I first to see the bridegroom and bride, and found them both up, and he gone to dress himself. Both red in the face, and well enough pleased this morning with their night's lodging. Thence down and Mr. Brisbane and I to billiards, anon come my Lord and Sir G. Carteret in, who have been looking abroad and visiting some farms that Sir G. Carteret hath thereabouts, and, among other things, report the greatest stories of the bigness of the calves they find there, ready to sell to the butchers, as big, they say, as little cows, and that they do give them a piece of cholca to lick, which they hold makes them white in the flesh within. Very merry at dinner, and so to talk and laugh after dinner, and up and down, some to one place, some to another, full of content on all sides. Anon about 5 o'clock, Sir G. Carteret and his lady and I took coach with the greatest joy and kindness that could be from the two families or that ever I saw with so much appearance, and, I believe, reality in all my life. Drove hard home, and it was night ere we got to Deptford, where, with much kindness from them to me, I left them, and home to the office, where I find all well, and being weary and sleepy, it being very late, I to bed. 2nd. Up, it being a public fast, as being the first Wednesday of the month, for the plague. I within doors all day, and upon my monthly accounts late, and there to my great joy settled almost all my private matters of money in my books clearly, and allowing myself several sums which I had hitherto not reckoned myself sure of. Because I would not be over sure of anything, though with reason I might do it, I did find myself really worth L1900, for which the great God of heaven and earth be praised. At night to the office to write a few letters, and so home to bed, after fitting myself for tomorrow's journey. 3rd, up, and betimes to Deptford to Sir G. Carteret, where, not liking the horse that had been hired by Mr. Uthwaite for me, I did desire Sir G. Carteret to let me ride his new L40 horse, which he did, and so I left my Hackney 666 behind, and so after staying a good while in their bedchamber while they were dressing themselves, discoursing merrily, I parted and to the ferry, where I was forced to stay a great while before I could get my horse brought over, and then mounted and rode very finely to Dagenham's. All the way people, citizens, walking to and again to inquire how the plague is in the city this week by the bill, which by chance, at Greenwich, I had heard was 2020 of the plague, and 3,000 and odd of all diseases. But methought it was a sad question to be so often asked me. Coming to Dagenham's, I there met our company coming out of the house, having stayed as long as they could for me. So I let them go a little before, and went and took leave of my Lady Sandwich, good woman, who seems very sensible of my service in this late business, and having her directions in some things, among others, to get Sir G. Carteret and my lord to settle the portion, and what Sir G. Carteret is to settle, into land, soon as may be, she not liking that it should lie long undone, for fear of death on either side. So took leave of her, and then down to the buttery, and eat a piece of cold venison pie, and drank and took some bread and cheese in my hand, and so mounted after them, Mr. Marr very kindly staying to lead me the way. By and by met my Lord Crewe returning, after having accompanied them a little way, and so after them, Mr. Marr telling me by the way how a maid servant of Mr. John Wright's, who lives thereabouts, falling sick of the plague, she was removed to an outhouse, and a nurse appointed to look to her, who, being once absent, the maid got out of the house at the window, and run away. The nurse coming and knocking, and having no answer, believed she was dead, and went and told Mr. Wright so, who and his lady were in great strait what to do to get her buried. At last resolved to go to Burntwood hard by, being in the parish, and there get people to do it. But they would not, so he went home full of trouble, and in the way met the wench walking over the common, which fright him worse than before. And was forced to send people to take her, which he did, and they got one of the pest coaches and put her into it to carry her to a pest house. And passing in a narrow lane, Sir Anthony Brown, with his brother and some friends in the coach, met this coach with the curtains drawn close. The brother being a young man, and believing there might be some lady in it that would not be seen, and the way being narrow, he thrust his head out of his own into her coach, and to look, and there saw somebody look very ill, and in a sick dress, and stunk mightily. Which the coachman also cried out upon. And presently they come up to some people that stood looking after it, and told our gallants that it was a maid of Mr. Wright's carried away sick of the plague. Which put the young gentleman into a fright, had almost cost him his life, but is now well again. I, overtaking our young people, light, and into the coach to them, were mighty merry all the way. And anon come to the blockhouse, over against Gravesend, where we stayed a great while, in a little drinking house. Sent back our coaches to Dagenham's. I, by and by boat to Gravesend, where no news of Sir G. Carteret come yet. So back again, and fetched them all over, but the 2 saddle horses that were to go with us, which could not be brought over in the horseboat, the wind and tide being against us, without towing. So we had some difference with some watermen, who would not tow them over under 20s, whereupon I swore to send one of them to sea and will do it. Anon some others come to me and did it for 10s. By and by comes Sir G. Carteret, and so we set out for Chatham, in my way overtaking some company, wherein was a lady, very pretty, riding singly, her husband in company with her. We fell into talka, and I read a copy of verses which her husband showed me, and he discommended, but the lady commended, and I read them, so as to make the husband turn to commend them. By and by he and I fell into acquaintance, having known me formerly at the Exchequer. His name is Noakes, over against Bow Church. He was servant to Alderman Dashwood. We promised to meet, if ever we come both to London again. And, at parting, I had a fair salute on horseback, in Rochester streets, of the lady, and so parted. Come to Chatham mighty merry, and anon to supper, it being near 9 o'clock ere we come thither. My Lady Carteret come thither in a coach, by herself, before us. Great mind they have to buy a little hackney that I rode on from Greenwich, for a woman's horse. Mighty merry, and after supper, all being withdrawn, Sir G. Carteret did take an opportunity to speak with much value and kindness to me, which is of great joy to me. So anon to bed. Mr. Brisbane and I together to my content. 4th. Up at 5 o'clock, and by 6 walked out alone, with my Lady Slanning, to the dockyard, where walked up and down, and so to Mr. Petts, who led us into his garden, and there the lady, the best humoured woman in the world, and a devout woman, I having spied her on her knees half an hour this morning in her chamber. Clambered up to the top of the banqueting house to gather nuts, and mighty merry, and so walked back again through the new rope house, which is very useful. And so to the hill house to breakfast and mighty merry. Then they took coach, and Sir G. Carteret kissed me himself heartily, and my lady several times, with great kindness, and then the young ladies, and so with much joy, bade God be with you. And an end I think it will be to my Mirtha for a great while, it having been the passage of my whole life the most pleasing for the time, considering the quality and nature of the business, and my noble usage in the doing of it. And very many fine journeys, entertainments and great company. I returned into the house for a while to do business there with Commissioner Pett, and there with the officers of the chest, where I saw more of Sir W. Batten's business than ever I did before, for whereas he did own once under his hand to them that he was accountable for L 2200, of which he had yet paid but L 1600. He writes them a letter lately that he hath but about L 50 left that is due to the chest, but I will do something in it and that speedily. That being done I took horse, and Mr. Barrow with me bore me company to Gravesend, discoursing of his business, wherein I vexed him, and he me, I seeing his frowardness, but yet that he is in my conscience a very honest man, and some good things he told me, which I shall remember to the king's advantage. There I took boat alone, and, the tide being against me, landed at Blackwell and walked to Wapping, Captain Bowd whom I met with talking with me all the way, who is a sober man. So home, and found all things well, and letters from Dover that my Lord Hinchingbroke is arrived at Dover, and would be at Scott's Hall this night, where the whole company will meet. I wish myself with them. After writing a few letters I took boat and down to Woolwich very late, and there found my wife and her woman upon the quay hearing a fellow in a barge, that lay by, fiddle. So I to them and in, very merry, and to bed, I sleepy and weary. 5th. In the morning up, and my wife showed me several things of her doing, especially one fine woman's Persian head mighty finely done, beyond what I could expect of her. And so away by water, having ordered in the yard 6 or 8 bargemen to be whipped, who had last night stolen some of the king's cordage from out of the yard. I to Deptford, and there by agreement met with my Lord Brunker, and there we kept our office, he and I, and did what there was to do, and at noon parted to meet at the office next week. Sir W. Warren and I thence did walk through the rain to Halfway House, and there I eat a piece of boiled beef and he and I talked over several businesses, among others our design upon the mast dock, which I hope to compass and get 2 or L 300 by. Thence to Redriff, where we parted, and I home, where busy all the afternoon. Stepped to Colville's to set right a business of money, where he told me that for certain de Ruyter is come home, with all his fleet, which is very ill news, considering the charge we have been at in keeping a fleet to the northward so long. Besides the great expectation of snapping him, wherein my Lord Sandwich will I doubt suffer some dishonour. I am told also of a great riot upon Thursday last in Cheapside, Colonel Danvers, a delinquent, having been taken, and in his way to the Tower was rescued from the captain of the guard, and carried away, only one of the rescuers being taken. I am told also that the Duke of Buckingham is dead, but I know not of a certainty. So home and very late at letters, and then home to supper and to bed. 6th, Lord's Day. Dressed and had my head combed by my little girl, to whom I confess, kje some demasiado kind, nupper penendo mes mains in su de choses de son breast, mais il faut que leave it lest it bring me to alcan major inconvenience. So to my business in my chamber, look over and settling more of my papers than I could the 2 last days I have spent about them. In the evening, it raining hard, down to Woolwich, where after some little talk to bed. 7th. Up, and with great pleasure looking over my wife's pictures, and then to see my Lady Pen, whom I have not seen since her coming hither, and after being a little merry with her, she went forth and I stayed there talking with Mrs. Peg and looking over her pictures, and commended them, but, Lord! So far short of my wife's, as no comparison. Thence to my wife, and there spent, talking, till noon, when by appointment Mr. Andrews come out of the country to speak with me about their Tangier business, and so having done with him and dined, I home by water, where by appointment I met Dr. Twisden, Mr. Povey, Mr. Lawson, and Stockdale about settling their business of money, but such confusion I never met with, nor could anything be agreed on, but parted like a company of fools, I vex to lose so much time and pains to no purpose. They gone, comes Rayner, the boatmaker, about some business, and brings a piece of plate with him, which I refuse to take of him. Thinking indeed that the poor man hath no reason nor encouragement from our dealings with him to give any of us any presents. He gone, there comes Llewellyn, about Mr. Deering's business of plank, to have the contract perfected, and offers me 20 pieces in gold, as Deering had done some time since himself, but I both then and now refused it, resolving not to be bribed to dispatch business. But will have it done however out of hand forthwith. So he gone, I to supper and to bed. 8th, up and to the office, where all the morning we sat. At noon I home to dinner alone, and after dinner Bagwell's wife waited at the door, and went with me to my office. So parted, and I to Sir W. Batten's, and there sat the most of the afternoon talking and drinking too much with my Lord Brunker, Sir G. Smith, G. Cock and others very merry. I drunk a little mixed, but yet more than I should do. So to my office a little, and then to the Duke of Albemarle's about some business. The streets mighty empty all the way, now even in London, which is a sad sight. And to Westminster Hall, where talking, hearing very sad stories from Mrs. Mumford. Among others, of Mrs. Michel's son's family. And poor Will, that used to sell us ale at the hall door, his wife and 3 children died, all, I think, in a day. So home through the city again, wishing I may have taken no ill in going. But I will go, I think, no more thither. Late at the office, and then home to supper, having taken a pullet home with me, and then to bed. The news of Decatur's coming home is certain. And told to the great disadvantage of our fleet, and the praise of Decatur, but it cannot be helped, nor do I know what to say to it. 9th. Up betimes to my office, where Tom Hayter to the writing of letters with me, which have for a good while been in arrear, and we close at it all day till night. Only made a little step out for half an hour in the morning to the Exchequer about striking of tallies, but no good done therein, people being most out of town. At noon tea, Hayter dined with me, and so at it all the afternoon. At night home and supped, and after reading a little in Cowley's poems, my head being disturbed with overmuch business today, I to bed. 10th. Up betimes, and called upon early by my she-cousin Porter, the turner's wife, to tell me that her husband was carried to the Tower, for buying of some of the king's powder, and would have my help, but I could give her none. Not daring any more to appear in the business, having too much trouble lately therein. By and by to the office, where we sat all the morning, in great trouble to see the bill this week rise so high, to above 4,000 in all, and of them above 3,000 of the plague. And an odd story of Alderman Bence's stumbling at night over a dead corps in the street, and going home and telling his wife, she at the fright, being with child, fell sick and died of the plague. We sat late, and then by invitation my Lord Brunker, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Batten and I to Sir G. Smith's to dinner, where very good company in good cheer. Captain Cock was there and Jack Fenn, but to our great wonder Alderman Bence, and tells us that not a word of all this is true, and others said so too, but by his own story his wife hath been ill. And he feigned to leave his house and comes not to her, which continuing a trouble to me all the time I was there. Thence to the office and, after writing letters, home, to draw over anew my will, which I had bound myself by oath to dispatch by tomorrow night, the town growing so unhealthy, that a man cannot depend upon living 2 days to an end. So having done something of it, I to bed. 11th. Up, and all day long finishing and writing over my will twice, for my father and my wife, only in the morning a pleasant rencontre happened in having a young married woman brought me by her father, old Delks, that carries pins always in his mouth. To get her husband off that he should not go to sea, on contre pouvait avoir done any cause come else, but I did nothing, and I baser her. After they were gone my mind run upon having them called back again, and I sent a messenger to Blackwell, but he failed. So I lost my expectation. I to the Exchequer, about striking new tallies, and I find the Exchequer, by proclamation, removing to Nonsuch. 667 back again and at my papers, and putting up my books into chests, and settling my house and all things in the best and speediest order I can, lest it should please God to take me away, or force me to leave my house. Laid up at it, and weary and full of wind, finding perfectly that so long as I keep myself in company at meals and do there eat lustily, which I cannot do alone, having no love to eating, but my mind runs upon my business, I am as well as can be. But when I come to be alone, I do not eat in time, nor enough, nor with any good heart, and I immediately begin to be full of wind, which brings my pain, till I come to fill my belly a days again, then am presently well. 12th. The office now not sitting, but only hereafter on Thursdays at the office, I within all the morning about my papers and setting things still in order, and also much time in settling matters with Dr. Twisden. At noon am sent for by Sir G. Carteret, to meet him and my Lord Hinchingbroke at Deptford, but my lord did not come thither, he having crossed the river at Gravesend to Dagenham's, whither I dare not follow him, they being afeard of me, but Sir G. Carteret says, he is a most sweet youth in every circumstance. Sir G. Carteret being in haste of going to the Duke of Albemarle and the Archbishop, he was pettish, and so I could not fasten any discourse, but take another time. So he gone, I down to Greenwich and sent away the besom, thinking to go with my wife tonight to come back again tomorrow night to the Sovereign at the buoy off the Nore. Coming back to Deptford, old Bagwell walked a little way with me, and would have me into his daughter's, and there he being gone, door, ego had my volant de Suiza. Eat and drank and away home, and after a little at the office to my chamber to put more things still in order, and late to bed. The people die so, that now it seems they are fain to carry the dead to be buried by daylight, the nights not sufficing to do it in. And my Lord Mayor commands people to be within at 9 at night all, as they say, that the sick may have liberty to go abroad for air. There is one also dead out of one of our ships at Deptford, which troubles us mightily. The Providence fire ship, which was just fitted to go to sea. But they tell me today no more sick on board. And this day W. Bottom tells me that one is dead at Woolwich, not far from the ropeyard. I am told, too, that a wife of one of the grooms at court is dead at Salisbury, so that the King and Queen are speedily to be all gone to Milton. God preserve us. 13th, Lord's Day. Up betimes into my chamber, it being a very wet day all day, and glad am I that we did not go by water to see the Sovereign 668 today, as I intended, clearing all matters in packing up my papers and books. And giving instructions in writing to my executors, thereby perfecting the whole business of my will, to my very great joy. So that I shall be in much better state of soul, I hope, if it should please the Lord to call me away this sickly time. At night to read, being weary with this day's great work, and then after supper to bed, to rise betimes tomorrow, and to bed with a mind as free as to the business of the world as if I were not worth L100 in the whole world. Everything being evened under my hand in my books and papers, and upon the whole I find myself worth, besides Brampton estate, the sum of L2164, for which the Lord be praised. 14th, up, and my mind being at mighty ease from the dispatch of my business so much yesterday, I down to Deptford to Sir G. Carteret, were with him a great while, and a great deal of private talk concerning my Lord Sandwiches and his matters, and chiefly of the latter, I giving him great deal of advice about the necessity of his having caution concerning Fen. And the many ways there are of his being abused by any man in his place, and why he should not bring his son in to look after his business, and more, to be a commissioner of the navy, which he listened to and liked. And told me how much the king was his good master, and was sure not to deny him that or anything else greater than that, and I find him a very cunning man, whatever at other times he seems to be. And among other things he told me he was not for the Fanfaron 669 to make a show with a great title, as he might have had long since, but the main thing to get an estate. And another thing, speaking of minding of business, by God, says he, I will and have already almost brought it to that pass, that the king shall not be able to whip a cat, but I must be at the tail of it. Meaning so necessary he is, and the king and my Lord Treasurer and all do confess it, which, while I mind my business, is my own case in this office of the navy, and I hope shall be more, if God give me life and health. Thence by agreement to Sir J. Minns's lodgings, where I found my Lord Brunker, and so by water to the ferry, and there took Sir W. Batten's coach that was sent for us, and to Sir W. Batten's, where very merry, good cheer, and up and down the garden with great content to me, and, after dinner, beat Captain Cock at billiards, won about eights. Of him and my Lord Brunker. So in the evening after, much pleasure back again and I by water to Woolwich, where supped with my wife, and then to bed betimes, because of rising tomorrow at 4 of the clock in order to the going out with Sir G. Carteret toward Cranbourne to my Lord Hinchingbroke in his way to court. This night I did present my wife with the diamond ring, a while since given me by Mr. Dick Vines's brother, for helping him to be a purser, valued at about L10, the first thing of that nature I did ever give her. Great fears we have that the plague will be a great bill this week. 15th. Up by 4 o'clock and walked to Greenwich, where called at Captain Cock's and to his chamber, he being in bed, where something put my last night's dream into my head, which I think is the best that ever was dreamt. Which was that I had my Lady Castlemaine in my arms and was admitted to use all the dalliance I desired with her, and then dreamt that this could not be awake, but that it was only a dream. But that since it was a dream, and that I took so much real pleasure in it, what a happy thing it would be if when we are in our graves, as Shakespeare resembles it, we could dream, and dream but such dreams as this. That then we should not need to be so fearful of death, as we are this plague time. Here I hear that news is brought Sir G. Carteret that my Lord Hinchingbroke is not well, and so cannot meet us at Cranbourne tonight. So I to Sir G. Carteret, and there was sorry with him for our disappointment. So we have put off our meeting there till Saturday next. Here I stayed talking with Sir G. Carteret, he being mighty free with me in his business, and among other things hath ordered Ryder and Cutler to put into my hands copper to the value of L5000, which Sir G. Carteret's share it seems come to in it, which is to raise part of the money he is to lay out for a purchase for my Lady Jemima. Thence he and I to Sir J. Minza's by invitation, where Sir W. Batten and my Lady, and my Lord Brunker, and all of us dined upon a venison pasty and other good meat, but nothing well dressed. But my pleasure lay in getting some bills signed by Sir G. Carteret, and promise of present payment from Mr. Fenn, which do rejoice my heart, it being one of the heaviest things I had upon me, that so much of the little I have should lie, viz. near L1000, in the King's hands. Here very merry and, Sir G. Carteret being gone presently after dinner, to Captain Cox, and there merry, and so broke up and I by water to the Duke of Albemarle, with whom I spoke a great deal in private. They being designed to send a fleet of ships privately to the Straits. No news yet from our fleet, which is much wondered at, but the Duke says for certain guns have been heard to the northward very much. It was dark before I could get home, and so land at Churchyard Stairs, where, to my great trouble, I met a dead core of the plague, in the narrow alley just bringing down a little pair of stairs. But I thank God I was not much disturbed at it. However, I shall beware of being late abroad again. 16th, up, and after doing some necessary business about my accounts at home, to the office, and there with Mr. Hayter wrote letters, and I did deliver to him my last will, one part of it to deliver to my wife when I am dead. Thence to the Exchange, where I have not been a great while. But, Lord! How sad a sight it is to see the streets empty of people, and very few upon the Change. Jealous of every door that one sees shut up, lest it should be the plague, and about us 2 shops and 3, if not more, generally shut up. From the Change to Sir G. Smith's with Mr. Fenn, to whom I am nowadays very complaisant, he being under payment of my bills to me, and some other sums at my desire, which he readily do. Mighty merry with Captain Cock and Fenn at Sir G. Smith's, and a brave dinner, but I think Cock is the greatest epicure that is, eats and drinks with the greatest pleasure and liberty that ever man did. Very contrary news today upon the Change, some that our fleet hath taken some of the Dutch East India ships, others that we did attack it at Bergen and were repulsed. Others that our fleet is in great danger after this attack by meeting with the great body now gone out of Holland, almost 100 sail of men of war. Every body is at a great loss and nobody can tell. Thence among the goldsmiths to get some money, and so home, settling some new money matters, and to my great joy have got home L500 more of the money due to me, and got some more money to help Andrew's first advanced. This day I had the ill news from Dagenham's, that my poor Lord of Hinchingbroke his indisposition is turned to the smallpox. Poor gentleman! That he should be come from France so soon to fall sick, and of that disease too, when he should be gone to see a fine lady, his mistress. I am most heartily sorry for it. So late setting papers to rights, and so home to bed. 17th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon dined together upon some victuals I had prepared at Sir W. Batten's upon the King's charge, and after dinner, I having dispatched some business and set things in order at home, we down to the water and by boat to Greenwich to the Bezin yacht, where Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minns, my Lord Brunker and myself, with some servants, among others Mr. Carcass, my lord's clerk, a very civil gentleman, embarked in the yacht and down we went most pleasantly, and noble discourse I had with my lord Bruniker, who is a most excellent person. Short of Gravesend it grew calm, and so we come to an anchor, and to supper mighty merry, and after it, being moonshine, we out of the cabin to laugh and talk, and then, as we grew sleepy, went in and upon velvet cushions of the king's that belonged to the yacht fell to sleep, which we all did pretty well till 3 or 4 of the clock, having risen in the night to look for a new comet which is said to have lately shone. But we could see no such thing. 18th, up about 5 o'clock and dressed ourselves, and to sail again down to the Sovereign at the buoy of the Knower, a noble ship, now rigged and fitted and manned. We did not stay long, but to inquire after her readiness and thence to Sheerness, where we walked up and down, laying out the ground to be taken in for a yard to lay provisions for cleaning and repairing of ships. And a most proper place it is for the purpose. Thence with great pleasure up the Mead way, our yacht contending with Commissioner Pets, wherein he met us from Chatham, and he had the best of it. Here I come by, but had not tide enough to stop at Quinbro, with mighty pleasure spent the day in doing all and seeing these places, which I had never done before. So to the Hill House at Chatham and there dined, and after dinner spent some time discoursing of business. Among others arguing with the Commissioner about his proposing the laying out so much money upon Sheerness, unless it be to the sliding of Chatham Yard, for it is much a better place than Chatham. Which however the King is not at present in purse to do, though it were to be wished he were. Thence in Commissioner Pet's coach, leaving them there. I laid in the dark to Gravesend, where great is the plague, and I troubled to stay there so long for the tide. At 10 at night, having supped, I took boat alone, and slept well all the way to the Tower Dock about 3 o'clock in the morning. So knocked up my people, and to bed. 19th. Slept till 8 o'clock, and then up and met with letters from the King and Lord Arlington, for the removal of our office to Greenwich. I also wrote letters, and made myself ready to go to Sir G. Carteret, at Windsor, and having borrowed a horse of Mr. Blackbrough, sent him to wait for me at the Duke of Albemarle's door, when, on a sudden, a letter comes to us from the Duke of Albemarle, to tell us that the fleet is all come back to Solebay, and are presently to be dispatched back again. Whereupon I presently by water to the Duke of Albemarle to know what news, and there I saw a letter from my Lord Sandwich to the Duke of Albemarle, and also from Sir W. Coventry and Captain Teddyman. How my Lord having commanded Teddyman with 22 ships 670, of which but 15 could get thither, and of those 15 but 8 or 9 could come up to play, to go to Bergen. Where, after several messages to and fro from the governor of the castle, urging that Teddyman ought not to come thither with more than 5 ships, and desiring time to think of it. All the while he suffering the Dutch ships to land their guns to their best advantage. Teddyman on the second pretence, began to play at the Dutch ships, whereof 10 East Indiamen, and in 3 hours' time, the town and castle, without any provocation, playing on our ships, they did cut all our cables. So as the wind being off the land, did force us to go out, and rendered our fire ships useless. Without doing anything, but what hurt of course our guns must have done them, we having lost 5 commanders, besides Mr. Edward Montague, and Mr. Wyndham. 671. Our fleet is come home to our great grief with not above 5 weeks dry, and 6 days wet provisions, however, must out again, and the Duke hath ordered the Sovereign, and all other ships ready, to go out to the fleet to strengthen them. This news troubles us all, but cannot be helped. Having read all this news, and received commands of the Duke with great content, he giving me the words which to my great joy he hath several times said to me, that his greatest reliance is upon me. And my Lord Craven also did come out to talk with me, and told me that I am in mighty esteem with the Duke, for which I bless God. Home, and having given my fellow officers an account hereof, to Chatham, and wrote other letters, I by water to Charing Cross, to the post house, and there the people tell me they are shut up. And so I went to the new post house, and there got a guide and horses to Hounslow, where I was mightily taken with a little girl, the daughter of the master of the house, Betty Gysby, which, if she lives, will make a great beauty. Here I met with a fine fellow who, while I stayed for my horses, did inquire news, but I could not make him remember Bergen in Norway, in 6 or 7 times telling, so ignorant he was. So to Staines, and there by this time it was dark night, and got a guide who lost his way in the forest, till by help of the moon, which recompenses me for all the pains I ever took about studying of her motions, I led my guide into the way back again. And so we made a man rise that kept a gate, and so he carried us to Cranbourne. Where in the dark I perceive an old house new building with a great deal of rubbish, and was fain to go up a ladder to Sir G. Carteret chamber. And there in his bed I sat down, and told him all my bad news, which troubled him mightily, but yet we were very merry, and made the best of it, and being myself weary did take leave, and after having spoken with Mr. Fen in bed, I to bed in my lady's chamber that she uses to lie in, and where the Duchess of York, that now is, was born. So to sleep, being very well, but weary, and the better by having carried with me a bottle of strong water, whereof now and then a sip did me good. 20th, Lord's Day. Sir G. Carteret come and walked by my bedside half an hour, talking and telling me how my lord is in this unblameable in all this ill success, he having followed orders. And that all ought to be imputed to the falseness of the King of Denmark, who, he told me as a secret, had promised to deliver up the Dutch ships to us, and we expected no less. And swears it will, and will easily, be the ruin of him and his kingdom, if we fall out with him, as we must in honour do. But that all that can be, must be to get the fleet out again to intercept a wit, who certainly will be coming home with the East India ships, he being gone thither. He being gone, I up and with Fen, being ready to walk forth to see the place. And I find it to be a very noble seat in a noble forest, with the noblest prospect towards Windsor, and round about over many counties, that can be desired, but otherwise a very melancholy place, and little variety save only trees. I had thoughts of going home by water, and of seeing Windsor Chapel and Castle, but finding at my coming in that Sir G. Carteret did prevent me in speaking for my sudden return to look after business, I did presently eat a bit off the spit about 10 o'clock, and so took horse for Staines, and thence to Brainford to Mr. Povey's, the weather being very pleasant to ride in. Mr. Povey not being at home I lost my labour, only eat and drank there with his lady, and told my bad news, and here the plague is round about them there. So away to Brainford. And there at the inn that goes down to the water side, I've light and paid off my post horses, and so slipped on my shoes, and laid my things by, the tide not serving, and to church, where a dull sermon, and many Londoners. After church to my inn, and eat and drank, and so about 7 o'clock by water, and got between 9 and 10 to Queen Hive, very dark. And I could not get my waterman to go elsewhere for fear of the plague. Thence with a lantern, in great fear of meeting of dead corpses, carried to be buried, but, blessed be God, met none, but did see now and then a link, which is the mark of them, at a distance. So got safe home about 10 o'clock, my people not all abed, and after supper I weary to bed. 21st, called up, by message from Lord Brunker and the rest of my fellows, that they will meet me at the Duke of Albemarle's this morning. So I up, and weary, however, got thither before them, and spoke with my lord, and with him and other gentlemen to walk in the park, where, I perceive, he spends much of his time, having no whither else to go. And here I hear him speak of some presbyter people that he caused to be apprehended yesterday, at a private meeting in Covent Garden, which he would have released upon paying L5 per man to the poor, but it was answered, they would not pay anything. So he ordered them to another prison from the guard. By and by comes my fellow officers, and the Duke walked in, and to counsel with us, and that being done we departed, and Sir W. Batten and I to the office, where, after I had done a little business, I to his house to dinner, whither comes Captain Cock, for whose epicurism a dish of partridges was sent for. And still gives me reason to think is the greatest epicure in the world. Thence, after dinner, I by water to Sir W. Warren's and with him 2 hours, talking of things to his and my profit, and particularly good advice from him what use to make of Sir G. Carteret kindness to me and my interest in him, with exceeding good cautions for me not using it too much nor obliging him to fear by prying into his secrets, which it were easy for me to do. Thence to my Lord Brunker, at Greenwich, and Sir J. Minns by appointment, to look after the lodgings appointed for us there for our office, which do by no means please me, they being in the heart of all the labourers and workmen there, which makes it as unsafe as to be, I think, at London. Mr. Hugh May, who is a most ingenious man, did show us the lodgings, and his acquaintance I am desirous of. Thence walked, it being now dark, to Sir J. Minns's, and there stayed at the door talking with him an hour while messengers went to get a boat for me, to carry me to Woolwich, but all to no purpose, so I was forced to walk it in the dark, at 10 o'clock at night, with Sir J. Minns's George with me, being mightily troubled for fear of the dogs at Combe Farm, and more for fear of rogues by the way, and yet more because of the plague which is there, which is very strange, it being a single house. All alone from the town, but it seems they used to admit beggars, for their own safety, to lie in their barns, and they brought it to them. But I bless God I got about 11 of the clock well to my wife, and giving 4s. In recompense to George, I to my wife, and having first viewed her last piece of drawing since I saw her, which is 7 or 8 days, which pleases me beyond any thing in the world, to bed with great content but weary. 22nd. Up, and after much pleasant talka and being importuned by my wife and her 2 maids, which are both good wenches, for me to buy a necklace of pearl for her, and I promising to give her one of L60 in 2 years at furthest. And unless if she pleases me in her painting, I went away and walked to Greenwich, in my way seeing a coffin with a dead body therein, dead of the plague, lying in an open close belonging to Combe Farm, which was carried out last night. And the parish have not appointed any body to bury it, but only set a watch there day and night, that nobody should go thither or come thence, which is a most cruel thing, this disease making us more cruel to one another than if we are dogs. So to the King's house, and there met my Lord Brunker and Sir J. Minns, and to our lodgings again that are appointed for us, which do please me better today than last night, and are set a-doing. Thence I to Deptford, where by appointment I find Mr. Andrews come, and to the Globe, where we dined together and did much business as to our Plymouth gentleman. And after a good dinner and good discourse, he being a very good man, I think verily, we parted and I to the King's Yard, walked up and down, and by out at the back gate, and there saw the Bagwell's wife's mother and daughter. And went to them, and went into the daughter's house with the mother, and, facibam look cos que ego tenebam a mind to con el, and drinking and talking, by away, and so walked to Redriff, troubled to go through the little lane where the plague is, but did, and took water and home, where all well. But Mr. Andrews not coming to even accounts, as I expected, with relation to something of my own profit, I was vexed that I could not settle to business, but home to my vial, though in the evening he did come to my satisfaction. So after supper, he being gone first, I to settle my journal and to bed. 23rd, up, and whereas I had appointed Mr. Hayter and Will to come betimes to the office to meet me about business there, I was called upon as soon as ready by Mr. Andrews to my great content, and he and I to our Tangier accounts, where I settled, to my great joy, all my accounts with him, and, which is more, cleared for my service to the contractors since the last sum I received of them, L2 22/13. Profit to myself, and received the money actually in the afternoon. After he was gone comes by a pretence of mine yesterday old Delks the waterman, with his daughter Robbins, and several times to and again, he leaving her with me, about the getting of his son Robbins off, who was pressed yesterday again. All the afternoon at my office mighty busy writing letters, and received a very kind and good one from my Lord Sandwich of his arrival with the fleet at Solebay, and the joy he has at my last news he met with, of the marriage of my Lady Jemima. And he tells me more, the good news that all our ships, which were in such danger that nobody would insure upon them, from the Eastland 672 were all safe arrived, which I am sure is a great piece of good luck. Being in much more danger than those of Hambro which were lost, and their value much greater at this time to us. At night home, much contented with this day's work, and being at home alone looking over my papers, comes a neighbor of ours hard by to speak with me about business of the office, one Mr. Fuller, a great merchant, but not my acquaintance, but he come drunk, and would have had me gone and drunk with him at home, or have let him send for wine hither, but I would do neither, nor offered him any, but after some sorry discourse parted. And I up to my chamber and to bed. 24th, up betimes to my office, where my clerk's with me, and very busy all the morning writing letters. At noon down to Sir J. Minns and Lord Brunker to Greenwich to sign some of the treasurer's books, and there dined very well. And thence to look upon our rooms again at the King's house, which are not yet ready for us. So home and late writing letters, and so, weary with business, home to supper and to bed. 25th. Up betimes to the office, and there, as well as all the afternoon, saving a little dinner time, all alone till late at night writing letters and doing business, that I may get beforehand with my business again, which hath run behind a great while. And then home to supper and to bed. This day I am told that Dr. Burnett, my physician, is this morning dead of the plague, which is strange, his man dying so long ago, and his house this month open again. Now himself dead. Poor unfortunate man. 26th. Up betimes, and prepared to my great satisfaction an account for the board of my office disbursements, which I had suffered to run on to almost L120. That done I down by water to Greenwich, where we met the first day my Lord Brunker, Sir J. Minns, and I think we shall do well there, and begin very auspiciously to me by having my account above said passed, and put into a way of having it presently paid. When we rose I find Mr. Andrews and Mr. Yeapsley, who is just come from Plymouth, at the door, and we walked together toward my Lord Brunker's, talking about their business, Yeapsley being come up on purpose to discourse with me about it, and finished all in a quarter of an hour. And is gone again. I perceive they have some inclination to be going on with their victualling business for a while longer before they resign it to Mr. Gauden, and I am well contented, for it brings me very good profit with certainty, yet with much care and some pains. We parted at my Lord Brunker's door, where I went in, having never been there before, and there he made a noble entertainment for Sir J. Minns, myself, and Captain Cock, none else saving some painted lady that dined there, I know not who she is. But very merry we were, and after dinner into the garden, and to see his and her chamber, where some good pictures, and a very handsome young woman for my lady's woman. Thence I by water home, in my way seeing a man taken up dead, out of the hold of a small catch that lay at Deptford. I doubt it might be the plague, which, with the thought of Dr. Burnett, did something disturb me, so that I did not what I intended and should have done at the office, as to business, but home sooner than ordinary, and after supper, to read melancholy alone, and then to bed. 27th, Lord's Day. Very well in the morning, and up and to my chamber all the morning to put my things and papers yet more in order, and so to dinner. Thence all the afternoon at my office till late making up my papers and letters there into a good condition of order, and so home to supper, and after reading a good while in the King's Works 673 which is a noble book, to bed. 28th. Up, and being ready I out to Mr. Colville, the goldsmith's, having not for some days been in the streets, but now how few people I see, and those looking like people that had taken leave of the world. I there, and made even all accounts in the world between him and I, in a very good condition, and I would have done the like with Sir Robert Viner, but he is out of town, the sickness being everywhere thereabouts. I to the Exchange, and I think there was not 50 people upon it, and but few more like to be as they told me, Sir G. Smith and others. Thus I think to take adieu today of the London streets, unless it be to go again to Viner's. Home to dinner, and there W. Hewer brings me L119 he hath received for my office disbursements, so that I think I have L1800 and more in the house, and, blessed be God. No money out but what I can very well command and that but very little, which is much the best posture I ever was in my life, both as to the quantity and the certainty I have of the money I am worth, having most of it in my own hand. But then this is a trouble to me what to do with it, being myself this day going to be wholly at Woolwich, but for the present I am resolved to venture it in an iron chest, at least for a while. In the afternoon I sent down my boy to Woolwich with some things before me, in order to my lying there for good and all, and so I followed him. Just now comes news that the fleet is gone, or going this day, out again, for which God be praised. And my Lord Sandwich hath done himself great right in it, in getting so soon out again. I pray God, he may meet the enemy. Towards the evening, just as I was fitting myself, comes W. Hewer and shows me a letter which Mercer had wrote to her mother about a great difference between my wife and her yesterday, and that my wife will have her go away presently. This, together with my natural jealousy that some bad thing or other may be in the way, did trouble me exceedingly, so as I was in a doubt whether to go thither or no, but having fitted myself and my things I did go, and by night got thither. Where I met my wife walking to the waterside with her painter, Mr. Brown, and her maids. There I met Commissioner Pett, and my Lord Brunker, and the lady at his house had been there 2 days, to see her. Commissioner Pett stayed a very little while, and so I to supper with my wife and Mr. Sheldon, and so to bed with great pleasure. 29th. In the morning waking, among other discourse my wife begun to tell me the difference between her and Mercer, and that it was only from restraining her to gad abroad to some Frenchmen that were in the town, which I do not wholly yet in part believe. And for my quiet would not inquire into it. So rose and dressed myself, and away by land walking a good way, then remembered that I had promised Commissioner Pett to go with him in his coach, and therefore I went back again to him, and so by his coach to Greenwich. And called at Sir Theophilus Biddulph's, a sober, discreet man, to discourse of the preventing of the plague in Greenwich, and Woolwich, and Deptford, where in every place it begins to grow very great. We appointed another meeting, and so walked together to Greenwich and there parted, and Pett and I to the office, where all the morning, and after office done I to Sir J. Minns and dined with him, and thence to Deptford thinking to have seen Bagwell, but did not, and so straight to Redriff, and home, and late at my business to dispatch away letters, and then home to bed, which I did not intend. But to have stayed for altogether at Woolwich, but I made a shift for a bed for Tom, whose bed is gone to Woolwich, and so to bed. 30th, up betimes and to my business of settling my house and papers, and then abroad and met with Hadley, our clerk, who, upon my asking how the plague goes, he told me it increases much, and much in our parish. For, says he, there died 9 this week, though I have returned but 6, which is a very ill practice, and makes me think it is so in other places, and therefore the plague much greater than people take it to be. Thence, as I intended, to Sir R. Viner's, and there found not Mr. Lewis ready for me, so I went forth and walked towards Moorfields to see, God forbid my presumption, whether I could see any dead corpse going to the grave, but, as God would have it, did not. But, Lord! How every body's looks, and discourse in the street is of death, and nothing else, and few people going up and down, that the town is like a place distressed and forsaken. After one turned their back to Viner's, and there found my business ready for me, and even all reckonings with them to this day to my great content. So home, and all day till very late at night setting my Tangier and private accounts in order, which I did in both, and in the latter to my great joy do find myself yet in the much best condition that ever I was in. Finding myself worth L2180 and odd, besides plate and goods, which I value at L250 more, which is a very great blessing to me. The Lord make me thankful. And of this at this day above L1800 in cash in my house, which speaks but little out of my hands in desperate condition, but this is very troublesome to have in my house at this time. So late to bed, well pleased with my accounts, but weary of being so long at them. 31st, up and, after putting several things in order to my removal, to Woolwich. The plague having a great increase this week, beyond all expectation of almost 2,000, making the general bill 7,000, odd 100, and the plague above 6,000. I down by appointment to Greenwich, to our office, where I did some business, and there dined with our company and Sir W. Borman, and Sir the Biddulph, at Mr. Borman's, where a good venison pasty, and after a good merry dinner I to my office, and their late writing letters, and then to Woolwich by water, where pleasant with my wife and people, and after supper to bed. Thus this month ends with great sadness upon the public, through the greatness of the plague everywhere through the kingdom almost. Every day sadder and sadder news of its increase. In the city died this week 7,496 and of them 6,102 of the plague. But it is feared that the true number of the dead, this week is near 10,000, partly from the poor that cannot be taken notice of, through the greatness of the number, and partly from the Quakers and others that will not have any bell ring for them. Our fleet gone out to find the Dutch, we having about 100 sail in our fleet, and in them the Sovereign one, so that it is a better fleet than the former with the Duke was. All our fear is that the Dutch should be got in before them. Which would be a very great sorrow to the public, and to me particularly, for my Lord Sandwich's sake. A great deal of money being spent, and the kingdom not in a condition to spare, nor a parliament without much difficulty to meet to give more. And to that, to have it said, what hath been done by our late fleets. As to myself I am very well, only in fear of the plague, and as much of an ague by being forced to go early and late to Woolwich, and my family to lie there continually. My late gettings have been very great to my great content, and am likely to have yet a few more profitable jobs in a little while, for which Tangier, and Sir W. Warren I am wholly obliged to. September 1665. September 1st, up, and to visit my Lady Penn and her daughter at the rope-yard where I did breakfast with them and sat chatting a good while. Then to my lodging at Mr. Sheldon's, where I met Captain Cock and eat a little bit of dinner, and with him to Greenwich by water, having good discourse with him by the way. After being at Greenwich a little while, I to London, to my house, there put many more things in order for my tot all remove, sending away my girl Susan and other goods down to Woolwich, and I by water to the Duke of Albemarle. And thence home late by water. At the Duke of Albemarle's I overheard some examinations of the late plot that is discoursed of, and a great deal of do there is about it. Among other discourses, I heard read, in the presence of the Duke, an examination and discourse of Sir Philip Howard's, with one of the plotting party. In many places these words being, then, said Sir P. Howard, if you so come over to the king, and be faithful to him, you shall be maintained, and be set up with a horse and arms, and I know not what. And then said such a one, yes, I will be true to the king. But, damn me, said Sir Philip, will you so and so? And thus I believe 12 times Sir P. Howard answered him a damn me, which was a fine way of rhetoric to persuade a Quaker or Anabaptist from his persuasion. And this was read in the hearing of Sir P. Howard, before the Duke and 20 more officers, and they make sport of it, only without any reproach, or he being anything ashamed of it. 674. But it ended, I remember, at last, but such a one, the plotter, did at last bid them remember that he had not told them what king he would be faithful to. Second, this morning I wrote letters to Mr. Hill and Andrews to come to dine with me tomorrow, and then I to the office, where busy, and thence to dine with Sir J. Minns, where merry, but only that Sir J. Minns, who hath lately lost 2 coach horses, dead in the stable, has a third now a-dying. After dinner I to Deptford, and there took occasion to entrar a la casa de la Ganaica de ma Minissier, and did what I had a mind. To Greenwich, where wrote some letters, and home in pretty good time. Third, Lord's Day. Up. And put on my coloured silk suit very fine, and my new periwig, bought a good while since, but durst not wear, because the plague was in Westminster when I bought it. And it is a wonder what will be the fashion after the plague is done, as to periwigs, for nobody will dare to buy any hair, for fear of the infection, that it had been cut off of the heads of people dead of the plague. Before church time comes Mr. Hill, Mr. Andrews failing because he was to receive the sacrament, and to church, where a sorry dull parson, and so home and most excellent company with Mr. Hill and discourse of musique. I took my Lady Penn home, and her daughter Peg, and merry we were, and after dinner I made my wife show them her pictures, which did mad Peg Penn, who learns of the same man and cannot do so well. After dinner left them and I by water to Greenwich, where much ado to be suffered to come into the town because of the sickness, for fear I should come from London, till I told them who I was. So up to the church, where at the door I find Captain Cock in my Lord Brunker's coach, and he come out and walked with me in the churchyard till the church was done, talking of the ill government of our kingdom. Nobody setting to heart the business of the kingdom, but everybody minding their particular profit or pleasures, the king himself minding nothing but his ease, and so we let things go to rack. This arose upon considering what we shall do for money when the fleet comes in, and more if the fleet should not meet with the Dutch, which will put a disgrace upon the king's actions. So as the Parliament and kingdom will have the less mind to give more money, besides so bad an account of the last money, we fear, will be given, not half of it being spent, as it ought to be, upon the navy. Besides, it is said that at this day our Lord Treasurer cannot tell what the profit of chimney money is, what it comes to per annum, nor looks whether that or any other part of the revenue be duly gathered as it ought. The very money that should pay the city the L200,000 they lent the king, being all gathered and in the hands of the receiver and hath been long and yet not brought up to pay the city, whereas we are coming to borrow 4 or L500,000 more of the city. Which will never be lent as is to be feared. Church being done, my Lord Brunker, Sir J. Minns, and I up to the vestry at the desire of the Justices of the Peace, Sir Theo Biddulph and Sir W. Borman and Alderman Hooker, in order to the doing something for the keeping of the plague from growing, but Lord, to consider the madness of the people of the town, who will, because they are forbid, come in crowds along with the dead corps to see them buried, but we agreed on some orders for the prevention thereof. Among other stories, one was very passionate, methought, of a complaint brought against a man in the town for taking a child from London from an infected house. Alderman Hooker told us it was the child of a very able citizen in Gracious Street, a saddler, who had buried all the rest of his children of the plague, and himself and wife now being shut up and in despair of escaping, did desire only to save the life of this little child. And so prevailed to have it received stark naked into the arms of a friend, who brought it, having put it into new fresh clothes, to Greenwich, where upon hearing the story, we did agree it should be permitted to be received and kept in the town. Thence with my Lord Brunker to Captain Cock's, where we mighty merry and supped, and very late I by water to Woolwich, in great apprehensions of an ague. Here was my Lord Brunker's lady of pleasure, who, I perceive, goes everywhere with him. And he, I find, is obliged to carry her, and make all the courtship to her that can be. 4th. Writing letters all the morning, among others to my Lady Carteret, the first I have wrote to her, telling her the state of the city as to health and other sorrowful stories, and thence after dinner to Greenwich, to Sir J. Minns, where I found my Lord Brunker, and having stayed our hour for the justices by agreement, the time being past we to walk in the park with Mr. Hammond and Turner, and there eat some fruit out of the king's garden and walked in the park, and so back to Sir J. Minns, and thence walked home, my Lord Brunker giving me a very neat cane to walk with. But it troubled me to pass by Combe Farm where about 21 people have died of the plague, and 3 or 4 days since I saw a dead corpse in a coffin lie in the close unburied. And a watch is constantly kept there night and day to keep the people in, the plague making us cruel, as dogs, one to another. 5th. Up, and walked with some captains and others talking to me to Greenwich, they crying out upon Captain Teddyman's management of the business of Bergen, that he stayed treating too long while he saw the Dutch fitting themselves. And that at first he might have taken every ship, and done what he would with them. How true I cannot tell. Here we sat very late and for want of money, which lies heavy upon us, did nothing of business almost. Thence home with my Lord Brunker to dinner where very merry with him and his doxy. After dinner comes Colonel Blunt in his new chariot made with springs, as that was of wicker, wherein a while since we rode at his house. And he hath rode, he says, now this journey, many miles in it with one horse, and outdrives any coach, and outgoes any horse, and so easy, he says. So for curiosity I went into it to try it, and up the hill to the heath, and over the cart-ruts and found it pretty well, but not so easy as he pretends, and so back again, and took leave of my lord and drove myself in the chariot to the office. And there ended my letters and home pretty betimes and there found W. pen, and he stayed supper with us and mighty merry talking of his travels and the French humours, etc., and so parted and to bed. 6th, busy all the morning writing letters to several, so to dinner, to London, to pack up more things thence. And there I looked into the street and saw fires burning in the street, as it is through the whole city, by the Lord Mayor's order. Thence by water to the Duke of Albemarle's, all the way fires on each side of the Thames, and strange to see in broad daylight 2 or 3 burials upon the bankside, one at the very heels of another, doubtless all of the plague. And yet at least 40 or 50 people going along with every one of them. The Duke mighty pleasant with me, telling me that he is certainly informed that the Dutch were not come home upon the first instant, and so he hopes our fleet may meet with them. And here to my great joy I got him to sign bills for the several sums I have paid on Tangier business by his single letter, and so now I can get more hands to them. This was a great joy to me, home to Woolwich late by water, found wife in bed, and yet late as it was to write letters in order to my rising betimes to go to Povey tomorrow. So to bed, my wife asking me tonight about a letter of hers I should find, which indeed Mary did the other day give me as if she had found it in my bed, thinking it had been mine. Brought to her from a man without name owning great kindness to her and I know not what. But looking it over seriously, and seeing it bad sense and ill writ, I did believe it to be her brother's and so had flung it away, but finding her now concerned at it and vexed with Mary about it, it did trouble me. But I would take no notice of it tonight, but fell to sleep as if angry. 7th, up by 5 of the clock, mighty full of fear of an ague, but was obliged to go, and so by water, wrapping myself up warm, to the Tower, and there sent for the weekly bill, and find 8,252 dead in all, and of them 6,878 of the plague. Which is a most dreadful number, and shows reason to fear that the plague hath got that hold that it will yet continue among us. Thence to Brainford, reading, The Villain, a pretty good play, all the way. There a coach of Mr. Povey stood ready for me, and he at his house ready to come in, and so we together merrily to Swakeley, Sir R. Viner's. A very pleasant place, bought by him of Sir James Harrington's lady. He took us up and down with great respect, and showed us all his house and grounds, and it is a place not very modern in the garden nor house, but the most uniform in all that ever I saw, and some things to excess. Pretty to see over the screen of the hall, put up by Sir J. Harrington, a long Parliament man, the King's head, and my Lord of Essex on one side, and Fairfax on the other. And upon the other side of the screen, the parson of the parish, and the lord of the manor and his sisters. The window cases, door cases, and chimneys of all the house are marble. He showed me a black boy that he had, that died of a consumption, and being dead, he caused him to be dried in an oven, and lies there entire in a box. By and by to dinner, where his lady I find yet handsome, but hath been a very handsome woman. Now is old. Hath brought him near L100,000, and now he lives, no man in England in greater plenty, and commands both king and council with his credit he gives them. Here was a fine lady a merchant's wife at dinner with us, and who should be here in the quality of a woman but Mrs. Worship's daughter, Dr. Clerk's niece, and after dinner Sir Robert led us up to his long gallery, very fine, above stairs, and better, or such, furniture I never did see, and their Mrs. Worship did give us 3 or 4 very good songs, and sings very neatly, to my great delight. After all this, and ending the chief business to my content about getting a promise of some money of him, we took leave, being exceedingly well treated here, and a most pleasant journey we had back, Povey and I. And his company most excellent in anything but business, he here giving me an account of as many persons at court as I had a mind or thought of inquiring after. He tells me by a letter he showed me, that the king is not, nor hath been of late, very well, but quite out of humour, and, as some think, in a consumption, and weary of everything. He showed me my Lord Arlington's house that he was born in a town called Harlington, and so carried me through a most pleasant country to Brainford, and there put me into my boat, and good night. So I wrapped myself warm, and by water got to Woolwich about 1 in the morning, my wife and all in bed. 8th. Waked, and fell in talk with my wife about the letter, and she satisfied me that she did not know from whence it come, but believed it might be from her cousin Frank more lately come out of France. The truth is the thing I think cannot have much in it, and being unwilling, being in other things so much at ease, to vex myself in a strange place at a melancholy time, passed all by and were presently friends. Up, and several with me about business. Anon comes my Lord Brunker, as I expected, and we to the inquiring into the business of the late desertion of the shipwrights from work, who had left us for 3 days together for want of money, and upon this all the morning. And brought it to a pretty good issue, that they, we believe, will come tomorrow to work. To dinner, having but a mean one, yet sufficient for him, and he well enough pleased, besides that I do not desire to vie entertainments with him or any else. Here was Captain Cock also, and Mr. Waith. We stayed together talking upon one business or other all the afternoon. In the evening my Lord Brunker hearing that Mr. Ackworth's clerk, the Dutchman who writes and draws so well, was transcribing a book of rates and our ships for Captain Millet the gallant of his mistresses, we sent for him for it. He would not deliver it, but said it was his mistress's and had delivered it to her. At last we were forced to send to her for it. She would come herself, and indeed the book was a very neat one and worth keeping as a rarity, but we did think fit, and though much against my will, to cancel all that he had finished of it, and did give her the rest, which vexed her. And she bore it discreetly enough, but with a cruel deal of malicious rancour in her looks. I must confess I would have persuaded her to have let us have it to the office, and it may be the board would not have censured too hardly of it, but my intent was to have had it as a record for the office. But she foresaw what would be the end of it and so desired it might rather be cancelled, which was a plaguy deal of spite. My Lord Brunker being gone in company, and she also, afterwards I took my wife and people and walked into the fields about a while till night, and then home, and so to sing a little and then to bed. I was in great trouble all this day for my boy Tom who went to Greenwich yesterday by my order and come not home till tonight for fear of the plague, but he did come home tonight, saying he stayed last night by Mr. Hayter's advice hoping to have me called as I come home with my boat to come along with me. 9th, up and walked to Greenwich, and there we sat and dispatched a good deal of business I had a mind to. At noon, by invitation, to my Lord Brunker's, all of us, to dinner, where a good venison pasty, and mighty merry. Here was Sir W. Doyley, lately come from Ipswich about the sick and wounded, and Mr. Evelyn and Captain Cock. My wife also was sent for by my Lord Brunker, by Cock, and was here. After dinner, my lord and his mistress would see her home again, it being a most cursed rainy afternoon, having had none a great while before, and I, forced to go to the office on foot through all the rain, was almost wet to my skin. And spoiled my silka breeches almost. Rained all the afternoon and evening, so as my letters being done, I was forced to get a bed at Captain Cock's, where I find Sir W. Doyley, and he, and Evelyn at supper. And I with them full of discourse of the neglect of our masters, the great officers of state, about all business, and especially that of money, having now some thousands prisoners, kept to no purpose at a great charge. And no money provided almost for the doing of it. We fell to talk largely of the want of some persons understanding to look after businesses, but all goes to rack. For, says Captain Cock, my Lord Treasurer, he minds his ease, and lets things go how they will, if he can have his L 8,000 per annum, and a game at Lombra, 675 he is well. My Lord Chancellor he minds getting of money and nothing else. And my Lord Ashley will rob the devil and the altar, but he will get money if it be to be got. But that put us into this great melancholy, was news brought today, which Captain Cock reports as a certain truth, that all the Dutch fleet, men of war and merchant East India ships, are got every one in from Bergen the 3d of this month. Sunday last. Which will make us all ridiculous. The fleet come home with shame to require a great deal of money, which is not to be had, to discharge many men that must get the plague then or continue at greater charge on shipboard. Nothing done by them to encourage the Parliament to give money, nor the kingdom able to spare any money, if they would, at this time of the plague, so that, as things look at present, the whole state must come to ruin. full of these melancholy thoughts, to bed. Where, though I lay the softest I ever did in my life, with a down bed, after the Danish manner, upon me, yet I slept very ill, chiefly through the thoughts of my Lord Sandwich's concernment in all this ill success at sea. 10th, Lord's Day. Walked home, being forced thereto by one of my watermen falling sick yesterday, and it was God's great mercy I did not go by water with them yesterday, for he fell sick on Saturday night, and it is to be feared of the plague. So I sent him away to London with his fellow, but another boat come to me this morning, whom I sent to Blackwall for Mr. Andrews. I walked to Woolwich, and there find Mr. Hill, and he and I all the morning at musique and a song he hath said of 3 parts, methinks, very good. Anon comes Mr. Andrews, though it be a very ill day, and so after dinner we to musique and sang till about 4 or 5 o'clock, it blowing very hard, and now and then raining, and wind and tide being against us. Andrews and I took leave and walked to Greenwich. My wife before I come out telling me the ill news that she hears that her father is very ill, and then I told her I feared of the plague, for that the house is shut up. And so she much troubled she did desire me to send them something. And I said I would, and will do so. But before I come out there happened news to come to the by an express from Mr. Coventry, telling me the most happy news of my Lord Sandwich's meeting with part of the Dutch. His taking 2 of their East India ships, and 6 or 7 others, and very good prizes, and that he is in search of the rest of the fleet, which he hopes to find upon the Wellbank, with the loss only of the Hector, poor Captain Cuttle. This news do so overjoy me that I know not what to say enough to express it, but the better to do it I did walk to Greenwich, and there sending away Mr. Andrews, I to Captain Cox, where I find my Lord Brunker and his mistress, and Sir J. Minns. Where we supped, there was also Sir W. Doyley and Mr. Evelyn, but the receipt of this news did put us all into such an ecstasy of joy, that it inspired into Sir J. Minns and Mr. Evelyn such a spirit of mirth, that in all my life I never met with so merry a 2 hours as our company this night was. Among other humours, Mr. Evelyn's repeating of some verses made up of nothing but the various acceptations of may and can, and doing it so aptly upon occasion of something of that nature, and so fast, did make us all die almost with laughing. And did so stop the mouth of Sir J. Minns in the middle of all his mirth, and in a thing agreeing with his own manner of genius, that I never saw any man so outdone in all my life, and Sir J. Minns's mirth too to see himself outdone, was the crown of all our mirth. In this humour we sat till about 10 at night, and so my lord and his mistress home, and we to bed, it being one of the times of my life wherein I was the fullest of true sense of joy. 11th. Up and walked to the office, there to do some business till 10 of the clock, and then by agreement my lord, Sir J. Minns, Sir W. Doyley, and I took boat and over to the ferry, where Sir W. Batten's coach was ready for us, and to Walthamstow drove merrily, excellent merry discourse in the way, and most upon our last night's revels, there come we were very merry, and a good plain venison dinner. After dinner to billiards, where I won an angel, 676, and among other sports we were merry with my pretending to have a warrant to Sir W. Hicks, who was there, and was out of humour with Sir W. Doyley's having lately got a warrant for a leash of bucks, of which we were now eating one, which vexed him, and at last would compound with me to give my Lord Brunker half a buck now, and me a doe for it a while hence when the season comes in. Which we agreed to and had held, but that we fear Sir W. Doyley did betray our design, which spoiled all. However, my Lady Batten invited herself to dine with him this week, and she invited us all to dine with her there, which we agreed to, only to vex him, he being the most niggardly fellow, it seems, in the world. Full of good victuals and mirth we set homeward in the evening, and very merry all the way. So to Greenwich, where when come I find my Lord Rutherford and Creed come from court, and among other things have brought me several orders for money to pay for Tangier. And, among the rest else 7,000 and more, to this lord, which is an excellent thing to consider, that, though they can do nothing else, they can give away the king's money upon their progress. I did give him the best answer I could to pay him with tallies, and that is all they could get from me. I was not in humour to spend much time with them, but walked a little before Sir J. Minns's door and then took leave, and I by water to Woolwich, where with my wife to a game at tables 677 and to bed. 12th, up, and walked to the office, where we sat late, and thence to dinner home with Sir J. Minns, and so to the office, where writing letters, and home in the evening, where my wife shews me a letter from her brother speaking of their father's being ill, like to die, which, God forgive me, did not trouble me so much as it should, though I was indeed sorry for it. I did presently resolve to send him something in a letter from my wife, viz. 20s, so to bed. 13th. Up, and walked to Greenwich, taking pleasure to walk with my minute watch in my hand, by which I am come now to see the distances of my way from Woolwich to Greenwich. And do find myself to come within 2 minutes constantly to the same place at the end of each quarter of an hour. Here we rendezvoused at Captain Cox's, and there eat oysters, and so my Lord Brunker, Sir J. Minns, and I took boat, and in my Lord's coach to Sir W. Hicks's, whither by and by my Lady Batten and Sir William comes. It is a good seat, with a fair grove of trees by it, and the remains of a good garden, but so let to run to ruin, both house and every thing in and about it, so ill furnished and miserably looked after, I never did see in all my life. Not so much as a latch to his dining-room door, which saved him nothing, for the wind blowing into the room for want thereof, flung down a great bow pot that stood upon the side table, and that fell upon some Venice glasses, and did him a crown's worth of hurt. He did give us the meanest dinner, of beef, shoulder, and umbles of venison 678 which he takes away from the keeper of the forest, and a few pigeons, and all in the meanest manner, that ever I did see, to the basest degree. After dinner we officers of the navy stepped aside to read some letters and consider some business, and so in again. I was only pleased at a very fine picture of the Queen Mother, when she was young, by Van Dyck. A very good picture, and a lovely sweet face. Thence in the afternoon home, and landing at Greenwich I saw Mr. Penn walking my way, so we walked together, and for discourse I put him into talk of France, when he took delight to tell me of his observations, some good, some impertinent, and all ill told, but it served for want of better, and so to my house, where I find my wife abroad, and hath been all this day, nobody knows where, which troubled me, it being late and a cold evening. So being invited to his mother's to supper, we took Mrs. Barbara, who was mighty finely dressed, and in my lady's coach, which we met going for my wife, we thither, and there after some discourse went to supper. By and by comes my wife and Mercer, and had been with Captain Cock all day, he coming and taking her out to go see his boy at school at Bromley, and brought her home again with great respect. Here pretty merry, only I had no stomach, having dined late, to eat. After supper Mr. Penn and I fell to discourse about some words in a French song my wife was saying, Dun er tout interdict, wherein I laid 20 to 1 against him which he would not agree with me, though I know myself in the right as to the sense of the word. And almost angry we were, and were an hour and more upon the dispute, till at last broke up not satisfied, and so home in their coach and so to bed. H. Russell did this day deliver my 20s to my wife's father or mother, but has not yet told us how they do. 14th, up, and walked to Greenwich, and there fitted myself in several businesses to go to London, where I have not been now a pretty while. But before I went from the office news is brought by word of mouth that letters are just now brought from the fleet of our taking a great many more of the Dutch fleet. In which I did never more plainly see my command of my temper in my not admitting myself to receive any kind of joy from it till I had heard the certainty of it, and therefore went by water directly to the Duke of Albemarle. Where I find a letter of the Lath from Solebay, from my Lord Sandwich, of the fleet's meeting with about 18 more of the Dutch fleet, and his taking of most of them. And the messenger says, they had taken 3 after the letter was wrote and sealed, which being 21, and the 14 took the other day, is 45 sail. Some of which are good, and others rich ships, which is so great a cause of joy in us all that my lord and everybody is highly joyed thereat. And having taken a copy of my lord's letter, I away back again to the beer at the bridge foot, being full of wind and out of order, and there called for a biscuit and a piece of cheese and gill of sack, being forced to walk over the bridge. toward the change and the plague being all thereabouts. Here my news was highly welcome, and I did wonder to see the change so full, I believe 200 people, but not a man or merchant of any fashion, but plain men all. And Lord! To see how I did endeavour all I could to talk with as few as I could, there being now no observation of shutting up of houses infected, that to be sure we do converse and meet with people that have the plague upon them. I to Sir Robert Viner's, where my main business was about settling the business of de Busty's 5,000 tallies, which I did for the present to enable me to have some money, and so home, buying some things for my wife in the way. So home, and put up several things to carry to Woolwich, and upon serious thoughts I am advised by W. Griffin to let my money in plate rest there, as being as safe as any place, nobody imagining that people would leave money in their houses now, when all their families are gone. So for the present, that being my opinion, I did leave them there still. But, Lord! To see the trouble that it puts a man to keep safe what with pain a man hath been getting together, and there is good reason for it. Down to the office, and there wrote letters to and again about this good news of our victory, and so by water home late. Where, when I come home, I spent some thoughts upon the occurrences of this day, giving matter for as much content on one hand and melancholy on another, as any day in all my life. For the first, the finding of my money in plate, and all safe at London, and speeding in my business of money this day. The hearing of this good news to such excess, after so great a despair of my lord's doing anything this year. Adding to that, the decrease of 500 and more, which is the first decrease we have yet had in the sickness since it begun, and great hopes that the next week it will be greater. Then, on the other side, my finding that though the bill in general is abated, yet the city within the walls is increased, and likely to continue so, and is close to our house there. My meeting dead corpses of the plague, carried to be buried close to me at noonday through the city in Fanchurch Street. To see a person sick of the sores, carried close by me by Grasachich in a hackney coach. My finding the Angel Tavern, at the lower end of Tower Hill, shut up, and more than that, the alehouse at the Tower Stairs, and more than that, the person was then dying of the plague when I was last there, a little while ago, at night. To write a short letter there, and I overheard the mistress of the house sadly saying to her husband somebody was very ill, but did not think it was of the plague. To hear that poor Payne, my waiter, hath buried a child, and is dying himself. To hear that a labourer I sent but the other day to Dagenham's, to know how they did there, is dead of the plague. And that one of my own watermen, that carried me daily, fell sick as soon as he had landed me on Friday morning last, when I had been all night upon the water, and I believe he did get his infection that day at Brainford. And is now dead of the plague. To hear that Captain Lambert and Cuttle are killed in the taking these ships, and that Mr. Sidney Montague is sick of a desperate fever at my Lady Carteret, at Scots Hall. To hear that Mr. Lewis hath another daughter sick. And, lastly, that both my servants, W. Hewer and Tom Edwards, have lost their fathers, both in St. Sepulchre's parish, of the plague this week, do put me into great apprehensions of melancholy, and with good reason. But I put off the thoughts of sadness as much as I can, and the rather to keep my wife in good heart and family also. After supper, having eat nothing all this day, upon a fine tench of Mr. Sheldon's taking, we to bed. 15th. Up, it being a cold misting morning, and so by water to the office, where very busy upon several businesses. At noon got the messenger, Marlowe, to get me a piece of bread and butter and cheese and a bottle of beer and ale, and so I went not out of the office but dined off that, and my boy Tom, but the rest of my clerks went home to dinner. Then to my business again, and by sent my waterman to see how Sir W. Warren do, who is sick, and for which I have reason to be very sorry, he being the friend I have got most by of most friends in England but the King, who returns me that he is pretty well again, his disease being an ague. I by water to Deptford, thinking to have seen my Valentine, but I could not, and so come back again, and to the office, where a little business, and thence with Captain Cock, and there drank a cup of good drink. Which I am fain to allow myself during this plague time, by advice of all, and not contrary to my oath, my physician being dead, and chirurgeon out of the way, whose advice I am obliged to take, and so by water home and eat my supper, and to bed. Being in much pain to think what I shall do this winter time. For go every day to Woolwich I cannot, without endangering my life, and staying from my wife at Greenwich is not handsome. 16th, up, and walked to Greenwich reading a play, and to the office, where I find Sir J. Minns gone to the Fleet, like a doting fool, to do no good, but proclaim himself an assy, for no service he can do there, nor inform my lord, who is come in thither to the buoy of the Knower, in anything worth his knowledge. At noon to dinner to my Lord Brunker, where Sir W. Batten and his lady come, by invitation, and very merry we were, only that the discourse of the likelihood of the increase of the plague this week makes us a little sad, but then again the thoughts of the late prizes make us glad. After dinner, by appointment, comes Mr. Andrews, and he and I walking alone in the garden talking of our Tangier business, and I endeavoured by the by to offer some encouragements for their continuing in the business, which he seemed to take hold of. And the truth is my prophet is so much concerned that I could wish they would, and would take pains to ease them in the business of money as much as was possible. He being gone, after I had ordered him L2000, and he paid me my quantum out of it, I also walked to the office, and there to my business. But find myself, through the unfitness of my place to write in, and my coming from great dinners, and drinking wine, that I am not in the good temper of doing business nowadays that I used to be and ought still to be. At night to Captain Cox, meaning to lie there, it being late, and he not being at home, I walked to him to my Lord Brunker's, and there stayed a while, they being at tables, and so by and by parted, and walked to his house. And, after a mess of good broth, to bed, in great pleasure, his company being most excellent. 17th, Lord's Day. Up, and before I went out of my chamber did draw a musique scale, in order to my having it at any time ready in my hand to turn to for exercise, for I have a great mind in this vacation to perfect myself in my scale. In order to my practising of composition, and so that being done I downstairs, and there find Captain Cock under the barber's hands, the barber that did heretofore trim Commissioner Pett, and with whom I have been. He offered to come this day after dinner with his violin to play me a set of lyra airs upon it, which I was glad of, hoping to be merry thereby. Being ready we to church, where a company of fine people to church, and a fine church, and very good sermon, Mr. Plume being a very excellent scholar and preacher. Coming out of the church I met Mrs. Pierce, whom I was ashamed to see, having not been with her since my coming to town, but promised to visit her. Thence with Captain Cock, in his coach, home to dinner, whither comes by invitation my Lord Brunker and his mistress, and very good company we were, but in dinner time comes Sir J. Minns from the Fleet, like a simple weak man, having nothing to say of what he hath done there, but tells of what value he imagines the prizes to be, and that my Lord Sandwich is well, and mightily concerned to hear that I was well. But this did put me upon a desire of going thither, and, moving of it to my Lord, we presently agreed upon it to go this very tide, we two and Captain Cock. So every body prepared to fit himself for his journey, and I walked to Woolwich to trim and shift myself, and by the time I was ready they come down in the Bezin yacht, and so I aboard and my boy Tom. And there very merrily we sailed to below Gravesend, and there come to anchor for all night, and supped and talked, and with much pleasure at last settled ourselves to sleep, having very good lodging upon cushions in the cabin. 18th. By break of day we come to within sight of the fleet, which was a very fine thing to behold, being above 100 ships, great and small. With the flagships of each squadron, distinguished by their several flags on their main, fore, or mizzen masts. Among others, the Sovereign, Charles, and Prince, in the last of which my Lord Sandwich was. When we called by her side his lordship was not stirring, so we come to anchor a little below his ship, thinking to have rowed on board him, but the wind and tide was so strong against us that we could not get up to him, no. Though rowed by a boat of the prince's that come to us to tow us up. At last however he brought us within a little way, and then they flung out a rope to us from the prince and so come on board, but with great trouble and tune and patience, it being very cold, we find my lord newly up in his nightgown very well. He received us kindly, telling us the state of the fleet, lacking provisions, having no beer at all, nor have had most of them these 3 weeks or month, and but few days dry provisions. And indeed he tells us that he believes no fleet was ever set to sea in so ill condition of provision, as this was when it went out last. He did inform us in the business of Bergen 679 so as to let us see how the judgment of the world is not to be depended on in things they know not. It being a place just wide enough, and not so much hardly, for ships to go through to it, the yardarms sticking in the very rocks. He do not, upon his best inquiry, find reason to accept against any part of the management of the business by Teddyman. He having stayed treating no longer than during the night, whiles he was fitting himself to fight, bringing his ship abreast, and not a quarter of an hour longer, as is said, nor could more ships have been brought to play, as is thought. Nor could men be landed, there being 10,000 men effectively always in arms of the Danes, nor, says he, could we expect more from the Dane than he did, it being impossible to set fire on the ships but it must burn the town. But that wherein the Dane did amiss is, that he did assist them, the Dutch, all the while he was treating with us, while he should have been neutral to us both. But, however, he did demand but the treaty of us. Which is, that we should not come with more than 5 ships. A flag of truce is said, and confessed by my lord, that he believes it was hung out, but while they did hang it out, they did shoot at us. So that it was not either seen perhaps, or fit to cease upon sight of it, while they continued actually in action against us. But the main thing my lord wonders at, and condemns the Dane for, is, that the blockhead, who is so much in debt to the Hollander, having now a treasure more by much than all his crown was worth. And that which would for ever have beggared the Hollanders, should not take this time to break with the Hollander, and, thereby paid his debt which must have been forgiven him. And got the greatest treasure into his hands that ever was together in the world. By and by my lord took me aside to discourse of his private matters, who was very free with me touching the ill condition of the fleet that it hath been in, and the good fortune that he hath had. And nothing else that these prizes are to be imputed to. He also talked with me about Mr. Coventry's dealing with him in sending Sir W. Penn away before him, which was not fair nor kind, but that he hath mastered and cajoled Sir W. Penn, that he hath been able to do nothing in the fleet, but been obedient to him. But withal tells me he is a man that is but of very mean parts, and a fellow not to be lived with, so false and base he is. Which I know well enough to be very true, and did, as I had formerly done, give my lord my knowledge of him. By and by was called a council of war on board, when comes Sir W. Penn there, and Sir Christopher Mings, Sir Edward Spragg, Sir Jos. Jordan, Sir Thomas Teddyman, and Sir Roger Cuttance, and so the necessity of the fleet for victuals, clothes, and money was discoursed, but by the discourse thereof all but my lord, that is to say, the counterfeit grave nonsense of Sir W. Penn and the poor mean discourse of the rest, methinks I saw how the government and management of the greatest business of the 3 nations is committed to very ordinary heads, saving my lord, and in effect is only upon him, who is able to do what he pleases with them, they not having the meanest degree of reason to be able to oppose anything that he says, and so I fear it is ordered but like all the rest of the king's public affairs. The council being up they most of them went away, only Sir W. Penn who stayed to dine there and did so, but the wind being high the ship, though the motion of it was hardly discernible to the eye, did make me sick, so as I could not eat anything almost. After dinner Cock did pray me to help him to L500 of W. Howe, who is deputy treasurer, wherein my lord Brunker and I am to be concerned, and I did ask it my lord, and he did consent to have us furnished with L500, and I did get it paid to Sir Roger Cuttance and Mr. Pierce in part for above L1000 worth of goods, mace, nutmegs, cinnamon, and cloves, and he tells us we may hope to get L1500 by it, which God send. Great spoil, I hear, there hath been of the 2 East India ships, and that yet they will come in to the king very rich, so that I hope this journey will be worth L100 to me. 680. After having paid this money, we took leave of my lord and so to our yacht again, having seen many of my friends there. Among others I hear that W. Howe will grow very rich by this last business and grows very proud and insolent by it. But it is what I ever expected. I hear by every body how much my poor Lord of Sandwich was concerned for me during my silence a while, lest I had been dead of the plague in this sickly time. No sooner come into the yacht, though overjoyed with the good work we have done today, but I was overcome with sea sickness so that I begun to spew soundly, and so continued a good while. Till at last I went into the cabin and shutting my eyes my trouble did cease that I fell asleep, which continued till we come into Chatham river where the water was smooth, and then I rose and was very well. And the tide coming to be against us we did land before we come to Chatham and walked a mile, having very good discourse by the way, it being dark and it beginning to rain just as we got thither. At Commissioner Pett's we did eat and drink very well and very merry we were, and about 10 at night, it being moonshine and very cold, we set out, his coach carrying us, and so all night travelled to Greenwich. We sometimes sleeping a little and then talking and laughing by the way, and with much pleasure, but that it was very horrible cold, that I was afeard of an ague. A pretty passage was that the coach stood of a sudden and the coachman come down and the horses stirring, he cried, Hold! Which waked me, and the coach, man, standing at the boot to, do, something or other and crying, Hold! I did wake of a sudden and not knowing who he was, nor thinking of the coachman between sleeping and waking I did take up the heart to take him by the shoulder, thinking verily he had been a thief. But when I waked I found my cowardly heart to discover a fear within me and that I should never have done it if I had been awake. 19th. About 4 or 5 of the clock we come to Greenwich, and, having first set down my Lord Brunker, Cock and I went to his house, it being light, and there to our great trouble, we being sleepy and cold. We met with the ill news that his boy Jack was gone to bed sick, which put Captain Cock and me also into much trouble, the boy, as they told us, complaining of his head most, which is a bad sign it seems. So they presently betook themselves to consult whither and how to remove him. However I thought it not fit for me to discover too much fear to go away, nor had I any place to go to. So to bed I went and slept till 10 of the clock and then comes Captain Cock to wake me and tell me that his boy was well again. With great joy I heard the news and he told it, so I up and to the office where we did a little, and but a little business. At noon by invitation to my Lord Brunker's where we stayed till 4 of the clock for my Lady Batten and she not then coming we to dinner and pretty merry but disordered by her making us stay so long. After dinner I to the office, and there wrote letters and did business till night and then to Sir J. Minns's, where I find my Lady Batten come, and she and my Lord Brunker and his mistress, and the whole house full there at cards. But by and by my Lord Brunker goes away and others of the company, and when I expected Sir J. Minns and his sister should have stayed to have made Sir W. Batten and Lady Sup, I find they go up in snuff to bed without taking any manner of leave of them, but left them with Mr. Boreman. The reason of this I could not presently learn, but anon I hear it is that Sir J. Minns did expect and intend them a supper, but they without respect to him did first apply themselves to Boreman, which makes all this great feud. However I stayed and there supped, all of us being in great disorder from this, and more from Cock's boys being ill, where my Lady Batten and Sir W. Batten did come to town with an intent to lodge, and I was forced to go seek a lodging which my W. Hewer did get me, viz., his own chamber in the town, whither I went and found it a very fine room, and there lay most excellently. 20th. Called up by Captain Cock, who was last night put into great trouble upon his boys being rather worse than better, upon which he removed him out of his house to his stable. Who told me that to my comfort his boy was now as well as ever he was in his life. So I up, and after being trimmed, the first time I have been touched by a barber these 12 months, I think, and more, went to Sir J. Minns's, where I find all out of order still, they having not seen one another till by and by Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten met, to go into my Lord Brunker's coach, and so we for to Lambeth, and thence to the Duke of Albemarle, to inform him what we have done as to the fleet, which is very little, and to receive his direction. But, Lord! What a sad time it is to see no boats upon the river, and grass grows all up and down Whitehall Court, and nobody but poor wretches in the streets. And, which is worst of all, the Duke showed us the number of the plague this week, brought in the last night from the Lord Mayor. That it is increased about 600 more than the last, which is quite contrary to all our hopes and expectations, from the coldness of the late season. For the whole general number is 8,297, and of them the plague 7,165. Which is more in the whole by above 50, than the biggest bill yet, which is very grievous to us all. I find here a design in my Lord Brunker and Captain Cock to have had my Lord Brunker chosen as one of us to have been sent aboard one of the East Indiamen, and Captain Cock as a merchant to be joined with him, and Sir J. Minns for the other, and Sir G. Smith to be joined with him. But I did order it so that my Lord Brunker and Sir J. Minns were ordered, but I did stop the merchants to be added, which would have been a most pernicious thing to the king, I am sure. In this I did, I think, a very good office, though I cannot acquit myself from some envy of mine in the business to have the profitable business done by another hand while I lay wholly employed in the trouble of the office. Thence back again by my lord's coach to my Lord Brunker's house, where I find my Lady Batten, who is become very great with Mrs. Williams, my Lord Brunker's whore, and there we dined and were mighty merry. After dinner I to the office there to write letters, to fit myself for a journey tomorrow to Nonsuch to the Exchequer by appointment. That being done I to Sir J. Minns where I find Sir W. Batten and his lady gone home to Walthamstow in great snuff as to Sir J. Minns, but yet with some necessity, hearing that a maid-servant of theirs is taken ill. Here I stayed and resolved of my going in my Lord Brunker's coach which he would have me to take, though himself cannot go with me as he intended, and so to my last night's lodging to bed very weary. 21st, up between 5 and 6 o'clock. And by the time I was ready, my lord's coach comes for me. And taking Will Hewer with me, who is all in mourning for his father, who is lately dead of the plague, as my boy Tom's is also, I set out, and took about L100 with me to pay the fees there, and so rode in some fear of robbing. When I come thither, I find only Mr. Ward, who led me to Burgess's bedside, and Spicers, who, watching of the house, as it is their turns every night, did lie long in bed today, and I find nothing at all done in my business, which vexed me. But not seeing how to help it I did walk up and down with Mr. Ward to see the house, and by Spicer and Mr. Falconbride come to me and he and I to a town near by, Yowl, there drink and set up my horses and also bespoke a dinner, and while that is dressing went with Spicer and walked up and down the house and park. And a fine place it hath heretofore been, and a fine prospect about the house. A great walk of an elm and a walnut set one after another in order. And all the house on the outside filled with figures of stories, and good painting of Rubens or Holbein's doing. And one great thing is, that most of the house is covered, I mean the posts, and quarters in the walls, covered with lead, and gilded. I walked into the ruined garden, and there found a plain little girl, kinswoman of Mr. Falconbridge, to sing very finely by the ear only, but a fine way of singing, and if I come ever to lack a girl again I shall think of getting her. Thence to the town, and there Spicer, Woodruff, and W. Bowyer and I dined together in a friend of Spicer's, and a good dinner I had for them. Falconbride dined somewhere else, by appointment. Strange to see how young W. Bowyer looks at 41 years. One would not take him for 24 or more, and is one of the greatest wonders I ever did see. After dinner, about 4 of the clock we broke up, and I took coach and home, in fear for the money I had with me, but that this friend of Spicer's, one of the Duke's guard did ride along the best part of the way with us. I got to my Lord Brunker's before night, and there I sat and supped with him and his mistress, and Cock whose boy is yet ill. Thence, after losing a crown betting at tables 681, we walked home, Cock seeing me at my new lodging, where I went to bed. All my work this day in the coach going and coming was to refresh myself in my musique scale, which I would fain have perfecter than ever I had yet. 22nd. Up betimes and to the office, meaning to have entered my last 5 or 6 days' journal, but was called away by my Lord Brunker and Sir J. Minns, and to Blackwell, there to look after the storehouses in order to the laying of goods out of the East India ships when they shall be unloaden. That being done, we into Johnson's house, and were much made of, eating and drinking. But here it is observable what he tells us, that in digging his late dock, he did 12 foot underground find perfect trees overcovered with earth. Nut trees, with the branches and the very nuts upon them, some of whose nuts he showed us. Their shells black with age, and their kernel, upon opening, decayed, but their shell perfectly hard as ever. And the yew tree he showed us, upon which, he says, the very ivy was taken up whole about it, which upon cutting with an adze, we found to be rather harder than the living tree usually is. They say, very much, but I do not know how hard a yew tree naturally is. 682. The arms, they say, were taken up at first whole, about the body, which is very strange. Thence away by water, and I walked with my Lord Brunker home, and there at dinner comes a letter from my Lord Sandwich to tell me that he would this day be at Woolwich, and desired me to meet him. Which fearing might have lain in Sir J. Min's pocket a while, he sending it me, did give my Lord Brunker, his mistress, and I occasion to talk of him as the most unfit man for business in the world. Though at last afterwards I found that he was not in this faulty, but hereby I have got a clear evidence of my Lord Brunker's opinion of him. My Lord Brunker presently ordered his coach to be ready and we to Woolwich, and my Lord Sandwich not being come, we took a boat and about a mile off met him in his catch, and boarded him, and come up with him. And, after making a little halt at my house, which I ordered, to have my wife see him, we all together by coach to Mr. Boreman's, where Sir J. Minns did receive him very handsomely, and there he is to lie, and Sir J. Minns did give him on the sudden, a very handsome supper and brave discourse, my Lord Brunker, and Captain Cock, and Captain Herbert being there, with myself. Here my Lord did witness great respect to me, and very kind expressions, and by other occasions, from one thing to another did take notice how I was overjoyed at first to see the King's letter to his Lordship, and told them how I did kiss it. And that, whatever he was, I did always love the King. This my Lord Brunker did take such notice, of, as that he could not forbear kissing me before my Lord, professing his finding occasion every day more and more to love me. And Captain Cock has since of himself taken notice of that speech of my Lord then concerning me, and may be of good use to me. Among other discourse concerning long life, Sir J. Minns saying that his great-grandfather was alive in Edward the VTH's time, my Lord Sandwich did tell us how few there have been of his family since King Harry the VIIth. That is to say, the then Chief Justice, and his son the Lord Montague, who was father to Sir Sidney, 683 who was his father. And yet, what is more wonderful, he did assure us from the mouth of my Lord Montague himself, that in King James's time, when he had a mind to get the king to cut off the entail of some land which was given in Harry the VIIth's time to the family, with the remainder in the crown. He did answer the king in showing how unlikely it was that ever it could revert to the crown, but that it would be a present convenience to him. And did show that at that time there were 4,000 persons derived from the very body of the Chief Justice. It seems the number of daughters in the family having been very great, and they too had most of them many children, and grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. This he tells as a most known and certain truth. After supper, my Lord Brunker took his leave, and I also did mine, taking Captain Herbert home to my lodging to lie with me, who did mighty seriously inquire after who was that in the black dress with my wife yesterday. And would not believe that it was my wife's maid, Mercer, but it was she. 23rd. Up, and to my Lord Sandwich, who did advise alone with me how far he might trust Captain Cock in the business of the prize goods, my Lord telling me that he hath taken into his hands 2 or 3,000 value of them, it being a good way, he says, to get money, and afterwards to get the king's allowance thereof, it being easier, he observes, to keep money when got of the king than to get it when it is too late. I advised him not to trust Cock too far, and did therefore offer him ready money for 1,000 or 2, which he listens to and do agree to, which is great joy to me, hoping thereby to get something. Thence by coach to Lambeth, his lordship, and all our office, and Mr. Evelyn, to the Duke of Albemarle, where, after the compliment with my lord very kind, we sat down to consult of the disposing and supporting of the fleet with victuals and money, and for the sick men and prisoners. And I did propose the taking out some goods out of the prizes, to the value of L10,000, which was accorded to, and an order, drawn up and signed by the Duke and my lord, done in the best manner I can, and referred to my Lord Brunker and Sir J. Minns, but what inconveniences may arise from it I do not yet see, but fear there may be many. Here we dined, and I did hear my Lord Craven whisper, as he is mightily possessed with a good opinion of me, much to my advantage, which my good lord did second, and anon my Lord Craven did speak publicly of me to the Duke, in the hearing of all the rest. And the Duke did say something of the like advantage to me, I believe, not much to the satisfaction of my brethren, but I was mightily joyed at it. Thence took leave, leaving my Lord Sandwich to go visit the Bishop of Canterbury, and I and Sir W. Batten down to the Tower, where he went further by water, and I home, and among other things took out all my gold to carry along with me tonight with Captain Cock down to the Fleet, being L180 and more. Hoping to lay out that and a great deal more to good advantage. Thence down to Greenwich to the office, and there wrote several letters, and so to my Lord Sandwich, and mighty merry and he mighty kind to me in the face of all, saying much in my favour. And after supper I took leave and with Captain Cock set out in the yacht about 10 o'clock at night, and after some discourse, and drinking a little, my mind full of what we are going about and jealous of Cock's outdoing me. So to sleep upon beds brought by Cock on board mighty handsome, and never slept better than upon this bed upon the floor in the cabin. 24th, Lord's Day. Waked, and up and drank, and then to discourse. And then being about Gray's, and a very calm, curious morning, we took our wherry, and to the fishermen, and bought a great deal of fine fish, and to Gravesend to White's, and had part of it dressed. And, in the meantime, we to walk about a mile from the town, and so back again. And there, after breakfast, one of our watermen told us he had heard of a bargain of cloves for us, and we went to a blind alehouse at the further end wretched dirty seamen, who, of the town to a couple of poor wretches, had got together about 37 pounds of cloves and to 10 of nutmegs, and we bought them of them, the first at 5s. 6d. per pound and the latter at 4s, and paid them in gold, but, Lord, to see how silly these men are in the selling of it, and easily to be persuaded almost to anything, offering a bag to us to pass as 20 pounds, of cloves, which upon weighing proved 25 pounds. But it would never have been allowed by my conscience to have wronged the poor wretches, who told us how dangerously they had got some, and dearly paid for the rest of these goods. This being done we with great content herein on board again and their Captain Cock and I to discourse of our business, but he will not yet be open to me, nor am I to him till I hear what he will say and do with Sir Roger Cuttance. However, this discourse did do me good, and got me a copy of the agreement made the other day on board for the parcel of Mr. Pierce and Sir Roger Cuttance, but this great parcel is of my Lord Sandwich's. By and by to dinner about 3 o'clock and then I in the cabin to writing down my journal for these last 7 days to my great content. It having pleased God that in this sad time of the plague everything else has conspired to my happiness and pleasure more for these last 3 months than in all my life before in so little time. God long preserve it and make me thankful for it. After finishing my journal, then to discourse and to read, and then to supper and to bed, my mind not being at full ease, having not fully satisfied myself how Captain Cock will deal with me as to the share of the profits. 25th. Found ourselves come to the Fleet, and so aboard the Prince, and there, after a good while in discourse, we did agree a bargain of L5000 with Sir Roger Cuttance for my Lord Sandwich for silk, cinnamon, nutmegs, and indigo. And I was near signing to an undertaking for the payment of the whole sum, but I did by chance escape it. Having since, upon second thoughts, great cause to be glad of it, reflecting upon the craft in not good condition, it may be, of Captain Cock. I could get no trifles for my wife. Anon to dinner and thence in great haste to make a short visit to Sir W. Penn, where I found them and his lady and daughter and many commanders at dinner. Among others Sir G. Askew, of whom whatever the matter is, the world is silent altogether. But a very pretty dinner there was, and after dinner Sir W. Penn made a bargain with Cock for 10 bales of silka, at 16s. per lb. which, as Cock says, will be a good pennyworth, and so away to the prince, and presently comes my lord on board from Greenwich, with whom, after a little discourse about his trusting of Cock, we parted and to our yacht. But it being calm, we to make haste, took our wherry toward Chatham, but, it growing dark, we were put to great difficulties, our simple, yet confident watermen, not knowing a step of the way. And we found ourselves to go backward and forward, which, in the dark night in a wild place, did vex us mightily. At last we got a fisher boy by chance, and took him into the boat, and being an oddie kind of boy, did vex us too. For he would not answer us aloud when we spoke to him, but did carry us safe thither, though with a mistake or two, but I wonder they were not more. In our way I was, surprised, and so were we all, at the strange nature of the sea water in a dark night, that it seemed like fire upon every stroke of the oar, and, they say, is a sign of wind. We went to the Crown Inn, at Rochester, and there to supper, and made ourselves merry with our poor fisher boy, who told us he had not been in a bed in the whole 7 years since he came to prentice, and hath 2 or 3 more years to serve. After eating something, we in our clothes to bed. 26th, up by 5 o'clock and got post horses, and so set out for Greenwich, calling and drinking at Dartford. Being come to Greenwich and shifting myself I to the office, from whence by and by my Lord Brunker and Sir J. Minns set out toward Erith to take charge of the 2 East India ships, which I had a hand in contriving for the King's service, and may do myself a good office too thereby. I to dinner with Mr. Wright to his father-in-law in Greenwich, one of the most silly, harmless, prating old men that ever I heard in my life. Creed dined with me, and among other discourses got of me a promise of half that he could get my Lord Rutherford to give me upon clearing his business, which should not be less, he says, than L50 for my half, which is a good thing, though cunningly got of him. By and by Llewellyn comes, and I hope to get something of Deering shortly. They being gone, Mr. Wright and I went into the garden to discourse with much trouble for fear of losing all the profit and principal of what we have laid out in buying of prize goods, and therefore puts me upon thoughts of flinging up my interest. But yet I shall take good advice first. Thence to the office, and after some letters down to Woolwich, where I have not lain with my wife these 8 days I think, or more. After supper, and telling her my mind and my trouble in what I have done as to buying of these goods, we to bed. 27th, up, and saw and admired my wife's picture of our Saviour, 684 now finished, which is very pretty. So by water to Greenwich, where with Creed and Lord Rutherford, and there my lord told me that he would give me L100 for my pains, which pleased me well, though Creed, like a cunning rogue, hath got a promise of half of it from me. We to the King's Head, the great musique house, the first time I was ever there, and had a good breakfast, and thence parted, I being much troubled to hear from Creed, that he was told at Salisbury that I am come to be a great swearer and drinker. Though I know the contrary. But, Lord! To see how my late little drinking of wine is taken notice of by envious men to my disadvantage. I thence to Captain Cox, and, he not yet come from town, to Mr. Evelyn's, where much company. And thence in his coach with him to the Duke of Albemarle by Lambeth, who was in a mighty pleasant humour. There the Duke tells us that the Dutch do stay abroad, and our fleet must go out again, or to be ready to do so. Here we got several things ordered as we desired for the relief of the prisoners, and sick and wounded men. Here I saw this week's bill of mortality, wherein, blessed be God, there is above 1800 decrease, being the first considerable decrease we have had. Back again the same way, and had most excellent discourse of Mr. Evelyn touching all manner of learning. Wherein I find him a very fine gentleman, and particularly of painting, in which he tells me the beautiful Mrs. Middleton is rare, and his own wife do brave things. He brought me to the office, whither comes unexpectedly Captain Cock, who hath brought one parcel of our goods by wagons, and at first resolved to have lodged them at our office. But then the thoughts of its being the King's house altered our resolution, and so put them at his friend's, Mr. Glanville's, and there they are safe. Would the rest of them were so too. In discourse, we come to mention my profit, and he offers me L500 clear, and I demand L600 for my certain profit. We part tonight, and I lie there at Mr. Glanville's house, there being none there but a maid-servant and a young man. Being in some pain, partly from not knowing what to do in this business, having a mind to be at a certainty in my profit, and partly through his having Jack sick still, and his blackamoor now also fallen sick. So he being gone, I to bed. 28th. Up, and being mightily pleased with my night's lodging, drank a cup of beer, and went out to my office, and there did some business, and so took boat and down to Woolwich, having first made a visit to Madam Williams, who is going down to my Lord Brunker, and there dined, and then fitted my papers and money and everything else for a journey to Nonsuch tomorrow. That being done I walked to Greenwich, and there to the office pretty late expecting Captain Cox coming, which he did. And so with me to my new lodging, and there I chose rather to lie because of my interest in the goods that we have brought there to lie, but the people were abed, so we knocked them up, and so I to bed. And in the night was mightily troubled with a looseness, I suppose from some fresh damp linen that I put on this night, and feeling for a chamber pot, there was none, I having called the maid up out of her bed. She had forgot I suppose to put one there. So I was forced in this strange house to rise and shit in the chimney twice, and so to bed and was very well again, and 29th. To sleep till 5 o'clock, when it is now very dark, and then rose, being called up by order by Mr. Marlowe, and so up and dressed myself, and by comes Mr. Lashmore on horseback, and I had my horse I borrowed of Mr. Gilthrop, Sir W. Batten's clerk, brought to me, and so we set out and rode hard and was at Nonsuch by about 8 o'clock, a very fine journey and a fine day. There I come just about chapel time, and so I went to chapel with them and thence to the several offices about my tallies, which I find done, but strung for sums not to my purpose. And so was forced to get them to promise me to have them cut into other sums. But, Lord! What ado I had to persuade the dull fellows to it, especially Mr. Warder, master of the Pells, and yet without any manner of reason for their scruple. But at last I did, and so left my tallies there against another day, and so walked to Yowell, and there did spend a piece upon them, having a whole house full, and much mirth by a sister of the mistress of the house. An old maid lately married to a lieutenant of a company that quarters there, and much pleasant discourse we had, and, dinner being done, we to horse again and come to Greenwich before night, and so to my lodging. And there being a little weary sat down and fell to order some of my pocket papers, and then comes Captain Cock. And after a great deal of discourse with him seriously upon the disorders of our state through lack of men to mind the public business and to understand it, we broke up, sitting up talking very late. We spoke a little of my late business propounded of taking profit for my money laid out for these goods, but he finds I rise in my demand, he offering me still L500 certain. So we did give it over, and I to bed. I hear for certain this night upon the road that Sir Martin Noel is this day dead of the plague in London, where he hath lain sick of it these 8 days. 30th, up and to the office, where busy all the morning, and at noon with Sir W. Batten to call Clegget to dinner, being invited, where a very pretty dinner to my full content and very merry. The great burden we have upon us at this time at the office, is the providing for prisoners and sick men that are recovered, they lying before our office doors all night and all day, poor wretches. Having been on shore, the captains won't receive them on board, and other ships we have not to put them on, nor money to pay them off, or provide for them. God remove this difficulty. This made us followed all the way to this gentleman's house, and there are waited for our coming out after dinner. Hither come Llewellyn to me and would force me to take Mr. Deering's 20 pieces in gold he did offer me a good while since, which I did, yet really and sincerely against my will and content, I seeing him a man not likely to do well in his business, nor I to reap any comfort in having to do with, and be beholden to, a man that minds more his pleasure and company than his business. Thence mighty merry and much pleased with the dinner and company, and they with me I parted, and there was set upon by the poor wretches, whom I did give good words and some little money to, and the poor people went away like lambs. And in good earnest are not to be censured if their necessities drive them to bad courses of stealing or the like, while they lack a wherewith to live. Thence to the office, and there wrote a letter or two and dispatched a little business, and then to Captain Cox, where I find Mr. Temple, the fat blade, Sir Robert Viner's chief man. And we 3 and 2 companions of his in the evening by agreement took ship in the Bezin, and the tide carried us no further than Woolwich about 8 at night, and so I on shore to my wife, and there to my great trouble find my wife out of order. And she took me downstairs, and there alone did tell me her falling out with both her maids and particularly Mary, and how Mary had to her teeth told her she would tell me of something that should stop her mouth, and words of that sense. Which I suspect may be about Brown, but my wife prays me to call it to examination, and this, I being of myself jealous, do make me mightily out of temper, and seeing it not fit to enter into the dispute did passionately go away, thinking to go on board again. But when I come to the stairs I considered the Bezin would not go till the next ebb, and it was best to lie in a good bed and, it may be, get myself into a better humour by being with my wife. So I back again into bed, and having otherwise so many reasons to rejoice and hopes of good profit, besides considering the ill that trouble of mind and melancholy may in this sickly time bring a family into. And that if the difference were never so great, it is not a time to put away servants, I was resolved to salve up the business rather than stir in it, and so become pleasant with my wife and to bed, minding nothing of this difference. So to sleep with a good deal of content, and saving only this night and a day or two about the same business a month or 6 weeks ago, I do end this month with the greatest content, and may say that these last 3 months, for joy, health, and profit, have been much the greatest that ever I received in all my life, in any 12 months almost in my life, having nothing upon me but the consideration of the sickliness of the season during this great plague to mortify me. For all which the Lord God be praised.